The cafeteria lady just glanced at you a little more when serving food, and when she got home, she decided to divorce her husband of 30 years. Not only is the cafeteria lady fascinated by you, but even the goddess who drives all the boys in the school crazy. Every day, she just chats with you, and her whole body heats up and then rushes straight to the medical room. All because your looks are out of this world, and you also have a body sculpted by the gods. But only you know that you suffer from severe social phobia and autism, like to be silent and solitary, and dare not even reply to small talk. But in the eyes of others, you still exude a mysterious charm. Until you graduate and share a rental with a domineering and glamorous beauty, your life undergoes a complete transformation. At this moment, you are sitting on the sofa feeling drowsy, but then there is a sound of unlocking at the door, and the next second, landlady Sister Lu walks in with a woman. Xiao Chang, this is Su Jinghan. She wants to rent another bedroom. You two get to know each other. You took a quick shy look at Su Jinghan. Not that you look down on her, but you dare not. Especially when Su Jinghan exudes such a strong aura that keeps people at a distance. But with just one glance, you know that Su Jinghan is very beautiful, probably the most beautiful girl you have ever seen. Su Jinghan smiled. She has encountered many people who secretly stare at her, all of whom she finds repulsive. But today, she finds you a bit cute, maybe because of your looks. From the moment he walked in, he was amazed by your appearance. Your handsome face paired with deep eyes exudes an irresistible charm. Indeed, beauty is justice. Hello, my name is Su Jinghan. Nice to meet you. And you nervously said in a trembling voice, hello, Ito Makoto. Xiaohan, what do you think? Sister Lu asked softly, seeing the two getting along quite well. Very good. Just here. Only she knows that what's good is not the house, but the person in front of her. After Sister Lu left, you finally retreated to your own room, drank a large glass of water, and took a deep breath. This level of socializing almost drained all your energy. Lying on the bed to calm yourself down, and soon fell asleep in a daze. On the other side, Su Jinghan's room is the master bedroom. After packing her luggage, she sat on the living room sofa, feeling a bit absent-minded. He has seen too many men and always tries to meet himself. But you never came out of the room after you entered. The first time she was ignored. She admitted to being interested in you, her new roommate, so she took out her phone and made a call. I want to know all the information about this person, and then sent your photo over. Miss, the voice on the phone answered respectfully, and soon Su Jinghan looked at her phone with a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. This younger brother's experience is really bumpy. A 22-year-old senior finance student, won the scholarship for 4 consecutive years, and also has the title of Cool Male God Campus Hunk. He has delivered takeout, cleaned the streets, and worked as a dishwasher. As for his current job, he is a web novel writer, achieving artistic prosperity and earning nearly 10 million in assets. After reading your resume, Su Jinghan muttered to herself, it's a pity that my aloof little brother seems unwilling to interact with me, and then happily returned to the bedroom. At 11 o'clock at night, you quietly walk to the bathroom, wash your face and brush your teeth sneakily, then turn on the computer to start typing. It's good that you sleep during the day and work at night without disturbing each other, until 7 o'clock in the morning when you finally stop. Time flies when typing, and before you know it, it's already dawn. Stretching lazily, you walk to the living room to get something to eat. Just as you open the door, you freeze. Su Jinghan has already gotten up and is sitting on the sofa. It's too late to close the door and go back now. Su Jinghan has already seen you. Good morning, you said cautiously. Morning, Su Jinghan replied softly, but she didn't look very energetic. As the daughter of the Qianjin group, she was obviously healthy, but she suffered from insomnia. Her private doctor said it was a psychological illness and a change of environment might help. So she moved out of the luxurious villa and came to share a place with you. However, after moving in, her sleep quality worsened. She could only fall asleep at 3 or 4 in the morning. It seems that changing accommodation has failed, and she probably can't stay here for long. You didn't communicate with him much, thinking it was just morning grumpiness and it would pass. Fasten your apron and walk into the kitchen, suddenly poking your head out and asking, have you had breakfast? No. Do you want to make breakfast? Su Jinghan stood up, leaned against the kitchen door, looking at you inside. This younger brother is really handsome. The apron can't even cover your good looks. It's really nice to see a handsome guy in the morning. On the contrary, you feel very uncomfortable. You want to say if you want to eat, go outside and wait. Why stand at the door and look at yourself? But when breakfast was ready, I didn't say anything. Eating, you didn't rush to the sofa with Su Jinghan, but moved a stool to sit next to her, poured yourself a bowl of porridge, lowered your head to eat bread and porridge, completely ignoring the beauty beside you. Su Jinghan stared at you. With her status, someone always served her food, But the man in front of her only cared about his own meal, ignoring her as she remained motionless. You look up at Su Jinghan. Don't you like it? Su Jinghan ignored you, picked up a piece by herself, took a bite. The juice filled her mouth. The meat's freshness matched with the fragrance of the shallots just right. She couldn't help but take another box. Didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Su Jinghan didn't hesitate to praise you. Better than the professional chefs invited at home. You waved apologetically, insisting on working in a restaurant before. Su Jinghan inexplicably thought of your experience investigated last night. Just insisting on working in a small restaurant for a month. You could improve your cooking skills to this level. Very talented. The two quickly finished their first breakfast together, most of which were eaten by Su Jinghan. She didn't even let go of the last bite of porridge. It's already 8 o'clock. Looking at Su Jinghan sitting on the sofa, you ask softly, don't you need to go to work? No. Su Jinghan shook her head. Only slept for 3 or 4 hours last night. Now full and drink enough, but sleepy instead. The company has long been on track. She can skip a day without any problem. You groaned, got up and went out to buy groceries. You didn't live extravagantly after becoming rich overnight, but you couldn't compromise on food. When you got back home, you found Su Jinghan really asleep. People who wake up with morning breath should be angry if they are disturbed, right? So you quietly took a blanket from the room and covered her with it. You went back to the room and fell into a deep sleep. When Su Jinghan woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. She had a beautiful dream, feeling relaxed and happy in the dream. This was the most comfortable sleep she had in 3 years, making her somewhat paralyzed and unwilling to wake up. Sitting on the sofa, she stretched lazily, her graceful figure on full display, holding a blanket in her hand. Su Jinghan couldn't help but sniff it at the tip of her nose. It's this taste that makes people feel at ease and unable to stop. She buried her whole face in the blanket, greedily inhaling. She folded the blanket and walked to the door of your room. Her hand that was about to knock suddenly froze in the air. It's broad daylight. He shouldn't be home, right? How about returning it to him at night? The sweetness in the dream comes from the fragrance emanating from the blanket. How about returning it to him tomorrow? So this blanket was taken back to her room by Su Jinghan, who has been treating insomnia for a long time. She will try again tonight. As for being discovered by you, she doesn't care. After a good sleep, Su Jinghan rarely drove happily to the company. You stretched lazily after sleeping until the afternoon. Who wakes up not feeling happy? Morning grumpiness is non-existent for you who don't have to work. You swagger out of the room. The living room is indeed empty. Su Jinghan, who went back to sleep, has already left. Not sure if she's late for work, but this rich second generation probably doesn't care. Your eyes glance at the sofa. The person is gone. But after searching around the house, the blanket is nowhere to be found. Forget it. Enjoy the rare bliss of being alone at home. Washing vegetables. The sound of the door opening. His entire body stiffened. This is back. He sheepishly glanced at the rice cooker. Fortunately enough to cook enough rice. Otherwise the meal would be embarrassing. Although he can carry it to his room to eat. But in the future, he really won't have to see Su Jinghan in the future. The embarrassment disease will be committed. Probing out his head to sneak a peek. Who knows, Su Jinghan happened to also look over. Instantly 4 eyes. Mu Xian immediately had a feeling of being caught in adultery. Goosebumps all over his body rose. You're back. When will he talk to the opposite sex without trembling in his voice? This life is probably hopeless to get off the hook. Listening to Mu Xian's words, Su Jinghan suddenly had the illusion that the scene was like the little husband was waiting for his return at home, which inexplicably felt wonderful. Choosing not to work overtime to come back for dinner today was the right thing to do. What's for dinner tonight? Su Jinghan threw her bag onto the sofa and leaned against the kitchen doorway to look at him. I'll go. Mu Xian felt his heart jump to his throat for a split second. Why is this woman leaning over again? Isn't it just cooking? Is there a need to be so curious? He really hated to do things when someone behind him watching him. A word, such as on in the back. Feel uncomfortable everywhere. If this time again someone came up to point a little, would heart can really blow up? He now feels his hands shivering. Chopper cannot hold steady. Make a braised lion's head, sweet and sour pork, and a vegetarian dish. Okay, told you. Get going. Mu Xian's mental activity was more churning than the oil in the pan that was heating up. Today he deliberately added one more dish. Usually one person to eat is a meat and a vegetarian. 2 people will add a meat dish. At most add a la. And then more can be to eat him poor. I don't know if it's to Su Jinghan's liking. Does she like meat or does she like veggies? I don't know if it's to Su Jinghan's liking. Does she like meat or vegetarian food? Why am I thinking about her again? Let me help you. Su Jinghan took the dishes from Mu Xian's hands and carried them to the table to add 2 more bowls of rice over. She had long been impatient. Standing at the door of the kitchen she could already smell the aroma. The color was even more seductive. She didn't need to think that it was delicious. The first bite, Su Jinghan's eyes lit up. This is also too delicious party. Unconsciously, the speed of the food was faster. Woodheart sitting aside action although some rushed. Inner tension gradually calm. So, food does not speak bed. We eat each do not have any communication. But why did she clip the food action so frankly and confidently? Muexian's chopsticks don't dare to stay in the plate more. Raised his eyes to lock the target. Swift as the wind. Clamped and then immediately retracted. Low head planing rice. However, Su Jinghan had already eaten 2 or 3 bites. Is this my cooking or not? Muexian dared to be angry. And finally had to ask with concern. Are you full? Most of the 3 dishes were eaten by Su Jinghan alone. Okay? Why so humble? Su Jinghan leaned on the sofa with a contented expression. Looking like she was definitely full. Maybe even a little propped up. As soon as Muexian took a look at her appearance, he knew that he would have to wash the bowls himself today. How could a rich second generation have the habit of washing dishes? They don't even eat at home. Su Jinghan looked at Muexian's back. She also realized that today's self was different from usual. That if anything, the distance to interact with people disappeared, causing her to look a little uneducated today. Everything was because Woodheart's cooking was so delicious. Brother, did sister eat too much? Following behind Muexian, she leaned against the kitchen door. Muexian's heart skipped a beat. This woman is here again. Cooking you watch even if it's not enough. Washing a bowl you also want to watch. She should be arrested and brought in to let her wash the dishes. Just think about it. Muexian didn't dare. How come? Sister grows so tall. Naturally I need to eat more. As far as Woodheart's character is concerned, even if he did eat too much, he wouldn't dare to say it. Damn, how do I call her elder sister? Will she feel like she has no sense of proportion? But elder sister is the one who said it herself. Right. Finished. To be scolded. I don't dare to look at Su Jinghan. My hands move faster. I just want to finish it quickly and hide in my own small black room. So cute. Su Jinghan watched Muexian's small movements. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up a smile. A little want to rush up to hug him. How to do? Where does brother work now? Although she had investigated Muexian, there were some things it was better to ask. I'm still a student. I haven't found an internship yet. Woodheart is very dry to say. I can tell you that I am writing a net article. On that broken name. On the spot social death rhythm. I really do not know why I took such a sympathy name at that time. As for the novels he writes, he also does not want Su Jinghan to read them. She is too close to himself. And Muexian will feel that the way she looks at herself is a kind of ridicule. Lightspeed put away the dishes and wiped the kitchen clean. Sister, I'll go back to my room first. Slamming the door with a bang. Muexian leaned against the door. He was already sweating. God knows how much he dreaded the exchange between himself and Su Jinghan inside. He wasn't a good person at finding topics of conversation, and staying for a few more moments of awkwardness would suffocate him. By the way, the blanket hadn't been requested back yet. He didn't have the courage to open the door, hypnotizing himself in his mind. It was originally my thing. What's wrong with me going to ask for it back? I can do it. Having just given himself a boost. Outside the door looking at Muexian's fleeing figure, Su Jinghan blinked her eyes and laughed out loud. The more you look at it, the cuter it gets. Muexian was instantly deflated. The heart that had been put down once again hung in her throat. Don't knock on the door. Don't knock on the door. Don't ever knock on the door. I don't want the blanket. It's yours. After a long time he heard the sound of the door closing in the next room and he settled down. Next door was Su Jinghan's bedroom. Collapsed on the bed. Completely quiet to code. Can only pull out the phone to read the net article. Let me see what are the types of the recent explosion. Sick Jiao? Well. Never seen it. Can't write it. Muexian decisively gave up following the trend. Not an area he was familiar with. Su Jinghan changed into her pajamas, held up the blanket that was placed on the bed, and inhaled it fiercely, and the flavor seemed to be a little light. She revealed an unsatisfied expression, raised her eyes and looked at the next room, as if she was able to look through the wall and see the person behind her. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes. Should she tie her brother over? A coolness runs through the wooden heart, and the raised cell phone falls and smashes on the face. There was a murderous aura. Ha! Thinking too much. The rule of law society. There are still people who have a hand in their own almost disappeared in the world. Figure what $10 million, you say? Even his college roommate did not know about this matter. Other friends? Woodheart no. Even classmates some are not familiar. Play the game. So open the computer to open a custom. 22 years old in the game world already belongs to the old man. Match has been afraid to play. Ranked even more afraid to touch. For fear of teammates spray themselves. Like wooden heart, this kind of social terrorism. Cursing people have to consider half a day to use what words. for fear of really hurt each other. So it can only be in the human machine. Gaga mess kill. 100 heads achievement reached. Exit the game. Code words. Crackling keyboard sound. Wooden heart suddenly froze. The sound will not be too loud. Noisy roommate rest. Pursed his lips to think. Gathered courage and determination to take out the keyboard that was eliminated before. There is no sound. It is just too poor feel. For an hour, Muxin wrote down 500 words. You ask why his hand speed is so slow. Of course, because it's touching the fish. The author who can't touch the fish is not a good code bacteria. He slid his finger across the screen. There is no good location for the house. Yes, he couldn't resist changing houses already. Taking a broad look, there were only period houses near the school. This thing was now like gambling. At any time it could be full of losses. Muxin would rather re-rent a house, but also impossible to buy a period house. The current house is 100,000 miles away from the school. Think about going back to the school in the future like fetching scriptures, driving for an hour and then getting stuck in traffic for half an hour on the road. This kind of day you kill me. I'm going to have to rent a room. And this time I'm definitely going to rent a whole room. So there's no way I'm going to have a roommate. All problems stem from shared roommates. Put down the cell phone and began to code words. A night of 500 words, no way, and readers greatly account for So would heart firepower. Hand speed soared. In the morning before 2 o'clock to write 8,000 words. Leaving a paragraph of the author's words, treasure children. The author of Bacteria the day after school. Down jet lag. Today only 8,000. Bowsy, this kind of name in life do not dare to say. But on the network you know who I am. Dare to have an opinion. Banning pull black plus delete. There is no need to go to the school is going to start. Although just a report will. But he has to try to pretend to be a transparent person. Nay, face value is there. He can only pretend to be high and cold to avoid all socializing. Turn off the light and go to bed. Next door, Su Jinghan had already fallen asleep, cuddling with Muxin's blanket, falling asleep before 12 for the first time in an unprecedented 3 years. The next day, Woodhart woke up at 9 in the morning, which was the latest day he had gotten up since he had been on vacation for 2 months. No, it should be the earliest day. Usually get up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Opening the door and going out happily, he saw Su Jinghan sitting on the sofa, body as stiff. Why is she still at home? This woman does not need to go to work. As a rich second generation also need the minimum work ethic. At least go to the roll call to sign in and then in the swing. In other words, is it too late for me to turn around and go back? Woodhart quietly lowered his head, while Su Jinghan did not find himself. A small move, not hair, to hide back inside the room to go. Brother, you got up a little late today. Body shuddered. This woman voice how like a ghost. Woodhart, scratching his head, turned around and squeezed out a smile. School starts tomorrow, and there is nothing today. Just rely on the bed, does not want to remember. Hiding was probably out of the question. Today was another day to regret having a roommate. That's right. No school and no work. No need to get up too early. That froze Mushin, feeling like he should say something back to her and realizing he didn't know what to say. He'd said socializing was a pain in the ass. Couldn't he just be a strange roommate living in the same house? He fumbled his way to the kitchen with his head down and his back against the wall. Have you had breakfast yet? I'll go make dinner. Never answer me. Hurry up and do your thing. Then it's hard work for you. Muxin, Blanche. Su Jinghan slept well last night, hugging Muxin's blanket. She set an alarm for the same time as she woke up yesterday, just so she could have breakfast with Muxin. Only one day yesterday. She couldn't forget Muxin's cooking, but she didn't see anyone. She chose not to go to work at the company but also to wait at home just so she could have the breakfast made by Kasumi. And it turned out that he didn't get up. Muxin hid into the kitchen and rubbed his face to relax himself. What the hell is going on? He knew he was socially terrified and not good at human communication, but not so much that he spoke with a sense of fear in his heart. Unless Su Jinghan was a superior person. For example, when Muxin was facing his teacher, when he was facing his boss, and when he was facing people whose status was higher than his own. He always kept his head down, didn't dare to look directly into each other's eyes, and spoke with a trembling voice. If this is really the case, the shared life is miserable, just like now. He walked out of the kitchen with his head lowered, passed through the living room, and walked into the toilet, not daring to look at Su Jinghan the entire time. Yet, he was able to feel Su Jinghan's gaze. It was too hot. Forget that he just woke up and did not wash up. If there is no a book out of poverty brilliant, he is only a pair of stinky skin. Although now rich, but the face is still to be. You have to look at yourself, too. I'll wash my face and brush my teeth first, and now I'll go cook noodles. Coming out and meeting Su Jinghan's gaze again, he knew Su Jinghan was looking at him, but his eyes just wanted to confirm it and then fell away. Behind him, Su Jinghan's laughter made his legs weak. Sister, let me go. Su Jinghan, on the other hand, her eyes curved. This is too cute. Last night, Mu Xian's blanket made her sleep comfortably, and now the more she looks at Mu Xian, the more she looks at him, the more she likes him. Breakfast: simply eat a bowl of noodles. Leek and egg sauce. The essence of good or bad food is all in the sauce. Anyway, Su Jinghan ate very flavorful. 3 to 5 minutes to finish a large bowl of noodles. There is a feeling of unfulfilled. In other words, so able to eat, not afraid to grow fat, although you really beautiful, but also cannot be so right. Sooner or later fat into a ball married out. Mu Xian dared to be angry. Su Jinghan ate happily, but he did not feel good. There is a person sitting beside himself, or a woman. He ate noodles have become much more civilized. Restaurant work: the time he has seen some pretentious people, a little thing on the line, show their so-called elegance. In the face of a second generation of rich people, the wooden heart is even more unable to get their minds. Bitter himself, eating noodles without making a sound. The flavor is less than half. Today's noodles didn't feel as good as the previous ones. Brother, come sit here. Mu Xian washed the 2 bowls by hand, and when he came out, he saw Su Jinghan patting the side of himself, asking him to go over. This, looking at Su Jinghan's gaze, Mu Xian hesitated for a moment to walk over. Readers greatly forgive the small author. I am not going to go to the yard. I cannot help it. Su Jinghan pulled the wooden heart wrist and grabbed him to sit beside himself. I'm not going to go to the hospital. I'm going to go to the hospital. Before waiting for Mu Xian to sigh, his whole body bumped into Su Jinghan, and the 2 people were arm to arm. Right. 2. Sorry. He panicked and moved his butt to vacate a distance. It was clearly not his fault, but why apologize? It's a habit. Like a schoolboy who had made a mistake. Both hands on his thighs, both arms clenched. Pitiful. It was only when he arrived at Su Jinghan's side that he felt how terrifying it was. The aura between her hands and feet made Mu Xian feel suffocated. Completely 2 worlds of people. Why would they become shared roommates? Su Jinghan's nose sniffed lightly, pulling Mu Xian over to cause a gust of wind, carrying his unique body odor, which is completely incomparable to the blanket, and the idea of wanting to tie him to the bed became even stronger. Looking at the wooden heart anxious appearance. You are so afraid of me? No. No. Saying this with his mouth, Mu Xian's body was honest and leaned away again. Noticed this action. Su Jinghan's eyes flashed a trace of bad. As the richest Su family princess, do not know how many people want to sit beside themselves. At least not less than a hand of people, because sitting beside themselves was beaten. The result of wood heart is good. The opportunity is in front of the white miss. Wood heart said, this blessing we cannot enjoy. Su Jinghan tugged on Mu Xian and pulled him back. He can't afford to enjoy it, but he has to enjoy it. Would heart feel so weak? How to say is nearly 1.8 people. In front of her like a toy. How can she strength so big? Clothes hidden under the will not be King Kong Barbie it. Eyes slightly slanted. In early spring in March, Su Jinghan wore long sleeves and could not see. He obediently sat next to Su Jinghan, not daring to move. The devil knows that if he is taken back again, he will be beaten by her. He is alone and lonely, and no one will come to rescue him if he is whipped by her with a small whip. So bear with it. Brother found a place of internship? Do you want sister to introduce you? Su Jinghan has thought well. Pull him to their own company. Do not have to do anything. In their own office as a mascot. Food and housing wages want to how much. So work off all the time to see him. Gorgeous. Would heart of course refused. Find a good. No need to trouble sister. Since ancient times, human debt is the most difficult to return. Who knows if she is not cheating herself to go to karma waste. These days, know the face of the people, do not know the heart. The psychological darkness of too many people. He has millions of dollars in hand. Working is impossible to work. This life is impossible. Surprisingly, he rejected himself again. Su Jinghan found that he was a little ungrateful. How many people squeeze their heads every year after graduation want to enter the Jingxing group to work? And now this opportunity is right in front of his eyes. And he rejected it. So it's better to just do it and tie him back. Doesn't sister need to go to work? Probably because he was used to calling his sister. Mu Xian's current address to Su Jinghan was just like this. He had never liked to call out other people's full name. When the full name appeared, it must be a very formal matter behind it. And the atmosphere would become tense in an instant. Having called sister so many times, it wasn't bad this time or two. Waiting for Su Jinghan to stop herself was fine. But by that time, Mu Xian was also ready to leave. Today is Saturday. Su Jinghan was depressed. How much this guy didn't want to see himself. Mu Xin, heaven and earth. Woodheart was just dreading the current exchange. He and Su Jinghan had only been sharing a room for 2 days and were complete strangers. And he really didn't know that today is Saturday. As a code mushroom there are no weekends. The Olish readers are still waiting. Mu Xin sat on the sofa and counted the seconds. It was his unique way of easing the awkwardness, immersing himself in his own world, pretending to be a little transparent so no one would notice him. Reading seconds was quite useful when there was a gathering of multiple people. Now that there were only 2 people, it wasn't too effective. Besides, Su Jinghan is scheming against him. Su Jinghan asked, "Do you have any plans for later? Give him another chance. It's not time to make a move to tie him back. To code later. Well, buy groceries." Quickly changing his words, there was no way that Mu Xian would let Su Jinghan know that he was writing a novel. Not in this lifetime. Saying that, he stood up. "I'll go first." Finally, he could put an end to the fearful way of communication. "Wait." Su Jinghan stood up. How could he let the fat meat on the edge of his mouth escape? "It just so happens that I don't have anything to do, so I'll accompany you." "What? I didn't hear it wrong." Would heart to cry. 2 people walking on the road do not need to chat. Chat what first not to say. The public of others to listen to. Think of those strange eyes. My God. Out of the Earth's rocket ticket still have it. Expedite to me, eh? He didn't have a chance to retort. Su Jinghan had already gone back to her room to change her clothes, leaving Mu Xian with the sound of the door slamming heavily. Su Jinghan rummaged through her clothes. One after another was thrown on the bed by her. When a woman valued this outing, she would surely be immersed in a tangle of searching for her clothes. Obviously they were all perfect, but it seemed like every piece was almost meaningful. She wanted to dress sexy and take Woodheart straight away, but she was afraid of scaring the sociopathic little friend. She felt that the chopper suit would mostly backfire in front of Woodheart. Not that he wouldn't be impressed. The decision after being impressed would definitely be to run away. And she didn't seem to have a chopper suit in her closet. Need to buy a few clothes now. Su Jinghan finally chose the mature imperial sister style, which was supposed to be her own style, and it was most effective in dealing with these kids. Long time waiting. Opening the door, she found that Mu Xian was already sitting on the sofa, looking like she had been waiting for some time. Only when she took a good look at Mushin's outfit, she cried and laughed, only to see that Mushin was wearing a black duck tongue cap on her head, the brim of which was pressed down so that she couldn't see her eyes, a black mask covering her mouth and nose, and a stand-up jacket encircling her neck, so that it could be said that the whole person had no exposed places except for her hands. This is what hard weekdays go out dress up. Stealth flow. No, this set doesn't look good. Su Jinghan was very dissatisfied. Although would Heart's body with this outfit cool, but that handsome face why cover up? They cannot see La, and walk together with themselves. I am afraid that will be taken by passers-by as a perverted stalker. At the door of Mu Xian's room, he was pulled by Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan pointed to the door lock. Password. Mu Xian scratched his head. So bright and square? Or you can turn your head and go over there for a bit. He would not forget that Su Jinghan was a hooligan. His own blanket had not been returned yet. It was probably a bad thing. Su Jinghan looked like she didn't read his eyes. Just to take this moment to get the password to Mu Xian's room and enter the room to kidnap. Mu Xian moved her feet and her fingers quickly pressed the password. The enemy had already pushed the base. It couldn't be retreating. The social terrorists had to stand up. Su Jinghan did not see the password and only knew the 6 digits. The eyes staring at his back changed. Are their own people? But still dare to have a small secret. For the time being, let me spare you. In the future, all of them will make you say it. Mu Xian's room is simple and clean. Su Jinghan nodded with satisfaction. The most satisfying thing for her is that the whole room is scented with the fragrance of Mu Xian's body, which makes her fond of it, and she wants to live here forever. There weren't many clothes in Mu Xian's closet. It was all the usual sporty style with a single color tone, clean but a bit old. The clothes in the closet Mu Xian has been wearing for at least 4 years. They were all bought when he just got into college, and his height and weight have not changed in the past few years, so he can't afford to throw them away. Su Jinghan touched the material of the clothes. Hands on no or some not more than $100 of cheap goods. Their baby brother how can wear these? Give him to buy the most expensive. Would Heart himself is what he feels. Childhood hard life is used to. Long ago do not care about these. Can wear on the line. He did not find $9.9 postal, or these are too expensive in the closet. This is uniquely belongs to the Wood Heart this millionaire's upbringing. Su Jinghan casually choose a set of looks to show youthful vitality, belonging to the age of 22 years of this age of handsome to show out. As for seducing over the warbler, she can solve. Taking the clothes, surprised to look at Su Jinghan. Words you do not go out. Do not want me to remind you? Who knows? Su Jinghan saw that Mu Xian did not move, but also wanted to directly on the hand to help him change clothes. Frightened, Mu Xian hurriedly pushed her out. Almost chastity is not guaranteed. Su Jinghan stood in the doorway, slightly sick in her eyes. Sooner or later, she had to display it in front of herself. What was the shyness? Mu Xian quickly changed his clothes and walked out the door. Su Jinghan stepped forward to take hold of Woodheart arm. This can be Woodheart shocked. Subconsciously break away to touch a touch of soft. Instantly blush up. Cough. This sister. Men and women are not kissed. Crossing the line. Since the beginning of remembering, very few people had touched Mu Xian's body. Even hooking up between good friends had never happened. Let alone contact with the opposite sex. Although it felt good, Mu Xian knew it was not something she could covet. Just by looking at her temperament, she knew that Su Jinghan was not a match for herself. However, Su Jinghan was very dissatisfied. After 25 years, it was rare for someone to appear who made her heart flutter. How could she let him get away? Forcibly tugging on his arm and pulling him out of the house. Her strength is so strong. The door to the room was still open. The headphones were still on the computer desk. To be honest, going out without headphones would kill you. Mu Xian felt the most attention in his life. The moment they went out the door they attracted everyone's attention. He witnessed someone bumping into a streetlight in order to look back at Su Jinghan. He admitted that Su Jinghan was beautiful and had an excellent temperament, but there was really no need to stare like that. Mu Xian wanted to escape so badly, but he couldn't. The arm was held tightly by Su Jinghan. After trying to pull it out, she unexpectedly hugged her tighter and tighter, and Mu Xian was able to touch parts that shouldn't be touched with just a slight movement. What the hell did she grow up eating? How did she have so much strength? It seems to be big there too. Woodheart was growling inside. God! Come someone to collect this demon girl. Silence is another Conchiao. Woodheart lowered his head. This moment is the prelude to say goodbye to the earth. Such as puppets generally let Su Jinghan pull. He urgently need Primitive out of the door set. He needs to save his life headphones. Brother, let's buy this back how? Aha! Brother, can you do this one? Aha! Su Jinghan was like coming to the supermarket for the first time. He wanted to buy this and that, and hated to empty the whole supermarket. This was the life of the rich second generation. Mu Xian replied carelessly. He was already thinking about how to get out of it. He is a silent person, but not a fool, maybe because always like to stay outside the bureau. He is a person who sees people very accurately. In terms of Su Jinghan's maneuvers down the line, he was by no means a simple rich second generation. It was not likely that someone's pocket money for a month was their entire savings in this life. Su Jinghan really wasn't an ordinary second-generation rich person. She did not have the idea of showing off her wealth. Her daily life was just like this. She just wanted to eat the meals made by Mu Xian. Mu Xian looked at the cart that already had 6 dishes in it. Sister, there's really no need to buy so many. They won't be fresh tomorrow. 6 dishes. It was hard enough to be able to finish them all today. Tomorrow we'll start school. No surprise that the lunch meal will be eaten in the cafeteria. Dinner will be solved on the way back. Wait until Monday, these dishes are wilted. Mu Xian prefers to eat fresh vegetables. More, Su Jinghan scanned the shopping cart. It did seem like a bit. Listen to this as human words? Is this human talk? Even when Mu Xian became a multi-millionaire, a meal was only 2 dishes. Then let's go. Su Jinghan pulled Mu Xian to leave the supermarket. Finally over. Mu Xian at this moment want to look up to the sky and shout. Finally can return to that let himself feel comfortable a dozen square meters of small room. Your yards of bacteria back. Who knows? Su Jinghan suddenly said. We'll come back tomorrow. Mu Xian? You still want to have tomorrow. This is to rely on yourself. Silence is in the other Conchiao. Goodbye to my 10 square meters of small nest that I have lived for a year and a half. Tomorrow I will sail away. The money was paid by Su Jinghan. Woodheart did not stop. Once upon a time the straightened life made him a little stingy. Some greedy for small advantages. He himself cooks for her, and it is not too much for her to pay for a day of food, right? In the afternoon. Woodheart hiding in their own small room? Tonight cannot stay up late. Tomorrow and do not know when to come back. Today need to leave some deposit. Sitting in front of the computer desk crackling typing. It is precisely when immersed in it. Knocking on the door at an inopportune time. Family I really will thank. How come it came at such a bad time? When this feeling breaks, odds are that it will never be picked up again today. Do you know that every day just rely on this time to code words? Not to mention the efficiency, the quality of the chapters written is okay. Get up and go to the door. If Su Jinghan didn't know he was at home, he would have put down everything in his hands, pretended that there was no one at home, and waited for the person outside the door to leave. Unfortunately, this trick doesn't work now. Su Jinghan is watching herself enter the room. What's wrong? The door to the room opened a crack, and Mu Xian's body happened to block it, not allowing Su Jinghan to see inside. The sneaky appearance could not help but make Su Jinghan think wrongly. Are you doing something bad? Don't all young boys at this age like to watch shy things in front of the computer? Her man couldn't do these things unless he had himself around to help him. Mu Xian's eyes widened. I'm not. You're bloodthirsty. A man will only be full of small pornography when he is poor. Nay. At that time, Muxian was so poor that he did not have time to watch small pornography. As the ancient saying goes, the essence of sufficient does not think of lust. Woodhart never thought about those things. He knew how important abstinence was to someone who was on the move. You let me go in and check. Su Jinghan placed her palm on Muxian's chest and pushed him in. Big sister, pay attention to your identity. Muxian had already been pushed down on the bed by her. What do you want to do? No, even if this is the case we will not be happy. Su Jinghan said, a strong twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst. She turned to look at the computer with the screen lit up, walked over and sat on the computer chair, her palm reaching for the mouse. No can do. Muxian jumped down from the bed. What social fear at this moment does not exist. The computer, although there is no small pornography, but at the moment the page is exactly the novel code page, with their own pen name. With the speed of a 100-meter sprint, he held down Su Jinghan's hand. What is the difference between men and women? Fuck him. Are about to not survive on Earth. Muxian bent over, his hand holding Su Jinghan's hand, his handsome face 3 inches short of clinging to Su Jinghan's face. This posture was inexplicably ambiguous. Su Jinghan's other hand slid on his jaw. How could he let go when he took the initiative to approach himself for the first time? Wouldn't really be doing something bad. Right. It's fine. I can understand. Just change it in the future. She couldn't accept that Mushin was doing shy things in front of those people she didn't know in the screen, and only with herself from now on. Good girl. Let me see. This woman was a demonic spirit, soft and hard. Muxian's body instantly softened, and somehow managed to lift the hand that was pressing down on Su Jinghan. It's good. There's no weird stuff. Muxian's computer was very clean. On the desktop, in addition to the system's own software, there was only one game software and one music software left. It was almost like a new computer. Probably just narrowed down the page. Are you writing a novel? Su Jinghan has known for a long time. Still cannot help but open the main page of the author's workbench. Overbearing sister's sociopathic brother. Su Jinghan gently read out. Is this writing about the two of us? No. The speed of Muxian's hand swinging is not even comparable to the person shaking the flower hand in the bar. Recently, the platform is popular for this kind of text. I followed the trend and wrote it. Why did you read out the name Ah? And read it out in front of yourself? Public execution? Would family tiny baby? Would heart really exploded? Don't read out this broken pen name Ah. Quick! Have you found a planet other than Earth suitable for human survival? The Earth no longer belongs to my place. Goodbye readers. Tonight the author fungus is going to sail away. Don't miss me. This night, Muxian had a dream. He actually dreamed that Su Jinghan called himself a little baby, and still in full view. That moment, all the eyes fell on him, like a fiery laser, was bound to melt his whole person. Jerked out of bed, sweating profusely, opened the phone to see. It was only 6 o'clock. The new semester began to report to the earliest 9 o'clock, the latest 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In fact, it is stamped on the student ID card, indicating that they came this semester, and then each went back to work. Took a shower to calm down. Muxian felt that according to Su Jinghan's character, the things in the dream would happen sooner or later, and regardless of the time, he hurried to the school, not even eating breakfast. Su Jinghan woke up around 8 o'clock in the morning. Yesterday's sleep wasn't good. The smell remaining on the blanket was getting thinner and thinner. She needed to bury her face in it to smell it. Nearly lost sleep again. Getting up and tying up her brother to go. There was no one in the living room. Muxian's room was tightly closed. Su Jinghan's eyes were lowered. Didn't she just say to him yesterday to go to bed early and get up early? And today she slept in again. She knocked on the door of Muxian's room. No one answered. Sleeping so deeply, doesn't it mean that it will be more convenient to do something to him in a while? Sit on the sofa and wait. Waiting for her brother to get up to cook for her. But waited until 9:30. Wooden Heart did not come out. How can there be anyone? Wooden Heart in the road to buy a few buns has now gone to the dormitory. That he has been a year and a half has not been in the residence of the dormitory. In order to free up the 4th year of the free period of internships, sophomore and junior time is arranged very full. Almost every day morning 6 o'clock at night to go back to the dormitory. Leaving the Wood Heart word time is only night. As we all know, the social fear of Wooden Heart is the most afraid of exposing themselves. So in the dormitory not only uncomfortable words, but also afraid of the night noisy sleeping roommates. So after the novel results some upturn, he chose to move out of the dormitory to rent a house. In this way no one will find his broken pen name. Who would have thought that came a shared roommate Su Jinghan? A few days together. Wood Heart on Su Jinghan identity also has a certain guess. She is probably a certain tired of clothes to the hands of food to the mouth of the villa life of the rich second generation, left home to experience life. As for her attitude towards herself, she should have fallen in love with herself. Muxin didn't think that was love. The shelf life of love was 4 months. If she was still interested in you after 4 months, only then was it called true love. At the moment, Su Jinghan was just interested in sex, and when that energy began to fade, that liking for Muxin would dissipate. Even though Su Jinghan was really beautiful, Muxin kept telling himself in his heart that he absolutely could not fall into it. The gap between the two sides was too big, and the family behind Su Jinghan would definitely not agree to this marriage. And in the end, it was he who would lose face. If in the end Su Jinghan really fell in love with himself, in order to confront himself and the family, staged a grand family drama. Woodheart is also not good. Muxin disliked causing trouble for others the most. Love starts with the wind. Let the wind stop as soon as possible. Woodheart has stood in the doorway of the dormitory, took out the key to open the door. 4-person dormitory. The other 3 roommates see Woodheart at that moment is surprised. The gods and goddesses are not seen and not seen. The person is unprecedented to go home. Boss Jean Lei stood up and whacked him on the shoulder. You kids still know to come back. I thought you forgot about the brothers. The remaining 2 also stood up to give him a hug. Since the beginning of his junior year, he had not seen this roommate since except for classes. 4 people get along for 2 years. Also are familiar with. College boys' dormitory can have what conflict? Is nothing more than a righteous father and 3 sons. Nothing is a meal. A pack of cigarettes and play a game cannot be resolved. How come? I'm not back. For acquaintances, Woodheart had no fear of interacting with strangers, though he maintained a minimal distance. Woodheart's bed did not have a bunk, so he could only barely take a seat on the stool. It's rare for our 501 dormitory to get together. Why don't we go sign in first and find a place to get together at noon? My treat. Zhao Feng, the second oldest, was the only rich second generation in the dormitory, belonging to the kind that was going to go back and inherit the family business after graduation, and was usually generous. This is probably the last meal. I'll treat. Woodheart now also have money. A period of time ago, busy in the word on, he did not invite his roommates to eat. A few roommates also know the situation of Woodheart. Did not say anything on the mouth, but the Woodheart of his own heart. Seriously, then I'm going to kill you a good meal. The oldest 3 Wang Hao jumped up. Muxin knew that no one took Wang Hao's words seriously. He was usually the most knife-mouthed and tofu-hearted, and when the time came, he would definitely only order the cheapest dishes. Today, let's be the big dog for once, and the dishes will be ordered by themselves. Standing in a long line for an hour and a half before his turn in the 501 dormitory, Zhao Feng grumbled, if I had known, I would have gotten someone to sign for me. There was nothing that money couldn't solve. There was a line anyway, so what's wrong with charging a penny to cover a few more? And that's how he mostly operated in the first few semesters. Just in time. It was dinner time when he got out. Just in time to go eat. Yo, that's a lot of money. Looking at a table of sumptuous dishes, Zhang Lei revealed an exaggerated expression. Do you have enough money? We are all our own people, don't need to care about these things. Don't worry. Making money. Muxin patted his chest. The 3 people in the dormitory know that Woodheart is not the character of pretending to be a big-tail wolf. He said that there must be, and also not polite. The reason for noon. The 4 did not drink, just eating while chatting. 501 dormitory life in the second semester of the 4th semester is very idle. The oldest Jean Lei graduate school, the second Zhao Feng back to the family business. The oldest 3 Wang Hao examined the civil service back to their hometown as a small official. Woodheart by writing novels earned 10 million ready to swing. Woodheart too know their own character. Social software has been played by him into a can uninstall the software. Never someone will take the initiative to find themselves. So, probably today a goodbye he and the other 3 roommates will never contact. I seem to lose a few friends. Really back to the small darkroom disappeared in this world. Suddenly feel a little afraid. It is a sin to shine a light in the darkness. But what is wrong with the light itself? The adult world is the real world. The world was lonely, as Woodheart had learned long ago, and he was ready for it. A meal was eaten dutifully, and Woodheart walked the campus alone. Rongjin University was huge, but in 4 years he had never taken a good look at it, and as a result, he was going to be gone forever in the blink of an eye. For an otaku, it was no longer a place he would come to, politely rejecting all the people who came to ask him for a wee-wee. He walked the campus one last time, enjoying the time alone in the sunshine. He didn't dare to go back to the rental house. Today is Sunday. Su Jinghan is also not working, didn't make her breakfast and lunch, don't know if she will twist down the sky when she sees herself. Behind him a commotion sounded. He turned his head to look at a luxury car drove by, probably that publicist out to pick up girls again. shook his head and paid no attention to it. It was not a life that belonged to himself. He could not do such a thing. Instead, the limo pulled up beside him. The window rolled down. He saw the one person he never wanted to see in his life. She came after him. For not making her breakfast and lunch, she came after him. Was it too late to run away? She will probably just drive herself to death. Sitting on the sofa, Su Jinghan was thinking more and more wrong. It was almost noon. How come there was no movement at all? She but remembered that today Muxian was going to report to school. She shouldn't have forgotten. She got up and knocked on the door once again. Finally, she found the problem. Woodheart can't be already gone. Right. Not even greetings directly left. Su Jinghan a little angry. As if Woodheart this leave never come back. She changed her clothes and pressed the car keys to rush to Rongjin University. She didn't even bother to eat breakfast. Don't think that she didn't know the Rongjin University check-in process, something that could be solved in 3 to 5 minutes. And now that he hadn't come back, he knew that he had gone outside to fool around. Must get him back. So she drove her car and roared all the way to Rongjin University. The university area is very wide. Su Jinghan turned around several times before she found Muxian, who was walking on the campus, and happened to see a female classmate standing beside him. Forcibly resisted the impulse to drive directly into her, and parked next to Muxian. The moment the car stopped, the surroundings were filled with people. Woodheart vaguely able to hear a few voices discussing the extraordinary luxury car, without a $10 or $20 million cannot take down. They all wanted to see what a person with this kind of financial power looked like. The car door opened. Su Jinghan, wrapped in black silk long legs, stepped out in an instant. Woodheart heard the sound of the surrounding inhaling cold air. Sister's legs. Then my life are long. Su Jinghan's figure was a little more perfect than Muxian's. 1 meter 8 tall. The waistline alone came to the position of his ribcage. She wore a red skirt today, with a beige coat on the outside, and on her feet was a pair of small white high-heeled boots. Su Jinghan came in high heels on purpose, and stood half a head taller than him in front of Muxian, with a sense of oppression. Muxian lowered his head. He had to admit that Su Jinghan was really too dazzling. Does anyone know who she is? So it's the one who was looking for the high and cold male god. No wonder he didn't fall in love even after 4 years of being a god in college. It turns out that he already has a master. Muxian could hear the voices around him talking about himself. What kind of image he had in their minds now? Relying on a good-looking skin to eat soft rice. I advise all of you not to be too imaginative. If you have the patience, you guys also go ah. Woodheart lowered his head and stood in silence, not to refute the remarks of the people around him. He has long been accustomed to filtering out the gossip of the people around him. Arguing is not a solution to the problem. The probability that in the end, he will in turn have to apologize and pay for the money. Who let himself just a child that no one wants it? There is no one to support. Just endure it. How is it that you are not the tiny baby of the wooden family? Su Jinghan looked down at the silence of the Woodheart, raised his hand to hold his head to embrace him into the embrace. A solid wave of cleansing milk. Only a moment. The surrounding shouts of shock deafening. How many people want to rush up to kill Woodheart? Replace his position in the arms of this imperial sister. Muxian froze, leaning in Su Jinghan's arms without moving. What in the world does this sister mean? Did it only get to the hand-holding stage yesterday? Is the progress too fast? Sister. Muxian's voice was trembling. His heart was already in his throat. At this moment, if it wasn't for the fact that Su Jinghan was still holding him, he was already too weak in the legs to stand up. 22 years, when has he ever experienced such a thing? Holding hands will blush child where to enjoy such a benefit. How should the people around look at him? The burning breath exhaled from his mouth hit Su Jinghan's delicate skin, and her face reddened. It was the first time a man was this close to her, but hugging him was really comfortable. Woodheart at this time only found Su Jinghan wearing a red dress, chest opened a hole. He did not dare to speak in. Su Jinghan hugging more and more tight. He was afraid that when he spoke his tongue touched should not touch. Little baby, don't be angry with sister. Okay? Yesterday's sister is not good. Su Jinghan's tone was tinged with aggravation. Woodheart already cannot hear what Su Jinghan said. Little baby, this name out. He has thunder in place. Last night's nightmare came true. In the future in the school there is no face. Think about passing by a person who called himself a little baby. Words with teasing and ridicule. Come on. It's too late. Book me on the nearest flight. I need to go now. Tiny baby, from now on, I promise I'll never have a little tantrum with you again. My sister just loves you too much and is afraid of losing you. I missed you today. I didn't eat breakfast or lunch. Gosh, that voice I can see. If not for the fact that Mushin knew everything, he would have really believed it. A woman's mouth deceives a ghost. It's not true at all. I blanch. Bastard ah. Woodheart has already felt the burning sensation of the back. The anger of the melon eaters has reached the extreme. The good cabbages have all been arched by pigs. Sister. Look at me, I am old and obedient. Can't go on like this. Muxin held Su Jinghan's shoulders and raised his head. Looking at the surge that had just been close to him, there was at least a D-bar. Sister, let's go home and talk, okay? Muxin was really afraid. If he didn't leave, he would really be killed. Su Jinghan looked at Muxin aggrievely. Then you have to promise me to go home and make me good food. Muxin fell into Su Jinghan's eyes. That moment even heartache. But he did not do it anymore. It was all a lie she made up. Good. Couldn't care less. Not a single person would believe himself in this situation. He could imagine that he was about to become famous on the school forums. It didn't matter. He didn't look at the forums. It meant that it hadn't happened. Su Jinghan smiled sweetly. Holding Muxin's hand, she opened the car door for him. Muxin ghostly pulled her. Wrapping the beige coat she draped outside tightly, blocking the white exposed in front of her chest. The hell that son of a bitch designed the clothes. Too good and too bad. He gulped as he wrapped the coat tighter, clearly not wanting it, but having to endure the pain. Red cheeks. Too cute, right? Su Jinghan realized that Muxin really blushed easily, more easily shy than a woman herself. Sitting in the co-pilot, Muxin felt that he was just a turd. A multi-million-dollar luxury car, he wouldn't even tie the seatbelt. Usually it is pulled down on it. Did you not eat today? Why can't you pull it down? Su Jinghan sat in the driver's seat, leaning down slowly close to him, fastening his seatbelt for him. Although I don't know why Su Jinghan can pull it, but is she taking advantage of it? Her face is coming up to the bottom of Muxin's neck. Does it really need to be so close? Muxin even felt a momentary sense of wetness. Su Jinghan was happy in her heart. A foot of gas out of the school door and go, leaving only the masses who are still in place to eat melon. Today's melon is too big. The younger brother is really too stupid, pulling the natural because the seatbelt was locked by her. How can you let the younger brother to fasten the seatbelt himself? So dangerous things, of course, to sister to help La. Muxin said it is indeed dangerous. Are being taken advantage of? Would heart think Su Jinghan this person should be sick. The big family spoiled out of the stench. All the way back to catch themselves just to give her cooking. Have this effort, why not order a takeaway or directly outside to eat? Sitting on the sofa next to Su Jinghan, Muxin felt that this was a punishment for himself, a punishment for watching her eat. It couldn't be said that she invited herself to eat with her, but he had just returned from a dinner gathering with a few people from the dormitory, and he had spent money on it, so he must have eaten enough. Alas! Finally, Wooden Heart was able to return to their own small room, collapsed on the bed. Today's social energy, a blanket is overspent. The next few days cannot go out. Code words, bouncing out of bed. The hard-working coding fungus is online. Something comes up tomorrow, Monday, and I need a bit of a deposit. Monday morning, hugging the blanket to sleep, Su Jinghan heard the knock on the door. She was surprised that Muxin would come to wake her up. On the table is already made breakfast. Give him a big hug. Little baby, you're so good. Feeling the softness on her chest, Muxin coughed lightly. Can you not add the word little? A man's damned vanity can't hear the word little. Are you big? Give me Kong Kong. Su Jinghan said, and even went so far as to directly go for it. The corner of Muxin's mouth twitched. This female hooligan. Quickly go wash up. It's cold for a while. Just listen to baby. No little 2 words. Muxin looked at Su Jinghan's back. The corner of his mouth hooked out a helpless smile. Then, as if he had made some kind of determination to withdraw his gaze, without escaping, he sat by the side and accompanied Su Jinghan, as if he was already used to it. But it was clearly only the 3rd day. After eating, it's time to go to work. The offspring of the big families would not be uneducated people. On the contrary, they had been groomed from a young age to be the heirs of the family. Their learning and conversation were extremely high, and Muxin preconceived Su Jinghan as the illegitimate child of one of the big families, or else how could they be so idle? So that's why it's even more important to go to work. She spends a lot of money, without enough financial support. I'm afraid she will go down the wrong path. Su Jinghan did have to go to work. Although the company's various departments have their own beloved to watch, able to run independently, but as the first day of the week, as the president also have to go to see, or employees will think that the company boss ran away at a beautiful breakfast. The mood to work are very good at. You say Su always is not in love? How can it be? Before chasing Su always those people, what is the end? You are not unseen. Keep your voice down. Su Jinghan has money in face, chasing her rich second-generation son of an endless stream. Gone one and come another. She is still single is not without reason. Too violent. Jingxing Group, everyone has seen what happens to Su Jinghan stalker. As a result, no one dares to chase Su Jinghan now. For Su Jinghan's fighting strength, Muxin has a deep understanding. A force of 10. Her strength should be able to hang 10 Muxin. Su Jinghan had heard it all. She didn't want to bother with these people. She really had no feelings for those who proposed to her. Even she herself thought that she was going to end up alone. But it turned out that Muxin appeared. Today's work was light. The workaholic devil unprecedentedly didn't work overtime, and even left early, and drove his limousine home before 5 o'clock. Her little husband was still waiting for her at home, so she wanted to put her foot on the gas. Unfortunately, her little husband was not at home. Su Jinghan opened the door. The house was dark and quiet. Baby? Xiao Mumu? Little heart? Little baby? No one answered. Not at home? It just occurred to me that there wasn't even a single WeChat added between the two of them, much less contact information. She should have added them all yesterday when she couldn't find Wooden Heart. It was all because Wooden Heart's sugar-coated bomb yesterday was so fierce that she forgot about it. Sitting on the sofa waiting for Muxin to come back. This wait was an hour or two. Until 7 o'clock in the evening there was no one in sight. Su Jinghan clenched her fists. It's hard not to go out and look for other little girls again. Thinking of yesterday at school, there are other girls close to Wood Heart. She is angry. A footwell Wood Heart room door kicked open. Inside empty. Long gone. Su Jinghan froze for a moment, where she still did not know that Muxin ran away. She was so hard to find a heartthrob. How could she let her escape too? Fists clenched. Fire in her heart arose for no reason. Dial the phone. Find out where Muxin went? Turning around, he went out the door. This morning, Muxin lay by the window and watched Su Jinghan's car go away, and waited for about half an hour's time. He dialed the landlord's phone number that he had favored yesterday. He had to hurry. He didn't know if Su Jinghan would be back for lunch at noon, and if he was caught in the act, he might not be able to make it late. So he hurriedly packed his things and left. For the sake of confidentiality, he didn't want the last few months of rent. He couldn't let Sister Zhao know that he had changed places. She would give himself away. After the last rental lesson, Wood Heart chose a one-room house. The whole rent is cheaper than a two-room house, but also do not have to worry about roommates. The new home is 2 kilometers away from the original place. For the door does not come out of the 2 doors, do not step forward for the Wooden Heart. It is difficult for someone to find him. Pack up the things. He opened the computer. Moody Yard 6000. Just only used an hour. Sure enough, a quiet environment is the most suitable for work. When that kind of feeling appeared, code words handspeed or fast fly up. In the evening, Muxin opened the door a crack, furtively raised his head and came out. Now it is already time to leave work. Su Jinghan should have found that he left. No one blocked the door. His own trail was not exposed. Casually ate a dinner. Go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients. After all, do it yourself is more in line with the appetite, but also to save a lot of money. Carrying the dishes and humming a little song to go home. Muxin, however, saw an incredible person at the door of the house, standing in the darkness, as if it was a life-threatening ghost. Who was standing at the door if not Su Jinghan? Discovered so quickly. Can't be. Muxin suddenly felt like a bit of a failure. How could he still find himself when he had clearly confirmed over and over again that there were no traces left behind? Can't it be that he was seen when he acted? Wood Heart does not know, but feel that this woman has the potential to be a paparazzi. The future is very good. He pulled down the brim of his hat and acted as if nothing had happened. He wore a robe today. Black hoodie hat has been brought. Black mask, with a Bluetooth headset. The main thing is to walk on the road, cannot hear any caller words. In this way, she should not recognize himself. Bluetooth headset power is sufficient. Enough to stay outside for a period of time. Would Heart turn around and leave? This woman, since confined here, surely know his house door number. Or go out to avoid the wind is better. Stand still. Su Jinghan's somewhat cold voice came. Muxin's entire body trembled. Was this even recognized? Su Jinghan really did not recognize her at first. This sneaky appearance was the same as being a thief. When a faint scent drifted into her nostrils, the unique scent was so familiar. Only then did she realize how similar Muxin's outfit was to the one she had seen the day before. Would Heart slightly pause? Scattered legs to run. Do not know why always feel will be Su Jinghan caught home hanged and beaten. How can he this tender skin suffer? Press the elevator twice. The elevator has gone up / Take the stairs. Just turned around and was caught by Su Jinghan. The advantage of long legs this moment manifested itself. Su Jinghan supported the wall with one hand and walloped Muxin between the 2 elevators. The face was getting closer and closer. Muxin, guessed can't. You're leaning closer and closer. Got to add money. His body tensed, pressing against the wall as if he was going to push the wall behind him down. Lowering his eyebrows and looking at his toes, his face instantly turned red. This distance was so close that he could feel the hot air coming from Su Jinghan's breath, and his blush intensified. Su Jinghan felt that she had inadvertently discovered something funny. Muxin was too easily shy, just like a little girl. obviously with a face that charmed thousands of girls, but still a pure-hearted little virgin. That's what makes it cute, isn't it? The anger from the coming time dissipated, but it was still necessary to put on an act, otherwise he wouldn't learn from his mistakes and would dare to run away next time. Reach out and remove the Bluetooth headset hanging on his ear. Gently remove his mask. The whole process is extremely gentle, but Muxian feels extremely tortured inside. Big sister, you don't want to be like this. You hit me and scolded me, okay? The way I look now makes me feel very upset inside. Su Jinghan's jade hand gently pinched Muxian's chin. Muxian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The two people's current position is not reversed. Su Jinghan being walloped by herself would not be more reasonable. Again, it didn't feel like there was anything wrong. Somehow the thought of this person being Su Jinghan became reasonable. Ding! The elevator arrived at the floor. The elevator door opened. A middle-aged man with a big Mediterranean belly looked at everything incredulously. Holy shit! What kind of sci-fi movie is this? All he could see was the side face of Mushin. Taking a step out, he wanted to see how stunning the man who was walloped by such a stunning beauty would look. Scram! Su Jinghan coldly glared at him. The instant aura was as cold as frost. There was a killing aura. The man shivered and panicked as he pressed the close button to leave. Brother, you seek your own happiness. This kind of tigress brother can't grasp. He can run, but wooden heart cannot. At that moment, the heart of the wooden heart all missed half a beat. He shivered and couldn't say a word clearly. His legs and stomach were trembling. This woman is really a smiling tiger. Just now everything is pretending. Small life, I almost fell into his way. Now her real face is exposed. Cannot really beat me. Thinking about her strength, the wooden heart voice is trembling. Sister, do not hit the face to get it? No one does not care about their own face, especially beautiful people, but also carefully cared for. Would Heart thought of going out tomorrow a few bruises on the face, attracting passers-by to turn back frequently? Reverie about what happened. He did not dare to imagine. If that was the case, it would be impossible to go out in this life. In fact, he also wanted to say, if you cannot hit the second brother. Now that Muxian has money, he still wants to have a peaceful relationship and find someone who loves him to accompany him. Su Jinghan turned his head, his smile unfolded, and his icy, powerful aura disappeared. I knock. Do women change their faces so quickly? However, it had long been deeply imprinted in Muxian's heart, and it only felt like the smile was even creepier now. Su Jinghan's hand on Muxian's chin slowly lifted. Here it comes. Here it comes. She's going to beat me up. Muxian was roaring silently, his insides rolling like waves. Should I fight back? Will I not be able to beat her? No, I am a man. To really up, not necessarily lose. But she is a rich second generation. Injured her behind the family will not find their own trouble. Surely it will. Bastard is not an outsider, can be humiliated. Forget it. Endure it. Would Heart compromise? As long as it does not hit the face and the second brother. Just endure it. It will always pass. He closed his eyes tightly. Fingertips slipped over the face. Would Heart body electric shock general cannot help but tremble. Tightly closed eyelashes are also slightly trembling. Can see that he has been scared to the extreme. Su Jinghan suddenly a little heartbroken. He did not do too much. Brother is about to be scared to tears. Muxian waited for death to come. He felt his fingers slide across his cheeks and around the back of his neck. It's over. She's going to twist her neck. She's going to twist her neck. Resist. I must resist. Then Muxian felt a huge force pulling him up, and opened his eyes to a snow-white neck, and behind him was a jade hand that gently patted himself. Su Jinghan holding him like an aggrieved baby. This. It seems that it is not quite the same as the envisioned plot. Sister. Muxian's voice was weak, with a tremor. Why are you hugging yourself again? The relationship between the two of us has not reached this point. Would Heart is a somewhat old-fashioned person. In his view, some things can only be done with the person who has agreed to a lifelong commitment. Other people belong to the boundary behavior. There are two kinds of social fear. One is fear in the heart, and the other is the high moral standard without background. The former flinches before facing, and the latter is constrained when facing. As it happened, Wooden Heart accounted for both. Let's go home and talk. Su Jinghan took Muxian's hand and walked to the door of his newly rented house. The elevator came up. The up button on this floor was pressed together by Mushin, and she couldn't imagine what Mushin would do when the elevator doors opened and someone was in sight. The only thing she was sure of was that she would definitely hold herself tighter. She could try, but she was afraid she wouldn't be able to stop herself from punching the other woman. It didn't matter if she got hurt or not. She just didn't want to act too violently in front of her brother. It would scare him. Muxian let Su Jinghan pull. Feeling the other party's soft hand, he ghostly pinched it. It was really comfortable. After pinching it, he regretted it. Lowering his head, he knew that Su Jinghan looked back at himself, and it is best to play dumb at such a time. Perhaps it was an accident when Muxin became so bold. Su Jing'an's mouth with a light smile. It is good to have an idea. Otherwise what is the use of their own initiative? Muxin was also surprised. When did he become so bold? Was this still the same self that would shy away from even meeting the eyes of the opposite sex? Open the door. Ayo! Frozen in concentration, Kasumi was awakened. It turned out to be already at the door. To open the door, go in and probably everything will be different. What else can be done now? Open it. He still took a step across to block Su Jinghan. This was his habit. A guarantee for his own safety. However, Su Jinghan was not doing it. The two of us have lived under one roof and hugged together. Why are we still defending ourselves like thieves? Reaching around Muxin's waist, she pressed herself against him from behind, leaning her head on her shoulder. Would heart fingers frozen in the air? Sister, this is not good. In case someone bumps into him, this life will be ruined. What's wrong? Su Jinghan raised her head slightly and came to his ear to whisper. Open the door. The hot air blowing into his ear was like a lightning strike. Muxin was tingling and powerless. His face reddened to the roots of his ears. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. The whole person completely leaned on Su Jinghan. Sister, leaning too close to. One sentence seemed to have drained all his strength. Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows, as if she had discovered the strange switch on her brother's body. She did not continue to tease him. There would be plenty of time for that later. She got up from Muxin's body, and on her way out both her hands also pinched at his abdomen. It seemed to have abs. Pinch it. It really did. Consider it a compensation made by her brother pinching his hand. Tiny baby, open the door. Sister is hungry. She came without eating. Muxin sighed with a bitter smile. She seemed to be really taken by her. Entering the password to open the door to the room. The password was again seen by Su Jinghan. In the future, this secret base would not be safe. A one-room room, except for the outermost door that had a password. The inside rooms were unlocked. Even the bedroom did not have a lock. Just think of Su Jinghan sneaking over at night, entering the password to open the door, sneaking to the side of the bed while he was asleep, pulling out a shiny dagger, and geeing off his waist. How scary. It's a good thing that Muxin codes at night and only sleeps during the day. This routine can't be heard by her. Su Jinghan walked to the sofa with her long legs and sat down. Crossing her legs instantly, Muxin only felt that the screen was full of white. Wearing such a short skirt in the middle of the night, she wasn't afraid of encountering bad people, and remembered Su Jing'an's strength. If it is used in the broken foot, just thinking about it Muxin's legs tightened. And in the future, the posture of kneeling down and admitting mistakes can be familiarized with. This is actually not Su Jing'an's usual style of dressing. Today it is just to hold his younger brother. Close the door. Come here. Su Jinghan suddenly changed her tone, like a visiting queen. Oh. Muxin unexpectedly ghostly closed the door and sat down beside her. He didn't react until he sat down. Su Jing'an's voice seemed to have a kind of magic, making people subconsciously do as they were told. Muxin already had low self-esteem. The dominance in Su Jing'an's body made him fearful, too fearful to make a resistance, and at the same time wanting to get closer. For someone who lacked love since childhood, it was really a sense of security. Tell me, why did you run? Very good. Security is instantly gone. My rent was due. Nonsense. I asked Sister Zhao. Your rent is not due for another 4 months. Su Jinghan now wanted to move her hand to strangle him to death. It's all come to this, still not telling the truth. Thinking about just this one brother. It's better to forget about it. A little bit of tutoring can be used. This. Woodheart did not expect this woman to investigate so clearly. Can't it be that Sister Zhao revealed her whereabouts? Not right. Didn't say anything to her. Now was not the time to think about this. Su Jinghan had obviously reached the edge of anger. If she did not say something, I'm afraid the consequences would be very serious. Su Jinghan was now fond of herself. This point Muxin was sure of. Not so much as to really let himself be cut off, but a small whip serving is also possible. The 36 stratagems of digressing. Sister, aren't you hungry? I'll go and cook for you first. You wait a bit. Saying that, he got up and ran to the kitchen. He wanted to do some delicious food to block Su Jing'an's mouth. Let this matter pass. But he came into the kitchen and was dumbfounded, forgetting that it was not in the previous shared room. There was no cooking utensils here. Only a big iron pot and a cooking pot. The sky is falling. Today this beating is not to be avoided. No, must struggle a bit. He walked back to Su Jinghan and sat down next to her, revealing a very good smile. Sister, I'll invite you out to eat, okay? The tone was extremely humble, with a plea in his eyes. How could Su Jinghan agree? Running over here in the middle of the night and waiting at his door for such a long time. Wasn't it for the sake of eating his brother's handmade meal? You left without a word. My sister was worried that you had an accident and didn't even eat the meal before looking over. You don't even want to cook for my sister now? Would heart, ? I really damned No. This woman in Puaon. Looking at the appearance of Su Jinghan holding her hand, even Muxin, the person in question, almost believed her words. Is this the power of the gentle land? He panicked and waved his hand. No, there is no pot here. Su Jinghan blinked her eyes. Rashly not. The shared side of the kitchenware is complete. The first time renting, Su Jinghan thought that it was equipped. Who had thought that it was all bought back by Muxin little by little? You should go now. Muxin and Su Jinghan stood downstairs. The two of them casually found a small restaurant to settle. After eating Muxin's cooking, Su Jinghan only felt that everywhere else was the same. None of it was good. Su Jinghan walked into the elevator, too full to walk back. The corner of Muxin's mouth twitched. Do you want to hear what you're saying? Just now he had seen it all. Feeding the cat was more than she ate. Thinking about the amount of food the other day, she definitely didn't eat enough. And you are driving here. Entering the password, Su Jinghan swept through the living room and walked into the bedroom. The bed. Muxin had already made it. Her movements were so skillful that she lay on it, not feeling the slightest bit out of place at all. Today, I'll sleep here for the night first. The blanket could no longer let her sleep peacefully. Either she would sleep in Kasumi's room or cuddle with Kasumi. Of course she preferred the latter. Mushin was dumbfounded. Where will I sleep if you sleep here? In order to not have a shared roommate, he purposely rented a one-bedroom house. And now it is good. The roommate is not there. And the bed hitchhiker ran to one. I seem to pit myself. Standing in the doorway, Muxin wondered if there was any way to make her leave. Looking at Su Jinghan lying on the bed, her body and face were so perfect that it was hard for him not to be moved. To be honest, in just 3 days, she was calling in his ears brother long, brother short. Muxin himself had the illusion that he was not really one more sister. It was warm, and it made people fond of it. However, he knew that Su Jinghan's emotion towards himself was by no means a mere sibling. It was more of a love. Perhaps pulling out as early as possible was the way to go. Muxin was really afraid that he would fall deeply into it and not be able to pull himself out. Gritting his teeth, his voice got louder. You sit up. Moved a bench and sat in front of Su Jinghan. Looking at her elegant appearance, Muxin suddenly faltered. What a good sister, but the better she is, the more Muxin feels that she is not worthy of the other party. She is a rich second generation, and she is just a child that no one wants. I'm going to get it out of the way here today. Maybe you don't notice your emotions, but I have to tell you, you're a good person. We're not right for each other. Good guy. Su Jinghan froze, her own high and mighty female president. One day she would be sent a good guy card by a younger brother. If those second-generation sons who had once pursued her heard about this, they would definitely laugh at her behind her back. Why? Su Jinghan was an adult who was even 3 years older than Muxin. What she felt in her own heart she knew very well. Seeing color was the first time she saw Muxin. Curiosity was when she got Muxin's experience. And now it had already turned into thumping heart. Mushin knocked herself on the head. Still really naive. We've only known each other for 3 days. How can there be love? The current you is only love brain on the head. Only to stalk me. Wait until this momentum passes. We are sooner or later to separate. Love brain is a disease. It has to be cured. Muxin used the heaviest tone in his life. His heart was apprehensive and could break at any time. He was still bracing himself. What he had to say wasn't over yet. Look at you now. Crawling straight into my bed. In case I really do something bad to you. There's no use crying when you come to your senses. He was not a person who liked to be nosy in the first place. A person living in this world had long been exhausted. And for everyone else he held the idea of dying a friend of the road. But today this matter involved himself. And he had to say it clearly. In case Su Jinghan backtracked, I'm afraid that he didn't even need the family behind her to make a move. She alone would be able to beat himself down. A gentleman would not stand under a dangerous wall. It was impossible for Muxin to get involved in this mess. Su Jinghan hadn't fallen in love since she was a child. She was very busy in the past, busy studying and managing the company. She didn't have the time to look at other people's love. She only knew that she was happy when she saw Muxin, and she would unconsciously want to smile. And there had never been such a person in 25 years. Are 3 days short? When the right destiny comes, a second of looking at each other can set a lifetime. But sister just wanted to see you. Just wanted to hold you. Every second we were apart sister thought of you. Luckily there was no one else in this room. Rongjin's #1 high-cooled beauty was actually pampering herself. And those who saw it would rather believe that they hadn't woken up from their sleep than believe that what they saw in front of them was real. The sense of contrast had a different flavor. Love brain so horrible? Would heart headache? How to talk to her cannot understand it. Obviously have already 25. Still like a little girl. Not let a person save heart. The family behind her is also really tolerate to let such a little girl to live alone. Thanks to his own is a decent man. Otherwise she will be in trouble. Su Jinghan also had a headache. There were a lot of people obsessed with her beauty. She didn't like those people to have unorthodox thoughts. It was troublesome to move. Now it is not easy to appear a person. How to hope that he is a little shibboleth on their own ideas. But such a gentleman. They are white to give. He not only do not even want to push away. If this news was spread out, how many people would want to hammer Muxin to death, scolding him for not knowing what's good for him? Of course, Su Jinghan was delighted in her heart. Worthy of their own eyes on the person. Character is really good. The other do not care. As long as the person is not bad she will be able to smooth out all the obstacles in the middle. Would heart only need to be obedient to stay by their side on the good. Since Muxin had an idea, she decided to listen to it first. Then what do you say? Would heart suddenly made a mistake. What to do? As if he did not know, alas. He simply does not understand love. Love between lovers and love between family members he does not understand. Well, resting his cheeks in contemplation for a moment. At least it can't be like it is now. It's moving too fast. And only after we get to know each other. He finished and nodded. Right. In regards to love, Mushin had seen it all from inside novels. How to say it? All were the author's fantasies. Fast or slow, reliable or not, all depended on the author's own thoughts. And could not be borrowed into reality at all. But fully understand each other should not be wrong. Su Jinghan was dumbfounded. After holding back half a day to come up with such a sentence. Her brother was really cute. But I'm so tired today. I don't want to move at all. Just sleep tonight. Okay? Su Jinghan was not willing to give up this rare opportunity. The next time there would be no telling when she would get this chance. After sleeping well for a few days, she began to hate insomnia. Yesterday the signs of insomnia vaguely began to appear. It was still the same two options. Either sleep in Mushin's room or cuddle with Mushin. No. Mushin twisted her head around. 2 kilometers down the road. It's a short drive. Just bear with it and go back. This woman was going to put herself at risk? Although holding Su Jinghan is very comfortable. But just can't. Muxin clenched his teeth. Today said nothing to agree to her. Otherwise the next time even more cannot refuse. Don't you shake me. I won't agree even if I'm pampered. Would heart is speechless. A meter 8 imperial sister. Even in front of their own pampering. Take this thing to test the cadre. Who can stand it? Tomorrow I'll get up a little earlier and go over to cook for you. Okay? Just give you a step down. I really can't wave it off. Muxin growled in his heart. Su Jinghan's heart is also bitter at the moment. Not much to say that a pretty girl pampered boys will not be able to resist. Could it be that I'm not pretty? Or you're not a man? Would heart, you bloody mouth. Su Jinghan is really did not expect his first pampering was a failure. Perhaps in the future to see more video contact. She stood up and pulled Muxin up from the stool as well, holding the whole person down on the wall, one finger picking at his chin. Tell sister, can you sleep? What kind of little girl pampering? Su Jinghan would not. For what she wanted to get, she always liked to be tough. Not discussing with Muxin, but informing him, looking at Su Jinghan, whose aura was fully open, and listening to the unquestionable imperial voice. Muxin's throat rolled. Yes. Su Jinghan leaned over and nudged him on the lips. So good. Muxin's weakness she found another one. Eating hard but not soft. In order to live he was selfish, but he had a bottom line, so softening was useless. If Muxin didn't do it, he didn't do it. But he has low self-esteem. Very low self-esteem. And when he encounters a strong attitude, it is difficult for him to take a firm stand. Therefore he was reluctant to go out and socialize. Feeling the warmth on his lips for a moment, Muxin didn't hold back and pursed his lips. So his first kiss was taken away like this by a woman he had only seen for 3 days. It didn't seem to be angry. It should be because of Su Jinghan's face value. Sure enough everyone is a face dog. You. Muxin agreed sparingly. He had just spoken to Su Jinghan for half a day all into a whisper. She was not listening to a single word. Su Jinghan already lying on the bed. Manly man. A word out of a team of horses. He finally as he wished to sleep on the bed of Woodheart. She was already 25 this year. And even if her family hadn't said anything, she knew that the dreaded thing called marriage was going to come. Right now as she was getting the company on track. Having finally found someone she was interested in, how could she possibly put him off when it mattered? As for the family it was easy to handle. As long as the character was good. And the Su family didn't care if Muxin was rich or not. They weren't as rich as the Su family anyway. There was no chance for Muxin to back out now. He didn't doubt that if he forced Su Jinghan to leave, this woman would forcefully tie herself into bed. Take a step back. He returned to the sofa with a set of quilts from the cabinet, and dealt with the night here tonight. Don't persuade me, or you'll get out. Muexian saw Su Jinghan get up and turned around with a strong tone of warning, walking forward to close the door of the room, although it was not locked, but out of sight, out of mind. One's own decent person naturally will not go to open a girl's door in the middle of the night. Su Jinghan did not force Muexian. Cannot force people too tight. Today has already got what he wants, but also know the two weaknesses of Woodheart. In the future there are plenty of opportunities to pinch him. Sleep. She hugged the quilt ecstatic. The quilt is all the residual Woodheart's flavor. This is not considered two people share the same bed. As if it was still almost meaningful. Muexian hadn't slept in her bed and covered her quilt. Su Jinghan lay on the bed and stared at the ceiling. 9 o'clock is too early for modern people. Not a time to sleep at all. Her eyes looked slightly towards the door. She wondered if Muexian would suddenly come in at night. It was hard to say. With her charm being so great, could he really endure it? What if he got confused and went the wrong way last night? So, Su Jinghan prepared to give Woodheart a surprise. She got up and took off her clothes. Did not bring pajamas to only sleep naked. Everything is ready. Just waiting for Woodheart to come in. He. A girl has been seen to the body. You cannot be responsible for it, and then you can take the brother home. Woodheart completely do not know Su Jinghan in the house against his own laid an extremely colorful and extremely vicious bureau. He lay on the sofa. Some cannot sleep. How did things develop into this way? Could it be that the heavens saw that he was too lonely in the first half of his life and descended a fairy sister to accompany him? Some bullshit. Woodheart would rather believe that the fairy jumped on his body. After all, there are 10 million in his pocket. It is normal to be missed. Hey, I hate trouble. Eyes closed, Woodheart in his mind counting sheep. The quality of the sofa is not very good. A little diaphragm bone. He moved and finally found a comfortable position. Gradually fell asleep. Woke up with a jolt. Looked at the cell phone, only 11 o'clock. Slept but an hour. Recently, this is often the case. Before 12 o'clock to sleep will always wake up. Wake up thought the dawn. A look at the time to realize that only 1 or 2 hours. The most disturbing thing is that this 1 or 2 hours of sleep, as if more than a night to relieve tiredness, can no longer sleep. He got up to drink water. Stood in the bedroom doorway. Inside the room was a silk cave, and there was a spider spirit waiting for Mushin to enter. Su Jinghan also woke up. She looked at the door. The two looked at each other through the door of the room, and they could not see each other. Muexian didn't go in. Since he rejected Su Jinghan's offer to sleep with her, he couldn't possibly renege on his offer to go in. He just wondered if Su Jinghan was asleep. He was just wondering if Su Jinghan was asleep. He should be. The bed is so comfortable. Then what are you waiting for? Run. Muexian turned around and hugged the quilt and went out. You can sleep here. Little Master went back to another rental house. Su Jinghan frowned gently, and her eyes that had just closed opened. She seemed to vaguely hear the sound of a door closing. She got up quickly, put on her clothes and opened the door, her silver teeth lightly clenched, and searched the entire house without seeing Muexian's figure. Ran away again. Su Jinghan's face was expressionless, cleaned up and slowly went out. It was already obvious where he could go. It was completely unbelievable that he would run to sleep in a bridge hole. So, there is only one truth. Su Jinghan drove the car, went out to seek Woodheart. Catch him must make him look good. Just shortly after going out, she encountered the star-crossed Muexian. Su Jinghan intentionally lowered her speed. Turtle speed followed behind Muexian. She was still thinking about how to punish Muexian so that the other party could grow a long memory. Then, she realized that it was raining. Muexian regretted a little. He had come out too quickly, shivering in the early spring wilderness in his very thin pajamas and flip-flops on his feet. Fortunately, when he came out, he arrived at a quilt, and was able to wrap it around his body to fight the cold. The sky has its own way. People have their own way. Unlucky time to drink cold water stuffed teeth. A drop of rain fell on the head of the Woodheart. It's raining. Woodheart collapsed. The weather forecast does not seem to say that it will rain tonight. Perhaps in protest? The cell phone weather forecast popped up a red rainstorm warning for tonight. It's raining harder and harder. You can't forecast anything. Even a horse's ass is better than you. Woodheart ran up on his flip-flops. He still did not choose to turn back. Wet to go back to Su Jinghan will look at how he looks at himself. A glance to break down the lie. The only two quilts were wet, and it was difficult to escape from the same bed. Can only run back to another rental house. At this moment, he completely forgot that tomorrow will still be exposed. Do not care so much. The big deal is to say that he's sleepwalking. She can take what he. Muexian ran faster and faster in the rain. Su Jinghan drove his car behind him, and couldn't help but whack the steering wheel. Is he so scary? Obviously turning back closer. but to be wet into a soup chicken. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. The windshield wiper nearly failed, and Mu Xian was still running in the rain. Su Jinghan's heart aches. This is going to catch a cold tomorrow. She wants to rush up with 1 foot of gas and pull Mu Xian into the car, thinking and doing as she is told. Mu Xian wiped the water on her face. Hasty. The rainstorm red warning came late, but came very accurate. The quilt was wet. How cold it would be to go back and sleep on the couch. Regret. Behind. Su Jinghan in the car watching the front of the wet body temptation. There are still 500 meters like. We'll be home. Suddenly thought of how to clean up Wood Heart. This time will make him obedient. So she did not slow down. From the side of the wooden heart rushed past, splashing him all over the water. Since he was already wet, he might as well get a little wetter. This guy is really something too. Driving so fast in the rain. Woodheart finally returned to the door of his rental house, and he couldn't talk about hating the driver who splashed him with water. This is a person who will tolerate the past. He was already wet at that time, and the wet a little bit also does not matter. I just don't know how the driver. Rainy days don't know to slow down. Wooden Heart once had an idea. Is walking alone in the rain, down and helpless and forward. Before is to think, cold and go to buy medicine. His pocket was not a few tickets. Now finally realized. The pocket ticket is also more. Tomorrow will reluctantly buy a cold medicine. Enter the password to open the door. Mu Xian and Su Jinghan shared the room. The two people's entry passwords were different. Both set up on their own on the cell phone software. Turning on the light, there was a person sitting on the sofa. A pair of eyebrows with a smile, as if they were going to hook his soul away. Why are you here? Mu Xian was surprised. He had walked more than a kilometer in the rain, but he had escaped into the mouth of a goblin. This person could not be Buddha Rulai. Su Jinghan stood up and flattened Mu Xian's wet broken bangs. Very gentle. The plan still needs to be implemented. Such a perfect opportunity to take down her brother in one fell swoop. You don't want to see your sister that much? Su Jinghan's voice was aggravated. Or do you actually want to sleep in your sister's bed? This. It's all giveaway answers. How is this going to be answered? Mu Xian lowered her head, not daring to look at Su Jinghan. So at that time when it was raining, she should have gone back. Who would have thought that this woman was occupying the bed and not sleeping? Baby heart bitter. Baby do not want to say. Su Jinghan threw aside the quilt that Mu Xian had draped over his back. It was already soaking wet, and covering him would make him catch a cold tomorrow. Palm pressed on his wet clothes, feeling the fiery heat of the man's chest. Su Jinghan pressed Mu Xian against the wall, lifting his head. His eyes met. Quickly answer, sister. Mu Xian was nervous to the extreme. Answer. How to answer this? Answering the first would kill him. Answering the second might actually get him thrown into bed by her. He averted his gaze with difficulty, hating meeting people's eyes the most. The panic inside him had nowhere to hide. He felt like he was about to cry. Su Jinghan righted his head and looked into his eyes, discovering his brother's new weakness tonight. You hate your sister? Knowing that his younger brother had a thin skin, he asked one by one. No. Mu Xian panicked and waved her hand. No hesitation in explaining. How could she hate Su Jinghan? She looks so beautiful. That is wanting to sleep in sister's bed. Su Jinghan had excitement in her eyes, like a gray wolf seeing a lazy goat. She had slept in his bed. He was now going to sleep in her bed. Rounding up and calculating, it would be the same as the two of them having slept in the same bed. How could Su Jinghan's room herself not know the password? And when her brother fell asleep in the middle of the night, she sneaked in and drilled into her brother's nest. The first time could not be accepted, but with the first time there was a second time, and soon got used to it. Okay, I reluctantly promise you. Su Jinghan got up from him. Just flirt a little. Now his brother is wet. Quickly go take a shower. Remember to watch the weather forecast in the future. Su Jinghan went to pour him hot water. She was now a little chagrined. How come she couldn't make ginger tea? Otherwise she wouldn't have taken her brother down directly. Actually a cup of plain water would be fine. This was the first time in Mu Xian's life. Wait. Mu Xian called out to her from behind. He remembered something. The rear end of the car he saw in the rain was still the same as the car Su Jinghan drove that day when she went to school to find herself. At first, he hadn't cared. Seeing that Su Jinghan would come, he felt even more that it was hers. That red car is yours? Su Jinghan froze. It's over. He's been found out. Brother wouldn't be looking for himself to settle the score. Su Jinghan lowered her head, her mind carefully considering how to coax her brother. Driving so fast on a rainy day. What if something happens? Su Jinghan raised her head in surprise and looked at Mu Xian. What she heard was not blame, not questioning, but concern. He himself is soaked, but he is concerned that I will have an accident if I drive too fast. What kind of divine brother is this? You don't blame your sister? Sometimes the concern of the injured person can make the heart feel even more guilty. Lying on the bed with only one thought, I really deserve to die. Would Hart opened his mouth? Right. This time he should not be furious. She saw himself not even carry a ride. But, some things will pass if you endure. Questioning will only cause conflict. And in the end, the one who gets hurt is yourself. Past experiences come to mind. The world is always bullying. The world is always bullying. The first time they see you, they start to inquire about the background. Either let you kneel down or give you a knee. Undoubtedly, Muxin was always the one who knelt down. Su Jinghan pinched her fists and threw the guilt on others. Even if someone dared to bully her brother, don't let me find out. Otherwise, coincidentally, Su Jinghan was the one who made people kneel down. Su Jinghan stepped forward and gently hugged Muxin. It's okay, my sister will protect you from now on. God knows how powerful this sentence is. So sister is the younger brother's safe haven? Aha! Muxin lightly how much he wanted to agree but didn't dare. Non-relative non-relationship Su Jinghan, why should she protect herself? The fact proves that there is no disappointment without expectation. Sister, I'm wet. He gently pushed Su Jinghan away. At the moment the clothes in front of her body were already wet. You quickly go and take a shower. Muxin nodded. It was necessary to take a hot shower. The clothes were sticking to his body. It was difficult. But her footsteps suddenly stopped. She didn't have a change of clothes. Turning to look at Su Jinghan. How could a woman like her have men's clothes? Muxin hoped she did so she would have a change of clothes. And didn't want her to. Why would she have men's clothes? Su Jinghan saw Muxin's dilemma at a glance. Driving and splashing him wasn't waiting for this moment. She whispered, why don't you wear mine? Muxin thundered to. Is own a big man actually want women's clothing? This if spread out the galaxy cannot stay. His head shook into a rattle. What are you afraid of? There are no outsiders in the house. Su Jinghan pulled Muxin into her room. Su Jinghan was 1 meter 8. 1 meter 78. Muxin would not feel small wearing her clothes. But Muxin never expected that Su Jinghan had found herself a white skirt. Carrying a skirt, would it really not be taken as a pervert? But Su Jinghan had already closed the closet, making it clear that this was the only one. If you don't wear it, you'll be naked. After some internal struggle, Muxin finally compromised. Skirt is skirt. Anyway, only Su Jinghan is there. It's better than appearing naked in front of her. Wait a minute. Su Jinghan called out to him, taking out a pair of her panties from the closet, still lace-edged. Panties want? Muxin's head shook into a helicopter propeller, threatening to take off at any moment, running out without looking back. The skirt was already the limit. No more. And the lady's panties are a bit small. Birdie is not comfortable. Su Jinghan stood in front of the bathroom door. Tiny baby, you use sister's towel first. Sister doesn't mind you. With a bad smile on her face, Su Jinghan realized that Muxin's sudden escape had in turn done herself a big favor. There was nothing about Muxin in the rental house. Even the quilt he brought back was soaked. I've heard that boys shower just as quickly. A matter of 3 to 5 minutes. Su Jinghan felt that she needed to speed up. She had to wait until Mushin came out before she finished. Otherwise she would have wasted such a good opportunity tonight. Muxin stood under the shower. He was still struggling with how he was going to wash himself when he heard Su Jinghan's voice from outside. And he almost didn't stand still and fell inside the shower. How about, just use the shampoo? Muxin hesitantly opened the glass door. Shampoo only? It shouldn't be considered hooliganism. Shampoo has been used. Why not use the shower gel for a little while? Anyway, there is no difference between the two things. So she stretched out a hand to bring in the shower gel. Wash very quickly. 2 times the head. Once the shower gel would Hart will turn off the water out. At this moment he only faced the biggest problem. The bathroom only a towel. Or Su Jinghan. It would not be too good, right? Although Su Jinghan just said, but he cannot really play hooligan. Maybe she is just polite it. Once he used can be dead. Muxin how much he wished he was a kitten or puppy. Shaking a few times to shake off the water on his body. Gritting his teeth. His salty hand reached for the towel. Dead is dead. Can't wear clothes wet. Su Jinghan gave him a skirt is a little thin. And white. A little bit of water will be permeated out. Appearing to be how prodigal. The towel with Su Jinghan's body fragrance. What Hart did not hold back to smell 2 seconds more. Sheepishly looked around. So close to no one saw. Tomorrow go to buy her a new towel. As for this old towel that was used by himself, well, no way. No way. The hot water bath washes away the cold air on his body. And Muxin feels much more comfortable. His own regular exercise body quality is good. He should not catch a cold. He opened the door and walked out. Good thing that the skirt is long enough and fluffy enough. Not wearing underwear is not so topsy-turvy. Just hope that the second brother fights a little bit. Don't be too excited to see Su Jinghan in a while, and top a tent on the skirt. He will really have no face to see people. Click click. The flashlight came on. Mu Xian froze in place, mechanically looking up. Su Jinghan was sitting on the sofa, holding a cell phone in her hand, the corners of her mouth hooked into a bad smile. Mu Xian, are you taking pictures? He narrowed a pair of eyes, sensing that something was wrong. Su Jinghan put down her cell phone as if nothing had happened. No. Mu Xian walked over. I don't believe it. Bring the phone to me. Su Jinghan turned her back and hid the phone. No. You're not my sister's boyfriend. Why should I let you check my phone? Having said that, but you secretly filmed me, and it was a blatant shot with the sound and flash on. It's as if you're worried that Wooden Heart can't find out. Wooden Heart's appearance in women's clothing is not often seen. Su Jinghan had a hard time finding the opportunity. Of course, to take pictures to remember it, and may be able to use it to threaten Wooden Heart right away. So do not immediately sleep in her sister's bed. If you can tolerate it, you can't. It's about your dignity. You can't afford to be inferior, or you'll be in trouble. Mu Xian went forward and grabbed Su Jinghan's cell phone. Su Jinghan would not do as he wished, raised his cell phone high, and Mu Xian reached out to reach it. So it became Su Jinghan lying on the sofa, one hand raised, one hand pressed down on Mu Xian's shoulder. With one hand supporting the sofa, Mu Xian desperately tried to grab the phone with the other. The posture was a bit ambiguous, and Mu Xian, who was concentrating on grabbing the cell phone, did not notice. Su Jinghan wanted this effect. Little baby, you're naked. Mu Xian looked down and blushed. For a boy, the skirt neckline is large. Su Jinghan can easily see the scenery inside. Wood Heart at the moment hanging in the gap. The second brother has long been exposed in Su Jinghan's eyes. Not bad, oh brother. Is the capital big? It seems that in the future, it can't be called little baby, it has to be called big baby. Mu Xian climbed up from Su Jinghan's body, only to realize what a stupid thing he had done. How could he have climbed onto Su Jinghan's body? Once he was such a calm and sensible person. How did he make so many fools of himself in front of Su Jinghan? What will she think of me? Mu Xian sat down like a good baby, his inner apprehension incomparable. Sister, I didn't mean to be a hooligan. Don't be angry. This kind of thing is a man's fault to find who to reason with. How could Su Jinghan, a $100 billion high-cooled female president, do this kind of thing that dropped her price? Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows. Her brother's red-faced pitiful appearance was really too cute. So much so that she wanted to hold him in her arms and ravage him. She knew that she couldn't right now. If she didn't comfort her brother, he might really cry. She raised her hand and wrapped it around Mushin. But sis, I've already seen it. You have to make it up to sis. What do you want? As long as he didn't beat himself to death. Of course it would be best if he didn't think about the $10 million in the card. Except that was all he had to take out of that little ticket. I'm sure he's met a fairy. I just hope she won't ask for a lot of money and leave some for herself. Having seen it all, why don't you just give in to your sister? Su Jinghan gently caressed Mu Xian's cheek with one hand, turning his face to look at herself. The red lips were only a finger away. Mu Xian could feel the wind from Su Jinghan's words drilling into his mouth. A little sweet, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This, am I worthy? In a trance, Mu Xian asked the words in his heart out. As if the word good can be used to describe will not be his, not even his turn. He long ago did not hold any expectations. So unconfident? Su Jinghan held Mu Xian's head and let him lean on his shoulder. His younger brother was good in every way, just too unconfident. You are so handsome. Your cooking is delicious. And at 22 years old a novel has earned money that most people have never seen in their entire lives. Why do you think so little of yourself? Face value is always an additional point. Everyone will always have the day of aging. People old and yellow come in the twinkling of an eye. If you only have face in a relationship it is inevitable to suffer. But Mu Xian not only has face, but also has the ability to make money. Such a person is enough to attract thousands of people. Su Jinghan gently patted his shoulder. You are already very good. Forget about the past. It's time to welcome a new life. Although she hadn't bothered to investigate Mu Xian's specific experiences, she only knew that after the age of 10, the director of the orphanage that took him had passed away, and he was the one surviving. The suffering would only be more than Su Jinghan had imagined. Otherwise he wouldn't be so inferior. Two hands cupped his face. Su Jinghan leaned down and kissed him. A long-time lips parted to look at him with affection. So, why don't you take it from your sister now? Mu Xian straightened up. Surprisingly someone craved for her beauty. Unforgivable. But she has already seen her body naked. I am not clean. Mu Xian looked up at Su Jinghan. Then will you listen to me from now on? As a man, one must be hardened. How can one let a woman lead by the nose? This home. No one can go west when I say go east. Listen, Su Jinghan nodded her head without hesitation. And should be down first, and so on to trick her younger brother. It is still not their own words. Her younger brother will be at ease to be a carefree little puppy on the line. Then, you delete the photos you just took in your cell phone. Su Jinghan? I didn't expect you to be this kind of brother. You look so gentle, but I didn't expect there to be this kind of bad water in your stomach. This kind of heart is all used on your sister. She shook her cell phone. You want your sister to delete the photos? Wood Heart nodded. This thing is a black history. Absolutely cannot see the existence of people. Maybe at some point in the future to explode. In order to still be able to live on Earth. Must be destroyed. Then you have to listen to your sister. This sentence seems to be a little familiar. Seems to have heard it somewhere. Wood Heart slightly froze and nodded. Listen to the words. Absolutely listen to the words. Sister said to go east. I absolutely do not go west. Anyway, first fooled sister to delete the photo before. Okay, be good. Let's not delete it. Wooden Heart. Mu Xian just wanted to nod her head, suddenly realized that she had been set up, and it was the same setup that she had used just now. No wonder it was so familiar. She said all my words brother is indeed the most well-behaved. Su Jinghan suddenly stood up, kneeling on the sofa with one foot, and hugged Mu Xian's head from the side. So soft, Mu Xian felt like something was about to spurt out of his nasal cavity. The worst part was that Su Jinghan also hugged and rubbed against him. Who could be subjected to this when had Mu Xian, a 22-year-old bloodthirsty young man, ever experienced such an erotic scene? Mu Xian coughed dryly, his voice trembling. Sister, don't be like this. Don't like it? Su Jinghan hugged a little tighter. Like, no. Mu Xian has been incoherent what normal man does not like, and how to say it, and how to lie against his will. Su Jinghan smiled faintly. Take the younger brother little marvelous trick. Not deleted, okay? This. Mu Xian gritted his teeth. Okay. If he didn't say yes again, he was afraid that he would die in the tenderness. You can only look at it yourself. You can't show it to anyone else. No one. Anyway, the look he was wearing now had already been seen by Su Jinghan. A photo was just a photo. Mu Xian had not needed to feel embarrassed in front of Su Jinghan for a long time. Su Jinghan happily sat down next to Mu Xian. Her brother was her own. How could she show it to others? She wanted to possess it alone. Go back and build a photo album. Just store her brother's photos. The password is only known to herself. Her brother can also know if he wants to. Mushin sighed in his mind. He lost again, but it seems like he experienced something shy. No loss. He felt like he was going to fall into his sister's tenderness. He himself had $10 million in his pocket. How could he be considered a rich generation? There should be no problem matching a common rich second generation. Mu Xian felt that he could accept Su Jinghan. Just like Su Jinghan said, the future life was no longer the same as the previous life. The mindset naturally had to follow the change. Except for the origin, there was nothing worse than anyone else, even if Su Jinghan was the illegitimate child of some tycoon. So what? He could afford to raise her. Get up. I'm going to sleep. Mu Xian pouted and whisked Su Jinghan up from the sofa. This person ran away after flirting. Too irresponsible. Punish her by ignoring her for a night. After tossing and turning for such a long time, sleepiness gradually came. It was about to be 1 in the morning. Tomorrow Su Jinghan still have to go to work. He does not want to cause her to get up and be late because of his own reasons. Looking at the wages being deducted, the heart is vaguely painful. There was a quilt on the sofa. It should be Su Jinghan's. Probably laid out while Mu Xian was taking a shower. Didn't I say to sleep in your bed? Mu Xian had a rare hard-on to molest Su Jinghan. A woman with a foul mouth could only play smart. He lifted up the quilt and headed for his room. The bed came with its own mattress. Even if there were no sheets to sleep on, it was still comfortable. Just make do for one night first. It's all a bit of a muddle tonight. Your bed is wet. You can't sleep. Su Jinghan followed him. Looking at the marks that looked like bedwetting, the corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. When he left in the morning it was still fine. To say that it wasn't Su Jinghan who did it would be a hell of a thing. He sighed. It seems destined to escape sleeping on the sofa. If I had known, I wouldn't have come back. Before leaving, he looked at his poor door. No wonder he came back to see the door of the room was open. It is estimated to have suffered a small blow. The loose leaf has fallen off one. Door dweller, you have suffered. Did you do the good work in there? Mu Xian lay on the sofa, wrapped herself tightly with the quilt, really didn't want to be blindly wandering around in a skirt, although it was a bit comfortable, but it was humiliating, in case the window of any room wasn't closed properly, and was looked at by someone who happened to look at it. It would be on the news headlines tomorrow. Su Jinghan greatly admitted. Well, Mu Xian wanted to speak but stopped. How many swear words did she fail to curse out? She was determined to sleep on the sofa by herself. The bed was wet by her. Is she going to let her sleep on the sofa? Mu Xian glanced at Su Jinghan. Forget it, let it be. It's fine. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth rose slightly. The first and second steps of the plan had been successful. The next step was the last and most important step. She picked up a cup of water. Remember to replenish the water after taking a bath. Drink it before going to sleep. At this moment, Su Jinghan was gentle, carrying a large cup of water and handing it to Mu Xian. Being told by her like this, Mu Xian was indeed a little thirsty. She forgot to drink water when she was so focused on the photo, and as a result, the photo still hadn't been deleted. Angry. There were even more angry things. Su Jinghan, who was carrying the cup of water, tripped over her left foot to her right foot and jumped into Mu Xian's arms. Honestly, this should have been a beautiful scene. No less than a drama where the hero and heroine wrestle together and in the end the heroine is pressed by the hero on the bed. The difference was that Su Jinghan still had a cup of water in her hand. The water all spilled on the quilt and on the sofa. This was great. The sofa couldn't be slept on either. One hand caught the quilt and one hand supported Su Jinghan. I guess you did it on purpose. Mu Xian would be a fool if he couldn't see it. This woman wanted to trick herself into bed from the start before she poured a cup full of water. What a heart! Making sure that the quilt and the sofa would be wet. Badly. The one who couldn't afford to play was not Su Jinghan, but Mu Xian. Having been dismantled, Su Jinghan stopped pretending and showed her cards. She stood up from the bed and clasped her hands to her chest. Now that you know, don't make sister wait too long. Immediately go in. Of course you can also choose to go in with your sister holding you. Let's go. What else is there to say at this point? Would Hart for the first time into the girl's room. Breathing cannot help but slow down a few points. Lowered his head, but his eyes cannot help but look around. He is curious about what the woman's boudoir is like, and afraid that he will see blushing things. In fact, he thought too much. The style in his own room is no difference, but is a rented bedroom. The color style is the landlord's decision. White walls and wooden floors. Su Jinghan is also just to put their own clothes and so on to a good place. Su Jinghan looked at his sneaky appearance and teased. Are you expecting something? Mu Xian snapped his head up and waved his hands in panic. No, you're bloodthirsty. Su Jinghan turned back to him, her index finger tapping his chest. No, then how do you know what I'm talking about? And what are you nervous about? The absolutely beautiful face came closer and closer. Mu Xian's old face blushed to avert his eyes, his embarrassed toes digging into the ground to create a 3-room apartment, which would later become a suite, a room within a room. He realized that since blocking the door in the evening, Su Jinghan had become more and more bold. But what in the world are you looking forward to? Not seeing what you want to see, there is even a slight sense of loss. Obviously in the heart of fear, is not it? I really can't get it, will always be in commotion. Maybe really see instead will be calm. No, nothing. The knot in Mu Xian's throat rolled, both hands pinching the edge of his skirt. A fresh fragrance filled Su Jinghan's room, delicate red lips close at hand. His heart was difficult to stabilize. Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his red cheeks. He really blushed too easily. It was too cute. She actually doesn't have too many strange clothes. Even the only few black silks were still bought a long time ago. Su Jinghan never had the habit of wearing clothes full of seductive feeling. She didn't need to seduce anyone, and she didn't need any dress up to add to it. She just needed to stand and she would surely be the center of attention of the whole scene. Last time I went to Rongjin University to catch my brother unprecedentedly wore black silk. 4 years for the first time. There is also some remorse. If you put some shy clothing, so easy to shy brother performance will be how? Directly fled? Unfortunately, she did not. Cannot see that scene. Index finger hooked skirt collar. Su Jinghan straightened up and pulled Mu Xian in front of herself. Sister is going to take a bath now. You obediently wait for me on the bed. Do you hear me? The strong attitude did not give Mu Xian any room for rebuttal. Mu Xian realized that there was still a hint of excitement in her fear. Could it be that she had a masochistic tendency? Wait. Seeing that Mu Xian was about to lie on the bed, Su Jinghan called out to him from behind. Mu Xian's body was stunned, and the hand that squeezed the corner of the blanket froze in the air. Reversed? Was he moving too slowly to cause Su Jinghan's displeasure? Would she whisk himself back to the sofa to sleep? Without a blanket, he would definitely catch a cold tomorrow. Su Jinghan took out a set of pajamas from the closet. I don't have any extra pajamas here. The skirt you're wearing isn't suitable for sleeping in. It will wrinkle. Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan you-know-what eyes. This, grabbed the nightgown on his body. Is this to sleep naked by himself? Although it's not impossible, but the thought of lying next to a big beautiful woman, tomorrow when he gets up should not happen something. Mu Xian was not sure. He should be honest in sleeping. Su Jinghan was not sure. Of course, if you want to wear it, sister can let you. Su Jinghan handed the robe in her hand to Muxin. The implication was, you watch it, I don't even care. Subconsciously raising his eyes to peek at Su Jinghan's stunning figure, Muxin's mouth went dry. It should be very tempting. The hand actually went to catch the robe. Fiercely shook his head. No, absolutely not. If you let Su Jinghan bear the clothes on his own body can still be kept. It is unlikely that things will be difficult to end tomorrow. Some things, now is not the time. They had only met for only 3 days. The love brain hadn't even dissipated yet. If it wasn't for their own stupid maneuvers and Su Jinghan's calculations today, it wouldn't have been possible to even share a bed with her. You wear it. Retracting his hand, he lifted the quilt to get under it. Get changed. You go shower first. I promise not to wear it. Inside hanging open. Undressing in front of Su Jinghan. Muxin was not that open. Su Jinghan took a quick bath today. There is no bathtub in the rental house. And there is a fragrant brother on the bed, which she is in the mood to soak. Hurriedly wash her hair and hit the shower gel to go out. See what heart moment. Su Jinghan did not hold back a smile. He wrapped himself tightly with the quilt, only revealing a head, like a large spring roll. Hearing the laughter, Muxin opened his eyes, and in an instant, his nose almost bled. The robe had just been held in Su Jinghan's hands, and now that he was wearing it on his body he realized that the fabric was a bit thin, and he was able to vaguely see Su Jinghan's skin hidden behind it. It was said that hazy beauty was the most tantalizing, and he had an impulse within him, so he might as well wear it himself. It's all the same, a dead end. Blame it on the carpool. I seem to remember saying that there's only this one quilt left. Do you want your sister to catch a cold? Leaning against the doorframe, Su Jinghan did not rush in. Muxin did leave a place for her, and the quilt was all rolled away. This. Originally thinking that he had found a good way to prevent skin-to-skin contact, it turned out that Su Jinghan had long been guarding against this move. He lifted his buttocks and reluctantly gave up half of the quilt, tightly closing his eyes. Sleeping, do not disturb. Su Jinghan laughed. His younger brother was really too shy. Muxin belatedly did not feel Su Jinghan get into bed. His heart could not help but wonder. It is hard not to dislike himself. Quietly opened his eyes. Su Jinghan went around the bed, sat in front of the dresser, took out the hairdryer and blew his hair unhurriedly. In the mirror, she saw Muxin open her eyes. Little baby, do you want to help your sister blow dry her hair? It was troublesome for girls to take a bath, and the most troublesome part was blowing their hair. Just the hair on Su Jinghan's head, without a half an hour can't dry. Every time makes her moody. Now there is a toolman brother. Should not need to do it yourself. Muxin hurriedly closed his eyes. I fell asleep. He was not wearing anything now. Got up and went to blow dry Su Jinghan's hair. Let me die. Even afraid that Su Jinghan would secretly take out her cell phone to take pictures, Muxin felt that this woman could do it. Talking when you're asleep? Through the mirror, the younger brother blushed again. Knowingly, can't this woman pretend to be confused? I don't know how. He really doesn't know how to blow dry his hair. The wooden heart head is short broken. The towel will be dry as soon as he wipes it. It's too late to turn on the hairdryer. Su Jinghan stopped talking and focused on blowing his hair. It's good that he won't use it. At least it means that he has never blown out other women's hair. It doesn't matter if he won't. His younger brother is very intelligent and this is a good thing to learn. With just a slight nudge his younger brother will become her exclusive toolman. As for learning to blow dry other women's hair, he dared. Muxin felt the bed next to him had a tendency to sink. Su Jinghan should have gone to bed. The other side of the quilt was lifted. His eyes were tightly closed. His breathing was inexplicably stagnant at this moment. It seems like he is afraid of something, or perhaps he is expecting something. Su Jinghan looked at the side of the obediently lying Wood Heart. Finally tricked into bed. If nothing is done is not a waste of time tonight. She stretched out her devil's claws. Would Heart suddenly feel a hint of cool wind blowing? A little cold is how fat for. Subconsciously wrapped tight small quilt, but in a flash perceives someone in the pull quilt, begging for bean sacks. The ghost under the bed is not. Has ignored the rules to start lifting the small quilt? Open your eyes. It is Su Jinghan's beautiful face. When did she lean so close? And why is her hand pulling her small quilt? What does she want to do? Muxin was both expectant and afraid. It wasn't impossible for such a stunning beauty. Just hoped that she could be a little lighter later. After all, it was her first time. Come give your sister a con. Have you been obedient? Said began to tug the quilt. This reckoning is not too obvious. The skirt is still placed next to it. Raise your eyes and you can see it. What exactly do you want to do? I'm too lazy to dismantle it. Muxin tugged at the quilt. About his own innocence. Cannot be compromised. Su Jinghan is very close to him, almost leaning down on him. and the hidden haziness provokes him to move his eyes. It is impolite to stare, but which cadre could withstand such a test? With his eyes as if they were nailed to her, and the movements of his hands a little lighter, Su Jinghan yanked violently and lifted the quilt. The cold wind came. Muaxian came to her senses. Beauty plan? What a wicked plan. Can come more often. His face brushed red. He panicked and reached out to block it. The other hand pulled the quilt back again. Su Jinghan leaned over and kissed lightly on Muaxian's forehead. Obedient babies are rewarded. The not-so-loud voice seemed to have magic hitting the teenager's heart. The imperial voice made him unable to give birth to a trace of resistance, as if he should be obedient in the face of such a sister. Muaxian put the other side of the quilt over her. Sleep. It's already very late. Tomorrow you still have to work. Continuing any further, Muaxian didn't dare to imagine what kind of beastly things she would do. Although there was a little bit of anticipation, but reason eventually prevailed. Today these things have actually crossed the line. Muaxian didn't know why the words to reject Su Jinghan just couldn't be said. He even enjoyed Su Jinghan's forcefulness towards himself. How to say it? It was very sense of security. After all, the two only know 3 days' time. Love brain on the head. Freshness has not yet receded. Others cannot control. Would heart know now absolutely cannot do so. Responsible for themselves, but also responsible for Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan drilled into the quilt. In this case Wood Heart can endure. She does not know whether to be sad or happy. This kind of backward not know how many people in Rongjin dream of. Close at hand but was pushed away by the wooden heart. The education of the big family and long-time business war. She has long been not a simple good to deceive the little girl, although there was no boyfriend. For men and women also know. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Su Jinghan has a favorable impression of him. If Muaxian really did something, Su Jinghan probably wouldn't resist. For the first time in 25 years, she had met the person her heart had been moved by, and even if the other party was a scumbag, she could have used strong-arm tactics to tie her back home and lock her up for herself. Of course, it was better this way now. Woodheart's passing in terms of character was enough for Su Jinghan's family to identify with him. She wrapped her arms around Mushin, finally cuddling her brother to sleep as she wished, the good smell filling her nose, her legs clamped around Mushin, her head buried in his neck. There was a new cuddle for sleeping today. This, Muaxian a whole stayed frozen. Su Jinghan lifted his leg when he touched his second brother. A little congested. Cannot sleep. This is not good. What's not good? You are all sisters. Su Jinghan didn't even raise her eyes a bit to answer. How many boyfriends have you had? Muaxian did not know why she asked this. Su Jinghan was too good at it, like a veteran who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and her psyche was inexplicably a little uncomfortable. Su Jinghan raised her eyes. Are you jealous? No. Muaxian didn't look away, killing herself to admit it. Obviously there is. Su Jinghan braced herself to look at Muaxian. She didn't expect him to be jealous, and for herself, so she actually had a place in his heart. This was probably the best news of the day. I've been maternally single for 25 years, and you're the first person I've had a good feeling about after meeting. Su Jinghan explained seriously. She didn't want to make Muaxian misunderstand herself because of something like this. Muaxian was a person with low self-esteem, a morally noble person with low self-esteem. That was why his former life was so bitter. There aren't many good people in this world, and most of them are afraid of being soft and hard to show their honor. People like Muaxian are most bullied in the lower class, but if they were in the upper class, it might be completely different. Such a person is perfect for Su Jinghan. Muaxian's character made him treat his feelings seriously. Never had many friends in his life, and didn't like to play with precious feelings, so she had to explain. Explain very clearly. Her level had long since stopped being dog-eyed and more of a rejectionist, and she had a good feeling about Muaxian and wouldn't look down on him. Muaxian was a person with good luck. Otherwise he wouldn't have earned $10 million from a novel. The meeting of the two may be because of Muaxian's luck. After surviving the first half of her life, good luck would finally be the one to come. Lifting his hand, he turned Muaxian's face around. Satisfied now. Little jealous brother. Muaxian lowered his eyes, his face visible red again, his voice like a mosquito softly. He didn't want to admit that he was jealous. Su Jinghan's answer made him inexplicably settled. Sleep. Nodding lightly on Mushin's lips, Su Jinghan laid back down again. It was already past 1 in the morning. The first night with her brother wasn't much longer. Nothing else could be done. She didn't want to waste time. Muaxian was also a little sleepy. His hand unconsciously hit Su Jinghan's smooth and fragrant shoulder. The two of them sniffed the scent of each other's body and almost fell asleep in seconds. The next day, early morning, Muaxian opened his eyes violently, only to see that one of his hands was unconsciously placed in a position where it shouldn't be again, and even gave an inch. Su Jinghan had already woken up and was looking at himself wistfully. That look was like saying, "So you are such a brother." Finished. The most feared thing still happened. She won't want to beat me up. Can't be. This woman has tricked herself into bed. Brother sleeps very dishonestly. Su Jinghan's smiling but not laughing voice rang out. She woke up a long time ago, being rubbed awake by this guy. Normally not visible, but quite bold when asleep. Still craving for her sister's body. No, listen to my explanation. Mu Xian was a little flustered. She couldn't call the police to arrest herself. She wouldn't domestically abuse herself. The body suddenly trembled, eyes maximally wide, unbelievably looking at Su Jinghan. Is not just a pinch. Not so much. Sister, have mercy. You also don't want to do a eunuch's girlfriend in the future. Hey, how is it still hard? Under the quilt. Woodheart panicked and stretched out a hand to rescue. Dead clutched Su Jinghan wrist. At the moment cannot care about men and women are not kissed. In waiting a while, they will not be a man. You have pinched sister. Why can't sister pinch you? Su Jinghan's other hand propped up her body and pressed against Mu Xian, her tongue licking her red lips, saying that it was indescribably tempting. The softness of the chest, if there was any strength, the knot in Mu Xian's throat rolled. Early in the morning on fire, he wanted to put her on the spot at the moment. Take a deep breath. Calm. Restraint. That line once crossed is not a good ending. Now is not the time. He shook his head with pleading eyes. Sister, I was wrong. How about a different kind of punishment? It is also true that his own salty pig's hand in the first place, although he has low self-esteem, but is not a person who dares to do not dare to be a person. Correct attitude to admit the mistake. Maybe the result will be better. Everything, as if it is their own bad luck. A sister. Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows. If she didn't remember wrongly, this is the first time from the occurrence of yesterday's moving incident that Mu Xian called her sister. I don't know why. The simple two words made this high and cold female president beckon. If you kiss sister, sister will forgive you. It had always been Su Jinghan who took the initiative to kiss Mu Xian, and to think that such an easily shy younger brother was going to kiss himself. The scene must have been adorable. Looking at Su Jinghan's pouting red lips, Mu Xian swished her face red. Although it wasn't the first time he kissed, it was all sneak attacks by Su Jinghan, and he didn't even have time to react before it was over. Swallowing his saliva, he gave up. Darting like a chicken pecking rice, he nodded, tightly closing his eyes, and the touch of the Shakti was soft. He could hear his heart thumping, his whole body's blood was hot. The first time he took the initiative to kiss a person, making it difficult for him to calm down. The moment it ended and then he felt that he didn't have all the sex, and he didn't dare to continue again. Damn this person, why don't you let go? Haven't I already done what she said? There is no work ethic to speak of. Su Jinghan grudgingly looked at the wooden heart. Give you the opportunity to you do not use just this moment you send the collar it. She did not even feel on the end. So, the next time he kissed his brother, should it be a little longer? Or he didn't even feel it? Why wait for next time? Just do it now. Leaning down to continue the kiss from earlier. However, Mu Xian is like a chaste martyr, clenching her teeth and preferring to die. Su Jinghan raised her head, hating iron in her eyes, and gnashing her teeth in anger. Just so disliked herself. Can not endure. Come to Mu Xian's ear whispered. Open your mouth. A momentary electric current made Mu Xian's hands clench, and her lips trembled as she parted. Su Jinghan kissed up with satisfaction. Mu Xian was no longer capable of resisting. The kiss was too intense. So intense that his mind went blank, and he could only let Su Jinghan at his mercy. It wasn't until he was out of breath that he forced Su Jinghan to get up. Su Jinghan was already sitting on top of him, and when he raised his head, a strand of silver wire disconnected and fell, falling into Mu Xian's mouth. Mu Xian subconsciously swallowed it. A little sweet. Slightly tilting his head, he did not dare to meet Su Jinghan's eyes. Both of his hands were clutched by her. At this moment, he was somewhat like a forced little daughter-in-law. His face flushed. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth curled up. Her younger brother had already been taken hold of. Leaning down, both of Mu Xian's hands were lifted above her head by her. Returning, tightly closed eyes. The east wind is powerless. Woodheart is powerless to let the pinch. Maybe it is fear. Maybe it is anticipation. In any case, he could not give birth to a trace of resistance mentality. Come on, no big deal. Anyway, have already kissed once. A gust of wind blew in his ear. Performance is good. Sister is very satisfied. Next time do better. Su Jinghan placed a kiss at the base of Mu Xian's ear. Getting up, Su Jinghan saw Mu Xian's eyes with some tears. Hands trembling uncontrollably. His face reddened a few more points. His ears are his biggest weakness. A gust of fragrant wind can unload his whole body's strength. Looking at the model that provokes people's pity, Su Jinghan suddenly wanted to play a big one. Do you want it? Sister will give you some more rewards. Saying that, she actually began to take off her own clothes, the two straps on her shoulders falling. Mu Xian's eyes widened, panicked and got up to reach out to stop. A long kiss and the fragrant wind in his ears made him a little confused. As a normal man, it was impossible not to be moved in the face of such a beautiful sister. The only remaining sense of reason was awakened. Reason told himself not to do so. Sister, it's going to be late. Mu Xian didn't know what time it was. The sky was bright in March. It was definitely not early. Su Jinghan raised an eyebrow. This could be endured. Fine. Rolling over and getting out of bed. She had originally tested Mu Xian to see how much he could accept nowadays, and it turned out that she still hadn't really gotten into his heart. Mushin's love was somewhat traditional, and there were still a lot of things he hadn't confirmed between him and Su Jinghan. Years of loneliness had made him habitually protective of himself, keeping himself as far away as possible from the walls of danger, and he really didn't have that many chances to make mistakes. Su Jinghan's departure made Mu Xian breathe a sigh of relief. If Su Jinghan had insisted strongly, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on, but fortunately, it turned out to be good. Taking a deep breath, he got up, continuing to wear yesterday's skirt. There was no longer much repulsion when he picked it up. It had already been worn anyway, it had been seen anyway, and even pictures had been taken. Su Jinghan was washing up, and Mushin was in the kitchen making breakfast. It's already 8:30. Is it too late? Breakfast was placed on the table. Although Su Jinghan had a car, Mu Xian still didn't want her to be late. Being late would be scolded by the leader, would cause trouble for the company, and her own mood would be bad. Blame yourself for how you can't control your hands when you sleep. Su Jinghan sat on the sofa and ate slowly. It's fine. Her own company, even if she does not go today, there is no problem. Anyway, every day to go is to see if there is any problem in the general direction. The rest of the time is to sit in the office boredom. In the past, it was fine. Now there is a little husband at home. Where can she still be quiet? And again, it is a day when she wants to tie the little husband to the company as a mascot. After the warmth of the morning, Su Jinghan did not want to go to the company at all. A woman's intuition told her that now was not the time to confess her identity with Mu Xian. What do you think of me wearing this out? Su Jinghan came out of the bedroom and spun around in front of Mu Xian. It was said that for the sake of pleasing oneself, Su Jinghan certainly hoped to hear compliments from her young husband. Instead, Mu Xian frowned lightly and pursed her lips as she spoke. It's very pretty. Why do I feel that you are not happy? Su Jinghan jumped in front of Mu Xian and hooked her hands around his neck, a little bit angry that his words sounded so perfunctory. Which is not. Mushin looked away. Every time he locked eyes with Su Jinghan for more than half a minute he lost the battle. Su Jinghan twisted his head back. Is it because the skirt is too short? Mu Xian did not say anything. The meaning was already clear. Su Jinghan was wearing a wherever today. It was the skirt that could only cover half of her thighs, revealing two big white shaky legs. The mouth is hard. I'm just afraid that you're freezing. In February and August. Messy clothes. But you can't go out with bare legs. The temperature outside is still very low, and people shiver when the wind blows. Su Jinghan dressed like this out of the door will not be frozen straight shivering. Love of beauty is right. Also can not as long as the degree of wind do not want the temperature In fact, you do not wear this is also very beautiful. The younger brother is really a small vinegar bag. Su Jinghan pinched Mu Xian's face with both hands and turned around to go back to her room to change. She wasn't unhappy. This wasn't her usual style of dressing. The reason why she did this was to test Mu Xian. A man who doesn't care about you means he just wants to have fun. A woman who doesn't get jealous over you means she doesn't love you. Wooden Heart's reaction did not let her down. Changed a modest pants, flat shoes, white shirt, out as stunning as the Wood Heart. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. This world actually really ignore any clothing beauty. Su Jinghan said this person she has long seen. The skirt cannot seal the face value of Wood Heart. Standing in the doorway, she raised her cell phone. I still don't have my boyfriend's contact information. Almost forgot again. Mu Xian did not refuse. All the contact information was added once. Now you can go to work. Right. Look at what time it is. Su Jinghan was satisfied and walked out the door, and then suddenly folded back. Both hands encircled Mu Xian's neck, pouting red lips. Kiss me and I'll go. Mu Xian was a little speechless. Was this really an imperial sister who was older than herself and taller than herself? Giving her a kiss as expected did not last as long as it did when he woke up early. He patted Su Jinghan on the back. Drive carefully on the road. It's okay to be late. Don't be sad if you are scolded by the leader. This woman eats too slowly. Small bites chewing slowly, eating for a whole 20 minutes before finishing. Mu Xian is about to die of anxiety at the side. Change clothes and ink. Go out already 8:50. 9 o'clock at work is designated to be late. I remembered that when I used to go to work, every time I would leave the house quite a long time in advance. I usually arrived at the workplace with 10 minutes to go before I went to work, and then I would give the boss 10 minutes of white labor for free. There have been 1 or 2 times late experience. 5 minutes only, was a small leader scolded the bloody head. He did not dare to return the favor, and could only listen silently. Muexian's previous situation to find a job is not easy. The work is too important to him. Every time to change the job is likely to be delayed for a month or two. The rare save a little savings is not enough to squander. Although he did not know where Su Jinghan worked, but also late probably will also be scolded. He didn't want Su Jinghan to be as stifled as he was. Having $10 million in his pocket was enough to support her. After seeing Su Jinghan out the door, he wanted to send her downstairs, but when he looked at the skirt he was wearing, he thought better of it. There is a car is good. That is to say, he is not also going to buy a car of their own. Woodhart in the last book after the end of the test for a driver's license. Section 1 to Section 4 a handful of all over. Suddenly, he stood in place, mentioning the car. He suddenly felt not quite right, and for a while he could not think of what exactly it was. Su Jinghan did not go to the company the first time, but instead returned to a Chinese villa, said to the people inside, "Ready?" In the garage, Su Jinghan changed her car before going to the company, parking her $20 million red sports car at the villa and changing it for a $200,000 car. She was able to sit firmly as the president of the Jing Xian group, and her skill in recognizing people was quite good. A few days' time, she roughly understand Woodhart, therefore do not dare to tell him the identity. Sports car value and too high, will be exposed. Slowly and leisurely back to the company. In the garage she sat in the driver's seat and brooded for a while, opened her eyes, was cold as frosty temperament. Opened the car door she once again turned into a high and cold female president. Some state can only be seen by their own little husband. Cold and icy appearance can also be able to dissuade a lot of people. Save a lot of things. For the time being, we cannot let the company know the existence of Woodhart, or sooner or later passed back to the family. Behind the back of the Su dad Su mom has long been ready to give her matchmaking. Once you know that the Woodhart exists, inevitably rushed over in a flurry of fire. The old man and the old lady are not much of a problem. Woodhart is so easy to be shy, can't scare him. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. Everyone trembled and gave Su Jinghan a greeting. This scene was not seen by Muexian, or else shocked off his teeth. Is this still the same person who wants to kiss at home? Su Jinghan took the elevator to the office. Sitting on the office chair, looking at the computer screen that had not yet opened, unmotivated to work, she had begun to miss home. I wonder what Muexian is doing. Was he thinking about himself as well? All she could think about was Kitsune. Surely she needed to tie him up in her office as a mascot. A knock sounded on the door. Su Jinghan came back to her senses and changed into a cold face. Enter. Sister Su, I graduated this year. My old man asked me to come to you to work out for 2 years. The one who came in was Zhao Feng. He was kicked out on his first day home. His old dad let him come to the Jing Xian group with a wave of his hand, to train under Su Jinghan. There was one thing that Zhao dad didn't say. It would be better if he could chase Su Jinghan down. In response, Zhao Feng only said spare me. Su Jinghan's suitors he had also seen with his own eyes. Just once. Some adolescent teenagers' unorthodox thoughts were uprooted when they were still in their seedling years. Having seen this woman's force value, he knew deep down that it was never his cup of tea. Therefore, he ran out without waiting for Pops to explicitly say so. Reporting here to Su Jinghan today was already summoning up a great deal of courage. Everyone's first reaction to seeing this domineering woman was to want to run away. Yet when that pair of eyes stared at you, you didn't dare to move a single muscle. Su Jinghan nodded her head. Zhao Feng's family was also considered to be ranked in Rongjin. There was a cooperation between the Zhao family and the Su family. She had met Zhao Feng, casually arranging a position in the cooperation program and letting him play on his own. Zhao Feng is a little puzzled. In exchange for the usual Su Jinghan high and low to choke himself 2 sentences, today unusually good to talk. This was also a good thing. He left in a hurry. This office didn't want to be in for a second. Wait. Su Jinghan suddenly called out to Zhao Feng. You and Muexian are classmates? Zhao Feng's hand that was leaning against the door stopped in the air. His entire body froze for a moment. What was this woman doing mentioning Muexian? Couldn't it be that Muexian had messed with her? Impossible. He quickly dismissed it in his mind. Muexian was a good old man and would be the least likely to offend anyone. He's my roommate. Zhao Feng answered truthfully, turning his head for a split second. He seemed to see this iceberg smile, smiling at the mention of Muexian's name, sending Su Jinghan away. Muexian darted to the restroom to throw last night's drenched clothes into the washing machine to clean them. Even though he had been wearing a skirt from last night until now, it didn't mean that he could continue to tolerate wearing a skirt. After washing, drying, and blowing hard right into the air conditioner, he finally put on his clothes more than 2 hours later, carrying the dress but a little stumped as to where to put it. In the end, Woodheart chose to hang it in the closet in his room. It wasn't that he had any strange ideas, it was just that he felt he needed to wash it before he could return it to Soo Jinghan. Right now he had more important things to do. He hurried back to the other rental house, and carried back the things that he had moved there yesterday, again with a whimper. In his heart, he wondered what this was all about, not to mention the time and effort, but also the loss of a month's rent. Today is also considered to be a relationship with Soo Jinghan confessed. If you continue to live outside, what happened yesterday will be reproduced. Soo Jinghan worker so tired. Woodheart also do not want to see her toss and turn every day at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning to sleep. Rest is not good. After looking for a rental house within only 1 bedroom, stay there, Soo Jinghan must sleep in a room with himself. Might as well come back to one person. Who can know Soo Jinghan even chased so tightly, and such a short period of time to accurately find the destination. Wooden heart resting on his cheeks always puzzled. In the end is that son of a bitch to reveal their whereabouts to Soo Jinghan. According to his own habits, he wouldn't even bother to share such trivial matters, much less someone passing by to overhear it. So, it was Soo Jinghan who found out on her own. An ordinary rich second generation can really have such energy. Muxin does not believe. How can a car that can afford $10 to $20 million be ordinary? He finally remembers where it is not right. Once again, Muxin faltered in his relationship with Soo Jinghan. Open the computer to complete the task of today's words. Low self-esteem is particularly easy to internal conflict. A thing is always in the mind back several times, over and over, but no sense. Even words cannot find the best state, can only rush 4,000 words to the end. Then he initiated a query in the chat group, treasure children. Suddenly there is a young and beautiful rich second-generation beauty chasing their own. What are the do's and don'ts? The group is full of fans accumulated from the first novel. They are all the audience of the cool article. When Wooden Heart's sensitive question came out, the group instantly exploded. Passerby A, look at the question you asked. Look at this as human language? Passerby B, run. Little baby, it's probably from GA Waste. Laughing crookedly. Passerby C, where is humanity? Where are the morals? Where is the contact information for the rich woman? Passerby D, little author, listen to my advice. Rich women are strange character. You cannot hold. The group is very active. Woodheart casually flipped for a while. No one in the group to take the words of Woodheart seriously. To be real by a rich woman. Still need to write a novel? Woodheart's income from his last book has long been picked up, and he is simply a newcomer to the rich generation, but also cares about what rich women. He did not want to find the answer in the group, but noticed the words of Lu Rinding. This big brother has rewarded him a lot of gifts. Listen to his words, like a person who has been there. It was not a bad thing to say, and Muxin also felt that Soo Jinghan was a bit strange. Putting away his cell phone, Muxin went downstairs to eat. For a moment he wanted to ask Soo Jinghan if he wanted to eat lunch together, but then he thought it would be quite troublesome to go back and forth, so he gave up. He is a person who is extremely afraid of troubling others. Every time he opens his mouth to ask for help, his heart is extremely tormented, as if this favor will make the other party lose his life, but obviously it is a matter of lifting his hand. Yesterday, I slept late. Let Soo Jinghan have a good rest at noon, casually eat something. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he found Soo Jinghan's WeChat. Soo Jinghan's avatar is a white ragdoll cat. It's hard to imagine how an imperial sister can use such an avatar. The name is even more bizarre. The sister of Xiao Mu. Muxin. It seems like it wasn't this name when I added it in the morning. Definitely Soo Jinghan just changed it. And the meaning is too obvious. Oneself should not also change one. Sister of Xiao Mu. Woodheart violently shook his head. How could have such an idea, when it is really the way of that demon girl amount? Both nicknames did not appear Soo Jinghan's name. Really good? Blanche, still thinking. He wanted to slap himself. What do you want to eat at night? Inside the office, Soo Jinghan's cell phone rings. Soo Jinghan, who was working, lowers her head. She is actually a person who works meticulously and never touches the fish, but today is unprecedentedly disturbed by the cell phone. Sister Xiao Mu sent a message. Soo Jinghan had long ago changed Muxin's note. Anything you do. Muxin looked at the reply letter confused. What is the difference between this and random? The implication is to let yourself look at it. If I have a choice, will I still ask you? I'm not picky. Soo Jinghan sent another message. What Muxin wants is the name of the dish, not your eating habits. Exasperated, he ran to the supermarket and turned around a few times, having trouble choosing. Let me know when you're almost home at night. I'll come downstairs to pick you up. Sending a message to Soo Jinghan. His hand rubbed the dress that he had worn, and he continued to sit in front of the computer to code words. Near 5 o'clock, Su Jinghan sent a message. I'll be home soon. Mu Xian slightly frowned. Now off work or so early. He can remember the previous summer jobs are 10 hours to start. Take the phone to go downstairs. Without waiting too long, Su Jinghan returned. Mu Xian stared at her car. It was red, no mistake. But there seems to be a little different. He remembered that it was a sports car is right. Now in front of this too modest. This car can be worth $10 million? I'm not sure. I'll take a look. You changed your car? Su Jinghan shook her head. No. Sister, where do I have that many cars? Su Jinghan was glad in her heart that she went home in the afternoon and changed a moderate car. She didn't expect Mu Xian to find the anomaly so quickly. Luckily she was smart. Otherwise she really didn't know how to explain. Don't look. Sister is hungry. Su Jinghan hooked Mu Xian's neck and took him home. Just by looking at him, he knew that he didn't believe it. He could only forcefully interrupt the spell casting. If he looked on he would really reveal himself. The relationship between them has just been established. Su Jinghan does not want to have problems so quickly. More or less give a little time to cultivate a little. Explain it is also convenient. Inside the kitchen, Su Jinghan is giving the wooden heart to play hands. Skin like jade, hands like catkins. A look as 10 fingers do not dip in the spring water. Such a person is not to add to the chaos of it. Mu Xian sighed slightly in his heart. It is better to do it yourself. He walked over to hold up Su Jinghan's jade hands. These hands were a work of art and should not stay in the kitchen. Like sister's hands? Su Jinghan turned her wrist and interlocked her fingers. Mu Xian pushed Su Jinghan out of the kitchen. Of course, it's beautiful, so it's not suitable to stay in the kitchen. Su Jinghan leaned against the kitchen door. The first advancement in the relationship between the two was because of a breakfast. When she herself stood and watched him. You have beautiful hands, also not fit to stay in the kitchen. Woodheart's hands are large. 10 fingers are long and bony. Often work, with a slight roughness. Touching the contrary seems comfortable. Can it be the same? I've been doing this for over 10 years. Woodheart no longer remembered when the first time he entered the kitchen. Only knew that Grandpa Dean was still there at that time, when he himself was not yet as high as the stove, and could only carry a small bench to cook with difficulty. Maybe Grandpa was already sick at that time. Woodheart suddenly a little sad. He has not many people in his life. Only one grandfather is all he has. A little miss grandfather. Su Jinghan suddenly hugged him from behind. Do you dislike me for being in the way? Saying this, she also touched him on the head. Mu Xian glared at her. He was the boyfriend in this relationship. How could he let this woman take him? Nay, he couldn't resist. A look was already the limit. That's what you said. It has nothing to do with me. Can Mu Xian admit it? No way. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth curled up slightly. The reason why she touched Mu Xian's head was that she felt a little pity for Mu Xian in that moment. Although it was very short, she noticed the change in Mu Xian. Since you like my hands, I'll help you do shy things tonight. Su Jinghan's red lips touched Mu Xian's earlobe if anything. Her words indescribably teasing. Mu Xian's face instantly turned red. What are you saying? I can't understand. Voice trembling. I'm still a child. Do not understand. Didn't you touch them all yesterday? Mu Shin. What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? In terms of driving, Mu Shin is completely no match for Su Jinghan, and willingly submits. It's not that Mu Xian doesn't understand these things, it's that his face is too thin. These words are completely unspeakable. The main thing is how presumptuous he is alone. This kind of joke cannot be opened. He broke away from Su Jinghan's embrace. You go out first, I'm going to stir fry. Thinking about chopping vegetables when Su Jinghan suddenly came this way. It was not welfare, it was murder. Instantly Mu Xian's fingertips left home. Su Jinghan was not bothering Mu Xian, leaning against the door quietly watching. What she just said can be the truth. What heart size she already know. In the future really cannot be called a small baby. The first 2 words are not appropriate. Just don't know when he will come to understand his own depth. Without Su Jinghan's interference, cooking was much faster. Just as the rice was on the table, a knock on the door suddenly sounded. Do you have a friend coming? Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan. Nor was he himself saying it in advance. Just in time for the meal. Not enough to eat what to do. Can only reluctantly eat a little less himself. Hey, how could Su Jinghan introduce her brother to her friend right now? The two of them had really reached this level. They wouldn't be living in a rental house. They had already moved back to the big villa. It should be the door repair master. She called the door repair master today. She knew that Mu Xian would definitely not sleep in the same bed as herself when she moved back to live. She first fixed the door that was broken by herself, and then slightly did a little bit of tampering. The door repair master's movements are very nimble. He directly removed the entire door and replaced it with a new one. Master, stay for a meal before you leave. Meal time? Woodheart politely. You must not really stay. Master, how dare ah. Hurriedly left. Not even collecting money. Hey, Master. I don't know if it's an illusion. Muxin found that this person seems to be a little afraid of Su Jinghan. The key is to collect money it's all small business. Of course he was afraid, since he had agreed to help Su Jinghan do some maneuvering on the door. Besides money, he certainly knew Su Jinghan. The 10,000-year-old iceberg president had a man at home. The meaning was already still obvious. If he stayed for dinner, he was only afraid that he wouldn't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Su Jinghan pulled at Muxin, who wanted to chase him out. I've already paid. Come and eat. She 100 billion president. Can let a 10 million assets of the poor to pay? This money is his small treasury. The world of two people cannot be disturbed. Muxin hides the doubts in her heart. Cannot be distracted when eating? This is a great disrespect to the food. He was rapidly plowing through the rice. He had a habit of eating. He was used to bringing the bushblade talent. 3 mouthfuls of food and 3 mouthfuls of rice. And he was eating happily. However, a pair of chopsticks appeared but made him froze, raised his eyes and looked. Su Jinghan actually gave himself food. He immediately blushed. This pair of chopsticks had already been eaten by her. Wouldn't it be equivalent to indirect kissing? Duh. But suddenly realized that the two seemed to have kissed directly, even more than once. Sure enough, they hadn't adapted to life with a girlfriend. The two were moving too fast. Alright, you eat too. Muxin raised her hand to block Su Jinghan. This woman suddenly stopped eating and kept pinching food for herself. I lost weight. I'm full. Muxin had a face of disbelief. It's not like he hadn't seen her meal size. He hadn't even eaten 2 mouthfuls. How could he be full? If he wasn't eating himself, he was going to suspect that it was his own culinary skills that had declined. Nonsense. Woodheart frowned. She most can't see the girl said weight loss. Obviously thin, touch all bones, but feel fat. I heard that losing weight first reduces the chest. You, Muxin brightly looked at, are already a boyfriend. This morning have touched Su Jinghan chest to show their own principle. I can understand you cannot afford to give up. Is obsessed with the feel of the morning? Muxin smiled and did not say anything. There was no feeling at all in his sleep. Blood loss. But which man doesn't like big ones? Su Jinghan sent her chopsticks a few points forward. You eat first. Muxin's body leaned back. I'm not going to. Su Jinghan gritted her teeth. Her brother even disliked herself, making a gesture to put it in her mouth. You can still choose me to eat it in my mouth before feeding you. The body had already acted and was about to sit on Muxin's lap. Mushin hurriedly ate it in one bite. He didn't doubt for a second that this bold woman would make such an operation. Thinking about that scene, it should be great. He couldn't accept it unless forced. Su Jinghan chucked another piece up. Muxin had a head full of question marks. Didn't he say he ate it himself? Did he really want to reduce his breasts? No way. Never allow this to happen. He began to feed Su Jinghan. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth hooked up. The stupid brother finally got on board. Waiting for her brother's first mouthful of feeding for a long time, she didn't hesitate to take a bite and eat it. Thus the nature of this meal changed. The chopsticks of the two people no longer belonged to themselves. Originally 10 minutes can end. Two people froze to eat for half an hour. Finally finished eating. Woodheart long sigh of relief? Too tired. Feel more than code an hour to make people feel fatigue. Collect the bowl to wash the dishes. For the first time in his life, he felt that after washing is a kind of relaxation. Woodheart dry hands. Back to their own small room. Maybe it's because of sharing a room. He always thinks that his bedroom is his home. The only thing that can give him a sense of security is that small space. Su Jinghan pulled Muxin's collar from behind the moment he entered. 100 steps after meals. Live to 99. Want to go? Muxin? Head shaking like a rattle drum. God knows how much he disliked walking. In his opinion, when going out one must have a goal. Supermarket or a particular food store. Just not wandering on the road without a goal. It always felt like a million eyes would fall on him. He knew that not that many people were actually paying attention to him. He just couldn't help but ramble on and then walk faster and faster. When you're full, you should sleep. Lie down on the bed and find a favorite novel and read it quietly. Muxin apparently overlooked a problem. A woman's inquiry would look like an inquiry on the surface, but in reality, it was informing you. When Su Jinghan uttered these words, his answer no longer mattered. Quick elbow, tugging on the collar of his shirt as she ripped him over. Su Jinghan wrapped her arms around her brother and headed for the door. The sound of clothes tearing almost appeared. For this janky costume that had followed him for many years, he could only succumb to Su Jinghan's lewdness. Definitely not because the strength was not as great as this woman's. Muxin patted her arm. Sister, let go. I'll just go with you. In the home how all do not matter. As long as not really beat themselves this woman how to bully can. Go out or to point face. Do not need too much. A little bit on the good. Wait for me to change a piece of clothing. Battle robe did not wear. Would heart always feel strange to go out. Su Jinghan held his arm, forcibly pulling him out the door. On the body of this set is very good. In the future the dress can no longer have. Looks so handsome. Of course, to boldly show out. She really can't appreciate Su Jinghan's robe. You can understand if it's to cover the scars. The younger brother is so handsome. How can I look at myself? Do you know how cool it is to take a handsome brother out? Aren't you afraid that someone will confess to me while walking on the road? Mu Xian is not narcissistic. This world is ultimately a face control world. A boy who is very handsome will really have a lot of people confessing their love. He can encounter it every time he walks around the campus at school. Even on the day Su Jinghan went to look for Mu Xian, he could see it. Rejection is really a very painful thing. Those girls always feel that they cannot see them were hit to self-confidence. For years without a relationship, the school even rumors that Mu Xian rely on the face value of no one. Swear to God he was just afraid. Was confessed that moment then the confession of the heart of the person more apprehensive. Subconsciously rejected each other directly. And even a few of Rongjian University's school flowers have been rejected by him. Regret and cannot turn back. Let him take the initiative to talk to a girl. Simply to kill him. Think about the relationship so expensive. He backed off. He is not enough. Until the money to realize that the peach blossoms have been cut off by their own mercilessly. So, a handsome man is single until now. And then cheap Su Jinghan. Any destination to go to? Mu Xian asked. Anyway, he was indifferent. Having someone to accompany him was not so awkward. Su Jinghan thought for a moment. To go buy something. In fact, she didn't have a destination. She just wanted to take a walk with Mu Xian. Walking arm in arm to enjoy the time for two. And at the same time, she was also pulling her boyfriend out to slip around. Telling the world that this handsome man is mine. And then it's time to bring him home. But she temporarily remembered something fun. What would her brother, who was so easily shy, be like in a few moments? A little bit of small expectation. The two of them walked for 10 minutes before Mushin suddenly stopped. Going to the restroom. Didn't you just go to the restroom when you left the house? Why do you need to go now? Su Jinghan was puzzled. And did not see Mu Xian drink a lot of water. Only 10 minutes is not too frequent. Her pupils widened violently. And she came to Mu Xian's ear and asked in a low voice. You don't have bad kidneys, do you? This cannot be. The matter of the future sexual life. To really do not want to be treated quickly. Cannot be delayed seriously. Say what? Turn to this kind of thing what heart is not inferior. The dignity of the man. Cannot allow her people to slander? Rare open a back meat paragraph. I this kidney old good. Can let you get out of bed. Really? Su Jinghan did not believe. Of course. Try tonight? Mu Xian. Tonight? Isn't it progressing too fast? Haven't gotten the parents' approval yet. Can it really go that far? You have to work tomorrow. Take time off and deduct a lot of money. But I must affirm that my kidneys are fine. Would Hart emphasized once again. It is rare to have a beautiful sister. If it is because of this point of misunderstanding to run away from the Woodheart still shall not cry to death. Yes, Woodheart is also a face control. It's only been 10 minutes and I want to go to the bathroom. There's still no problem? Su Jinghan didn't believe him. She only believed what she saw. Actually, Mu Xian was slightly embarrassed. It's fine brother. Just accept the treatment. Su Jinghan waved her hand generously. There was just this one brother to spoil. I have said there is no problem. Mu Xian was anxious. His voice was plucked up a few points, attracting gazes from the people around him, awkwardly lowering his head. He whispered, actually, there's not that much need to go to the bathroom. Then why go? The restrooms are all next to each other. Just go to one. Su Jinghan? Isn't going to the toilet because you want to go. And what does it have to do with where the toilet is? Is it possible that just because the toilet is next to you, you're going to have to pee? Can you really control it so casually? There is a saying called come all come. You do not know that now the public restroom is pitifully few. Can encounter on a bar, regardless of whether he is very needed. Mu Xian let go of Su Jinghan's arm and whooshed in. Since the option was already in front of her, why get too hung up on it? It wouldn't take too long to go to the toilet. Unless the toilet was going to be charged for. Then it wouldn't be necessary. Mu Xian stood in front of the toilet and waited, delayed to see Su Jinghan come out. This woman will not be weak kidneys. So during the day do not come out. Do you want to go in to fish her off? Although entering the ladies' restroom is very social death. But for the sake of my sister, death is death. Little brother, are you single? Woodheart turned his head. Two girls stood hand in hand next to him. Eyes have already emerged. Careful heart. When have I seen such a handsome boy? Afraid of not having to give their own marriage right. Mu Xian was not too surprised. This kind of thing had already happened many times. These two girls look like they should still be students. Rongjin University is not far away, but students rarely come to the residential area. These two won't still be high school students. No way. At least adult. Can I add a WeChat? The girls shook their cell phones. Woodheart was stared at by them when they came out of the restroom, hesitated for a long time, and finally succumbed to Woodheart's face value. Mu Xian gently shook her head. In the face of this accosting, for some reason, his heart had no ripples. Was it because the two girls did not look good? No, 8 or 9 points. But compared to Su Jinghan it was dim. Mu Xian realized that he had actually thought of Su Jinghan in this instant, and really took this woman as his girlfriend. He looked in the direction of the restroom and turned his head to the two girls and said, "Have you guys seen the girlfriend summoning technique on Jane?" The video Mu Xian had swiped it more than once. Original or not, followers or not. Anyway, just stand next to other people of the opposite sex for a few seconds, and the girlfriend who disappeared into the sea of people would instantly appear. He suddenly wanted to see if a hand held Mu Xian's arm. Sorry, he has a girlfriend. Su Jinghan came back, intimate arm in arm, smiling at the two little girls who confessed to Mu Xian. The younger brother really did not deceive himself. There really are a lot of people confessing to him. Can she be compared to these two little girls? Must not be possible. The two people have looked dumbfounded. Is there really such a beautiful man and woman in this world? When they stand hand in front of you, you already have the answer in your heart. This will surely be a pair made in heaven. Whoever breaks them apart is a sin. I also understand what Wooden Heart just said. Just say it. So handsome little brother, how can he let him float outside? However, Woodheart is outside the float for 4 years, all by strength single. If not Su Jinghan become his shared roommate, and with a little means to deceive him into bed, maybe between the two window paper have not been broken. Su Jinghan kind of liked Mu Xian's original dress up. In the future, when his brother came out alone, he had to dress that way. Being confessed to, isn't it fun? Su Jinghan's voice was tinged with jealousy. Just a little time without looking at her brother. Almost abducted. She even felt that Mu Xian was a little expectant. Can I understand that you are jealous? The reason that Mushin's social fear was reluctant to interact with people too much was because he was always able to detect other people's emotions so easily. That's for sure. Can I not be jealous of my boyfriend being confessed to? Just now you seem to be looking forward to it. Su Jinghan clenched her fists, killing intent hidden in her eyes. It was as if as long as Mu Xian did not have a reasonable explanation, he would perish on this street today. Mu Xian was suddenly a little curious as to what this woman would do. If it's really what you think, what would you do to me? I will tie you up and lock you in a small dark room to ravage you ruthlessly. Su Jinghan's voice was very soft. It was said close to Mu Xian's ear, but he couldn't hear a hint of a joke. Even Su Jinghan's expression was telling him, I'm not joking. Ah ha 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 ha. Mu Xian laughed awkwardly, his palms clasping each other. This woman was really a violent maniac. Her strength was so strong. He didn't know if he would be able to break free when the time came. I'm just kidding. How could I be that kind of person? Then what were you expecting? Wooden Heart. One day then he made a fool of himself. 3 fingers up. I swear, really didn't promise them. With my face value, if I accepted the confession, I would have already not been single. Where is your chance? Mu Xian gave her a very stinky look. Brother, is that good? However, Su Jinghan subdued him with a single look. Is really a little angry. Younger brother dared to show off those glorious history in front of himself. Is still remembering those warblers outside? Unforgivable. Tie back and lock up. Sister, you listen to my explanation. Woodheart is really panicked. The family status in the future has been mirrored in this moment. Have you heard of the girlfriend summoning technique? Su Jinghan was surprised. As the president of the company is busy and dizzy, where do you have time to brush the jitterbug? Simply do not know the words on the network for a certain period of time inexplicably on fire and then extinguished. It's when guys just need to be around the opposite sex for more than 5 seconds, and their girlfriends who disappeared into the crowd without a trace will suddenly appear. It fit perfectly with what had just happened to Mushin. The only difference in the video was that the man was grabbed by the ear, but he was being held by Su Jinghan's arm, so it seemed that Mu Xian's status was a little higher. Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows with a smile. She believed her brother. Would you expect such a small thing? She suddenly realized that her younger brother was so childish, like a child who hadn't grown up yet and would be happy because of this small matter. Mushin blinked. Isn't it worth looking forward to? Look, doesn't a girlfriend appearing like this mean that she cares about her boyfriend? Isn't it something worth being happy about? Wouldn't being jealous be because of being put on one's heart? Isn't that the most worthwhile thing in the world to be happy about? Since his grandfather's death, Mushin hadn't felt this kind of care since. That's why he was looking forward to it. That's why he was curious. Su Jinghan realized in a flash that it wasn't that her younger brother was too childish, but that her few years in the shopping mall had been rubbed out of that innocence. After what Mu Xian said, it seemed to be true. But what about me? I put you in my heart. Have you? Being two girls face to face to ask for WeChat, he still acted very happy. Really did not put his girlfriend in the heart, eh? Of course I have. Mu Xian nodded heavily. I didn't even take my cell phone out. Didn't even think about agreeing to it, okay? Secretly, the only thing I said to them was, have you ever heard of girlfriend summoning? Alright, counting you pass. So I won't put you in the small black room law. Su Jinghan was very happy. It was really hard to find someone she liked and who liked her in this society nowadays. Although she could really tie Mu Xian home. But who wouldn't want to be able to get the heart of her handsome brother? Say, where did you just appear from? I didn't even see you when I turned around. Not even for 2 seconds you appeared. Mu Xian still remembered how terrifying Su Jingha's speed was. Bull didn't even deserve to be an opponent in front of her. Didn't you say it all? Summoned by you. The two of them walked aimlessly. Mushin realized that she liked the current feeling of being accompanied by someone who was shopping with her. It turned out that it wasn't that shopping was too boring. It was just that she didn't have anyone to accompany her. I forgot to ask you. Where do you work? Mu Xian realized at this moment that he knew nothing about Su Jinghan, and inexplicably wanted to know everything about her today. Su Jinghan pursed her lips and did not know how to say. In fact, contact these days, in addition to all aspects of understanding. She knows that Mu Xian is a very low self-esteem. Low self-esteem to the point that his first reaction when he knows his identity is fear. Fear makes him start to escape, away from himself. Are you going to pick me up from work? Su Jinghan knew she couldn't drag this out for too long. Picking her up from work? Mu Xian hadn't thought about it that way. He lived a very independent life. Independent to the point where he didn't rely on anyone. So he subconsciously placed this independence on everyone. He used to get off work by himself, and he could do it in the future as well. But she was his girlfriend now. He often saw boyfriends driving their girlfriends in those romance novels, and it just so happened that he had all the time in the world. Okay, I'll pick you up every day from now on. Such a beautiful girlfriend. What if it rains that day and a coworker abducts her with an umbrella? Well, she seems to drive by herself. Forget it, doesn't matter. It's a simple thing. Mu Xian is too lazy to think about it. As long as Su Jinghan allows it, she will just go herself. I work at the Jing Xian group. Su Jinghan said truthfully, and did not say all. The president of the Jingxing group of course also works in the Jingxing group. Little by little, the younger brother slowly can accept. Awesome, Mu Xian subconsciously praised. Studying in Rongjin University for 4 years, even if he can't leave his home, he has heard of Jing Xian group, is the head enterprise of Rongjin. In the country is ranked. I have a friend who works at Rongjin University. According to him the position is not low. If you encounter trouble in the company you can talk to me. I'll go to him for help. Mu Xian didn't understand the collusion in big companies. Anyway, when he used to work, there would always be some obnoxious people, who didn't do the work seriously but grew a mouth to talk nonsense. Sometimes he really wanted to beat the other person up. He had no choice but to put up with it. Large companies should also have this kind of people. Each other's calculations are also more complicated. The novel is written like this. Su Jinghan smiled slightly. It was still good that his brother could have this heart. For a social terrorist, asking for help is simply killing half of their life. He could even promise himself, it's good that you have this heart. I'm well liked in the company. This is her own say out, don't believe. High cold female president usually other people see will be afraid. Not to mention make friends. The whole company can say a few words on the left, a few people of the heart. But she is the president of the Jingxing group, who will have enough to find their own trouble. Suddenly have an impulse to want to remove the president position, do a small staff, and wait for his brother to give himself a head start. Quickly threw the ridiculous idea out of her head. She could not possibly throw away the company that she had worked so hard to put on the right track, nor could she bear to see her brother suffer. And if her brother was unhappy, she herself would not be happy. That friend of Mu Xian's, Su Jinghan didn't ask. He would never have guessed that the friend in his mouth had only entered the company today, or that Su Jinghan had personally arranged it. By the way, aren't you going to buy something? Mu Xian wanted to go home. Only then did she remember that Su Jinghan had a purpose for going out. This woman didn't remind her. She almost forgot. Of course Su Jinghan would not forget. It had been herself leading the way, just to lead her brother here, pointing her finger not far away, right there, following the direction of Su Jinghan's finger. Mu Xian saw a lady's store, fiercely lowering her head. You're talking about coming here? Walking along the road, Mu Xian didn't dare to raise her eyes to look at this kind of store more than once, always afraid that someone would label herself as a pervert. Su Jinghan didn't say anything and pulled Mu Xian into the store. The moment he came in, Mu Xian felt that the air was quiet, vaguely aware that there were several gazes falling on him. His eyes peeked out, and he turned out to be the only man in the store. Seems normal, just a complicated mood. The first time he came to this kind of place, how he wanted to look up and see that there was no more store after this village, but he didn't have the guts. Why don't I wait for you at the door? Mu Xian's voice was as thin as a fly. Su Jinghan didn't answer, just pulled Mu Xian hard inside and stood in front of a shelf. Bringing you here to familiarize yourself with it in advance. It's not likely that you'll have to come out alone to buy it for me next time. The shelf held sanitary napkins, a little shy, but Mu Xian still forced herself to look down, mainly to see which kind Su Jinghan had picked. At the moment, the girlfriend was the biggest in the sky. Su Jinghan chose a lot and threw them all to Mu Xian, who also knew for the first time that there were so many categories of this stuff, corresponding to various uses. As a social terrorist, do you dare to come alone? Bringing Mu Xian here was just in case. In case it was really used one day. Su Jinghan didn't want her brother to be in too much pain. If he had to wander around the doorway for a long time before he could come in, it would be good to buy a little bit more to have on standby in the house. She didn't have that many things to do. Mu Xian nodded. The two of them, Mu Xian and Su Jinghan, came in and got a lot of attention. The shopkeepers and customers were looking at them, not just because of the face value of the two of them, but also because Mu Xian was a man. Who knew if he would do perverted things? Listening to Su Jinghan was even more curious. Buying sanitary napkins for his girlfriend wasn't a new topic. Many men had done it, but they were still curious when they actually encountered it. Does social terrorism really dare to come to this kind of place? Looking at Su Jinghan's disbelieving eyes, Mu Xian was a bit speechless. Are you a bit misinformed about social terrorists? Sociopaths are theoretically not prone to social death. I'm just afraid of interacting with other people because they have a strong solitary mentality. So I'm reluctant the vast majority of the time. And I don't really care about what other people think. I don't come to the store because I'm a pervert. I have a goal. Buy tampons for my girlfriend, pick them up and pay for them and leave. If Woodhart was allowed to hang out inside, he would probably find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Having a goal in your eyes doesn't make you care about what other people think, which is why Woodhart doesn't want to go out without a destination. Aren't you saying nice things to cheer me up? Mu Xian blankly glanced at him. Do you see me like some boring person? Originally it is a very normal physiological phenomenon. Why should I feel embarrassed? He never understood what kind of mentality people have towards men and women who have dislike, curiosity and so on. Normal things are viewed with a normal mentality, isn't it? Su Jinghan arched her eyebrows. Really have a reliable boyfriend is a happy thing, even though she could care less. It was a completely different meaning when Mu Xian did it. Is that all? Mu Xian had already hugged several packs, all different types. Su Jinghan nodded. Today was to bring Mu Xian to familiarize herself with it. The result was very satisfactory to her. When she left, she smoothly held up a black underwear in front of Mu Xian's eyes. Today's performance is good. Give you a little reward. Wear one for you to see at night. Mu Xian blushed and lowered her head. This thing would be a bit of social death. The underwear was semi-transparent and hidden. In turn, there was a kind of temptation to want to find out what was going on. Do you still wear underwear when you sleep at night? Straight men's brain circuits are like this. He heard that girls wearing underwear to sleep is uncomfortable. So how can he see it at night? Su Jinghan suddenly didn't want to pay attention to him. Can't you just take it off after looking at it? Just in time for errands. On the way home, Mu Xian received a phone call from Zhao Feng. Although it is a roommate, but to be honest, this is the first call between the two. Most of the time is to send a message. For the social terrorism people would heart. Can send text, never send voice? Can send voice, never hit the video? Can hit the video, never meet? Can meet, never meet. Hey, Lao Zhao. Woodhart did not let him wait too long, although not very willing to connect, but after all, it was a dormitory brother. A few years of friendship there. There was no small thing that had to be called. Honey, who is it? Su Jinghan stood beside him and saw Zhao Feng at a glance. Is it the friend you just mentioned? Su Jinghan's voice appeared. Zhao Feng's body trembled at the other end of the phone, recalling the warning Su Jinghan gave him when he reported to the Jingxing group. He suddenly felt that his little life was in jeopardy. Returning home to think about it for so long, he always felt that he still had to help his brother out of his misery. So he made this call, originally thinking that it was so late. Mu Xian the geek must be alone. He didn't expect to still bump into Su Jinghan. Hey, old Zhao, what's wrong? Speak up. Mu Xian listened to the silence on the other side. Really, something has happened. Just do not know if it is serious. Can they solve it? Forget it. Do the best you can. The brother calls are calling. Zhao Feng hesitated. It seems that it is not quite like Su Jing'an's voice. Her voice is much colder to be right. Your kid talked about his girlfriend? He clearly heard a sound, dear. In his heart, he was afraid and looking forward to it. If it was really Su Jing'an's woman, he estimated that he would be in trouble. But the thought of his brother being able to pick up this kind of iceberg beauty, the sense of accomplishment was overwhelming. Right? He is his second brother. Su Jinghan will have to call himself a second brother. Just think about it now. He wouldn't dare to beat him to death in a meeting. Oh, just talked about it a few days ago. Since Zhao Feng asked sincerely, then he mercifully told him that Su Jinghan had an excellent figure in temperament and looks, and there was no such thing as not being able to hold a hand. Zhao Feng wanted to ask about the name, but also felt presumptuous. A friend's wife cannot be deceived. Crossing the line is not. However, Su Jing'an's message has been sent. Put smartly, or you will not be able to spare you. Threatening meaning proper. Hey, still there? What a big deal this was. So stumped, Mu Xian couldn't help but get worried. Oh, I wanted to find you out to get together. Who knows you have a girlfriend? Next time. It's rare for you kid to get off the hook. Cherish it. Zhao Feng hurriedly hung up the phone. Brother, it's not that my brother is timid. It's that this woman is too scary. My brother's head will be twisted off as a ball kicked by him. Cherish it. Cherish every day for the rest of your life. He felt that Su Jinghan probably did not tell Mu Xian his true identity, or else he would not have let himself keep it a secret, and he suddenly felt that he had discovered a shocking big melon. The iceberg female president hiding her identity just to get close to a man with such a soft voice. Gosh, Zhao Feng didn't dare to imagine. Wouldn't Mu Xian have already taken her down? The flower of high cold being taken down. This matter would not be a sensation in the whole of Rongjin if it were to be told. Zhao Feng was happy in his heart, so he wouldn't have to listen to his old man nagging in his ear anymore. And he could also go find another woman, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. No, still need to confirm it. He dialed his own sister. Mu Xian looked at the phone that suddenly hung up. He wouldn't have been kidnapped, right? Can a rich second generation also be tricked out? It won't be GA wasted, right? Let's go. Su Jinghan took Mu Xian's arm and turned him upstairs. She had an illusion that Mu Xian was going to rush out and look for Zhao Feng the next second, pulling her brother away for the sake of Zhao Feng not being beaten to death by himself. Don't worry, he's fine. Looking at the worried Mu Xian, Su Jinghan wanted to beat Zhao Feng to death even more. Nothing to call. Mu Xian blinked. You know him? Su Jinghan nodded. She didn't really want to talk about Zhao Feng. She was only concerned about her younger brother. Pushing Mu Xian, quickly go take a shower. Without realizing it, it was already 10 o'clock. Thinking about last night, lying on the bed must not be lingering for a while. Turning around was 12 o'clock. Just in time for bed. Want me to accompany you? Looked at Wooden Heart hesitation. She got up and pulled Wooden Heart together to the bathroom. This kind of thing? Of course they are not refused. Kishin panicked and ran back to her room. If really agreed, who knows what will happen. Raw rice is the lowest. Tomorrow there will inevitably be one person cannot get out of bed. When taking a shower, Mu Xian was absent-minded. He always felt that Su Jinghan was a bit strange. Not a strange personality, but the whole person was too mysterious. He felt the need to speed up to understand Su Jinghan's identity. After a hurried shower, he returned to his room and put on his headphones to start a journey of coding. Take advantage of the fact that the sleepiness is not strong. First write 2 chapters. Feelings appeared, gradually into the good. 40 minutes time to complete 2,000 words. Slightly tired. Sitting for a long time, body aches everywhere. He stretches to relieve fatigue. Hands raised instantly but suddenly hit a soft. Violently turned his head and realized that Su Jinghan actually do not know when to stand behind himself. Taking off the headphones and standing up, he looked at Su Jinghan in panic. Whether he had just touched a place he shouldn't have touched. It hurts from you. Do you want to rub it? Su Jinghan straightened her chest. Mu Xian's sudden movement just now startled her, and the instant without warning also gave her whole body a feeling of electric shock. Yes. Sorry. Woodheart coughed twice and lowered her head with her hands behind her back. Can you say yes to this kind of thing? You will still be hammered to death. She was currently wearing only underwear and panties on her body, and it was the underwear that she had just bought, hidden and visible. Woodheart was wanting to see but did not dare to see. Nosebleed is about to come out. You, when did you come? Woodheart blushed. Just finished showering. Su Jinghan's skin rosy, dressed and exposed. Every part is luring Woodheart crime. It's been a while since I came. You've been concentrating on writing your novel and didn't notice. She originally wanted to blindfold Mu Xian or suddenly hug him from behind, but she saw that he was so focused that she couldn't bear to disturb him, so she stood behind her and waited. She slowly stepped forward and took Kikyu's hand. You don't like it? I've seen you looking at it several times in the store at that time. Mushin blushed even more. remembering that he had already hidden it well. How could he have been caught? He nodded. Of course I like it. Not wanting to say something against his will, Ertie was ready to break down the door. How did you get in? Mushin remembered closing the door. How could he get in without the code? Sister is freezing for half a day. Don't you want to hug your sister? The voice is a little aggravated. Will Woodheart pull over to hug himself? Room air conditioning open is not high, so where there is a little bit of cold, it is true that the brother's arms are the warmest. Woodheart in the heartspit, and not himself told you to dress like this. He picked up the remote control and turned up the air conditioning temperature, and hugged Su Jinghan tightly. Her body was indeed a little cold, so let's warm her up first. Mu Xian swore that he was never trying to take advantage, doghead. Su Jinghan's red lips came to Mu Xian's ear. I applied a little bit of a small means on the door. I know the password of your room in the future. This old six. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. He said when Su Jinghan was so kind to help himself fix the door. He thought it was a conscience to make up for the mistake he had made, but it turned out that he also had other purposes. I guess I'll change the password now to tell you not to be looking at it. You'll not listen. So smart. Su Jinghan wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him fiercely. Her younger brother really didn't listen at all. She had said the password to her room, and had already gotten to this point, and still wasn't honest about it. Woodheart is also take this overbearing woman has no way. Don't worry, I won't change it. Also feel unnecessary. The most valuable thing in this house is only himself. The big deal is that she sneaks in and does herself in. It doesn't matter. The one who suffers is not himself. Quickly go and put your clothes on. Be careful of catching a cold. Mu Xian patted her back. The air conditioning temperature was not turned up. He did it on purpose. He couldn't let this woman get too comfortable, or else keep this look in front of himself. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it. Su Jinghan's eyes grumbled. She was like this. Her brother could still hold it. It's a long way to go. Changing clothes was a certainty. Su Jinghan also wanted to tease Mu Xian. She pulled Mu Xian back to her room and sat in front of the combing table. Help sister blow dry her hair. I had this idea yesterday, but unfortunately my brother couldn't let go. I don't know how. Taking the hair dryer, Mu Xian touched her own pitifully short hair. It was just too much trouble for him to cut it short. I didn't expect to be able to escape after all. Su Jinghan's hair was nice and soft. It easily ran through Mu Xian's fingers and felt a little comfortable. He finally knew why boys liked to sit back and play with girls' hair when they were in school, and he liked the feel of it. The tip of his nose flicked, sniffing the fresh scent of the shampoo. It smelled a little good. Su Jinghan looked at the Woodheart in the mirror. They say that serious men are the most handsome. The already handsome face is also carefully caring for their hair. Su Jinghan fell even more. The unsettling thing is, obviously he wore such a sexy, he even did not look at a glance. Although but the character is very decent, but to themselves also have to be so positive? It is not necessary. It's a waste of this outfit. Careful heart. Su Jinghan softly shouted at him. Still need to work on herself. She really hasn't been so humble. It's never been a man on the pole to give her attentions. The heart has a small temper. In the future to properly temper this elm brain. What's wrong? Woodheart raised her eyes. Instantly froze in place. Couldn't help but gulp. The fullness of the chest at this angle is unobstructed. In front of her eyes there is only Snow White, and two hidden cherries. This. Mu Xian instantly felt his mouth dry. This beauty seems to have a huge attraction. A pair of eyes how can not move. Mu Xian lowered her head and continued the action in her hands. Is there something wrong with sister? Only her eyes glanced towards that beautiful scenery if at all. Su Jinghan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Her younger brother is at least a normal person. She does not want to meet a rare heartthrob but a homosexual. However, Mu Xian's look of wanting to look but not daring to look at the moment was really cute. Not many men could resist such a temptation. Just now it was Mu Xian who didn't think in this direction at all. He was blowing his sister's hair for the first time and didn't want any accidents to happen. Su Jinghan's cry made him discover a new continent, and he could no longer throw it out of his mind. Deliberately, this woman felt like shouting at herself on purpose. Is it good looking? Su Jinghan didn't reject Mu Xian's eyes at all. On the contrary, she was a little impatient for a compliment, and a boyfriend's compliment was the greatest compliment. Not good looking. Mu Xian turned off the hairdryer, shook off her hair a few times and turned to leave, walking to the door and still not forgetting to come up with, remember to change your clothes. It was too torturous. Such endurance was painful, but he was afraid to take the last step. Since he was a child he had only ever received his grandfather's approval. Facing Su Jinghan's parents, he was deeply afraid. How was he worthy of standing in front of them? How could he be worthy of such a beautiful Su Jinghan? Su Jinghan sat in front of the mirror and pouted, where there is still the appearance of a high and cold imperial sister. Completely a small daughter posture. The plan to seduce her brother failed once again. When Mu Xian left the house, her legs trembled, and the last sound of the door closing, her heart must be very tormented, so she spared him for the time being. It was just that her patience was running out. When did she need to chase a person like this? She now wants to directly and wooden heart showdown, tell him his identity, and then no matter what directly tide him home. But her brother's character was a bit stubborn, so she wouldn't rather die than obey, right? It really hurts my head. Mu Xian left the bedroom and ran back to the room, slammed the door shut, leaned his back against the door and gasped, finally escaping from that horrible Ponzi cave, drinking several large cups of water vigorously, trying to calm down the mood. I can't be bothered to write anymore, so let's go to bed. Lying in bed and tossing and turning but cannot sleep. This kind of time is the most easy to think. The fragrant image as long as the eyes closed will appear in the mind. Lingering. Ta! The door to the room was opened. Su Jinghan changed into a set of pajamas and directly pounced on Mu Xian. Careful heart. You can't sleep without hugging your sister. The voice is very aggrieved. But Mu Xian is the most aggrieved. Right. The evil fire has not yet gone down. The person who stirred up the fire came. He just wanted to look up to the sky and let out a long cry. I can't sleep without hugging you. Come on. Do not resist. Wood Heart panting roughly, got up and picked up Su Jinghan and pressed him underneath. Fiercely kissed him. Can't hold back. If I hold back any longer I'm going to explode. Instead, he violently moved his hands away to prop himself up, looking at Su Jinghan with red eyes in the darkness, muttering under his breath. No, now is not the time. He got up and ran out of the room, running to the bathroom. Hey! Su Jinghan raised her hand and wanted to stop him. What is this all called? His own feelings are coming up, saying that he is leaving. Really annoying. Sitting on the bed grudgingly looking at the back of the wooden heart, grabbed a pillow and ruthlessly smashed on the bed. Difficult to solve the heart of the gas. Mu Xian washed his face with cold water and finally calmed down. He was more and more eager to get Su Jinghan's parents' approval. Even if he didn't approve now, he had to use his best efforts to move towards that standard. Back in the room, Su Jinghan's back was to the door. Mu Xian hugged her from behind, but she twisted her body to break away. Just now such a good opportunity even gave up. This life you do not want to touch me. Su Jinghan also has a small temper. Oh no. Sister is really angry. Jitterbug said that when a girlfriend is angry, it is harder to hold down than a pig killed on New Year's Day. And I don't know if it is true, but Mu Xian wants to try it now. He tapped Su Jinghan on the shoulder. Unsurprisingly, Su Jinghan directly threw his hand away with her hand. Don't touch the noble me with your dirty hands. Wood Heart did not hold back laughter. Imperial sister petulance is this way? Inexplicably a little cute is how fat for. Arm against the bed from Su Jinghan waist to explore the past. The other hand from above to wrap her waist. Fiercely pulled her back into his arms. Baby, don't be angry, okay? Feeling the hot breath on her ear, Su Jinghan realized that her soft spot was also here. Is it too cheap to forgive him just like this? But he called me baby I don't care. He just likes me. Mu Xian forcefully turned her over. Without saying a word, a kiss fell on. He was no longer afraid of kissing Su Jinghan. Anyway, there had been many times. It is said that there is no anger between couples that can't be solved by a kiss. And if there is, then there is another kiss. Su Jinghan also finally broke the defense in this moment. She fiercely got up and pressed Mu Xian underneath her body. Just now, the kiss herself was passive. This one must take the initiative. The mouth must be kissed and swollen, otherwise angry. Su Jinghan got up and sat on top of Mu Xian, licking her red lips and grabbing his pajamas. See if you dare to make your sister angry in the future. Mu Xian gasped for air. Su Jinghan's movements were so rough that he even forgot that his nose could also breathe and almost suffocated to death. I'm wrong. I'll dare next time. The atmosphere was all the way here. Suddenly wanting to be bitchy. Oops. Su Jinghan was a bit surprised that his brother started to have itchy skin after he mixed well with him. No, can't spare him. Leaning over the two of them was another kiss. You can be bitchy, but you can't be bitchier than me. I can't accept it. How is it? Do you want more? Just sitting up. Su Jinghan once again leaned down. Mu Xian held his shoulders. Wrong, really wrong. Continue next time. He even felt that his mouth was already starting to swell. One more time it would turn into a sausage. Su Jinghan was also satisfied. Her brother was all his own. There would be plenty of chances to savor it in the future. Wasn't that what she was doing when she laid into Mu Xian's arms and got the room door code? Mu Xian felt the warmth in his arms, pondered for a long time and finally couldn't help but open his mouth. Sister, are you asleep? Not yet. You say. She realized that her brother's tone was slightly more serious, and even a little apprehensive. This was to talk to herself about business. Can you tell me about your family? Maybe 3 or 4 days was a short time, But the two were progressing surprisingly fast, so fast that it was as if they had already spent half a year together. Making Kikyo couldn't help but think about meeting his parents. At one point he suddenly had a selfish thought. How nice it would be if his sister was an orphan like himself, so he wouldn't have to meet the parents. Quickly throwing away the ridiculous thought, he hated to slap himself. Experienced to realize how panic one's survival is, how hard it is, how can endure his sister to suffer like this. He would rather go to face his parents. This is wanting to meet your sister's parents? Su Jinghan leaned against Mu Xian's chest. She knew the reason why Mu Xian had been rejecting herself. Now suddenly talking about her parents, did it mean that her brother had fully accepted himself? It was time for her to find an opportunity to confess her identity to her brother. Curious how he would look when he found out. Kitsune hummed softly, a little distracted. Don't worry, they're very nice to talk to, so I'll bring you to meet them when my sister makes the arrangements. She still needed to go home to give a few instructions. Her brother's social fear was too serious. She was afraid that by then the scene would be too grandiose to say a word in fear. First she had to go home and give her parents a piece of her mind before she could do that. She spoke out to comfort. Brother is so handsome. And people are so upright and kind. They will definitely like you. Don't worry. Su Jinghan did not mention the matter of $10 million. Her family does not value this amount of money. Mu Xian's character has been examined by herself in the past few days, and can definitely pass her parents' hurdle. In fact, has passed her this level. Other does not matter. This life is not easy to appear once the heart. She cannot care about anyone. Sleep. Su Jinghan said softly. Now need to give the younger brother a little time to think. Like to be alone. People always like the spirit of internal consumption of their own. Comfort for them is not very useful. Can only let them regulate their own. But things do not happen will not be better. And even things that have happened will still be because of the bad play. Keep blaming themselves. Su Jinghan gave comfort at the moment without too much. Just gently pat him. Like coaxing a small child to coax him to sleep. Sister to give the strength is very sufficient. Woodheart did not worry for too long. This may be the benefits of having a girlfriend. If it is usually he sleeps alone. Tonight the probability of insomnia. When he woke up the next day, it was a minute before his alarm went off. And he stared at his cell phone alarm clock, turning it off before the screen lit up for a split second and the sound went off. Slowly, he withdrew himself and got out of bed. In fact, this point in time is still early. He made breakfast and then come to call Su Jinghan are not too late. I heard that she used to warp long insomnia. In the future, just sleep a little more. When Mu Xian got up, Su Jinghan woke up. She did not want to get up. This sleep is very comfortable. Looking at her brother to prepare everything in advance gradually revealed a smile. There is such a brother. Really good. She quietly hugged Mu Xian from behind. Brother, have we met somewhere before? Having slept in Mu Xian's arms for 2 nights, and becoming more and more dependent on the smell of Mu Xian's body, she suddenly had the illusion that she had smelled this flavor not long ago. No. Mu Xian slowly shook his head. He walked generally wearing headphones and lowered his head. Which people he passed by he was not clear. But one thing was certain. Su Jinghan's face was something that would never be forgotten if he saw it once. He had no impression. Su Jinghan also has no impression. In addition to his brother to school is at home to write a novel. Go out is to go to the supermarket to buy food. She, on the other hand, is a 2-point line between home and company. The two people did not intersect at all. Do you spray perfume? Mu Xian shook his head. What does a big man like himself spray that stuff for? A stingy person like him couldn't possibly buy these impractical things. He might as well get 2 big meals to treat himself. Su Jinghan really did not see Woodheart spray perfume these days. The room in addition to Woodheart there is no scented. This was odd. What's wrong? I've smelled the flavor of your body before, but I can't remember where I smelled it. This thing. Mu Xian couldn't say that he was unique. It was also possible that the 2 flavors were similar and Su Jinghan remembered wrongly. He lightly patted Su Jinghan's jade back. Forget it if you can't remember. Go wash up then eat. Su Jinghan threw a set of keys to Mu Xian. Mu Xian carried the car keys, acting a little surprised, obviously not understanding Su Jinghan's meaning. Su Jinghan was furious as she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Was this guy really stupid or fake stupid? Didn't you say yesterday that you would transport me to work? This is backtracking? She blocked Mu Xian in the corner. Could it be that you're trying to make your sister happy? It's only been a few days and his younger brother has learned to speak in flowery language. If he's not disciplined, who will be in charge of this family in the future? Mu Xian was a bit embarrassed. Could he say that he said such things yesterday in a brainstorm? He shouldn't be beaten to death. What does yesterday's plan have to do with today? He didn't like going out at all. Then, go. Su Jinghan's body pressed down to block him. You seem reluctant? How come? Mu Xian blinked. Looking docile. I'm willing to do anything for my sister. Really? Su Jingyan's body moved a few more points closer. The knot in Mu Xian's throat couldn't help but roll. His heart was beating so fast. Every time he was in close contact with Su Jinghan, he had trouble calming his heart. Looking straight at the red lips close at hand, he forgot to speak. So want to kiss a mouthful. The head slowly close. Dragonfly pointing water general bark a bite. Against the wall upright stand. Low eyebrows do not look at Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan licked her red lips. Her brother's kiss was too subtle. She preferred to be rough some. Lifting Mu Xian's chin, she prepared for a bloodbath. It's going to be late. Let's get going. Mu Xian reached out to stop her. This woman didn't care. He didn't want to go out with a sausage mouth on top. It was too embarrassing. Drilling under Su Jinghan's arm, he fell away. It was Su Jinghan who leaned too close, and when he bent over, his face touched a part that shouldn't be touched, so he ran even faster. Su Jinghan laughed in anger. Only responsible for teasing, not responsible for lowering the fire. At night to give him some color to see. Chasing downstairs, Mu Xian was already sitting in the car. Su Jinghan froze for a moment, leaned against the car and looked at Mu Xian very puzzled. You send me to work, you sit in the passenger side? Would Heart sitting in the co-pilot? And even the seatbelt has been tied. She saw the first time to send people like this. You may not go. What's the problem? This. Su Jingyan's mouth opened. He still thinks there is no problem. It's also right. Otherwise he would just sit in the driver's seat. It seems like he needs to be more tuned. Shouldn't you be driving? Mu Xian's eyes widened and one finger pointed at himself. I'm driving? No one had said that to themselves when they came here. Is it too late to back out now? What? You won't? Su Jinghan? But she knew that Mu Xian had taken a driving license, and she wouldn't even do that. So the love would be gone, right? Well, it shouldn't. Mu Xian scratched his head a little awkwardly. I haven't driven a car since I took the driver's license test. As a geek with no relatives or friends, the car is not important to him, even a liability. Spending money on regular maintenance and refueling for nothing. If something really needs to go out, he chooses to walk in the near distance and take a taxi in the far distance. As for taking public transportation is not in the scope of Mu Xian's consideration. He is seasick. 5 minutes want to vomit. Difficult to give people to give up their seats. Su Jinghan speechless. The younger brother is also too small. Their first time driving nothing. One of their own on the road. Is not still alive. It is not good to cherish life so much. The more you cherish life, the shorter your life. There is sister in. Not afraid. Su Jinghan pulled him out of the car and rushed him to the driver's seat. Mu Xian sat down resentfully. Must admit that the phrase sister is here. Not afraid was filled with tremendous power. He carefully started the car and set off. The feeling of fear was only at the beginning. When the car really started, the feeling of that time of practicing once again appeared. He drove smoother and smoother. Also gradually accelerated speed. Finally, he arrived at the Jing Xian group before 9 o'clock. Sitting in the car looking at the towering building, Mu Xian had an overwhelming sense of vertigo. He couldn't even count exactly how many floors there were. Want to go in and take a look? Su Jinghan did not rush to get out of the car. The Jing Xian group was a landmark building in Rongjin City, with a total of 2 buildings connected to each other. And it was said that from the highest president's office, one could see the entire Rongjin city center. I can't go in. Right. There was envy in Mu Xian's eyes and regret in her tone. Jing Xian Group is the nation's major universities and colleges' talent to sharpen their brains to rush inside. Admiring a lot of people. It is said that without an appointment or identity authentication is not allowed to go in. Su Jinghan shrugged her shoulders. Whether she could enter or not was not a matter of words. She was thinking about whether to confess her identity to Mu Xian today. Deception is even more people feel that the plot is wrong. The longer the concealment, the more she has no way to take off the mask in front of Mu Xian. How about try? Su Jinghan gritted her teeth and made a decision. If there is really a problem, there is a backhand. Tied home. Mu Xian also saw an acquaintance at this time. His eyes followed Zhao Feng to move. Letting him open his mouth to shout from such a distance was impossible. The instant silence he could find a crack in the ground to drill into. Zhao Feng however looked over and instantly opened his mouth wide. He was haunted by last night's events. Calling to ask his sister Zhao Ye. As Su Jinghan BFF she even did not know. Instantly, Zhao Feng's heart of gossip was aroused. He immediately wanted to confirm whether or not Mu Xian had really raided this 10,000-year-old iceberg. But he didn't dare to call. So he could only come in the morning to squat on Su Jinghan's car. So, he saw Mu Xian sitting in the driver's seat and Su Jinghan sitting in the passenger seat. This is the actual hammer. Mu Xian waved to him from afar. It was quite a fate to see the only acquaintance other than Su Jinghan in such a big company. This cannot be blamed on yourself. Zhao Feng came over. If you see it and pretend to walk away, You will hurt Mu Xin's heart, and then there will be no silver in this place. Not. Su Jingyan's eyes narrowed slightly. Coincidence she didn't believe in at all. Brother, help sister unbuckle her seatbelt. Since meeting Mu Xin, the domineering president became less and less domineering, and today Su Jinghan decided to swear sovereignty. Does this also need his own help? Mu Xin frowned gently. But the first rule of being an excellent younger brother guideline: listen to your sister's words. Forget it, give it up. Zhao Feng can see it if he sees it. Unbuckling his own seatbelt, he leaned over Su Jinghan and went to reach the other side of the buckle. Zhao Feng stunned in place. Broad daylight, clear sky, the scale cannot be so big. The seatbelt popped open instantly. Su Jinghan cupped her hands around Mu Xin's face, forcing her to twist over and look at herself. Her brother was too shy, so good opportunity did not know to take the initiative. Without hesitation, she kissed up. At that instant, the pupils of Zhao Feng outside were widening, rising fiercely, hallucinating. The iceberg president was taken down. So what does it mean to just beckon? Trick the dog in to kill it. Loss, I still take you as a brother. He too. Mu Xin raised his head, looked at Su Jingyan's eyes somewhat helpless. Under the public, what is the behavior? In case the company leaders feel that it affects the image to dismiss her, how to do? It wasn't as if Mu Xin hadn't seen this situation before. Can you go to work? Sitting back on the position, Would Hart urging, "C is going to be 9 o'clock, clocking time are going to be over." In front of the company delayed time late, wrongful death. Su Jinghan did not move. She pointed to the parking lot ahead. Drive in. Drive in? Would Hart did not understand. Just 2 steps, you will not walk into the road. A moment out of their own have to go around. Or that put the car in the parking lot, so that they take a taxi back. Ta ba. I've only just experienced the joy of driving. Get to work. I'll drive you from work. Don't you want to go inside? Woodhart gave her a surprised look. Can I go in? If I say you can, you can. Just drive. Mu Xin didn't get it. What do you mean by I say it's okay? Did she make the company rules? Wouldn't this leave her with a handle that could be seized by some people in the company who looked at her in a bad light? He didn't want to be Su Jingyan's soft underbelly. However, Su Jingyan's attitude was strong and there was absolutely no room for discussion, so he could only look in with a hard head. In his heart, he was looking forward to it, and in a moment, he must not start an argument. Parked the car. Woodhart head buried very low, staring at the steering wheel a little aggrieved. He did not dare to look at Su Jinghan. Who knows if she is now holding back laughter. Su Jinghan arched his eyebrows, couldn't help but reach out and touch his brother's head. His brother's blushing aggrieved look was really too cute. I don't blame you. The company's parking space is painted small. Woodhart parked 3 times before coming in. Simply could not find the spots taught by the driving school. Next time, once can park well. The voice is as thin as a mosquito. There are already a lot of cars in the garage. Other people can park well, why can't they? It's not that his climbing heart is strong. The strong always mock the weak explicitly and implicitly. He dislikes to hear those things. And not being able to be stronger than others meant you had to leave. It wasn't easy for him to find a job in the old days, but it was the first time he drove after getting his license. And the next time, it would be better than this one. Well, sister believes in you. Su Jinghan grabbed his cheeks. His younger brother was in need of encouragement. His younger brother was always right. What was wrong was the parking space. It was too small. Get out of the car. Su Jinghan opened the car door, took Mu Xin's hand and pulled him into the company. She knew the fishy storm was coming. She had to pull her brother tight to make it work. Big company, even the door is so big. Mu Xin forced himself to calm down, hold back his curiosity not to look around. Can't show a look of not having seen the world to give his sister shame. There were already quite a few people at the front desk of the company, and 9 o'clock had passed, so it was reasonable to say that Su Jinghan was already late. Mu Xin, however, found that no one notified Su Jinghan that she was late to deduct her salary. He was a bit confused. Is the inclusiveness of a large company so strong? Wouldn't it be a mess? Quietly raising his eyes to look around, everyone stopped their hand movements. Some even spilled water on their clothes halfway through their drink without realizing it. All of them looked at Su Jinghan in astonishment. Nope. Mu Xin realized that more gazes were falling on herself. What's wrong with me? Clothes are on backwards? Good morning, Mr. Su. Good morning, Mr. Su. What are they shouting? Mr. Su. Sounds like an executive. Where is he? Mu Xin also wanted to see the dress of a successful person, but the surrounding people all lowered their heads without acknowledging the appearance. So low profile? Can the head show the name? Let me see who is surnamed Su. Wait, surnamed Su? Mu Xin eyes moved. Su Jinghan is not surnamed Su. Can not it? She has such a high position in the company. He also let Zhao Feng help her. Rustling sound. Mu Xian vaguely heard that the president actually brought a man to the company. So, he did not dare to imagine that the hand held by Su Jinghan secretly exerted force to break away. Sister, let go. I have already seen it. I want to go. How could Su Jinghan be as he wished? Have come to this point. Let go of Woodheart, surely head to run. Deadly clasp Woodheart hand. Surrounding the body, momentum sharp turn straight up. The air are lingering a few points. Cold eyes swept. All the people who talked to each other lowered their heads, like a child who made a mistake. Even Mu Xian beside her stopped, frozenly looking at Su Jinghan. This is still the sister who wants to kiss. Too valiant. The surroundings were quiet, and Mu Xian pulled away. He saw Zhao Feng in the crowd, and Zhao Feng, who had been tricked into going in to finish the kill, had been waiting in the hall, and he was betting that Su Jinghan would definitely bring Mu Xian in, and with Su Jinghan's character he would definitely. The heart had long been anticipating this scene. The bet was won. Not being able to be the only one who was a dog was much more soothing. Standing in the crowd, he gave Mu Xian a thumbs up and gave him a cheering gesture. The moment the elevator closed, the hall had exploded. 10,000 years of iceberg melted. Even took the initiative to bring a man to the company, and still arm in arm. Up fierce. Hallucinations. In the elevator, there were only two people, Su Jinghan and Mu Xian. Mu Xian was still in shock, and was passively pulled out of the elevator by Su Jinghan to the already spacious office, swearing, this was the biggest office he had ever seen in his life, and it was even equipped with a lounge with a large bed. So you're the president of the Jing Xian group? Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan's back, more fearful than even the first time he saw her. The apprehension of facing a stranger was far less than the trembling of facing a superior. No matter what job he didn't like communicating with his boss, fidgeting and slurring his words, always feeling that whatever he said was wrong. Standing in this huge office, Woodheart was completely at a loss as to which part of it was where he should stand. Didn't you already hear that? Su Jinghan couldn't believe that downstairs he hadn't heard the whispers of the others. In fact, Su Jinghan had done it on purpose. She obviously could have stopped it in the first place, but she just wanted Mushin to know it from the others so that it would be believable. Reacquaint yourself with your brother. Sister's name is Su Jinghan, president of the Jingxing group, and the only one of the grandchildren of the richest Su family. Changed again. Su Jinghan had changed again to that big sister back home who asked for kisses and accompanied herself shopping, as if the cold as frost temperament downstairs was not her. No, Mu Xian reminded himself in his heart, cannot be deceived by this woman in front of him. At this moment she is not her true self, is a wolf in sheep's clothing, only waiting for this little sheep to jump in by itself. Run! The 36th plan is the best plan. Mu Xian turned to pull open the office door. Su Jinghan took an arrow step forward and tackled him, whispering in his ear, I forgot to tell my brother that my sister is practiced in martial arts, so you won't be able to escape with this little arm and leg. Devil's voice. Finished? This is completely finished. Let's just say that this woman is scheming against me. I blame myself for not being firm in my heart and falling into this female devil's trap, but she called me brother A. She even saw herself naked. Mu Xian wanted to cry. The city is too complicated. I want to go back to the countryside. The hand loosened the door handle. Su Jinghan, this skill is great. Did not hurt him but let him not easy to move. The hand is not strong at all. Cannot open this closed door. Considering that this is Su Jinghan's turf, she can have the security guards downstairs tackle her with a single phone call. And she doesn't even need a reason to do so. For the sake of work, who cared about Wooden Heart? Let go. Woodheart made her tone as strong as possible. No. Su Jinghan lightly bit Woodheart's earlobe, instantly making Mu Xian's whole body tingling. Already knew his brother's weakness. Pinching him was not an easy task. What to do? Woodheart looking for ways to get out of the way. Things are now only one way. The narrow road meets the courage to win. The only way to kill a blood road. In order to see the light. Thinking about the self-defense techniques taught on Shakeology. Then, he was dragged by Su Jinghan into the office restroom and thrown on the bed. It was too humiliating. Mu Xian didn't even block a single move. And Su Jinghan instantly overpowered Mu Xian like that full-leveled big brother refighting a novice village. Princess hug then threw to the bed. Su Jinghan took off his shoes, took off his own jacket and shoes, and climbed onto the bed. Woodheart desperately to hide inside, but the bed is so big. Not 2 steps back to the head. See, Su Jinghan has climbed up. Fight and cannot beat, run and cannot run away. Dear readers, the small author may not be able to update later. I went over there to see if the network is not passable, then more to burn off the paper money on the good. Identity revealed. Su Jinghan did not want to delay. Finally can let fly. It is best to finish today, get a license tomorrow, and slowly cultivate feelings after marriage. One hand captured the two wrists of the wooden heart crossed in front of his chest. This is the bad side of the thin wrist, but the wooden heart is already very serious in practicing, so it is not practicing not thick. This kiss had no more restraints, no more worries, and was more wanton than any previous one. Woodheart finally broke free. His lips were already vaguely red and swollen. Even the upper skin of his mouth was broken. This crazy woman even bit herself. Like a squirrel, he scurried to the other side, his hands blocking his chest and tugging on his clothes in death. Looking at Su Jinghan with a stubborn face, "Don't come over. I'll bite my tongue and kill myself, do you believe me?" Su Jinghan laughed. It is true that she is deeply poisoned by the TV series. It is impossible for a person to bite off his own tongue. The pain will make you unconscious. You can't die. Sister has her eye on you. From now on life is my person. Death is my ghost. Su Jinghan slowly approached, gently pinched Mu Xian's chin. His brother is his own. His brother's everything is his own. How could he let himself harm? Mu Xian was very unsettled. The condescending gaze, the domineering remarks made him inexplicably at ease. This style is as powerful as an atomic bomb to a small young man with low self-esteem and a bit of social fear. Don't you come over. I really die to you. Thinking about it is also a cheap life. She is not like himself. If you really force yourself to die, there is no more love. Su Jinghan flashed a trace of impatience in her eyes, and her brother actually forced her to die. She was a little angry. The palm that cupped her chin has turned to pinch her neck, and did not exert force. Her body suddenly bent down to come very close. If you die, I will keep your ashes with me. For the first time in his life, he felt such importance, is to let the wooden heart a little afraid. This woman will not be a psychopath. Why do you need this? With your assets you shouldn't look at my pitiful $10 million. Mu Xian inquired cautiously. This amount of money was not even as much as her 1 month's interest. There was no need to go to such great lengths to deal with herself. Su Jinghan did not hide. Naturally, I like you. Mu Xian bristled. Who believes it? The domineering president falls in love with a poor boy. Just dream about it. Decent people who look forward to this kind of thing just like the old brother in the group said. Most of the character is strange. Be careful to enter the business. What do I have that you like? Mu Xian thought to himself that there was no merit. It was impossible to attract such a rich white beauty. There should be quite a few women who have been charmed by brother's face value. Mu Xian was speechless, but it was just the advantages from the outsider's point of view. He never felt that there was any benefit from having a high face value. When he used to work part-time, he always encountered a few rich but ugly-looking rich women who made a move on him. Can this be from? Of course it couldn't. Mushin was a human being, a person with a personality. Mostly they were just too ugly. He even lost his job a few times because of this, but he didn't regret it. Boys must protect themselves outside. Su Jinghan was the prettiest of the women in the group, but in his opinion they were equally shallow, all of them coveting their own beauty. I really misjudged you. I thought that rich and good-looking girls would be different, but it turns out that they are also obsessed with my body. Maybe you have more means than others, but so what if you succeed? You can never get my heart. Getting the person isn't good enough. Su Jinghan suddenly realized that this moment's younger brother was a little bit handsome. Not handsome in terms of face value. His temperament was different. You'd better tie me up or he'll keep running away. Mu Xian sneered. It was no longer useful to beg lowly when it came down to it. I will also absolutely never speak a word to you again, much less cook for you. After saying that, he twisted his head to no longer look at Su Jinghan. Life since the ancient times who have no death. Early death and late death are all going to die. 18 years later. I am still a good man, just a little bit reluctant to give up the $10 million in the card. Su Jinghan frowned slightly. How can this work? She has become obsessed with her brother's cooking. She can't endure her brother's reservations about himself. The body is his own. The heart must also be his own. Why? Su Jinghan didn't understand. How many people were waiting to do this to themselves? But he would rather die than follow. Because this isn't love. You're just fresh on a whim. And when you're tired of it you'll kick me away like a piece of trash. Having felt the cold shoulders since she was a child, Mushin understood the human nature of this world all too well. Liking the new and the old was an instinct, and toys would eventually be thrown away. Woodheart stared into her eyes sharp. Although I'm a bit timid and have some low self-esteem, I'm a human being, a person who has been living alone since I was a teenager. I've long since felt too much discouragement. I'm tougher than anyone else. No family, no friends, I'm all I have left, and I won't allow anyone to insult me. When it really comes to that, I don't mind dying in front of you. In any way. Su Jinghan let go of her hand and took half a step back. To be honest, the Mu Xian at this moment kind of fascinated her. Completely not expecting her normally shy brother to be able to say such words in such a tone. Why don't you believe that I really like you? Su Jingyan's voice softened a few points. Her younger brother seemed to be different from those he had met regarding emotions. Good is a bit abrasive. Easy to miss quite a lot of destiny. Probably the reason why he is single until now. The schoolgirls can have a few strong it. He and the dragon see the head and tail. Chasing him stalker even less people. Most of them are halfway to change the target or be other men robbed. But Su Jinghan is different from them. The wooden heart more and more hooked his interest. From the initial body fragrance to the current stubborn temper. Completely in line with her requirements. He said it wasn't like, Su Jinghan didn't feel it. The first time she faced a person with such emotion. Why can't there be love at first sight? Love at first sight was nothing more than love at first sight. Mu Xian's face value could be beaten. Su Jinghan's face value could also be beaten. He admitted that he initially had a good feeling towards Su Jinghan because of her face value. After all, the face value was only the admission ticket to this relationship. If two people wanted to last, it was more important to love rather than a momentary freshness. Have you ever heard a saying? I believe that there is love in this world, but I won't believe that love will come to me. As the saying goes, without expectation there will be no disappointment. Mu Xian is not good at dealing with relationships. He has even thought about ending up alone in this life. But then Su Jinghan appeared. How do you know if you don't try? Su Jinghan asked. She hadn't heard of it. She only knew that if you want something you have to fight for it. Try everything you can. Maybe not necessarily succeed. But giving up from the start will definitely not succeed. Learning all kinds of skills as a child. Crawling around in the mall. Su Jinghan had long gotten used to solving problems instead of just giving up. Perhaps, this was where she and Mu Xian differed the most. Give it a try? Looking at Su Jingyan's face, thinking about these days and her together, would Hart suddenly also want to try? On second thought she is the richest granddaughter. His own virtue and how can match her? Face value in front of all this counts for what? It's the big families that are most concerned about being in the right family when they get married, right? Maybe Su Jingyan's family had already found a good marriage partner for her. Only Su Jinghan didn't like it. Then she ran away from home and rented a room alone. And finally met herself by mistake. Suddenly Mu Xian felt that he figured out. But the fate of the trick so that the two should not meet the people. In a certain point in life inexplicably produced the fate of this period of time is probably the only point of intersection between the two people. And since then the two lines eventually drift apart. It's just a joke of fate. Why did you come to share a room? He wanted to hear Su Jingyan's answer. Perhaps to kill himself. I didn't rent it. This question Su Jinghan was also quite puzzled. Originally she wanted to ask clearly on the second day of renting the room. Who knew that Mu Xian had piqued her interest? And all this time her energy was focused on her brother. Mu Xian laughed bitterly a little. See, even refused to tell himself the reason. Really ridiculous love. Rao has been mentally prepared for the wooden heart is still a little lost. From the beginning should not have hope is not it. This kind of thing is not possible to fall from the sky to fall on their own body. They cannot even catch this piece of pie. Draw back and leave. Continue to move. So the last time it was not someone who snitched. Su Jingyan's strength is not difficult to find out. Probably need to leave the city. His account is in Rongjin City. And he has to look for a job to buy a house in a different place. The swinging life is gone But multi-millionaires cannot always rent a house to live in it. Would Hart quite want to have a home of their own? Su Jinghan reached out and pulled Mu Xian's wrist. She felt her brother's emotion in that moment. And her heart pumped a little. A rare heartbeat. Su Jinghan didn't want to give up. However, Mu Xian took half a step back to avoid Su Jingyan's hand. A small movement hurt City so much. She knew that if she couldn't explain it clearly, the relationship would really end here. It's Zhao Feng's sister, Zhao Ye, who helped me rent the house. I'll come back to tell you after I understand clearly. Zhao Feng's sister? Zhao Feng was a rich second generation. The circle was here. He definitely knew Su Jinghan. Mu Xian suddenly somewhat understood what Zhao Feng was calling for that night. Usually in the dormitory. This second-generation rich man was quite good to Mu Xian, and had no frame of mind at all. Would Hart of this person to make friends with a characteristic? All rely on the first feeling. Sounds a little bullshit. On the contrary, quite accurate. The first feeling of bad people, almost, and his habits, personality and so on a big difference. Would Hart simply cannot play with them. But on the contrary, the first feeling of Zhao Feng is very good. At that time do not know Zhao Feng is a rich second generation. Know the probability of a long time ago to stay away from. Thinking about it was probably because he found out about Su Jingyan's relationship with himself in the company, and then called to remind himself. Okay. Mu Xian nodded. Perhaps he also did not want to break this marvelous relationship so quickly. I'll give you 3 days. During these few days, we'll treat it as ordinary friends. Things that cross the line can't be in the works. Su Jinghan frowned slightly. Wouldn't it mean that she couldn't sleep with her brother in her arms for these few days? This human pillow she had gotten used to. How could she sleep well in the future? She wanted to call and ask now. Mr. Sue, a woman's voice came from the office outside, and Mu Xian instantly dared not breathe a word, somehow inexplicably having the feeling of being caught in the act of adultery. To be discovered in a place like this, it was too humiliating. Su Jinghan heard out that it was the secretary's voice. 3 days, I will give you an answer. Saying this, she walked out of the small room. Su Jinghan, in the moment she came out, the secretary and Zhao Feng were stunned. This early in the morning is not to be, but the only one who came out was Su Jinghan. Had to make them think more. What is it? This, the secretary suddenly did not want to say. This is not disturbing the president's pleasure. Will not be scolded. She has worked beside Su Jinghan for many years. Will never be deceived by the illusion. Melting this iceberg is not their own. Su Jinghan frowned gently. She was most annoyed with people who procrastinated. If there is something, say it directly. The secretary glanced at Zhao Feng. This person's goat is looking at his toes. In fact, Zhao Feng did not have to come in. He just wanted to come to see what his brother is a downfall. Now look should be quite miserable. Tomorrow send some ingredients to make up for it. There is a meeting for the cooperation with Zhao Group that requires Mr. Su to attend in person. The secretary said as such. Zhao's group's talker Zhao Feng's old man personally came. Su Jinghan could not afford not to show up. Su Jinghan frowned. It was really not the right time to come. Her brother was still sulking inside. Okay, I will be there right away. Wait. Su Jinghan suddenly called out to the secretary. Go prepare some snacks and fruits and tea to put in the office. The secretary and Zhao Feng subconsciously glanced at the inner room, remembering that the president had said that food was not allowed in the office, especially something with a strong flavor. Very good. The bottom line, this is gone. Out the door. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Yun, how did she suddenly fall in love? No signs at all. Zhao Feng palpitated and glanced at the closed office door. Just now he was not daring to breathe. Su Jinghan was too intimidating. Isn't he your classmate? You came to ask me? Fu Yun was shocked when he heard that the president's boyfriend was Zhao Feng's classmate. No wonder he refused so many suitors, and got half a day to like his brother. The old cow ate young grass. Also do not feel ashamed. Of course this only dared to spit in her heart. Really say it out, she can roll up and leave. But I feel that Mr. Su is not in the right mood. He might have fallen out with your classmate. You'd better confirm if he's still alive. Having followed Su Jinghan for many years, Fu Yun understood Su Jinghan the most, and was also the best at detecting Su Jinghan's emotions. This. Zhao Feng was speechless. Was he going to lose his brother? Thinking about Su Jinghan's tactics the previous times, he felt that he could probably collect Mu Xian's corpse. Pulling out his cell phone, he wanted to send a message to Mu Xian to confirm, but he was afraid that if he messed things up his brother would die even more miserably. But that character of Mu Xian, would the cell phone turn on the sound? No. Phone ringing and cell phone beeps will scare the timid him. Then he sent a message, brother, peace? Unsurprisingly, it was dropped like a stone. Su Jinghan returned to the small room after the two had left, and Mu Xian was already fully dressed and sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for her. It was inevitable that Mu Xian would not be able to go out in the situation just now. I'll give you an answer to what you said within 3 days. I'm going to a meeting now. You stay in the office obediently. After saying that she turned to leave, opening the door and instantly staring back. Don't think about escaping. I'll get you back. There's a computer outside. You can write your novel in the office. She remembered the previous operation of Woodheart to avoid herself. This brother has something he is really dare to act. Mu Xian nodded indifferently and responded. Really a violent woman. I'm afraid that he didn't run away from the marriage, but fell out with his family. This makes it even more important for him to stay away from Su Jinghan. It is said that if you love the house, you hate the house as well. Su Jinghan and her family had a conflict, and it would eventually spread to herself, and they would only think that they had compelled her by Su Jinghan's side. If she is just an ordinary rich second generation can still use the hands of 10 million checks and balances, but Su Jinghan's family does not care about 10 million. Needless to say that he is still young. He is a novel writing. This thing cannot fire a little metaphysics. Cannot guarantee that it has been so lucky. Out of the room. Woodheart finally able to survey this large office, lying on the side of the far view, really can see the entire Rongjin city? Too spectacular. He was a little afraid. This height inexplicably some sense of vertigo. He will not be afraid of heights. Sitting in the office chair, he opened the computer. Woodheart of these high-rise buildings are not interested in. The earthquake did not have alive. If he can prefer a villa with a yard, you can plant a variety of flowers in it. Take a walk. Raise a pet to accompany themselves. Very comfortable. I don't know if the money in my pocket is enough to buy a set in Rongjin. The office door was knocked. Woodheart subconsciously closed his mouth. Put down the hand movement. Don't knock, no one at home. but he forgot that this is Su Jingyan's office. The person who knocked on the door had already pushed the door in. Fu Yun, in accordance with Su Jingyan's request to buy a lot of snacks, melon seeds, nuts, potato chips, spicy strips and so on, not only brewed tea, and even bought a cup of milk tea. This is the future boss husband, can be served well. Although the probability was that he would not be involved in the company's projects, the killing power of the pillow scent should not be underestimated. Hello, I'm Mr. Su's secretary. My name is Fu Yun. Mu Xin panicked and stood up. Why would it be a woman? Why would she want to talk to him? He really wasn't good at communicating with strangers of the opposite sex, but he was thinking about Su Jingyan's secretary being a man. No, resolutely not. Why would he think of that woman? Didn't he say he would stay away from her? Hello, my name is Mu Xin. Mu Xin politely greeted, then lowered his head and stood obediently. Fu Yun did not have such a strong aura on Su Jinghan. In the end, she was also a strong woman. He was also a bit overwhelmed. Silence is right. It is not like he asked her to come. Fu Yun smiled slightly. I didn't expect Mr. Su to like this type. A domineering president with a little milk dog seems to be good. She put everything on the table. General Manager Su asked me to bring you food, lest you be bored alone in the office. She has an important meeting. It might be quite long. Thanks. Mu Xian nodded and accepted the stuff. Social terrorism is social terrorism. Politeness still needs to be there. Fu Yun delivered the things and left. She could see that this little friend was a bit shy. He would be fidgety when he was there. If he complained to Su Jinghan, it would be enough for him to drink a pot of water. She still had her own work to do. Of course, Mu Xian will not retain her. Looking at a table of snacks, bitter smile. This woman really treats herself as a little friend. There should not be many men like to eat these things. Woodhart's childhood is unfortunate. No money, he did not have these snacks. Looking at these things, he inexplicably remembered a dozen years ago. He was looking at a bag of potato chips. Think of grandpa, no money, finally did not buy. Grown-up is no longer covet these things. Think of an animation on the jitterbug. Grown-ups can finally afford to buy the heart of childhood, only to find that their childhood has long been turned into a pile of white bones. He ghostly opened a bag of potato chips. With apprehension ate a piece. It seems that there is no delicious feeling of childhood, so also just watch others eat eyeglasses. The result is also that way. It's not a waste, it's already opened. So I reluctantly ate it all. He also looked at the remaining. Since they are for their own, all eat it should not be a problem. Wouldn't heart swear absolutely not greedy, is still want to taste what flavor. In a few moments, all of them were eliminated by him. Licked his fingers, did not eat enough, how is it? Still want to. I do not understand. Obviously is a child's food. How can I be obsessed with? Is it really proved the saying, people will spend their lives to cure unhappy childhood? But he was too embarrassed to ask someone to buy it for him. And he was too lazy to go down there. So he didn't eat it. The misfortune of childhood is ultimately laid out under social fear and laziness. As an adult who likes to eat these things, I don't like it. Don't talk nonsense. He cleared the table and prepared to start today's coding task. Woodhart opened his cell phone to receive a verification code, and saw a message from Zhao Feng. Brother, an in? What do you mean? Should something happen to me? Think for a moment. To Zhao Feng, back to a message, a nothing. A short sentence. Woodhart socialization is like this. You'd better find me something. Do not say what to talk about feelings. I only need 3 words to talk about the topic of death, and then I can talk about chatting about people disappeared. In the conference room, Zhao Feng, who was in the midst of boredom, suddenly rang his cell phone. His scalp was numb, but he was clear that Su Jinghan hated inappropriate sounds that happened during meetings, and he covered his cell phone in panic, seeing that everyone was looking at him, especially Su Jinghan's icy gaze that wanted to kill. He smiled sarcastically and lowered his head. Hurry to mute the cell phone, and then look. Well, Woodhart sent a message. You too, conspired to want to kill me, right? Zhao Feng brainstormed an evil scheme. Woodhart phishing law enforcement, Su Jinghan fast and furious, husband and wife mixed doubles. It is just, put away the cell phone and continue to listen to the meeting. Brother, nothing is fine. Tomorrow to buy him some supplements to go. Woodhart put down the phone, keyboard typing crackling, and did not rush to code. And now the group threw out a question. Please ask. A rich woman worth hundreds of billions of dollars suddenly came to share a room with me. Should I escape? It is not clear how rich Su Jinghan is. The richest should not be less than 100 billion family property. Not surprisingly, the water friends in the dive exploded. Fan A, ah no, you didn't play? Fan B, wake up. You can't dream like this. Fan C, little baby, quickly say you are looking for novel material. Absolutely not true. Fan D, suffer in silence. You can't escape. The group is very active. And the same as last time, most of them do not believe. Woodhart's new book in this aspect? I'll take him as running to ask readers' thoughts. Woodhart saw the senior who persuaded him last time, and could not escape thinking about the scene of the last time he was captured and returned, as well as the fact that he was easily captured just now. He suddenly felt that his future should be nothing. If Su Jinghan, this woman dead or alive, will not let himself go, cannot really suicide, for such a point of things to send off their own little life is not worth it. A man can bend and stretch. Su Jinghan is very good. Alas, the life of the bitter ah. He withdrew from the group chat and began to seriously code words. More money it. The future was tired of playing thrown out when not to the streets. Theoretically premarital property. Divorce is also their own it. 100 billionaires cannot think of their own this point of things. Yardage gradually came to feel. Su Jinghan things gradually thrown into the back of the mind. There are 3 days time she always have to give themselves a result. I hope it is a good result. I'm not sure how much I'm going to like it, but I'm going to try to make it work. 10,000 words. Get it done. Probably sitting in a high-end office. Today's code word efficiency is very high. Nearly 2 hours time. Reach 10,000 words update. This single hand speed of ours is definitely not specially trained. Moving his fingers, Mu Xian felt thirsty. Embarrassed that there seems to be no cup belonging to himself in this office. Will use this teacup. Mu Xian always felt that the teapot and teacup that Fu Yun sent himself was a bit expensive. Like some kind of antique, causing him to not quite dare to use it. There was a possibility that breaking the teacup and losing himself here would not be enough. This stuff just shouldn't be used for drinking. There is another cup on the table. It doesn't look very expensive, but it seems to be Su Jinghan's cup. Using it shouldn't be beaten to death, right? It seems like it won't. Kissed it all. Still care about the cup. Shake your head. Didn't you say that you can't do anything that crosses the line in these days? Let's use the teacup first. Just be careful. Woodhart suddenly feels so humble. Right. Pocket $10 million. And the real rich gap is not 1 star half a point. Completely is a thug. But why enjoy so cumbersome? Simple and casual is not good? The mouth is not thirsty. Hungry. Why do people have to be so troublesome? Novels and the cultivation of immortality really does not exist. The valley to dispel the interest of more good. Life is only left to swim in the mountains and play in the water. Say so much is useless. People are iron, rice is steel. A meal does not eat hungry. What to eat? Order takeout? This spacious office is not the land of Woodhart after all. Constraints are engraved in the bones. Cannot do casual. Cooking here, no kitchen utensils. Eating will not be too good. He got up. Well, not go out to eat. But when Su Jinghan left, she told herself to stay here, and ran away without saying hello. Will she be put in a small dark room? Speaking of Su Jinghan, Mu Xian realized that the meeting had gone on for almost 2 hours. Are all companies like this? Remember when I used to go to school? The homeroom teacher held a class meeting for a long time. He wanted to run away, feeling like he would go crazy. Fortunately, I don't have to work part-time. Social fear of Woodhart began today's share of their own mental internal consumption. He wanted to send a message to ask Su Jinghan when to end. Do not eat lunch, how to do, where there is energy to work in the afternoon. Holding a cell phone. The message lost one and another, deleted one and another, just cannot send out. She is in a meeting. Will she disturb the meeting? Imagine she is speaking. Suddenly a message to disrupt her thoughts. Standing in front of how embarrassing. Woodhart, just think about it already with toes. Dig out 3 rooms. Wait a little longer. Woodhart finally gave up. Wait a little longer is not impossible. So, this one waited until 12:30. In the hungry chest to back when the phone finally received a message. At that moment his eyes lit up. Who knows? It was a message from Zhao Feng. Instantly turned into a wilted eggplant. Without a little spirit. What's a big man like you doing sending me so many messages? Take a look. Be careful. Brother, righteous father, tell your wife to put away her divine powers. I'm hungry and want to eat. Mu Xian could probably see Zhao Feng's careful movements under his painful appearance behind the screen. How could he resist not mocking him a few times at a time like this? Mu Xian sent a few emoticons covering his mouth and laughing. Zhao Feng is not good to attack. Can only return a few crying emoticons. The child is too hungry. Please be kind. Mu Xian may have an excuse to send a message to Su Jinghan for Zhao Feng. Never because she is hungry. Much less because she misses her. In the conference room, Su Jinghan's cell phone rang for the first time. Everyone present was shocked. Su Jinghan personally laid down the rule that cell phones were to be silenced during meetings. As a result, she was now violating this rule herself. Everyone in the company knew that Su Jinghan was a workaholic, and anyone who disturbed her work was forked out. While everyone was shrinking their heads, not daring to touch Su Jinghan's moldy head, Su Jinghan didn't care as usual. Instead, she picked up her phone. Mu Xian's message had an exclusive beep. Sister, don't you eat yet? The body is important. Oh, Mu Xian's tone was as gentle as possible. He didn't go there for the sake of quarreling. More than 2 hours of meeting. It must be an important project, right? It must be quarreling. It is the time of headache. I also don't know if it will disturb Su Jinghan. Although Mu Xian did not agree to Su Jinghan's excessive demands, a few days of friendship is still here. He cannot completely disregard Su Jinghan. Probably this is why Mu Xian does not like to make friends. He is too ignorant to refuse. Putting down the cell phone. Su Jinghan, as the president, should always pay attention to the meeting, right? Also do not know when can see the message he sent. Su Jinghan looked at the message, did not look expressionless as usual, not to mention angry, but even reveal the smile. Stinky brother just now said no. Now sister is shouting up again. Zhao Feng gave a thumbs up in his heart, worthy of being his own brother. In minutes to pin down the high-cool female president. He did not dare to imagine what would happen if he sent this message. He may have already rolled away from the company. In the future, with the relationship of Mu Xian, the company is not walking sideways. Zhao Feng thought in his heart. Picked up the phone to send a thank you to Woodheart. Then thought of their own brother. Why fear petty? Maybe now the two are on the phone to get tired of it. Woodheart leaning on the office chair to watch the TV with eyes closed. A look of old god in the appearance. Do not say. Quite comfortable. The cell phone beep scared him. Let's just say that you can't turn on the sound. It's easy to get killed. But he was afraid of missing Su Jinghan's message. And it's true that people who fall in love are miserable. Wait for me in the office. Come now. Mu Xian stood up from the chair, tidied up the desktop and wiped the seat clean again. This was Su Jinghan's place. He couldn't let her come back and see the mess he made. Mu Xian hated it when other people messed up his things. And even hated it when others sat in his own exclusive seat, like when he went to school. So, he asked the same of himself. Not daring to continue sitting in his seat, he ran to the side of the sofa and fidgeted. Would Su Jinghan give himself an answer right away? And what would the answer be? 5 minutes passed. Su Jinghan had not yet come up. Mu Xian hates waiting. He would rather walk with others than wait in place. Too torturous. Always feel the time is long. Get up and stand in front of the glass to look out. It is said that they can see far and wide. But would heart always have a sense of suffocation, dizziness, panic? The heart inexplicably produces a kind of fear. He slowly closed his eyes. Perhaps he is suitable to stay in a small space of their own. Everyone will not pay attention to themselves. Looking good? Su Jinghan's voice rang out from behind her. Her two hands holding onto Mu Xian's shoulders. Mu Xian woke up with a start, like a scared kitten, rubbing away to hide to the side. He surprisingly did not hear Su Jinghan open the door and walk. Mu Xian's subconscious action made Su Jinghan frown slightly. His body's reaction was instinctive. He was rejecting himself. The heart was resentful. Obviously the relationship was so good a few days ago. In an instant it was as if they were stuck in a quagmire. We're just normal friends now. We still need to have some sense of boundaries. No cuddling. Mu Xian carefully explained. He felt that Su Jinghan should be angry. He couldn't just storm up and hold himself down in the next second. Let's go eat. Su Jinghan did not make things difficult. She still wanted to get Mu Xian's heart. Go eat what? When it comes to eating, Mu Xian is not sleepy. His lifelong hobby is just this one. Since people can't be disenchanted, then enjoy the world's food. Following out he realized that the company had a cafeteria and was providing free lunch to the employees. Big company is good like the place where Mu Xian used to work. The boss hated to give you time to eat lunch, let alone packaged food. What do you want to eat? There were a lot of people in the cafeteria. Su Jinghan appeared with Mu Xian and instantly became the center of attention. The boyfriend of the high and cold female president was not seen by everyone in the morning, but the entire company was already well known. All want to see what kind of god can melt an iceberg. Now take a look. The face value is indeed able to beat. No wonder Su Jinghan will fall into it. The two stand together alone on face value is a perfect match. I can do it all. I'm not picky. Coming from a poor background, Mu Xian used to hate chewing the chopsticks in the past. How about eggs? Mu Xian hesitated. Just now said she was not picky. Now shaking her head is not too good. Su Jinghan directly skipped. Hesitation is the best answer. 2 meat, 2 veggies, 1 soup and a few fruits. The two found a seat. I have to say, the company cafeteria food is very sumptuous. Better than inside the school by an unknown amount. The school cafeteria 1,000 years of unchanged dishes. A rare update is still not eaten. Why don't you eat eggs? Su Jinghan just remembered that would heart himself cooking also never have eggs. Eggs are very high in nutrition. How can picky eaters? Mu Xian lowered his head. He knew that picky eating was a bad habit. It was weirdly embarrassing to be broken down in front of him. Voice as thin as a mosquito fly. When I worked at the end of the college entrance exams, I ate egg fried rice for 3 months. And now it's hard to look at eggs. Egg rice is the cheapest. A bowl of fried rice is $8. Other a small dish moving is $12 or $13, but also less pathetic. In order to cost-effective, Woodheart endured the pain of eating 3 months of egg fried rice, only to remember that during that time to look at anything he wanted to come to a mouthful, and now look at the eggs want to vomit. It may take a few more years to heal the trauma. Su Jinghan raised an eyebrow. It seems that she still underestimated Mu Xian's previous hard times. She couldn't imagine what the result would be if she ate only one thing for 3 months. She might just lift the table. Didn't hold back and reached out to touch Mu Xian's head. A little heartbroken. Hand on the head of the wooden heart in thinking up the relationship between the two, at the moment a little stiff. She was afraid that she too much overstepped the boundaries of the action to push the wooden heart further and further away. Would heart but did not struggle. The whole person froze in place. Su Jinga could feel that he was forcing his body not to tremble. So his younger brother was too shy to resist in such a large number of cafeterias. It was as if a blind spot had been found. She slightly raised her eyes and swept a circle of the cafeteria. Everyone was still when Su Jinghan raised her hand. Some people still had half a fan in their mouths that fell outside without caring. Cold eyes subdued everyone. You guys scared my brother? Do you want to be expelled? Eat? Su Jinghan stared back. Her eyes instantly softened. Her words were full of favor. The dishes in the two people's dinner plates were different. Su Jinghan kept on chucking dishes from her own bowl to Mu Xian, and then chucking dishes back from Mu Xian's bowl, and the two people ate 8 dishes, crossing the line again. Mu Xian was in the way of the sight of the people around her, so she could only suffer in silence, eating the dishes Su Jinghan had pinned in her plate. Presidents are all about face. A public rejection makes her how to mix in the company in the future. He didn't want Su Jinghan to become the object of the company's people flirting behind his back because of himself. This meal is so eaten. Su Jinghan did not have an inch to feed Mu Xian. Appropriate social fear has a positive effect. If it is too violent, brother will have an instinctive resistance reaction. What heart is very interesting will be 2 dinner plate packing to the designated location. The money is Su Jinghan paid. He will be responsible for the aftermath of the work. Su Jinghan naturally took Mu Xian's arm, looking very intimate. Mu Xian's body paused for a moment and looked at Su Jinghan with a bit of a warning look. Didn't we agree to be ordinary friends until you explained it clearly? Su Jinghan whispered in his ear. The company now thinks we are lovers. You can't let your sister make a fool of herself in the company. Mu Xian scanned around. Sure enough, they are still in the center of the storm. Opened his mouth and finally compromised. Just for a while. Let go quickly when no one is around. It's just a soft heart that can't bear to see its friends being wronged. Where are we going? The company cafeteria in the middle of the building. Would heart but saw Su Jinghan pressed the downward elevator. At first thought it was a lot of people at noon. First sit on the first floor and then come up. But how could a large company not have a countermeasure? The company has a large number of elevators. The two sat on Su Jinghan's exclusive elevator. The only elevator that can reach the president's office. Mu Xian stood at the entrance of the company was unexpected. Take you to buy a few clothes. Su Jinghan pulled Mu Xian towards the parking lot. Shopping for clothes? Shopping? I still have clothes. Mu Xian exploded. He hated buying clothes. In his opinion, these clothes were all the same. Completely unable to see the brand, style and so on that the internet said. As long as it can be worn well, care about what those do. He usually shops online. He has severe dyslexia. He wants and doesn't want all the clothes in the mall, and has never seen anything that caught his eye, so he shopped around a few times and hasn't bought a single item. The online option is similar, but it's better because you don't have to walk. Specialized in picking those $9.09 packages, wear a year to throw away, so that every year have new clothes to wear. Those don't look good. His own brother's own favor. The clothes in the closet are going to be washed white, so high face value of course to dress up. Originally wanted to buy 99 packages a year to change, but now simply cannot find. What heart can only bear the pain to add some money wealth to buy a set of more than 100, or a few years are not bad. Cannot throw. No, Would heart pulled Su Jinghan. He could not imagine Su Jinghan such a rich second generation to buy clothes as what price, but certainly not low. Ordinary friends how can accept such an expensive gift? What is even more intolerable is that she actually doesn't work and go out shopping with herself, and dare to say that it's not love brain. I still have to work in the afternoon. How can I go out shopping? Work has been explained in the morning. I don't need to stay in the company. She is the president. Who dares to deduct her salary? She can leave if she wants to. Mu Xian looked at her half-heartedly, not really understanding what kind of work the boss of a big company has. No, we'll go back on the weekend. Mu Xian pulled Su Jinghan back to the company, back to the president's office. The morning meeting was more than 2 hours long. It was bound to be a big project. How could there be no work? She must be deceiving herself, knowing this love brain sister too well. Office. Mu Xian pressed Su Jinghan into the office chair. Serious work was the most important thing. Love affairs and whatnot were unimportant. Do you need a break? Mu Xian asked uncertainly. He didn't know if Su Jinghan had the habit of taking a nap, but there was a bed in the office. Take a nap for the afternoon spirit. A nap? Su Jinghan did not force. Work is busy when the noon are not resting. A few years ago an insomnia, but also cannot sleep. Inside the bed already do not remember how long has not been used. However, Su Jinghan glanced wistfully at Mu Xian. If you accompany me, sister, I can consider it. No. No need. The wood system panicked and sat down on the distant sofa. As soon as he remembered that they had slept in the same bed before, he felt shy. How he couldn't restrain himself at the time. It was hard for him to accept that casually sleeping with a common friend was simply irresponsible. Irresponsible to himself and irresponsible to others. He didn't expect to become the person he hated the most one day. Mu Xian was depressed. Su Jinghan did not force Mu Xian. The better the character, the more able to obtain the approval of the family. Is not it? A small impatience is a big plan. The day will come. She used the office landline to make a call. Not long after, Fuyan brought a few people to carry a computer in chair next to her. A few people still wanted to see more of Mu Xian, but they were drank out by a look from Su Jinghan, and Mu Xian's tense body soothed. Are you that afraid of someone paying attention to you? Su Jinghan asked teasingly. Mu Xian's performance just now was too cute. The moment he opened the door his entire body was taut. Sitting upright and not daring to move. Sitting there with lowered eyebrows and drinking tea. If he did not know him, Su Jinghan would have to make the mistake of assuming that he was a high and cold big brother. Everything was feigned. Underneath the disguise of high coldness was a strong trembling heart. Can this kind of thing be admitted? Inevitably impossible. No. Nothing. Su Jinghan was too lazy to dismantle his trembling voice, patting the chair that had just been moved beside him. Come sit beside your sister. The new computer was surprisingly moved for his own use. Mu Xian thought it was because Su Jinghan was busy with work. One was not enough. That said, is she going to permanently trap herself in the office? Did you confirm the answer? Ah hey. From now on, I'll work here, and you'll write novels next to me to keep your sister company. Being able to see her brother every now and then, productivity can increase. Mu Xian was hesitating. In fact, he was resisting. Just thinking about not going to Su Jinghan would not shoot himself. Writing a novel in front of other people. Geez, you're killing me. You know that there is a person behind you watching you. Code words feel all typos. That is to say, you can read my novel, but you do not look at my novel that you're really will thank. Hurry up. I'm not writing a novel this afternoon. In the morning the hand speed soared too much, and then let him continue to write. His fingers are not flexible. In the afternoon, he should play games and lie in bed reading novels. Su Jinghan frowned slightly. Mu Xian scrambled over. Just knew it was just an excuse. Mu Xian sat next to him in tears. Although the position was comfortable, he just had a bit of a fidgety feeling. Can anyone come to his rescue? If you don't want to write, just play the game for a while. Anyway, Su Jinghan was determined to have Mu Xian stay by her side, and until she confirmed the whole story, he couldn't leave his control. In fact, Su Jinghan could no longer resist the urge to call her best friend Zhaoya, but she was afraid that she would hear a cruel answer, and even more so, she was afraid that Mu Xian would be around to hear a cruel answer. She needed to know first, and then she was considering whether she should make up a fake story to tell Mushin. Playing games? How presumptuous. Imagine yourself sitting here at work, next to a man thundering away playing a game, and every now and then bursting into a foul language. Kitsune wanted to beat the living daylights out of him. He is not a game addict. Contact with the game is the first novel out of the results, followed by a few people in the dormitory to play together. From the second semester of the third year of college everyone has become very busy. Busy with graduate school, busy looking for a job, busy thinking about their own future. As a result, there are fewer people playing games. Would heart that a little bit of rookie technology also don't have the good sense to pit other people, can only occasionally play the human machine to waste time. Sitting in his seat with his head lowered, not daring to look at Su Jinghan next to him, Mu Xian hated the idea of a person sitting next to him, and doing anything felt weird. Coincidentally, the cell phone rang for a moment. Someone in the group had ate herself. Fan a tiny baby, post a picture of you out to sea. The group instantly exploded, and Mu Xian was alerted. Knowing that the fans of male frequency cool articles were almost all male, what did he want his photo for? He wouldn't take advantage of the night when no one was there to do something bad. Right. Although I am very handsome, but you are a male. Not allowed. Mu Xian did not notice that Su Jinghan on the side also picked up her cell phone. Her eyes suddenly carried a hint of murderous aura. She actually dived into Mu Xian's fan group. Someone wanted her brother's photo. This kind of thing was absolutely not allowed to happen. Baby is sisters, at Fan A. What do you want to do? It can't be that you want to use tiny baby's photo to cheat people. Fierce, no matter if you're a man or a woman. You can't covet my brother, or your head will be whacked. Ask you for you. The group was quiet for a moment, as if the pause button was pressed, and instantly there was a burst of brush screen. There is even a girl in the group, or a sister. Would heart mouth corner twitching. You have not seen a woman. As for so excited. In fact, he was also curious that there was a woman in the fan group. Looking at the account or a new fan who just joined. It cannot be a new book attracted to it. Not right. The new book did not open the fan group. Muxin couldn't figure it out. He subconsciously glanced at Su Jinghan. Baby is sisters. This screen name made him instantly think of Su Jinghan. Besides her, who else would be so boring? Would family tiny baby at Fan A? What do you want? Although you're a fan, you can't do anything illegal. Muxin looked carefully. This person is still one of his own Yuan fans. Opened the book for a month and became his own fan. Although but right, his own people cannot break the law, is not it? Wood Hart, as a group leader, has the obligation to remind his fans and pull him back on track. Fan A, sweat it out. Fan A, how can you guys think of me like that? Although I heard that old Wood is very handsome, but I'm not bad either. Okay. He was instantly furious. Does brother need other people's photos to cheat people? Fan A, tell you a little news. I saw the company president bring a man when I went to work today. The relationship is called a close. The man looks called a handsome. Handsome I envy. Muxin looked at the screen and raised his eyes to look at Su Jinghan. He suddenly had a bad premonition that there were his fans in the company. Would family little baby, what does this have to do with me? You don't think that person is me? No way, it won't be. Can he let his fans know that the beloved author fungus has chosen to eat soft food? And what will they think of me in the future? Fan A, they all say you're handsome. Send me a picture so I can see if it's you. Fana then dumped a photo in the group. A photo of Muxin and Su Jinghan eating in the cafeteria. And I don't know what kind of cell phone was used to take such a clear picture. There is a mole. Terminate the transaction. Fan A, the president of our company, Su family's richest man. Business Empress Su Jinghan, the 10,000-year-old iceberg was actually taken down. Lao Mu, I remember that you are also in Rongjin City. You recently asked some inexplicable questions about a rich white beauty chasing after you again. Quickly see if this person is you. The person is stolen. Su Jinghan chose to dive and see what her brother is going to do. She is looking forward to her brother's group to shout out. Yes, it is me. Captured the heart of the high cold female president. Doubly dignified. All the people in the group are looking forward to. Too suspicious. Wood Hart will not really be rich white beauty. Right. All the people are both looking forward to Wood Hart to admit and afraid of Wood Hart to admit. The typical fear of the brother over the bitter, but also afraid of the brother to drive a Land Rover. Would family little baby panic in the group to clarify what to say? The author fungus is what kind of character? Need to eat soft rice. Cool. Would family little baby, all scattered. This melon does not keep ripe. There was a moment when he wanted to think about admitting it. The people in the photo are really himself and Su Jinghan. On second thought, the relationship between the two people is now very embarrassing. But it is not. The melon does not keep ripe. There is no sure thing where do not make it known to everyone. When it is not good to end. After thinking about it, he sent a sentence in the group. Would family little baby, we do not believe rumors. Do not spread rumors. I am a write a net article does not matter. She is a woman and is a commercial public figure. Do not give her, do not influence. At Fana. Close your cell phone. I'm doing this for your own good. Fan A. Your boss is sitting right next to me. I'm afraid you won't have to come to work tomorrow. Definitely not caring about Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan smiled faintly and also withdrew. Muxin did not admit that he was a little disappointed that his brother had rejected himself. Although his actions today were all about rejecting himself, but it felt different from saying it in front of other people. The last family's words made her happy. It was obvious that Mushin was the one in charge, and it wasn't completely impossible between the two. A result was still needed. The two sat in peace and quiet. Suddenly it felt like there was no topic of conversation. Did the novelty go so fast? Woodhart had never been in love, and had never been anyone's love warlord in real life. He didn't know about these things. It felt like it wasn't. In his heart, he actually wanted to talk to Su Jinghan, wanted to kiss and hug her, just like the other day. Preferably, there was a layer of invisible obstacles in the way. Muxin suddenly raised her head and looked at Su Jinghan, her voice slightly tinged with apprehension. Can you talk to me about what a mansion is like? Su Jinghan was not working. She was also sitting in silence like Muxin, thinking about the answer her brother wanted. You? This title Su Jinghan didn't like. Ever since he knew his identity, he never called his sister to his face again, and the cold text on the phone didn't make sense at all. Her focus was more on the question itself. Her brother was starting to focus on the mansion life. Was he planning to accept himself? Mansion life is the same as what you see in novels, only one thing is the same, and that is the magnificent enjoyment. Su Jinghan did not say too much. This is something that only you become a magnate yourself to experience. Otherwise you can't even imagine it. What heart's silence is not their own expectations of the answer. It does not matter. Is their own fear of the answer? Even though there are 10 million. But he compared to the real tycoon also has a gap. The face of Su Jinghan, such a character, he had a feeling of inferiority. The inferiority complex comes from the powerlessness. The gap between the two is not rely on efforts to be able to make up for. This is not the way people. Maybe it is really a joke of fate. Is it important for you to marry to be a good match? Mu Xian asked carefully. Rich people are not stupid. How can they casually find a person to go back to enjoy their happiness? Their marriage is more aptly called a union. It is all about serving the interests of the family. They are more aptly called marriages. All serving the interests of the family. They themselves are just a writer of cool novels. What's the use? The corner of Su Jinghan's lips hooked up a hint of a smile. This was asking if she was suitable. Let's just say that her charm was placed here. How could her brother not feel anything at all? She cleared her throat and answered Mu Xian very formally. Freedom of marriage. Of course it is chosen by oneself. Mu Shen's eyes saw brightened. Only the choice has to be made from a few people designated by the parents. Mu Xian instantly wilted again. And parents designated marriage, what is the difference? Su Jinghan's parents can look at their own enough. Businessmen do not care about a vase. After reaching the exact answer, Mu Xian pouted and leaned back in her chair with some frustration. Shouldn't he be smart enough to leave, and wait for the parents to come and kick them out? How embarrassing. To leave himself a little bit of decency. 3 days, consider it as a buffer time for yourself. Forget about it all. Su Jinghan regretted it. She had wanted to tease Mu Xian, but she had a little heartache from her brother's current behavior. He was about to cry. Don't worry, little fool. Su Jinghan suddenly stretched out a hand to rub Mu Xian's head. Mu Xian stood up from the chair with a miso sound. Unable to hold back her saliva, her eyes unconsciously lowered, not daring to look at Su Jinghan. We are just friends. Don, don't get too close. Su Jinghan suddenly realized that she seemed to have really overplayed her hand. I'm joking with you. In fact, the mansion family marriage can also be their own choice. For example, Sister Me, 25 years old and still single, is because there is no favorite person. Finally, you appeared. Woodheart a little perfunctory nodded and smiled. Obviously she did not believe. You have not answered my question. He sat back in his chair and lapsed into silence, pulling out a pair of headphones and hanging them over his ears, turning on his cell phone music. All of this made him feel suffocated. Subconsciously he wanted to escape, to flee from this place that had gotten him into trouble. His body didn't dare to act, or rather wasn't willing to act yet. He could only bury his thoughts in the music. Su Jinghan also stopped talking. For the first time she felt panicked. The empress who reigned supreme in the mall was actually afraid. Afraid that the answer was not what she wanted. An afternoon without thoughts of work. Finally stayed up until the end of the day. Dinner was solved outside, because Mu Xian did not want to cook. As soon as he returned home, he closed himself into the room, and did not allow Su Jinghan to enter. Su Jinghan returned to the bedroom. Also, do not change clothes, directly take out the phone to dial the girlfriend's Jiaya's number. She cannot wait. In waiting for the brother will be gone. The phone is on the line. How this time in the call? She jumped on the bed. Jiaya's phone back. Just connected to the other side of the machine gun-like voice. I heard my brother say you are in love. When is it? How do I not know? Quickly send photos to me to see. I help you reference. Just now is not on the phone with the little boyfriend. I'm so hard to call you once even occupied the line. I did not expect you whole Su family big miss even heavy color light friend. When Su Jinghan was on the phone, Jiaya was also on the phone with her. Coincidentally not. Something happened. The boyfriend I just got is about to run away. Su Jinghan sulked. Jiaya was surprised. Does love affect a person so much? She is a high and cold queen. She would have such little girl emotions. I'm afraid Su father and mother have never seen it. What's wrong? Is it that he cheated? Jiaya of course stood on her best friend's side. All scum men deserve to die. Wait, I'll come over to clean him up right away. Don't come over. Su Jinghan stopped him. On Jiaya's fiery character. Surely scaring her brother. Her brother has such low self-esteem. Being scolded twice by Jiaya may really not dare to appear in front of her again. He is not a scum. His character is good. Then what are you still worried about? Jiaya was puzzled. Is it his domestic violence? Well, the probability is that your little boyfriend can't beat you. Su Jinghan sat up. You're the only one who can help me now. He asked me why I came to share a room, and he's going to run away if he can't explain it clearly. Just this? The other end of the phone was silent for a moment. What kind of question is this? Is it still bad to share a room with such a rich and beautiful woman? I get it. Listen to my brother said. Your little boyfriend face value is super high. He is not afraid that you greedy for his beauty. Play irresponsible ah. Jaya laughed out loud. When did this bosom friend of his own suffer from this kind of aggression? Other men she only need to hook her hand can be fascinated. Who knows to fall in love and meet such a strange man? Quickly don't laugh. At first, but you helped me rent the room. At first you still do not want to go. I was wrong. You quickly tell me okay. Your birthday gift as you pick. That's more like it. Zhaoya put away her playfulness. She suddenly also felt that there was something wrong with everything. It's a pity that I can't help you. In fact, it wasn't me who rented the house for you. I'm just relaying the message to you that the one who really rented the house for you was Su Bofu. Su Jinghan was surprised. My father? There was even the involvement of the old dad in this. Aha. Zhaoya nodded. At that time, Su Bofu found me and asked me to trick you into the shared house you're living in now no matter what. Now look. Su Bofu probably knew about the existence of this little boyfriend of yours and pushed you there. If you really want an answer, you might have to inquire yourself. Zhaoya's phone hung up. Su Jinghan still hadn't come back to her senses. Everything was manipulated by her own father, and for her family, cohabitation was supposed to be ridiculous, and this was all bound to be directed at the cohabitee. She bounced up from the bed and opened Mu Xian's door. Woodheart was sprawled out on the bed. Brother, don't be sad. My sister coming to the co-rental was my father's decision. He was just trying to set the two of us up. Su Jinghan couldn't wait to tell Mu Xian the happy news. Tonight she could sleep in her brother's arms again. Mu Xian raised her head and looked at her with emotionless eyes. Do you think I'm a fool? I'm just a student, how could I possibly know your father? He got up and pushed Su Jinghan out. Can you find a better excuse to perfume me? Pushed out. Su Jinghan sat on the bed, a state she had never been in before. She was chagrined. Her recklessness just now was by no means her usual style of behavior. Why was she so impulsive? Not even noticing such an obvious loophole. A phrase flashed through her mind. You're miserable. You've fallen in love. Maybe falling in love really does make a person stupid. Su Jinghan didn't believe that his old man would look for someone for no reason. Mu Xian might not know him, but he must have seen Mu Xian somewhere. Su's father, who had retired to the second line to recuperate from his illness, watched Su Jinghan save the day and bring the company back on track. And the only obsession in his heart was probably for his daughter to have a good marriage. He must have secretly investigated Mu Xian, knowing Mu Xian's character, before sending Su Jinghan to the shared house. According to her understanding of her father, family matters would inevitably be discussed with her mother. Knowing a daughter is like a mother. Su mother judged that Mu Xian was Su Jinghan's favorite type. She quickly dialed her mother. You still remember having me as a mother? Ah, I thought the heart had been hooked away by that little boyfriend of yours. Su mother picked up the phone and teased. She had heard about the company's matter a long time ago, and the progress between the two was much faster than she had imagined. Thinking back to talking to her daughter, she was dead set against going out and renting a house. Treating insomnia was of course just an excuse. Even in superstitious feng shui people wouldn't be so stupid as to think that a change of a rented house would improve their sleep. But people can. Mom, why do you say that? Of course I miss you. Only in front of her parents would Su Jinghan display her little girl posture. Come on, I still don't understand you. Say it, what kind of trouble did you encounter? Su mother gave a blank look on the other end of the phone. She knew her own daughter's temperament too well. She was at the age of traveling far away. How could she be homesick that easily? Su Jinghan also stopped beating around the bush with her mother. How did you and dad meet Mu Xian? Su mother was slightly stunned. You already know? She had thought that it would take a while earlier or that the silly girl would never find out. She hadn't expected that it would only be a few days to time before that girl from the Zhao family spilled the beans. Since you know, treat people well. That kid we investigated is a good person. You cannot bully him. Su mother didn't explain. The result is already a done deal. The process is not important. Now it's not a matter of me treating him well. The good son-in-law you guys found will soon run away. Su Jinghan muttered a sentence. Although a son-in-law is half a son, but it can't be favoritism to this extent. With the Empress Dowager backing her up, in the future, won't her own family status be humble to the extreme? Inexplicably, she thought of Mu Xian's appearance when she was shy. How to look at it does not look like a person who has the guts to do out these things. Su mother's heart trembled. Could it be that the intelligence was inaccurate? The boy who looked so gentle was actually a scum. What's going on? He bullied you? Su mother was ready to rush over and teach Mu Xian a lesson. How dare he bully his own daughter? Su Jinghan, why is it like this again? Is everyone misunderstanding me? I alone can single-handedly take on both of Mu Xian. He dares to bully me? No. listen to me first. Su Jinghan panicked and stopped her mom. Letting her rush here in a hurry must have scared Muxin. Her brother must have thought that his mother-in-law was not easy to get along with, and the possibility of accepting Su Jinghan became even more remote. In addition to some shy things, Su Jinghan told her mother all the things that happened between the 2 and 3 days, focusing on the answers that Muxin wanted. Su mother also did not expect. At first just thought that Muxin is a bit of social terrorism. The circle is dry and clean. The person is also dry and clean. I did not expect that it is a little puppy. His own daughter actually liked this type. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to do it. Su Jinghan listened to the mother on the other end of the phone delayed. Mom, quickly tell me, why did you choose Woodheart? This, Mom doesn't know. Su mother was a bit embarrassed. She only investigated this person. Muxin. The character aspect passed before letting Su Jinghan go. The whole thing was not led by her. This matter seems to be decided by your grandfather. Think about where you have seen Muxin. Su Jinghan's grandfather cared about his granddaughter's marriage. Suddenly ordered a person. The family are inexplicable. The old man's words are not good to refute. Let Su Jinghan try. I didn't expect it to be a success. Where have you seen him before? Hang up the phone. Su Jinghan sat on the bed. The original previous feeling is not a delusion. She really in the past at some point in time to see Woodheart, and was seen by her grandfather. Muxin said that he had not seen her. She was also sure that she had not seen Muxin. Taking Muxin's words, such a face is impossible to forget with just one glance. Slamming her cell phone on the pillow, Su Jinghan hugged the covers and went to sleep. Now it's too late. Can only wait until tomorrow to personally go to find the old master? Ask him where he recognized the wooden heart. But where can I sleep with something in my heart? Next door. In the dark room. Wooden heart pillowed arms lying on the bed staring at the ceiling. The whole person stagnant and motionless. If not still open eyes are going to think he fell asleep. How could he not sleep? He had a rare insomnia tonight, and he was not in the mood to write a novel. His mind was full of Su Jinghan. Why is it the granddaughter of the richest man's family? But any change in a weaker identity? Would Hart have the courage to go for Su Jinghan for the love of the charge once? The richest man is nothing. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth poor. Blanche, rigid up Would Hart in the heart to give yourself a slap. Really take yourself as the protagonist. This is the people's Xiaohuahua lines, not their own. The next 10 million are not capable of earning, and have the face to look down on the richest man. Can you give me a richest old grandpa? Cultivator residual soul also line. The heavenly Tao said that you think too much. Will I put this kind of plug-in in? Would Hart has a feeling that his own fortune in this life is here. $10 million is already the limit. Rolled over his head one by one and slammed heavily on the pillow. The love of the rich girl and the poor boy. After all, can't cross the obstacle of the family, so should I decently withdraw? Lift up his head to make a certain decision, or not to elope tomorrow with Su Jinghan. 2 warriors charging for love. How romantic. Buried head wilted. The last time to change the rent a day did not come to be Su Jinghan found. Guess how short a time the 2 will be caught. Probably can't even get to the high-speed train station. It is better to exit decently. It feels like fate really plays tricks on people. Gave him the fuse of love. But the end is an atomic bomb. This is not he get 10 million. This ill-gotten gains need to be punished. Fortune is not exchanged for longevity. It is exchanged for marriage. Adjacent to the 2 bedrooms. For the same thing worried about the 2 people do not know when to fall asleep. Only feel a blink of an eye dawn. 7:30. Would Hart looked at his own dark circles in the mirror. Finally know why do not sleep with emotions. With emotions simply cannot sleep well. The whole person is listless. I don't know how Su Jinghan is. She still has to go to work today. Although she is the president. She can't be. A little bit of spirit is not there. Giving employees a bad impression. He made breakfast, gently knocked on the door of Su Jinghan's room. Who knows Su Jinghan didn't close the door at all. The door was covered with a gap, and Muxin gently pushed it open. This, Woodheart stood in the doorway at a loss for words. I just want to wake her up. Really did not want to play hooligan. The footsteps stepped twice. He chose to walk in. That night have already slept. Should see have seen. Nothing to be embarrassed. Su Jinghan was still sleeping, hugging a pillow, her hair in disarray, where there was still the usual noble appearance. When Muxin swiped the video, she saw that when girls wake up, their voices are all soft and sticky. Is an imperial sister like Su Jinghan also like this? Suddenly wanted to wake her up, pinch her nose, pinch other places Muxin did not dare. Would Hart outstretched salty pig hand stopped in midair? She should be insomnia last night. A frequent insomniacs encountered things even more unable to sleep. And what time in the early morning to fall asleep? Maybe later than their own it. For a moment, his heart ached. Finally held back and did not wake up Su Jinghan. All into the president does not need to clock it. He thought of meeting the first morning Su Jinghan fell asleep on the sofa. For her long ago there is no fixed commuting time. Something on the overtime, nothing on the home. Then let her sleep a little longer. Woodheart got up. Breakfast cold can be done in. The body is the most important. Happy the most important. You are the most important. Suddenly, one of Mu Xian's hands was held. Su Jinghan unexpectedly woke up. Sleepy eyes looked at the wooden heart, braced herself to sit up, and deadlocked on the wooden heart arm. Are you leaving? The high-cold female president completely disappeared and turned into a petulant ghost. Jitterbug honestly does not deceive me. Mu Xian admitted this contrasting cute he loved. Su Jinghan's slightly curly hair draped over her shoulders. Pajamas a shoulder strap slipped down on her big arm. The look was pure and lustful. Flavorful. The little milky voice was even more so that his heart trembled. And Mu Xian almost didn't hold on to it. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? Simply to fulfill all the fantasies of the wooden heart for his girlfriend. He sat down and gently hugged Su Jinghan. Not leaving, just want you to sleep a little longer. Mu Xian felt that he had also changed. His voice and temperament were no longer which somewhat inferior teenager at this moment. Perhaps because his beloved woman was unhappy, he was willing to put away his timidity to show his mature side. How to say that he is also an adult. Walked through the trough of the adults who have seen the society. Not to have the ability to carry things. Gently patting Su Jinghan. You must have lost sleep again last night. Sleep a little longer. Su Jinghan closed her eyes and leaned against Mu Xian. Then you hold me in sleep. Good. Baring his mouth, the little milky voice made it impossible for Mu Xian to refuse. The long-sleeved and long pants pajamas he wore. It would never be as embarrassing as the last time. Rolling over, he embraced Su Jinghan in his arms. Just as he himself hadn't woken up from sleep, Su Jinghan leaned against his chest. He wrapped his arms around the woman and reached for the cell phone on the pillow. A time like this was perfect for checking in. Su Jinghan had told Mu Xian the password, and although he didn't care at the time, he had memorized it. Easy to unlock the phone. Open WeChat. Find Xiao Feng to initiate a message to him. Edited ready to send when he suddenly froze. Why ask Xiao Feng? He is not familiar with the company's entire business. Exit and find Fu Yun's WeChat. Is there something important that she needs to deal with today? Mu Xian first typed sister. Felt bad deleting and wrote Su Jinghan's full name, and then replaced it with Mr. Su. Never found a suitable title, and had no choice but to replace it with an almighty she. Fu Yun looked at the message and froze slightly. Is this a stolen number? She wanted to send a question mark over. Suddenly thought of a person. This is obviously not Su Jinghan himself sent. How can Su always do not know their work? The frog of the heart has been touching and eating the stomach. Is the future aunt of the Su family? She had insomnia last night and is still sleeping. If it is not busy she will go to the company later. Woodheart stared at the screen. He was not sure if Fu Yun could see WeChat at this time now. 8 o'clock past was not yet work time, and might even be driving on the road, waiting for a reply. Mu Xian felt his eyes fighting. It was fine when he was busy, but he did get a little sleepy once he lay down. No, he blinked his eyes to keep himself awake. He had to wait until Fu Yun replied to the message. If it was really important, he still had to send Su Jinghan to the company. Fortunately, Fu Yun did not let him wait much. Immediately returned the message. There's nothing going on. What should be explained was said yesterday. That's good. Thank you, Sister Yun. Thank you. Putting down the cell phone, looking at Su Jinghan, who was already breathing steadily in his arms, Mu Xian's eyes darkened. Can love overcome everything? He does not know. He cannot even see the current love. Can't figure it out. Smelling the fragrance of the hair would heart also gradually fall asleep. Wake up again when it is 11:30 at noon. Su Jinghan is leaning in his arms looking at Woodheart. When did you wake up? Having just woken up. Mu Xian's voice was a little hoarse. Su Jinghan smiled, as if seeing her brother was a happy thing. 10 minutes ago. She braced herself to lie on top of Mu Xian. Their eyes locked at a horizontal line. Mu Xian lowered her eyes. What's going on? This woman had just gotten up and was like this. I should have known that I shouldn't have cared about her. I should have let her go to work without waking up, so as not to wreak havoc on myself at home. Su Jinghan hesitated for a moment. What I said yesterday was true. It was my father who helped me rent the house. He had investigated you before he was relieved to let me come. The goal was to abduct you. Mu Xian frowned slightly. He wanted to say something. Su Jinghan should not be able to tell such a poor lie. But he really had never met Su Jinghan's father. The temperament on the richest man should not be quite the same as the others. Right. There was absolutely no match in his memory. Have you met my grandfather? Mu Xian? How did you even add a generation? He gently shook his head. Again no impression. Old people he had only seen a few at the entrance of the neighborhood. and all of them were still far away. Su Jinghan pouted her lips. Again, she didn't know. It seemed that she needed to investigate herself. Don't use yesterday's attitude towards your sister anymore, okay? Sister really loves you. Give your sister a little time. I will find out the ins and outs of all this. Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan and nodded hesitantly. In his current state, he had to agree. Sure enough, he shouldn't have come to coax this woman to sleep. It's simply a sheep in a tiger's mouth. It's all about grace and revenge. Su Jinghan lowered his head and kissed on Mu Xian's lips. The younger brother said that there are some things that cannot be done, and it is necessary to seize this opportunity. Get up when the breakfast on the table has been cold. Thankful that this morning's cooking is not noodles, or now certainly lumped cannot eat. Seeing noon. Of course, cannot eat these things again. Stay as a night snack. Would heart redo a lunch? Su Jinghan's heart suddenly rose an illusion. This meal déjà vu. Not referring to the dishes, but Mu Xian's attitude towards her. Too gentle. Gentle enough to remind her of the last time Mu Xian suddenly left. She grabbed Wooden Heart's arm and asked, "Are you leaving again?" Mu Xian gently raised her eyebrows, her arm freezing in the air. Are all women's emotions so delicate? How come? If I wanted to leave, I would have just left in the morning. He backhanded Su Jinghan. Look at you now. Where is the appearance of the domineering president? Where did the thunderous you go in the company? If she hadn't been to the company, Mu Xian would still be able to take it for granted. This woman was able to silence the entire room with a single look, and Mu Xian stood behind her and was socked in the face. But how did she become so sticky when she came home? Su Jinghan blankly glanced at him. How could I give up being mean to such a cute brother? If it was the same for everyone in the world, wouldn't the love given to his brother become child's play? Okay, Mu Xian laughed. Perhaps this was Su Jinghan's true appearance. The company was all her disguise. A disguise used to deter others and stabilize her position. This is quite similar to Mu Xian. High and cold enough to be used to cover up all fears and inferiority complexes. Except that Mu Xian is not as strong as she is, and instead is a bit timid. I gave you leave. Do you still have to go to the company in the afternoon? The morning did not say a clear time to take leave. Since the morning did not go, the afternoon is not necessary to go. Leave half a day to deduct a day's salary. The afternoon to go is also a waste of time. It would be better to swing inside the home. Brother can't let go of me? Can't let go? Seems a bit, but can Woodheart admit it? No way. Clearing his throat, he sat upright and said, I just have to remind you that even if you don't go to work in the afternoon, you can't sleep at home. He himself could get over the jet lag in the United States, but Su Jinghan couldn't. Novels could be written anytime. Could the company still be Su Jinghan's company if she left it? And could not even respond in time if someone made a small move. Although Mu Xian did not know what the real business war was like, at least it should be quite intense. I won't go to the company today. What should be accounted for yesterday was all accounted for. Not all the documents need to be signed by the president himself. It's just one day. Even if you don't take a vacation, you don't have to go. Who called is the president. And it's still the president of 100% holding. I'm going to go back and ask Grandpa how he knows you. She reached out and cupped Mushin's cheeks. I haven't forgotten that my baby is still waiting for an answer. Mushin pursed his lips and let her ravage him. Does the answer still matter? He inquired in his mind. It doesn't seem that important anymore. Will brother and sister go together? Maybe you'll remember where you met Grandpa when you see him. Su Jinghan got up and pulled Mu Xian. Directly meet the parents. She is to announce in front of everyone that in this life is not her brother not married. So what answer is needed? Mu Xian madly shook his head. Meet the parents. What kind of international joke are you looking at? He could think of himself fidgeting in that situation. It must have been comical, and definitely would not leave a good impression on Su Jinghan's parents. The big families naturally want to choose stable people. On their own such goods, lead out all lose face. Where did the dirtbag come from? So uneducated. The matter is in a hurry. Cannot go empty-handed. It seems that he cannot afford to buy a gift for the richest man. It's a pain in the ass. Let's just say that this relationship is a joke of fate, and it doesn't fit everywhere. Su Jinghan left. Her grandfather lives in a place that seems to be quite far away from here. A go to the sky is dark. Mu Xian does not go with him. Must be rushed back at night. No brother will lose sleep. Mu Xian washed the dishes and sat alone on the sofa. And in her cell phone was a very formal photo of Su Jinghan. A person who could be on Baidu Encyclopedia was by no means idle. But he still underestimated Su Jinghan's excellence. Postgraduate education. Skipping grades to complete her studies. And even some high-sounding awards that Mu Xian was completely unaware of had a whole bunch of them. The proud daughter of heaven. Amazing family background. Heaven-defying face value as well as breathtaking talent. It turned out that there really was a protagonist in this world. And every single one of these items was able to rub Mu Xian on the ground. and it seemed that he only had the face value item to compare with Su Jinghan. Letting out a deep breath, he stood up from the sofa. On the other side, Su Jinghan was a bit annoyed. Her grandfather even said that he couldn't remember where he had seen Mu Xin. She had a great reason to suspect that her grandfather was deceiving her, but she had no way to be angry at him. Could it be that this was his test for himself? On the way back, Su Jinghan changed to a luxury car. Already confessed to her brother's identity, how can she still let her brother sit in those low-grade cars? Must be a luxury car. The driver was driving. She sat alone in the back row thinking, Grandpa's body is hard, not to the age of dementia, and there is no such disease as Alzheimer's disease. How can he forget his admired granddaughter-in-law? Before leaving, Grandpa said, think about what places are familiar to you? Su Jinghan is a little angry. Grandpa is like this. From childhood to adulthood like to test themselves. Have to admit that there is no such test will not have today's business empress. Want to get things to fight for the unconquerable idea is Grandpa training. See if the situation is good. Your granddaughter-in-law is now going to run away. Sitting in the back row, Su Jinghan carefully recalled where she had been in the last possible encounter with Woodhart. She has been to Rongjin University a few times, but also just looking for school leaders. It is impossible to notice a student. What's more, Mu Xian was so socially terrified that she didn't even like to go out of the door. Everyone and everything has a memory point. In addition to status and often appearing in front of Su Jinghan's eyes, what could leave her with a unique memory was inevitably the unique mark on a person. What is the mark on Mu Xian? Face. And the scent. Yes, it was the scent that emanated from Mu Xian's body. His unique and mesmerizing body fragrance was the trigger for Su Jinghan's déjà vu. Perhaps Grandpa had gotten hold of Mushin's belongings and handed it over to himself. The car arrived. Su Jinghan went upstairs alone. She has not thought of what it is. Of course, will not be as reckless as last night, to find something and then talk to her brother, so that he is dumbfounded and can only be at his mercy. The idea was beautiful, but opening the door she felt a chill, hands clenched tightly in death. The younger brother dared to deceive himself. At noon said loudly that not run away, and once again at night. The building is empty. A letter was left on the table in the living room. Su Jinghan picked up the envelope. The cover is very nice, pure white with a red heart in the center. At a glance it is the kind of love letter sent to a crush when studying. Now she wouldn't be foolish enough to think it was a confession letter, written in the beautiful words of love, but also impossible to withstand face to face personally say, Woodhart, but if you say a sentence 10 months after he will be able to do father. Unfortunately, my brother did not have the guts. Would love to rub the envelope. Not trustworthy scum. What is the use of rhetoric? She couldn't spare it. Sighing, she sat on the sofa and opened the letter. She admitted that she had been completely pinned down by her brother. Her brother's every move was able to cause her mood swings. It was a good feeling, but her brother's failure to give a response was bad. Su Jinghan saw Mu Xian's writing for the first time. It was beautiful. The rows of regular script were sprawled on the paper, and regardless of the content, the handwriting alone could be taken out to show off. Another one of her brother's strengths had been discovered. Dear sister, this is probably the last time I call you sister. Forgive me for not keeping my word. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye once again. Maybe we really are not from the same world. Last night I thought a lot. Love is sensational. Love is able to charge for a person. Love can overcome everything. So this morning I decided to ride out the storm with you. As long as you do not give up, I will be with you until death. But when I saw the morning lying in bed haggard you, my heart twitched a little. Very difficult. The determination once again shaken. I cannot accept a so confident and so beautiful woman because I do not like her own. In the past few days, I generally understand your past. The more I understand, the more I find you dazzling. I can't accept that because of me a good woman began to fall. So I think I should let go. Have you ever heard of a saying? When there is a person in the world who can affect your emotions, promise me to delete him. From the beginning you and I are not people of the same world. You are a round of sunshine, and I just want to hide in the darkness that belongs to me. Maybe I'm waiting for the light that shines into my world, but your light is too hot, and every second of it tips me off that it's not what I deserve. Forgive me for holding back. Forgive me for being cowardly. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. You are excellent, the best woman I've ever met, and it's even more unlikely that there will be a woman in my life in the future who will surpass you. I'm in love with you. I'm really in love with you, but I know I can't fall in love with you. The drama of poor boy with rich girl can only appear in novels. Our love won't get anyone's blessing. Sticking to it will only be painful. So I think it's time for me to go. Don't come looking for me. Snuff out the mistake in time before it happens, and treat everything that has happened in the past few days as a dream, which I will treasure in the depths of my memory. I know it hurts to part suddenly and without warning, and I don't want my sister to be plunged into grief. But I don't have the guts to say these words out loud in front of you, and I have no choice but to say goodbye to you in this way. Promise me not to be sad. Promise me that in the future, no matter what happens in the future, be yourself. I don't want you to be cheated in love. Be sure to be yourself. Don't change for anyone. You are already very good and perfect. Finally, I wish you happiness. Mu Xin. Su Jinghan looked at the epistle and fell silent. A few hundred words, maybe the writing was not gorgeous, but it was full of Mu Xin's truest thoughts. She read it for a long time, over and over again. Fool, you have said that mom and dad have agreed. Grandpa has agreed. What are you still afraid of? Fool, you've said you love me. What does the rest matter? As long as you say out loud that you love me, I'll be able to fix all of it. Fool, you have said you love me. Why do you still want to go? Tried messaging and calling Mushin. She was deleted by her brother and her phone was blacked out. Tonight, Su Jinghan didn't know how she fell asleep. Since reading the parting letter left by Mushin, she became disoriented. The brain was empty, maybe thinking a lot but remembering nothing. Wooden Heart returned to the last time to leave without saying goodbye, rented a one-room apartment. Standing in the room, bitter smile, round and back again. Lying on the bed tonight, he could not help but remember Su Jinghan, recalling the beautiful images between the two of them in these few days for a long time. Viciously slapped himself. Obviously it was you who decided to leave. Obviously it was you who left without saying goodbye. What qualifications do you have to be sad? Head buried in the quilt. Wooden Heart curled up his body, do not know how long after the sleep. Jerkily he woke up. Sitting on the bed sweating profusely. There was even a line of tears running down his face. He had a dream. A nightmare. Dreaming that Su Jinghan began to resent himself because of his own farewell without saying goodbye. An unexpected meeting in the future. She looked at his eyes ice cold. The sister who once had her eyes full of herself had really abandoned herself. No, wasn't it himself who abandoned her first? Pick up the cell phone to find out Su Jinghan's WeChat. No, he deleted her. At that time when deleted was so determined. Now how to regret. Mu Xin washed a handful of cold water face. The heart is constantly admonishing himself. He and Su Jinghan is not a world of people, but a boring farce to let them meet. It should have ended long ago. There is no result. There is no result. Turning on the computer and finding a random anime, Mu Xin absent-mindedly watched it with headphones on. Can only choose the stupid method to divert their attention. The effect is not good, but also to avoid their own collapse. Until 4 o'clock in the morning passed, he felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. Today, Su Jinghan woke up at 8 o'clock sharp. Looking at the ceiling, eyes empty, she still cannot accept her brother's resignation. How can this? They obviously love him so much. Casually grabbed the envelope to look at. Eyes focused on the words "do your own." The only thing left in the mind of these words in the echo. The brain of the Wood Heart voice said to himself, as if there is a lot of power. Su Jinghan eyes gradually become firm. She sat up. The whole person aura in an instant in a sea change. Disillusionment was swept away. Be yourself. My brother told me to be myself. What kind of person I used to be? Business empress. High cold and domineering female president. Whatever I see must be mine. Whatever my decision no one can refute. Looking at the envelope, Su Jinghan suddenly revealed a smile. Bad brother. This is your wish. There are some things that cannot be blamed on the sister, ha. She rolled out of bed and washed and drove to the company. Follow me up. Walking into the company, Su Jinghan looked at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng suddenly clenched his legs. So for a moment he felt like he had nothing. He shouldn't have messed with this tigress. Could it be that Mu Xin said something bad about himself? Can't be right. He looked at the people around him, and the people around him said that there was nothing they could do to help. Today the aunt did not come. No one could subdue Su Jinghan. Zhao Feng stood in Su Jinghan's office. Elevator dozens of floors. He did not think clearly where he messed with this female devil in front of him. Sister Su, you give me a quick word. He carefully looked at Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan sat in her office chair and didn't speak. Didn't work, and didn't look at Zhao Feng, who called up. This appearance. It should not be a work issue. Private life. Zhao Feng also has no relationship with Su Jinghan. There was no relationship before. And now the brother is on the throne, even more unlikely to have a non-interested thought. Give you a task. Su Jinghan crossed her legs. Queenly, go keep an eye on Mu Xin. If he dares to womanize outside, you beat him up for me. Zhao Feng? Sister Su. This? Yesterday was not still 100 love. Hated every person in the company to eat a mouthful of fresh and hot dog food. Today they quarreled. Zhao Feng hadn't been in love and didn't understand. Think of yourself as a rich second generation to do too stifling. The university, even girls have not held hands. The mansion most care about the publicity. If it is known to the mother to go out to mess around, go home and legs have to be broken. As for his other half, the probability is that Adore is the right family and the princess. Just hope not too ugly. I really envy Su Jinghan for being able to find someone she loves like this. You have to trust Mu Zi. He's not that kind of person. Zhao Feng remembered Mu Xian as someone who didn't even dare to hold the hand of the opposite sex. It was too shocking that he would cheat on his wife. Could it be that falling in love opened up his scummy man's veins and suddenly became enlightened? It's just a matter of giving himself up for the sake of his rebellious son's life. Su Jinghan glared at him. Zhao Feng was instantly abashed. Rebellious son, ah. Righteous father can only help you here. Mother Tiger is too scary. How did you fall into this kind of person? In the future, I will burn more paper to you on the Qingming festival. Go well. Su Jinghan frowned slightly. If you are slandering him like this, beware that I will not be polite to you. The warning was full of meaning. Zhao Feng was speechless. Did I say something wrong? Since he didn't cheat on me, why do I have to look at him? You two can't be such bullies. I am also a rich second generation. I also want to save face. Su Jinghan was somewhat helpless. He ran away yesterday when he knew my identity. Zhao Feng stared with wide eyes. What the hell? I didn't hear it wrong. Ran away. Old 4 is also too wimpy. What a rare opportunity. How many people in Rongjin wanted to hold on to Su Jinghan's thighs? And he even ran away from the battle. I hate him. Giving you a chance and you don't want to use it. He is such a person. Zhao Feng thought about Mu Xian's character. He didn't have a complete grasp of a matter. His first reaction was to run away. And subconsciously he had already decided that he wouldn't succeed from the start. There was nothing wrong with being able to be scared off by Su Jinghan. You give him a little time. I'll go persuade him. Guarantee that he'll come around. Seeing Su Jinghan's eyes, Zhao Feng quickly changed his words. Ah, bah, what change of heart. I'll make sure to let him regain his confidence. This person was really protective of his son, and he couldn't even joke about it. I can imagine that after the wedding, his son will not be able to see him very often. No, according to Su Jinghan's personality, she will definitely bring Mu Xian to the company. As long as she is still in the company for a day, there will be a day to eat dog food. Blanche, bury these two people separately, one on Earth and one on the moon, and they can't see each other in the next life. No need. Su Jinghan waved her hand. I'm recently looking for an item related to Mu Xian, to firmly trap his heart, and then I'll personally go catch him. Just keep an eye on him for me. Don't let him be seduced away by other women, and don't let him leave Rongjin City. Don't let me know that you bullied him. A cold light shot towards Zhao Feng. That momentary glance was too handsome. If he wasn't looking at himself, he was already mourning for Lao Si in his heart. The life after marriage could be imagined. Being tied to the bed and served with a small whip. A little tit like Lao Si must like it a lot. Don't worry. Promise to complete the task. Zhao Feng stood upright and promised with conviction. This kind of task can be accomplished by people with no brain. How can a guy like Mu Xian, a batch of goons, get off the hook so quickly? Zhao Feng left the office, ignoring the eyes of the other people in the company. Can this kind of thing be said casually? Mr. Su trusts me to give such an important task to himself. This is his advantage as a mutual friend of the two. The first time he got off work, he drove his car to Mu Xian's new home, the address given by Su Jinghan. Xiaomu moved really fast. She had found a place to live in a day's time. No wonder Su Jinghan had asked herself to watch over him. Knocking on the door. What heart through the cat's eye to see Zhao Feng is surprised. How this person also know that he lives here? Must be Su Jinghan, that woman told him. So, Zhao Feng's purpose for coming was already clear. He had come to be a lobbyist. How could this woman not die? The living room did not turn on the lights. Mu Xian carefully returned to the bedroom to turn off the lights. The whole room did not have any light at all. It was quiet as if no one was home. The sound of knocking on the door is still the same. Wooden heart atmosphere, dare not breathe. Standing in place, a movement, dare not move. Can't you see that no one is home? Knocking again will be impolite. Hurry up and go. Mu Zi, I know you're home. Open the door quickly or I'm going to scream. Mu Xian covered her ears. How can this person be like this? How can he talk in such a loud voice? There is no privacy at all. It was all heard by others. It was too embarrassing. Zhao Feng doesn't care. He continues to knock on the door, while shouting, "Old wood, if you don't look at the door I'll take you those." The door opened. A hand dragged him in, and a hand covered his mouth in death. What heart cannot bear it? This person in the end, and what nonsense. Neighborhood, so many people. He just rented a house. Not to move. Shit, you're at home for so half a day without opening the door. Zhao Feng broke away from his grip and yipped a few times. Mu Xian ran to the toilet to wash his hands. I still dislike you. Getting his hands full of saliva. He should have rubbed it on him. You're in the dark. What are you hiding for? Zhao Feng opened the lights. Do not understand why someone at home still do not open the lights. Play the phone does not hurt the eyes. Are you doing something unseemly? Zhao Feng flew to the bedroom. Let me find a look for evidence. and tomorrow take it to take credit. The corners of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. Lao Zi is such a person in your eyes. What are you doing here? Woodhart followed behind. The computer was turned on inside. He was writing a novel. Zhao Feng was aware of it. What the hell are you thinking? Zhao Feng sat on the sofa, a puzzled look at Mu Xian. How could he watch the duck in his hand fly away? Or let himself go of his own accord? Mu Xian sighed. Even though he already knew the purpose of Zhao Feng's visit, he didn't want to bring up this topic at all. Every time he brought it up he would think of Su Jing'an's face, and his heart would just tingle. Where am I worthy of her? Mu Xian tilted her head back and leaned against the sofa, trying her best to keep her voice from trembling. How do you know if you don't try? She's never liked someone like this before. Kikyu shook her head gently. Try? That's a nice way of putting it. Do you know how long it takes to heal the wounds of an impulsive try? He's a man with such low inner energy that even a 90% success rate could dissuade him, compared to the life he once lived. Now for the wooden heart is like heaven. He does not like change. If you can, the rest of his life is like this now. Live in the status quo. As he wrote in the letter, Su Jing'an shone like a blazing sun, and Mu Xian was afraid of being pulverized in the process of getting close to him. Stop! Mu Xian straightened up and interrupted what Zhao Feng was still trying to say. I don't want to be talking about this topic. I won't go back no matter what you say. If you don't have anything else you can leave. Mu Xian stood up. Since she had already decided to cut it off completely, she shouldn't think about all that there is to think about. Zhao Feng is also helpless. You think I want to come? I am also forced to do nothing. The good time after work even came to you. You two who will settle the overtime pay. You still don't understand her. Zhao Feng patted his ass and stood up. There's nothing she can get away with that she wants to get. Patting Mu Xian on the shoulder. She didn't ask me to persuade you to go back. She just asked me to pass on the message that you shouldn't fall for other women. Brothers, this matter frankly except is good. Tie you back to the golden house to hide that woman is really dry. That woman has money in face. You do not suffer. Would heart mouth corner of a draw. Goddamn, do not suffer. Lousy pocket now have 10 million. Long ago did not eat soft rice thought. Whispered secretly cursed this crazy woman. Hey, Zhao Feng looked at Mu Xian in surprise. I'll go back to the company tomorrow and sue you for cursing her behind her back. Mu Xian. How come I didn't realize Zhao Feng was so boring before? Then I'll also sue you for bullying me. Zhao Feng. How did you not find Mu Xian so cheap before? Sue yourself and still have a way to live. Su Jing'an will definitely draw his own tendons and bones hanging in front of the company's door to display. Do not even need Woodhart to sue. That woman's degree of calf protection. Zhao Feng dare to go to sue the injured will be their own. Don't. We're brothers. I'm just kidding. Zhao Feng grabbed his arm and looked at him curtly. I also think she's a crazy person. Fine. You're scolding her behind her back. I'll sue you. Mu Xian acted excited. There weren't many scenes like this where he could pit his brother against him. You. Zhao Feng also laughed. Fine. You're so playful, aren't you? He looked around for something. It seemed like he was going to strike back at Mu Xian. Suddenly, he grabbed Mu Xian's arm with both hands and made a gesture to kneel down. Brother, brother. Spare me. A great man can yield and can stretch. Can't afford to mess with that crazy woman, so surrender. Anyway, here only their own brothers. No outsiders to see. Mu Xian laughed. Zhao Feng also laughed. Su Jing'an brought the distress to Mu Xian was swept away. Is not just eating soft rice? What is so difficult it? The big deal is that when the time comes to eat their own soft rice hard, whether it could be realized or not, it wasn't a crime to think about it. Have you eaten yet? My treat. Zhao Feng even pulled and dragged Mu Xian out the door. Someone eating even did not go. A fool. Mu Xian also didn't understand why she had to go out to eat. It was expensive and little. It would be better to make it yourself at home. First of all, I don't drink. Mu Xian closed the door behind him and followed Zhao Feng down. Zhao Feng looked at him with a bit of disdain. Which of the brothers get together don't drink? A big man. Unexpectedly don't drink. Speaking of which, no matter whether it is a class party or a dormitory party, I have never seen Mu Xian drink. He always hides in the corner and drinks soda alone, looking so out of place. Probably Wooden Heart is used to not fitting in, but no one said anything about him. Wooden Heart just smiled and did not refute. A few years ago when he worked, he has seen too many drinking accidents seen. Under the paralysis of alcohol, what ugly can show? He cannot afford to lose that person. Of course, Woodhart has also seen a drunken family to pick up the cozy scene, said quite envious, but he does not have a family. Outside the drunk how to do, after living so hard for so many years, he was very precious about his life. The two of them just simply ate a little something. Zhao Feng laughed. That small house with one room and one hall, he had no place to sleep. What? You said that he slept in the same bed with Mu Xian. Don't joke. He wasn't Su Jinghan, that crazy woman. His sexual orientation was normal. He's not Su Jinghan's crazy woman. He's sexually normal. Just before he left, he kept telling Muexian to wait for Su Jinghan to come and tie him back, in case a vixen takes advantage of the situation. Not only Muexian but also Zhao Feng will suffer. Maybe Zhao Feng will be even worse. On the other hand, Su Jinghan left the company on time and drove home. She didn't go back to the villa she lived in. She knew very well what was in the villa. There couldn't be anything that belonged to Muexian. She came to her parents' home. When she entered, Su mother was leaning on the sofa playing with her cell phone, and Su father was sitting in front of the computer playing chess, hoping that it was just one person who was exhausted. No, have to grab someone to go to the office with her. Can't be mom and dad. They've already retired to the second line, so this person would have to be Muexian. What kind of wind can blow a great beauty here? Without looking up, she knew it was her mother's voice. Only she would choke herself like this. Su Jinghan casually threw her bag to the side. Didn't you complain on the phone yesterday that I forgot about you? And here you are back. Su mother got up and frowned, looking behind her. You're the only one who came back. Where is my son-in-law? Su mother had also heard that Muexian could be handsome. The photo inevitably had some water in it. Very curious about what kind of a person could mesmerize her own high-minded and proud daughter. Don't you ask your daughter if she has eaten? Su Jinghan sat down gamely. This has not even passed through the door and already like this. In the future, married brother will not ride on their head. In the end, who is the biological, the oldest individual, can still starve himself. Su mother continued to lie down and swipe her cell phone, as if she didn't see Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan was also used to it. How many years? As long as not a big thing. Mom's attitude is so casual. She is also too lazy to quarrel with her. No big deal. Are adults. I really shouldn't have believed what she said on the phone. Where do you want yourself? I can only say that every family mom is the same. Do not see when very miss. But at home, but where more than a daytime to smack this smack that. Hate to drive you out. Su Jinghan casually gets something to eat. Are some leftovers? Suddenly miss the younger brother in the time. He will be at home to do a good job waiting for their own back. Unlike this home, it was cold. She rummaged through her room, never finding what she was looking for. What the hell are you looking for? You dead girl. Rummaging around in a mess. Su mother stood in the doorway, looking at the messy room. At this moment she wanted to find a chicken feather duster to whip on Su Jinghan. It was not easy for my mother to clean it up. Won't your conscience hurt? Su Jinghan said what his grandfather told him to his mother. Since your grandfather gave it to me, of course I should go to him to find it. Su mother looked at Su Jinghan speechlessly. Su Jinghan had 3 rooms, excluding her own home. Her parents' home and grandpa's home all had a room. At grandpa's house? Su Jinghan felt it was very likely. She didn't remember receiving a gift recently, nor had she taken this to and from her house. So there was still a trip to grandpa's house to be made. When was it? A month ago? At that time Su Jinghan slept there for a night. Suddenly she thought of something. It seemed like there was that one thing that existed. She normally wouldn't pay too much attention to it. She couldn't remember exactly what it was. Anyway, she had already decided to go and take a look tomorrow, so she would first look for it here. It's getting dark. Hurry up. Su mother watched Su Jinghan clean up the room. All the things were placed in their original positions before she turned to leave. Su Jinghan bitterly smiled and chased downstairs. Am I your own daughter? Can't I stay here for a night? Everyone else still has a day's buffer time. How come I only have a few hours? It's true that only my younger brother loves me the most. I'll go look for him tomorrow. Su father finished playing a game of chess and also came over. When will you bring the person back for us to see? Marrying a daughter is a bit unacceptable for a father, always feeling that his daughter will be wronged. And it's hard to think of his daughter being unhappy. But what does all this have to do with Su Jinghan? Woodheart and Su Jinghan are Rongjin city people. Although there is no jitterbug on the family door next to each other close, but in the city has been considered close to marry, and then a little closer to look upset. Woodheart and an orphan, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship she has no chance to meet. The old man is suddenly a little worried about his son-in-law. After marriage will not be his daughter domestic violence it. It is not easy to find a person. Su father of course, will not be too prickly, led the family to eat a meal on the line. The understanding of almost all investigated clearly. The only thing you need to do is to get married, and then you'll be left with an older woman if you keep dragging your feet. Really have a lifelong companion, who has the hope of dying alone. I don't know. Su Jinghan shook her head. Your good son-in-law ran away yesterday. The corner of Su father and mother's mouth twitched. Ran away? Seriously? It is said that a woman chasing a man through a veil. The Su family of the son-in-law that is bound to be the door of the city. The opportunity in front of even do not want to, when it is really underestimated him. Okay, you grasp. Completely confused these young people. Let them go. Don't worry. He can't escape me. Su Jinghan stretched out a devilish claw, revealing a bad smile. Su father and Su mother looked at each other. Son-in-law's future life is not easy. No in-laws in the future. We better favor our son-in-law more. Billion points pointed. Su Jinghan stayed at her parents' place this night. Unsurprisingly, she is once again insomnia. As if she cannot sleep without hugging her brother. It is true that people need a bed hitch, and it is naturally better to be able to do something indescribable. Mu Xian also had a little bit of insomnia. It was all Zhao Feng's fault. Originally already not thinking about that woman, he had to suddenly run out. In fact, it is not. Some emotions only appear in the dead of night. Should not be able to sleep or not be able to sleep. Lying in bed carefully thinking about Zhao Feng words today. This woman, how to be so stubborn. So many good men in the world. Although I admit to be worse than their own on a pinch. But also not to hang on a tree. It seems to be unable to escape. It's just, he was afraid in his heart. The end of the line is their own untouchable son. Want to understand? Let nature take its course. Do not take the initiative, not to refuse, not responsible for. Well, carefully think about it or be responsible for it. Otherwise it is sure to be served by Su Jinghan with a small whip. Thinking away, he gradually fell asleep. Compared to him, Su Jinghan can be bitter. Tossing and turning is not able to sleep. The more you stay awake. If you let her know that the wood heart sleep very comfortable, now can rush over to grab the ear to let him up. The scum of the earth. Early the next morning, cannot help Su Jinghan hurriedly drove to the wooden heart, and then continue to stay up all night. This head of hair are not necessarily to keep. The brothers said to do their own. The domineering president needs to be reasonable. Well, first tie back the brother, and then continue to find something. So she came to the wooden heart downstairs. Woodheart saw a white luxury car from afar. Rongjin is in a busy area. It is said that there are a lot of luxury cars, but Woodheart has not seen, and I do not know what the value of this car is. Geometric is the feeling that there is a murderous atmosphere. I don't know why. When he saw the luxury car, he thought of Su Jinghan. He pinched the mask, pulled down the brim of the hat and quickly fled. Specifically to those cars, not good place to run. 36 plans to go for the best plan. Watching the crowd is easy to see themselves in. Su Jinghan saw the wooden heart, just like the wooden heart found her. A glance in the crowd to see cannot see the light of the wooden heart. He even dared to hide from the old lady. After the marriage can still get. Must be a small whip to serve. She stopped the car, thinking about whether to wait for him at the door like last time. Parked the car, she went upstairs. The last trace of fantasy is shattered. The stinky brother even changed the password. No longer the last time by their own. See that? Good. Su Jinghan gasped and laughed. So play is it? I will accompany to the end. Mu Xian ran far away until he couldn't see the limousine before he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly feeling that the next time they met, they might be killed. But he didn't dare to face Su Jinghan. What a pain in the ass. Then, a new question came up. Would Su Jinghan wait for him at the door like last time? He remembered for no reason the rain he got wet in that night, when Su Jinghan had prejudged his own prediction, and his face was lost to the house, and he almost caused a big trouble. How to choose this time? Come when well, back, can't go back. Originally came out to buy food, wanted to buy a pound of ribs to go back to stew to eat. He found a bookstore where he could read books for free and drilled into it. Going back is impossible to go back. No matter if the limousine is not Su Jinghan's, it is impossible to go back. At least now you cannot go back. He didn't believe that woman could wait at the door for a day. If that was the case, Mu Xian was willing to be punished. With such love he could kneel directly in front of Su Jinghan and apologize. Would heart in the bookstore as if sitting on pins and needles. As if there is a nail under the buttocks. No matter how to sit, feel diaphragmatic buttocks. Or not, or go back to find Su Jinghan it. In case she is really at the door waiting for their own how to do. But go back and what can be said? Have already said never see each other. See each other again, how embarrassing. Is directly kneel down and apologize or say a long time no see. He felt that he should go back. The pattern open. Greatly generous. But he did not dare. A little bit of fear in his heart made him never lift his butt. Just in this torturous struggle procrastination committed. Would heart after all did not have the courage to go back. The more entangled the more afraid. The more afraid the more procrastination. The more procrastination the more entangled. His heart seems to fall into a strange circle. A shake to 11:30 at noon. It's time to eat. Mu Xian rubbed his stomach, wondering if Su Jinghan was still waiting at the door. Had she eaten yet? According to that stupid woman's style of doing things, there was no chance that she would really wait at the door without eating, just to catch herself. Mu Xian lowered his head and walked while worrying about Su Jinghan, and it didn't take long before he reached the downstairs. He looked at the tightly closed door access. There were too many people in one building. People came in and out from time to time. Even if Su Jinghan didn't have an access card, she could still enter the building. Gritting his teeth, Mu Xian opened the door and walked in. Watching the elevator numbers grow larger and larger, his heart was terrified. What will Su Jinghan say when she sees herself for the first time? Pointing her nose and cursing, "My mother waited for you here for so long, but you went out to fool around. There is no mother in your heart." How to answer? Directly kneel down and apologize would not be better. Hands grasping the wall to probe out. Su Jinghan did not wait for rabbits at the door. Relieved that he was a thief like a speedy run over. Opened the door to turn in. The whole person leaned against the door panting heavily. Finally came back. Not to sleep on the streets at night. However, the heart did not imagine that it would return to peace, but instead became more apprehensive. As if he would not settle down without actually seeing Su Jinghan. Shaking his head, he could not go to see her, and must not take the initiative to see her. Mu Xian lay on the bed alone, inwardly consuming away his emotions until he once again felt hungry. Only then did he wobbly stand up and walk to the kitchen. After all, he was still unable to stand in front of Su Jinghan in a dignified manner. Let's just say he didn't deserve her. Soon after, Mu Xian realized another bad thing. He didn't buy any food when he came back. There was no food in the house. Only noodles. For lunch and dinner, Mu Xian didn't like noodles. He needed to replenish his rice or he wouldn't be comfortable for the whole day. Had to order takeout. He paid attention to everything outside like a secret agent joint, causing the takeout boy to almost call the police. This is where the escaped murderer came to add extra money to himself. In the morning, after Su Jinghan watched Mu Xian escape, she sat in the car and waited for a while. Her brother was bold enough to hide from herself. She didn't choose to go upstairs. She just waited in the car for half an hour and drove to the company. No one knew what kind of waves were under her calm face. To make a woman wait for half an hour, it was time for the family rules to be set up. The company needed her to take care of some things today. 12 o'clock at noon. She looked at the time, wondering whether her brother had eaten. Now kill the past cannot be stolen. Forget it. Loosen the fist. There is still work in the afternoon. Say it. Hastily ate something. Brother is not there. Eat all, have no appetite. She looked at the time little by little to 5 o'clock. Without any hesitation hurriedly left the company to go to the wooden heart of the rental house. This time she learned sharp. Will be parked outside the car on foot to go in. Do not shoot. Quietly into the village. On running, Su Jinghan did not wear high heels. These long legs are unlikely to lose. So she knocked on the door of the room once again. Inside the house, Mu Xian was writing a novel, and the knocking on the door made his whole body tremble with fear, and he ran into a cup that was placed on the table, and his eyes caught it quickly, and he heaved a sigh of relief. It was too scary. He did not dare to imagine what kind of desperate situation he would face if the cup fell to the ground and made a sound. Su Jinghan is a strong woman who can remove the door, and he is really not sure if the door can resist Su Jinghan's attack. For no reason. I remembered a ghost scratching the door of the small game on the jitterbug. Should not I upgrade the bed, turret and door, in order to defend against this wave of attack? Probing his head out to look at the door, Woodheart didn't dare to breathe. Still using the unique routine, not making a little noise, pretending that there is no one at home. You hurry up and go. Suddenly, his cell phone screen lit up. Someone called himself. Su Jinghan has been blacked out by himself. It is impossible to call in. Taking a closer look, it was Zhao Feng calling. Wooden Heart hesitated for a moment. Although Zhao Feng is his own brother, but also Su Jinghan's 2-5, completely at Su Jinghan's beck and call, and even when necessary in order to save his own life can also be pushed out of the Wooden Heart. He never thought it was a sin for Mu Xian to fall into Su Jinghan's hands. He couldn't take it. He would die if he took it. Thankfully, his good habits, even if he was home on vacation, he would not turn on his cell phone ringtone. It would scare him. Hang up. Hands stopped in midair. What is the purpose of Zhao Feng to call at this moment? Is not to confirm that he is there and then report it to Su Jinghan. Hang up the phone is not a bit here and there. No. Mu Xian withdrew her hand. Let's just forget about it. There's no ringtone anyway, so let's just ignore him. The phone hung up. The knocking sound also stopped. Woodheart would like to climb over to see if there is anyone else at the door, but he did not dare to move. There will be footsteps. Have been pretending that there is no one in the house. Suddenly issued a ringing, which how to explain. Embarrassed, he can key this building through. About 5 minutes after the phone once again lit up. Zhao Feng do not die to play the second phone. Heart bitter. Wooden Heart do not understand their own and Su Jinghan between the Grudge-Yuan outsider to put together what hilarious. Zhao Feng Heart also bitter. The whole thing and what I have to do. Why do I have to suffer this kind of crime? If I have a mistake, please let the law to punish me. Not in this way. The first time I called Mu Xian, no one answered. So Zhao Feng returned a call to Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan stood in the doorway and answered the phone. calling the second time when she couldn't get through once, and the third time when she couldn't get through the second time, until Muxian couldn't help but answer the phone. It was Muxian's character to dislike staying out overnight. Thinking about that night, he would rather carry the quilt and walk back to another rented house than find a hotel to stay in. Su Jinghan felt that Muxian was in the house at the moment, but he was just avoiding himself. Su Jinghan lowered his hand that was clenched into a fist, finally holding back from slamming the door. A new plan was needed. Since her brother did not want to see himself, she could not do as he wished, and implemented a backup plan, knocking him out and taking him away. Muxian hid Su Jinghan for 2 more days. Like a thief every home to explore the situation first. Unaware of the 2 days Su Jinghan did not even go to take care of Muxian. She sat in the office drinking tea and blowing the air conditioning. So cozy. Since the younger brother does not want to see himself, let him first outside the wave a few days. How can I be led by the nose by my younger brother? In the future, this family can only be decided by me. Su Jinghan. She has already sent people to pay close attention to her brother's every move. There is no need for her to personally take action. Based on the current situation, her brother has already gotten used to the fact that he is no longer going to look for him, so that she can also go and get him back. All of this was unknown to Woodheart, who was swinging at home while a diabolical plan was slowly unfolding against him. Why are you here again? Opening the door and looking at Zhao Feng standing in the doorway. Muxian had a look of disgust on his face. Is this person so idle day after day? Running to be a lobbyist again. He felt that he had already put up enough of a fight, but it turned out that there was someone who could put up more of a fight than him. Look at what time it is now. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This guy didn't even go to work and came here. Zhao Feng looked at Muxian's eyes full of resentment. You think I want to come? In order to the happiness of the two of you can be bitter old man. Yes, he was sent out by Su Jinghan again. The difference is that today is not to be a lobbyist. In a while there are benefits. Just bear with it. Do you know how I came over these past few days? Was it easy for me to cover for you? And you even dislike me. Zhao Feng angrily rushed in and sat on the sofa, his hands clasping his chest in a bad coaxing manner. Muxian was puzzled. When did this guy help himself cover up? How come I don't know? Could it be? He stared wide-eyed. Good guy It's your credit that no one has come to me in the past few days? Zhao Feng hesitated for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. He liked this kind of understanding little kid, saving himself from having to make excuses. That's for sure. Who else but me could care about you? Muxian wanted to say Su Jinghan cares more about me than you do. The care is already about to suffocate me. You get up. Come on. You get up. Zhao Feng was pulled up by Muxian. Confused about the situation, Lao Si wouldn't be giving himself a big salute. Right. Please don't. This is all righteous father I should do. Just waiting for praise. Muxian 2 hands suddenly grabbed his shoulders and shook him frantically. Why didn't you say it earlier? I've been careful these past few days, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The more he thought about his every move over the past 2 days, the more he felt like a clown, making half a day of scaring himself. The corner of Zhao Feng's mouth twitched. This crazy woman in the end drove my brother into what? After half a day or his own fault? Where do I dare to give you a message? You go home with a spring in your step. I go home with a limp. Get up and open. Zhao Feng opened his hand. Tell you I have wasted a lot of effort in the past few days. You think Su Jinghan, that crazy woman, is good at fooling around. I could have cared less, but not at the thought that you are my brother. I don't care. You have to compensate me. Hands clasped his chest and sat on the sofa playing a rogue. Woodheart froze in place, feeling a little strange. He seemed to be Pua. Not sure. Look again. What do you want? And first listen to Zhao Feng's request. Treat me to dinner. I want to go to the Rongjin Grand Hotel for dinner. Rongjin Grand Hotel? It was said to be the most luxurious hotel in Rongjin City. Going in to spend a minimum of 10,000 tickets. Muxian had been there once, and after having money in her pocket, she wanted to go and see what the most luxurious was like. Pretty is quite pretty. Is a person to eat up no feeling? Why don't I invite you to eat at home? It wasn't that Muxian was stingy. It was that he really felt that hotels weren't as good as the ones he made himself, and the ones he made himself were still cheap. Why bother to be an ingrate? No way. Your wife has told me that you've made a lot of money writing novels. Zhao Feng immediately retorted. Today, I can eat a meal that I couldn't even eat in the past, so there won't be this store after this village. He dragged Muxian and headed out. This woman does not know that money is not exposed. Everything is said to outsiders. Perhaps in the eyes of Su Jinghan 10 million is not even called money. Muxian reluctantly followed behind. What activities can there be? In addition to more money, what else is creative? A plate with a little bit of food. Losing money. Why do I feel that you very much do not want to go to Rongjin Hotel? Zhao Feng looked at the sullen wooden heart. Are they bullying you? You and brother, I say. I will help you find the scene. If you really can't, there's still your wife. Zhao Feng didn't say this. Wouldn't that be nothing for himself? Mu Xian shook his head. I went there to eat once before and lost a very important thing. Didn't you go to the hotel to look for it at that time? I looked for it, but I didn't find it. The more Mu Xian said, the more aggrieved she became. Losing that thing was more heartbreaking than losing $100,000. Zhao Feng does not understand. Why can be sad like this? What things are? A doll. Zhao Feng nearly fell over. What is this thing? Need to be sad. Buy another one is. It's a doll sewn by my grandfather's hand. I'll be damned. Zhao Feng wanted to slap himself. Should have thought that priceless things are bound to be this kind of possess unique significance. Condolences should not be aptly used here. Zhao Feng felt wordy for the first time. Can only pat the wooden heart shoulder. Brothers hug. Aggression I understand. Just this Rongjin hotel not go cannot off. Guilt let others go. And their own no relationship. Inside the hotel, Zhao Feng found a modest box. Just 2 or 3 people's capacity. Just right. What Heart does not understand is why must be a box. On the first floor of the hall inside to eat is not cheaper. Just bite your teeth and sit in the box. Since the decision to consume, on a one-time spend it enough. Dishes on all. Would Heart hesitated. This does not seem to be the dishes we ordered it. He wanted to look for the menu. Although the names on the menu sounded fancy, but the table in front of them was obviously much more expensive than what they ordered. Would the hotel do such a money-losing deal? It will not be another kind of fairy jumpet. They are confused to eat and then overcharged. This cannot, not bad a few money, but also cannot have no integrity. Zhao Feng looked at the dishes in front of him. It really does not hurt at all. This table of dishes, if the old man does not come, he did not dare to point. Of course, but also more and more look forward to their own side of what dishes. Certainly not bad. I'll go ask. Zhao Feng got up and went out, leaving Mu Xian alone in the box to wait. 5 minutes later, the door of the box was knocked. Wood Heart did not understand. Directly pushed the door to come in. This time also became polite. He got up and opened the door. The moment he opened the door, he was frozen. The brother disappeared, turned into a beautiful sister. A good trick to change the prince. Wooden Heart do not know that he was fooled. When he saw Su Jinghan, Mu Xian did not know that all this is a conspiracy against himself. Did not expect I take you as a brother. You even for a meal backstabbing me. Sister good. Would Heart good manners to greet. The door is blocked, probably cannot escape. Su Jinghan pushed Mu Xian in with one hand, and closed the compartment door with the other hand behind her. Sister didn't see you for 2 days. No appetite for dinner. Insomnia all night is not good at all. She rarely wore a light makeup today to cover the dark circles under her eyes, in order to show the most beautiful side to her brother. It is also painstakingly Mu Xian scratched his head. This was awkward. If he told him that he had no problems at all, would he be directly slapped to death by her? Quickly sit down and eat some. Mu Xian pulled Su Jinghan to sit down. Not surprisingly, this table food is Su Jinghan ordered. Behave a little better. Perhaps can be less a few lashes. Su Jinghan sat down and pulled Mu Xian, smiling, and asked him, where are you going? Smile is very beautiful. Bias Wood Heart is to feel a chill. I sit opposite. Double box. The table is actually not big. He and Zhao Feng, 2 big men, cannot sit side by side. The tableware has been set up. Of course he has to go back. Su Jinghan nodded beside him. Mu Xian hesitantly looked at the 2 positions. Oh, with a long sigh, he gave up struggling, obediently going over to bring over all the chairs and cutlery. Sitting beside Su Jinghan. Still too young. Let's just say, how could Zhao Feng invite himself to dinner for no reason? No, it seems like he invited him to eat. Next time, please not a little. Sitting down, the left wrist felt a cold, only to hear a click. Su Jinghan, the woman, did not know from what place to touch a pair of handcuffs. The 2 people's wrists handcuffed together. You. Mu Xian stared with wide eyes. Where did this come from? You don't still have that kind of fetish, do you? Hands shielding her chest. She shouldn't be able to fight off a set of combos. Mu Xian forgot that their hands were still leaning together. Su Jinghan's hand was also yanked over by Mu Xian, so Su Jinghan simply got up and sat on top of Mu Xian. She had taken the initiative to invite herself, so don't pretend to be reserved anymore. Mu Xian was startled. He opened his hand to hug Su Jinghan. Heaven and earth is kind. Really did not want to hold Su Jinghan. She has sent herself to the door. Is still a man this kind of thing is refused. I am just afraid that Su Jinghan will fall. What did you say? Let go. Impossible. Do you know how comfortable this moment is? Su Jinghan looks thin. I did not expect to touch the flesh. The height difference was there. Mu Xian looked up and down, all full breasts. Sister, we have broken up. Wood Heart lowered his head, did not dare to look at Su Jinghan, and then a little bit more will be rubbing fire. This is disrespectful to your future boyfriend. Then why are you still hugging me? Muxian wanted to cry without tears. Planting evidence. Police uncle, you listen to my explanation. I am the victim. Su Jinghan lifted the wooden heart's chin. Two pairs of eyes together. Break up is what you say. I cannot agree. From now on I did not agree to things do not count. Understand it? Muxian's eyes moved away. He still did not dare to meet Su Jinghan's eyes. Su Jinghan was a very confident person. Her eyes carried infinite power. People like him who did not have enough inner strength could not resist. Alright, I'll lay down my life to accompany my sister. Gritting his teeth, Muxian agreed. Isn't it just love? Little master. I also fall in love once. Anyway, I don't suffer. Su Jinghan froze. Crazy right. What do I need your life for? But I have a request. Muxian stoutly resisted for a little while in this love of great disparity in strength. Su Jinghan nodded. You say, isn't it just a request? As long as it's not wanting her company can be given to her younger brother. Of course if her younger brother learns business tactics in the future, it's not impossible to give it to him. I can listen to you for everything in the future. It's just that one day when I'm tired of it, the little money in my pocket leave me some. I don't want to work part-time anymore. If you want my body, take it. It's okay, but if you think about my little money, I'm not done with you. The days of working part-time are old and bitter, and it feels like the whole person is not himself. It's not easy for me to make some money. It's not easy for me to get rich by stepping on shit, but I'll really jump off the building if I'm cheated out of it. When the time comes, I will jump from the upper floors of your company. Su Jinghan didn't hold back her laughter and thought it was some excessive condition. Do you think sister lacks your little money? It's also not lacking, but who would mind having more money? I don't care. You must promise me. Well. Sister promise you still not okay? In the future is not allowed to run again. Su Jinghan suddenly felt that Muxian seemed like a small child. Muxian actually did not want to. The promise in the heat of love is only valid when you love. The promise now does not prevent her from pitting herself when the time comes. But what can he do? Escape and cannot escape. Love also dare not love. Quickly go down. It's time to eat. Muxian pushed Su Jinghan. The second brother had already reacted. The flood of power in his body was difficult to suppress. In a little while it would be discovered by Su Jinghan. Don't. Just eat like this. Muxian smiled bitterly. How can I eat like this? My hands are still cuffed. Lifting his left hand a bit, connected to Su Jinghan's right hand, the dishes could not reach how to eat. Be good. Go down and I'll feed you. Really? More real than pearls. Muxian felt so humble. In unequal love have no choice but to provide a little bit of poor emotional value so that he is not replaced. But why did she kind of like it? Could it be that he really has the potential to be a little puppy? Don't Family status to top Forget it, the wife is very happy. Su Jinghan unlocked the handcuffs, as expected. In his mouthful of feeding to eat, what heart can be happy and painful? Two people eating is indeed different from one person. Certainly not because this table of food is more expensive than the last time Muxian ordered by himself. The two you feed me a bite. I feed you a bite to add a lot to this meal in addition to the flavor of the dishes themselves. Full, looking at the plate that had reached the bottom, Muxian asked. Su Jinghan's meal size was indeed amazing. Bigger than the average little girl. No wonder she could grow so tall. Su Jinghan nodded. A little regretful. I feel it's not as good as what you made. Muxian smiled. This is a dish made by a 5-star chef. It seems that it is indeed not as delicious as what he made. It turns out that it is not just himself who has this feeling. I am trying to save money, and what is she trying to do? I will do it for you every day in the future. Valuable is good. I'm afraid to go home can only be a vase. Open mouth and close mouth, wife lord, please ravage me. That damn is too miserable. The future life of the man inside. The woman outside. If the sister needs, can go out to support the scene. Next door box. Zhao Feng is eating a lot of food. This table of dishes or Su Jinghan help him order. Once unattainable dishes are available. One person couldn't finish the food and invited others, such as his own sister Zhaoya. This feeling of lending flowers to the Buddha was really cool. Suddenly he received a phone call. His face instantly changed. It was Su Jinghan who called. That brother of his won't run away again. Right. Brother, I just want to have a peaceful meal. Is it so hard? A few minutes ago. What heart in Su Jinghan's box? Su Jinghan picked up a bottle of white wine on the table. Really, do not drink a mouthful? She had always wanted to get Muxian drunk and then bring her home to do something shy. Su Jinghan's ability to drink was very good. And the wine in the Star Hotel was certainly of the finest quality. It was impossible for her status alone to even entertain her brother with some inferior wine. But her brother was not understanding, no matter how much she persuaded him not to drink a drop. Muxian hesitated for a moment. He actually quite wanted to taste it. He had always heard them say mellow and smooth before, and his heart was itching to do so. What if I get drunk? Drunk unconsciousness in case of a 3 long and 2 short. Would heart crying have no place to go? It's okay, there is sister in. What I want is for you to get drunk so that I can bring you home and lock you up. When the time comes, you can't dislike me, right? Would heart has not been dipped in alcohol, do not know how their own wine taste. If it is really dry out some ugly things, himself wouldn't dare to imagine. Su Jinghan laughed. Her brother turned out to love Face so much. Indeed, if he really doesn't care about this Face, how can he be a social terrorist? It won't be. When the time comes, I'll just knock you out and bring you home. Would heart, why does it feel like this wine can't be drunk? Su Jinghan poured a small cup, about 2 taels. Mu Xian hesitantly took the glass. Just a little bit should be no problem. Without waiting for Su Jinghan to raise his glass, he dried up the 2 taels of wine, the actual white, drinking which has this kind of drink. You are not running sales. Small sip sip ah. Su Jinghan looked at him. What do you feel? Mu Xian opened his mouth and spit out his tongue. A little spicy, quite good. There was no lie. The white wine that had been vintage. It all felt different when you drank it. The taste was wonderful. Another glass? Mu Xian nodded, consciously handing over the wineglass in her hand. Su Jinghan laughed. Hadn't he just said he wouldn't drink it, although the wine is good? Don't be greedy. Mu Xian shook his head. Normally he didn't dare to drink alone. Now that someone was guarding him, he also wanted to test how much he could drink. There would inevitably be occasions to drink in the future. It was safer to know in advance. 2 taels is not much. Another glass is no problem. Su Jinghan poured it for him. Wait for sister to drink together. Clink glasses. Understand. Haven't you ever seen a pig run before without eating pork? Shouldn't it be a little lower to show his sister's family status? But Mu Xian realized that his eyes were a little blurry and he couldn't match the 2 cups. Shaking her head to try to clear it, the result was that this shaking made her head even more dizzy, and she actually leaned directly on her body. Mu Xian's movements startled Su Jinghan. She panicked and pushed. There was no response. Tentatively touched the nostrils. There is still air. See his face rosy, breathing steadily, cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. The younger brother is still alive. Put the wine glass on the table. She suspected that there was something wrong with the wine. No, this was the wine she ordered from inside the hotel. It had never been opened. How could it have been drugged? Luckily, she didn't drink it herself, or else both of them might really get into trouble if they collapsed here. Taking out his cell phone, he dialed Zhao Feng. Come here. Zhao Feng walked in. Behind him also followed Zhaoya. Zhaoya for Su Jinghan's little boyfriend is also curious tight. Can let the iceberg goddess chasing what kind of long ah. Today she finally saw it. Just for a moment she felt that she also fell. Every place is long in the aesthetic point. Suddenly want to give their own brother a foot. You look at others. Look at yourself. Good to do classmates? Zhaoya of course will not steal with her best friend. Although Mu Xian is handsome, she only appreciates it. She does not like it. The temperament of Mu Xian's body is not her dish. She is not interested in the little milk dog. Big sister, isn't this here? What did you call me for? Zhao Feng came in and saw Mu Xian fall into Su Jinghan's arms. It was a position that the world envied. Showing love isn't something you guys do like this. You're in the middle of drinking, and you have to come over to eat dog food. Su Jinghan raised her eyes and looked at Zhao Feng. Does he have any disease that prevents him from drinking? Zhao Feng shook his head. Hadn't heard of it. He's never drank alcohol before. Don't pour too much alcohol into him. Brother ah, why don't you know how to refuse? Women's sugar-coated words can't be trusted ah. He just drank 1 cup. Su Jinghan pointed to the two small wine cups that were placed on the table. Just this is not enough to raise a fish. Can you get drunk a person? She didn't believe it. Zhao Feng wanted to laugh and held it back because Su Jinghan was in the raw. Is there a possibility that he is simply a poor drinker? No wonder he always says he doesn't drink. With this amount of alcohol, he has no chance with this kind of thing in his life. Good luck. There will be another excuse to laugh at Mushin in the future. The legendary 1 cup down. Zhaoya expression surprised. This word since the out has not seen. Seen a cup of drunken. Have not seen a cup of directly down to get up. Today is considered to have opened the eyes. Worthy of being Mr. Su, find a boyfriend can find such a strange. A cup? Poor. Su Jinghan incredibly looked at lying in the arms of the wood heart. Just now is too worried about the safety of his brother. His current appearance is completely asleep. I have seen a poor drinking capacity. I have not seen such a poor drinking capacity. The younger brother really gives himself surprises everywhere ah. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth gradually hooked up a smile. It was you who fell into your sister's arms. You can't blame your sister. Zhao Feng swallowed his saliva. The female devil finally showed her true colors. Brother, you quickly wake up ah. If you continue to talk, it will be too late. He did not dare to go up and snatch Lao Si back. At most, Lao Si will lose his body, but he may lose his life. Brother, go all the way. Zhao Feng exited the box and went back to continue drinking. Sister, when do you think I'll find my own true love? Zhao Ye gave him a blank look. You probably won't find it in this lifetime. Zhao Feng, you're really my own sister. This thing called love is only longed for when you see someone else's sweet love, and you don't want it at all when you can't see it. I did not expect that the dormitory is the last of their own off the list. Even the oldest four of this social fear of off the list should have thought of things. That face fascinated thousands of women. Wine. Su Jinghan did not want to drink. The purpose has been achieved. Their own and the drunk tonight, maybe nothing will happen. Raw rice, cooked rice. See how the younger brother can still be sophistry. Holding Mu Xian walked to the parking lot. The driver prepared for nothing. He did not dip a drop of alcohol. She would have to hold her brother in the back though, in case she fell. Woodhart had a dream. Confused and felt that he had experienced a big battle. And he had never had such a fragrant dream when he was in the restlessness of adolescence. As if it had really happened. And every step could be clearly felt. He sank. A dream only. Not important. Right. The heroine in the dream was Su Jinghan. Probably fell into the path of the witch. Smacking his lips, Mu Xian still wanted to pick up the dream from earlier. But he could never find the feeling. So broken dreams really can't be picked up. The body moved. Ready to change positions to see if it could be connected. But there was a different feeling in his hands. It was as if he was holding something. Soft and fragrant. No. This is. Mu Xian violently opened his eyes. The scene was incomparably fragrant. Lying in his arms, Su Jinghan was sleeping soundly. The brain was suddenly disconnected. What is the situation now? Suddenly pushed Su Jinghan away. And the whole person went to the innermost part of the bed to hide. It's over. Let's just say that I can't drink. Drinking is a mistake. How can I explain to my sister now? She can't call the police to arrest me. Mu Xian wanted to cry without tears. Su Jinghan woke up in a daze, climbed up and looked at his younger brother's frightened and pathetic appearance. Did not hold back laughter. How to say that he does not suffer? Right. Mu Xian looked up at Su Jinghan. His hands were busy covering his own body. Panicked to tug the quilt on the bed. But the quilt was under Su Jinghan. The quilt was yanked over a little bit. And Su Jinghan was a billion points closer. She suddenly braced herself. And the hand behind her yanked the quilt and violently threw it out. Threw it out of the bed. What should be done shouldn't be done. What else is there to be shy about? Let's be frank and honest. Mu Xian felt Su Jinghan's line of sight. Looking at her fiery red lips and eyes full of aggression. Her eyes avoided. But she saw what she should not see even more. Reluctantly closing his eyes. His whole body curled up in the corner. He needed a little time to accept the truth. To accept the fact that he had put his sister to sleep. Sis, don't worry. I'll take responsibility. Mu Xian's voice was hoarse. The raw rice had already been cooked. Saying anything else would not help. Work hard. Try to catch up with his sister. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth lifted up. Really should have done this a long time ago. If the first day they met, the younger brother was done. There are still so many troublesome things. Now I'm afraid that the child is already there. Sure enough, listening to her brother was always right. Being her domineering self. She took out a doll from the side of the pillow and waved it in front of Mu Xian's eyes. Mu Xian looked at the familiar lazy sheep. Suddenly her heart tightened. Isn't this the gift Grandpa gave himself? There is also a larger slow sheep at home. Where did you pick it up? Mu Xian wanted to snatch it back. Who knows that Su Jinghan raised his hand. His whole body jumped into Su Jinghan's arms, and was held by Su Jinghan to death. Want to kiss sister a bite. Mu Xian gritted his teeth. This woman even blackmailed herself. Suddenly felt that he needed to harden up. Otherwise he could never raise his head. It was originally mine. How can you do this? Don't force me to do something more excessive. Of course what I picked up is mine. Su Jinghan is quite unreasonable. This thing has not written your name. You call it out to see if it answers. You. Mu Xian was anxious. The things that his grandfather sent himself. He had to get it back no matter what. You made me do it. Don't regret it. He pretended to brace himself. Come on. Sister does not resist. Su Jinghan closed her eyes and looked ready. How could there be such a scoundrel? Mu Xian wanted to slap himself. How to choose is not his own loss. Right. But he could not let go. Last night should have happened something. The blood on the bedsheet is the evidence of guilt. The memory is fuzzy and dreamlike. Now let him take the initiative. Really don't have the guts. Okay. This is what you said. Mu Xian gave up. Taking advantage of Su Jinghan's time to close her eyes. A hand grabbed her wrist and freed the lazy goat. Full of joy, he hid inside the bed. Too resourceful to be able to think of such a method. Su Jinghan pouted her lips. looking at Muxin with eyes full of grudges. Is she so unbearable? White scent to the eyes can endure. She turned around with great movement. The mattress bounced twice. Woodheart neck shrinks and raises his head, focusing on the lazy goat, forgetting his sister. She should not be angry. Muxin sheepishly looked at Su Jinghan. Now is not to go to coax her. But did I do anything wrong? Putting the lazy goat by the pillow, he carefully went over. He shouldn't be beaten, right? Sister. Muxin touched Su Jinghan's shoulder. Su Jinghan twisted her shoulders as if she didn't hear. Muxin awkwardly retracted his hand. Really angry, but there should be a chance to remedy the situation. Clenched his teeth. Give up. Things are done. Sister is his own in the future. Have to be spoiled. As soon as he rolled over Su Jinghan, he leaned down and kissed her. There is nothing that a kiss cannot solve. If there is a kiss a little longer. Su Jinghan was still sulking at first. He couldn't forgive his brother so quickly. He would dare to do it again in the future. But how can people who really love each other kiss each other without sticking out their tongues? In less than a minute she couldn't help it already. Not angry anymore. Muxin braced himself. Su Jinghan didn't look away. Just like this you wanna coax yourself. You were just disliking your sister. You can't be too cheap. Lean. What the hell is this woman going to do? Either. Still dare not Woodheart has not even seen a small pornographic movie before? This kind of thing is completely a small white one. Learning from Su Jinghan's previous appearance. Picking up her chin to turn her face around. And then a kiss. This thing has been skillful. Nothing to be shy about. You only know how to kiss? Su Jinghan long ago not angry. Also do not want to continue to tease the younger brother. She can even predict that this person can kiss himself for a day. Do not dare to take the initiative. The road of conditioning is still long. Want to know why in my hands? It was obvious that the lazy goat was quite important to Woodheart. The last time I dropped it in the Rongjin Hotel, you picked it up. The last time Woodheart went there he was carrying a duffel bag. And the lazy goat was hanging on the bag, looking like a high school student. The temperament was also a student temperament. It was no wonder that no one was willing to help him find it. The lazy goat wasn't worth much, and neither was the wooden heart. To be precise, my grandfather picked it up. Then he gave it to me. At first I didn't want it. After all, my sister doesn't like this kind of small toys. My sister likes the big ones, she said and looked down. Mushin hurriedly lifted her head. How the topic had changed color. Grandpa put it by his pillow, and that night was the most restful night of sleep I've had between meeting you. So Grandpa found you, and I somehow became a shared roommate with you. Muxin nodded casually. The answer didn't matter anymore. Everything was just an excuse to keep Su Jinghan away from herself. Nay, her sister was too rebellious. The more you pushed her away the closer she got. Probably understand why it is said that women do not need to chase. If she likes you then you are active. If not, even if the moon is picked off, is useless. Of course, the first condition of everything is that you have to be handsome enough. People are visual animals. Men like to see beautiful women. Women of course also like to see handsome. Did we drink a lot yesterday? Muxin didn't know anything about last night's events. Especially not anything after those 2 or 2 small drinks were consumed. Only when Su Jinghan carried him home and remained on the bed did he react a little. Still confused, Su Jinghan didn't hold back her laughter. You just drank 1 cup. 2 tails down. She came to Muxin's ear. Brother, you are weak. Muxin instantly exploded. A few too for the moment. Your words, I feel as if there are some problems. Weak or not, you have not tried last night? How can a man admit that he can't? However, Su Jinghan's expression made him weak. Can't it? There was absolutely no impression of last night's fight. He was in a semi-delirious state and vaguely remembered that the time should be quite long. Su Jinghan wrapped his arms around Muxin's neck and laughed out loud. Look at his brother's skeptical expression just now. It's really too cute. Not weak. My brother is the strongest law. The tone was like coaxing a small child. The credibility plummeted. It can't be. It's his first time, and he's not in the habit of using his hands. So how can his fighting power not work? He climbed up from Su Jinghan's body and sat sullenly on the edge of the bed looking for his shoes. Leave me alone. I need to be quiet. I'm serious. I'm not lying. I'm sending for. Su Jinghan sat up. The blow might have been a little too big for a little boy. How can I get my brother back? Su Jinghan thought in his mind. It seemed that only the truth could speak for itself. So let's do it again. I'm angry. Muxin sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't find his shoes. He didn't know where Su Jinghan had thrown them. I'm pissed off that you would do something like that without my consent. I also have dignity, okay? Speaking out, don't you want to lose face? Will be poked from behind. Su Jinghan body close to his back. Hands around the neck. You are all sisters. Sister when she wants. You do not agree to agree. Understand? Discuss. Discuss. A few days younger brother almost ran away. In the future, directly on the ground, Anyway, skinny younger brother cannot beat himself. You. Would heart dumbfounded. Playing rogue to this extent is also no one. Zhang Wei lawyer, I need legal aid. Besides, you don't suffer. Su Jinghan did not understand why Muxian was so repulsed by this matter. Was it because he did not like himself? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Muxian just can't step over that hurdle in his heart. Some things are done to be responsible to the end. He does not have the self-confidence to give anyone a promise. Nonsense. Muxian grabbed her hand. I'm losing money. Su Jinghan pretended to pinch her brother's neck. Come on. Say it clearly. Where did you lose money? Is it that sister is not worthy of you, or have you drifted? Murder. Muxian didn't doubt for a second that if he said half a word of no today he would have to have his neck snapped by this demoness. It should be too late for me to run now. How not to lose? That was my first time. Surprisingly there is no memory at all. Muxian depressed. How important the first time? In a daze? There is no. Drink to miss ah. Su Jinghan let out a light laugh. Let's just say that his brother can't dislike himself. Then, let's continue. She pulled back the wooden heart sitting on the edge of the bed, and thought it was much of a big deal. Guaranteed to give you the most profound memories. And by the way, help her brother regain confidence. Woodheart felt like dying. He dragged his tired body to escape from the bed. Even if it is a young big guy cannot be spoiled like this ah. With a few days he can go to the netherworld to see the king of Yen. Quickly run. Cannot be caught back by this woman. At least not today. Shoes do not care to wear. He quickly ran to the bathroom. Need to take a shower. Su Jinghan didn't bring Muxian back to the rental house that the two of them shared. Since the cards have been shown there is no need to live in that small place. She directly brought her brother back to her own villa. Muxian walked into the bathroom and was dumbfounded. A fucking bathroom is even bigger than his own bedroom. Inside the bathtub, two people in it, there is enough room to move. Close the door. Put the water to take a bath. He actually quite hoped that their own home has a bathtub. Always feel soaked in it, quite comfortable. In conjunction with a favorite music. Perfect. Let's try it here first today. He stepped into the bathtub when the door was stopped from outside and pushed in. Sister, let me go. You don't want to be widowed at a young age. Muxian wanted to cry without tears. A man and a woman naked in a room together. If something did not happen no one would believe it. Su Jinghan closed the door. Nonsense. Obviously it's okay. Don't worry. My sister will buy you the best ingredients to replenish your body. It is said that a woman is as fierce as a tiger in her 30s. This is only 25 years old and not yet old ah. Will it not be even more cruel in the future? Tian La Lu. Muxian felt that she might not live to be 50. You are satisfied. Muxian looked at Su Jinghan who was leaning on his chest. His tone was helpless. Su Jinghan nodded. Today was almost over. Let's continue tomorrow. Then get up. I'm hungry. Nudging Su Jinghan. Finally knowing why those married men had no feelings for their wives. It was mainly because their waists were tired. Seeing that it was going to be 12 noon, the morning did not idle and seems to have done only one thing. Woodheart suddenly remembered a clip on the jitterbug. The wife complained that her husband from the marriage to the present has touched himself 14 times. The result is that the husband said yesterday morning marriage to the present has not slept. Thinking about it that way, it was still that big brother who was better. Himself is not bad. Where are my clothes? Muxian searched the bedroom for half a day, only to see a few pieces of shredded rags, which he held in his hands tremblingly. It can't be this one, can it? Su Jinghan nodded. You were quite reserved last night when you were drunk. You tugged on your clothes and refused to obey your sister. So your sister had to tear your clothes. The expression was extremely innocent. This kind of thing is my fault. Woodheart mouth corner a draw. Do not blame you, still blame me. Boy paper out of the house must protect themselves. Especially handsome boy paper. What do I do now? Muxian asked. He couldn't just be naked like this. Su Jinghan had already put on her clothes. It was a set of cheongsam that was slim to the extreme, showing her beauty and flavor to the fullest. With just one glance, Muxian had only one thought. How could there be such a perfect woman in this world? Su Jinghan took out a skirt and waved it in front of Muxian. No, although he had already worn it once, Muxian still couldn't accept it. Some habits once formed could never be returned. What if he fell in love with women's clothing? Su Jinghan spread her hands and hung the skirt back up. Then I have to not wear it. Sister, my good sister. Muxian pulled her hand. Truly a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Wait until when she went to her own territory. High and low to let Su Jinghan also experience some of this humiliation. She seems to wear her own is not a problem. Not always have a girl to wear a boyfriend's shirt. No solution. I can't wear a skirt all the time, so I can't even go out. Skirts were definitely not to be worn, much less outside. And Muxian was betting that Su Jinghan would hide herself at home for the rest of her life. It was impossible. Alright, Such a handsome brother. Of course he had to be let out and shown off. Wait. Su Jinghan laughed. Little milk dog but not effeminate. Always wearing skirts Su Jinghan cannot accept. People rely on clothes and horses rely on the shore. Handsome younger brother also need to set off his clothes. It was prepared a long time ago. Last night Su Jinghan gave wooden heart to do a precise measurement. Not only the length, every part of the body recorded data. Long ago asked people to do a few sets of clothes over. Someone had already sent them over in the morning. All kinds of styles are available. Casual wear, formal wear. There is even a set of hanfu. Mu Xian are looking dumbfounded. How much money is this going to cost? Only that one set of hanfu will be able to buy the clothes of his life. Quickly change into it. Su Jinghan handed a set of hanfu to Mu Xian. Mu Xian had severe selection difficulties, so he bought clothes in the same style. No need to pick. The disadvantage was that there were always people who thought he didn't wash his clothes. Handsome guys are very careful about hygiene. Okay? He still had his eye on that hanbok set in a pile of clothes, just because it was so different. He once thought about buying a set of hanbok, but just gave up in the search. He didn't have the guts to wear the hanbok out of the house, and he didn't find it convenient to work, and he was even too lazy to wash it, so the idea was shelved. My vision is really good. Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian who had changed his clothes. She expected it to be very handsome, and when it actually appeared in front of her, she still lit up before her eyes. Mu Xian turned around in front of the mirror. You don't say. You really don't say. Stinking about 5 minutes he was ready to take off the clothes. Would heart try clothes? Regardless of whether it looks good, as long as it fits on the line. After all, dozens of dollars of clothes who will go to the requirements of the stylet. 5 minutes of time. He has been somewhat unable to withstand Su Jinghan's gaze. Take it off for what? It looks so good. Su Jinghan stopped him. She hadn't seen enough. Mu Xian laughed bitterly. This was treating himself as a model. I'm going to cook. Can I work while wearing this? The hanfu was a set of pure white with golden patterns. It looked so grand. The price was that if you moved casually, you might stick a stain on it. The appearance of a stain on white clothes was a sin, and Mu Xian was as bad as he looked, so he wanted to rub it off with his hands. Su Jinghan rested her cheeks and thought for a while. It really wasn't very suitable for work. So agonizing. Totally didn't see enough. Wait, take a picture first. Still want to take pictures? Su Jinghan didn't give Mu Xian any time to react at all, turned around and went to get her cell phone. Mu Xian felt that the probability was that she had camera phobia. Every time she took a picture, she felt fidgety, and when the camera was pointed at her, the flow of time became tremendously slow. It felt like a century had passed. Come and pose. Give sister another smile. Su Jinghan held up her cell phone. Then she tilted her head. Do you only know how to compare scissors? This. Mu Xian was a bit embarrassed. Is the threshold for taking pictures already so high now? Scissors can't even be used anymore, but he can't do anything else besides the saw. Let's just say he can't like taking pictures. His hands and feet aren't even his own anymore. Feeling stiff joints like a puppet, so Su Jinghan had to personally help the stupid brother pose, completely turned into a puppet. After taking a dozen shots in a row, Su Jinghan gave her cell phone to Mu Xian. Mu Xian waved her hand. No need to look. I believe in my sister's skill. Just send me a few in a while. Nonsense. Sister's skill is also something you can question. Su Jinghan rolled her eyes. I am asking you to take a few pictures of your sister. Mu Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at herself. You want me to take pictures for you? Of course. Su Jinghan's eyes suddenly narrowed as if she had discovered a suspicious blind spot. If you don't help your sister take pictures, who do you want to help? Delivering a question that can't be answered, Zinniai. No. I just. In Su Jinghan's warning gaze, Mu Xian tremblingly took the cell phone. Today this beating should not be able to avoid. Click 1. Let me Kong. Su Jinghan ran over to snatch the cell phone. Mu Xian lowered his head. Proper errand child. Su Jinghan, you finally understood why his younger brother did not take a picture of himself, and could only say. A word is difficult to say. Brother. Sister 1 meter 8 long legs. How is it that you shoot short half? The photo of 1 meter 8 Su Jinghan froze by the wooden heart photograph. The feeling of 1 meter 6 did not reach. Put in the photographic world is also quite explosive. Take a deep breath. It doesn't matter. This just shows that the younger brother is a little white. She picked up the treasure. She kept suggesting to herself in her mind. Start over. Sister teach you. This sister is not even in there. Can't you see it? Isn't this in? Mushin glanced at the photo. Just half a head counts. Su Jinghan growled. Mu Xian scratched his head. Isn't half a head also a head? How come it doesn't count? Repeat. Start over. Continue to start over. Finally, there were 3 that Su Jinghan could see past. That's it. Tired. Come here. Su Jinghan beckoned. Muxian obediently walked over. Sister. I've been studying very hard. Don't beat me up. Sure enough, this beating could not be avoided. How could sister not want to beat you? Come over and take a picture with sister. Oh. Would Heart let Su Jinghan fiddle? He felt that this woman is taking advantage of their own cheap action, all ambiguous, incomparable. There are mouth to mouth. There are embracing. There is even a chest embrace photo. Between the couple to shoot these seems to have no problem. Except for the last one. Sis, can we not send out the last one? Muxian looked at the face wash photo. This woman even want to send a circle of friends, saying something about letting the whole world know her brother. All according to you. The last picture to me to save a life. Sent out to the whole world to kill themselves. Sending a circle of friends is also something that Muxian is not good at. He does not have a circle of friends at all. And even more so, he does not like to show his life in front of other people. It is said that sending a circle of friends between couples is called an official announcement. If you've done it, are you still afraid of an official announcement? Following Su Jinghan's example, he sent a friend circle. Now, can we eat? Almost 1 o'clock. Said that the simple to take a picture even used an hour of time. It is really simple. Muxian didn't dare to be angry or say anything. She hadn't eaten since she got up in the morning, and what she did was still all energy consuming, and she had already been starving her chest to her back. Won't you feel hungry? This woman was so strange, eating old amounts of food when she ate, not saying a word when she was hungry, and not even feeling that she was hungry. Very strange creature. Su Jinghan finished sending the friend circle and kissed Muxian on the cheek. I won't do it myself if it's too late. My sister has already ordered takeout. Go to the door and get it. She ordered takeout before taking the picture. Takeout? Now it's all pre-made dishes. Expensive as hell. $10 of cost. He dared to sell me 25. Might as well make it at home by myself. I ordered. This time, even if. Next time must let the woman on time to eat. When the wooden heart to takeaway back. The whole person is confused state. There is no possibility of takeaway is not this point. A large table of 7 or 8 dishes. Which tycoon so eat? Well, tycoon doesn't deserve to describe Su Jinghan. She is a real magnate. Hurry up and eat. All of them are body tonic. Muxian quietly moved out. This is killing herself. The crazy woman won't want to continue this afternoon. Can't eat? Absolutely can't eat. It looks like a tonic, but it's actually poison. Come here. Muxian, just a slight movement. Su Jinghan, full of murderous eyes, appeared. Run. This is specially prepared for you. Today do not eat finished that are not allowed to go. She picked up one piece at a time and fed it to Muxian. Would Heart is very want to cry. This woman is sick again. Their own hands and feet were need someone to feed. Eat is too slow. Su Jinghan, however, did not want to take care of the meaning at all. Muxian frowned slightly. This situation. One wouldn't be green on the first day, right? Why don't you take a look? In case there's something going on with the company? The messages were too frequent. By no means could a person have the hand speed, unless he sent it word by word, and there was nothing he could do when he ran into this kind of psychopath. Su Jinghan placed the phone in front of Muxian. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. The security that my brother wants. So I'll show you. Muxian froze for a moment. Sometimes it is like this. She does not need to explain anything at all. Just a frank and honest action. It already makes you suffer inside. Perhaps this was the so-called high level. Since she was the one who asked to see it. Woodheart didn't squirm. Let me unravel your secret. Unlock the cell phone. Sure enough, it is a group chat message. Just when the wooden heart to see the name of the group chat. It is a little dumbfounded. Love each other family. This is a what the hell is the name of the rich and powerful family is also so grounded. Woodheart suddenly do not want to see. Group name at a glance is a family group. The name of the group seems to be a family group. She put on her cell phone. This is her privacy, so she will not look at it. Su Jinghan, however, refused to do so. According to her understanding of the family group, she could figure out with her toes what they had sent. Take a look, and also have a mental preparation. Muxian? What mental preparation? So the name is just a front. It's full of fish raised by my sister. Really behind my back there are other dogs outside law. So can love really dissipate so fast? No, it should be transferred too fast. Come on, let me die to understand. Clicked on the WeChat group. Muxian instantly dumbfounded. Su Jinghan's parents, grandparents and grandparents in it chatting happily. A closer look is actually only one thing. When to bring the aunt back to see. After half a day is this kind of preparation. Might as well have other dogs. This. Really want to meet the parents. Woodheart hands are trembling. What to say at that time? Will not like themselves. The elders of the big families have a lot of rules. Right. They should not be as good as grandpa. Su Jinghan snatched the phone and sent a voice. I'm pulling him into the group now. A little shy. You guys restrain yourselves and don't scare him. Then Mu Xian's cell phone popped up. A beep. Sister came with a message. This shameful tone was set by Su Jinghan with his cell phone. It is hard to imagine that in the future on the streets suddenly rang out a sentence. Sister has come to the message. My God. The instant gaze can kill me. Su Jinghan pulled him into the group link. Completely afraid to point. Inside will be what kind of a bloody storm waiting for their own. Add it. Sooner or later you will have to face things. There is a sister who is not afraid. Su Jinghan picked up a piece of waste and sent it into his mouth. Rightly so. Early death and late death will all die. The later the death, the more tormented. A ruthless into the group. Instantly welcome sign full screen lit up. Hello uncles and aunts, grandparents. Moderate greeting. Now let him change his mouth or too fast. Still need a little time. The group was suddenly quiet. Would heart thumped in his heart? Could it be that he said the wrong thing? He panicked to Su Jinghan for help. Can't even see the face on the directly hate it. What is said? The mansion is about the right family. Quiet did not take too long. The screen full of red envelopes brushed down. One after another. Would heart's cell phone vibration are not stable. This. Would heart words cannot speak clearly. Just a minute he has not been able to find the first red envelope in what place. This is also too exaggerated. Keep it. It's all pocket money for you. Su Jinghan didn't even raise her head for a moment, completely not taking the group's small fight seriously. Picking up her own cell phone and transferring $20,000 to Mu Xian. This is your pocket money for this month. I'm giving it to you. Usually just buy some small snacks to eat. If you want something expensive, just talk to your sister. She'll help you buy it. $20,000? Buying small snacks? Luxury snacks and their own previous food is not a one. This to buy how much? Eat to vomit cannot finish. I have money. That's yours. Didn't you say you want to keep it for you? So you'll spend your sister's in the future. This money is hot to hold. Or you can go to eat a period of shit again. Really cannot. £2 is also acceptable. Mu Xian now wondered if he had saved the universe in his last life. Happy life is already beckoning to himself. Don't have psychological pressure. Just serve sister well in the future. Serving the two words Su Jinghan said extraordinarily in the middle. Obviously with ulterior motives. Those who understand. The original is not a happy life. Is a sex life beckons. Looking at Su Jinghan's appearance. This woman wouldn't be wanting it now. Da ba yo. Sister. Let's restrain ourselves and talk about it tomorrow. Okay? Really scared. Even though I just finished making up. I can't start right away. Su Jinghan nodded. Anyway, the younger brother has already arrived. There is no hurry for a moment. Collect the money from the group, or they're really going to get angry. Listen to what kind of reasoning this is. Not collecting the money and getting angry instead. Maybe that's the hoi polloi. The simple and unassuming mansion. Woodheart can only accept the red envelope with fear and trepidation. Too much. The first time to see the red envelope to see want to vomit. Finally can properly appreciate sister's home. Woodheart table leftovers should throw the wash. In the villa around up. He couldn't even believe that there was really such a big and perfect villa in this world. How much would it cost to buy it in full? The only certainty was to let himself to make money. This life cannot afford to buy. The gap between people was revealed at this moment. Su Jinghan's villa is a new Chinese style. Before and after a huge area of the yard. Fountains and pools. Valuable plants and trees have everything. The main body of the house has 2 floors. The second floor is a place to sleep and work. There is also a private theater. The first floor was a gym, living room and so on. Like it? Su Jinghan came from behind. Mu Xian lay on the windowside and nodded dumbfoundedly. Her eyes were full of small hearts. In a word, this is simply my dream love house. No, I can't even dream of such a villa. In the future, I'll hide you here, and I'm not allowed to go anywhere. Okay? Su Jinghan hugged him from behind. Possessive. Mu Xian scratched his head. It seemed not bad. The area here was already large. Large enough to cover the usual range of activities. Perfect for a geek. Don't you need to go out for groceries? Grocery shopping at the supermarket was a daily course of action he must take just to have a bite of fresh vegetables, pick up the occasional delivery site, and never go out again. Now that he couldn't buy groceries, wouldn't that deprive him of his only hobby? You kill me. Su Jinghan didn't hold back. The younger brother seemed excessively innocent not to understand what I meant. Yes, but you must be accompanied by your sister before you can go out. Why? Mu Xian didn't understand. All grown up. I'm afraid you'll get lost. Kishin. What a poor excuse. But he still promised Su Jinghan that with $20,000 of pocket money every month. Does this small matter still need his sister to worry about it? Aren't you afraid of living here alone? Mu Xian asked. Letting him live alone in it, he must be panicked. No wonder he couldn't afford to buy such a house. He didn't even dare to live in it. Su Jinghan stood beside him, looking into the distance. Is brother afraid of the dark? This is a villa area. The people who live here are either rich or noble, although it can't be seen here, but there are numerous security guards on the periphery. Anyone who comes in is required to verify their identity. There was absolutely no need to worry. Mu Xian shook his head. He wasn't afraid of the dark. He was just a little afraid of the emptiness. The cell phone vibrated. He took it out and looked at it. It was a message sent to him by Xiao Fan, the editor of the novel website. Big brother, are you coming for real? What come for real? Mu Xian froze for a moment. What is this person talking about? At the same time, the QQ college group and high school group have all blown up. The high and cold male god really has a master. What happened on campus that day was not an illusion. Many people couldn't accept it and started to ask about Su Jinghan's identity. The power of netizens is powerful. Su Jinghan, the only daughter of the richest Su family, the identity of the president of the Jingxin group was soon exposed, and all of a sudden everyone wanted to kill Mu Xian's heart. Did he save the universe in his past life? This kind of good thing even let him happen. The most calm also belongs to the company staff. This melon has long been eaten. When have I ever joked about it? So now this book is an autobiography? Xiaofan guarded in front of the cell phone screen. Today did not get a reply to go to work are difficult. The result of getting a reply is even more difficult. Cam. This old six. Why don't I get this kind of treatment? Is it just because I'm not handsome? Mu Xian said you should be self-aware of your looks. You guess. Brother, you're my big brother. Write well and show me what it's like to eat soft food. Envy drooling out of my eyes. Who is sour I won't say. Low-key, cool. Su Jinghan snatched his cell phone. Sister was around even dare to chat with others, although she knew it was business. But her heart is just uncomfortable, and sister chat does not smell good. When she sent her friend's circle official announcement, she knew that the outside world is going to blow up. The media is not likely to let go of this hotspot. Fortunately, she has been prepared not to let her brother receive too much attention. The mental health of little ones is something to pay more attention to, and then there's the fact that kids have to be their own. Wooden Heart's face was exposed to the public, and some unsuspecting warblers came sniffing around. Still have to work on Saturday. Ha! Mu Xian was pulled to the study on the second floor by Su Jinghan, sat down in front of the computer, and watched her open the file to read it bit by bit. There were 2 computers in the study, exactly one for each person. In fact, for me there is no such thing as weekends and weekdays. Su Jinghan rubbed her head. They all said she was a workaholic. In fact, she hated working. Doesn't it smell good to be swinging at home? Anyway, there's already enough money to spend. Luckily, she had her younger brother by her side. The baby-making program should be put on the agenda, quickly raised to throw the company to them. She and her brother can focus on enjoying life. Otherwise the younger brother are misunderstanding themselves. Woodheart nodded. Understand. The company is their own? That's why the capitalists don't think that 007 is squeezing the employees. But there are fewer oddballs like Su Jinghan, who works overtime on weekends when the employees are on vacation themselves. In fact, there are quite a lot of them. Many small company bosses go out to run business. Employees in the office wailing. It's so hard. Wooden Heart? I'm moving what? Bitter author A. Where there is a day off this kind of argument. Blanche, the most miserable turned out to be myself. Woodheart began today's coding journey. Although there are $20,000 a month pocket money, is not too concerned about the meager fee, but the man needs to have their own business. And then how to say that this simple and unadorned life to the dear readers to listen to. What an author. I don't know why. The hand speed seems to have dropped. An hour can write 2,000 words. Is a return to normal level, but from their peak state is far from. I'm sure women will affect my hand speed. In the future, there will be less time to swing. As a price, I can less more every day just write 2 chapters of 4,000 words. More do not write. The readers dare to be angry. The dog author background is a little big. Has forgotten the clothes and food. There is no way. Sister is so powerful. Headache? Mu Xian stood behind her. His hands gently placed on the location of his temples, gently and slowly rubbing. Sick? Her brother's concern was very flattering to Su Jinghan. It worked better than resting for an hour or 2. It's just that my head is a bit foggy. Mu Xian glanced at the dense text on the document, and could understand. In his place he would have lifted the table long ago. He was unable to read a single word. Take a break. Find a massage tutorial. Woodheart learns from the above and carefully gives Su Jinghan a massage. Not difficult. A few repetitive actions. The technique is gradually skilled. Only to realize that Su Jinghan even leaned on the chair and fell asleep. Do not say. Looking at the domineering sister in their own care under the comfort, the heart is very happy. The eyes couldn't help but move to a certain place. It really wasn't a man's instinct. It was just too conspicuous. If he massaged that place, wouldn't it be super cool? His heart was crooked. Su Jinghan woke up. Why don't you sleep a little longer? Mu Xian panicked and retracted his eyes. Although he knew that his sister should not scold him for being a rogue. But his sister is even more of a rogue. It's possible that his body will be overdrawn today. Su Jinghan grabbed Mu Xian's hand and placed it on her face. Her younger brother was really awesome. In the past she would never have been able to fall asleep sitting on a chair. Even though it was only 10 minutes, it was already impressive. She stood up and gave Mu Xian a big hug. A deep kiss that she couldn't resist. Bad brother massage is so comfortable. Do you want to give your sister a full body massage? Her tongue licked her red lips and her words were teasing. Woodheart shyly inclined his head. Just now could not have not thought about those unhealthy things. It was all sister's voluntary. Yes, it was her voluntary. Okay? Su Jinghan bit his lips to square his head back. Mu Xian didn't hold back and kissed him voluntarily. God knows how this woman was so good at it. It should be a matter of time before he was drained. Good. All listened to sister. The days of eating soft food were just so plain and simple. Still want to continue working? Su Jinghan shook her head. Actually preparing the information for the meeting to be held on Monday. Are you ready for when you'll go home with me? Su Jinghan pulled the wooden system out of the study as she walked. Going home? Is this the only time for mental preparation? It's fine. You're the one chosen by your sister. It's just a walk in the park. No one will make things difficult for you. This damn bullying. You're their own daughter. You can do that, I can't. Mu Xian nodded mechanically. Why don't we go back next weekend? Tomorrow was too hasty. He always had to prepare a little gift. He couldn't come to the door empty-handed. Su Jinghan had to work, and definitely didn't have time from Monday to Friday. So it would have to be next weekend. Su Jinghan nodded. When to go back is fine. It all depends on his brother's mental preparation. As long as he decides to drive. As for buying gifts, they don't lack anything. They lack an aunt. Does brother want to watch a movie? Mushin shook his head. Play games? Woodheart shook his head. He was not interested in these entertainment programs. Su Jinghan was a little bitter. Just want to find a two-person program to cultivate feelings with his brother. How is it not active at all? Let's go to the gym. Mu Xian whispered. He kind of realized that his only capital was probably this good-looking skin. He was going to maintain his abs. Okay, let's go. There was a gym on the first floor with all sorts of equipment, and the two of them changed their clothes. This can be bitter for Mu Xian. He only wore a pair of sweatpants. Bare bladder hand wearing knee pads and wrist guards, is warming up on the treadmill. Su Jinghan came in the moment he actually forgot to run. Almost fell down. She wore a set of tight suit for practicing yoga. Her figure was shown to the fullest, especially the fullness of her chest and her long legs. The sense of impact was heavier compared to the past. For just a moment Woodheart got hard. This is also too foul. Su Jinghan smiled triumphantly. This is not a minute to take the younger brother. Stepped forward and pinched his brother's abs. In fact, it is not impossible here. Blanche. Mu Xian panicked and ran away. I came to work out, not to hurt myself. It's all been said that it's not possible today. Su Jinghan's eyes narrowed. Well. Hide from me, right? Younger brother is bold and not listening to his sister. It's time to temper it. Lying on a piece of mat, hooked her hand. Come here, let sister see how many push-ups you can do. Woodheart shook her head frantically, although she didn't know what she was going to do. What was certain was that once she got over there she wouldn't be working out. She might have to be turned into some footage that couldn't be aired. Not listening to your sister? Su Jinghan's tone was suddenly aggravated. Her imperial voice not to be questioned. Mu Xian subconsciously replied. Listen. Cannot listen to it. $20,000 a month pocket money. Overtime to death cannot earn. Then why don't you come over here? Mu Xian stood still, like an angry child. Pitiful. Su Jinghan frowned. It's only been a few days that her younger brother has already rebelled to this extent. In a few more days isn't it going to order her older sister? No. Must be served with a small whip. Unfortunately, Mu Xian did not give her this opportunity. The moment his expression changed, he had already run to Su Jinghan's side. Come on, play how you say. I promise not to resist. Mu Xian already didn't know whether to cry or laugh. It was clear that this kind of thing was not allowed. But she was Su Jinghan, alas. She was a sister, alas. Come on, let sister see how many you can do. Su Jinghan laid back. Mu Xian understood what was going to be done. This was too good. The only bad thing was that he realized that he actually couldn't do a few push-ups. His arms were too thin. Muscle building powder was drunk. Meals weren't spared. Training didn't fall behind. He just didn't grow any meat. This kind of welfare is in front of me, but I am not lucky to enjoy it. It is too difficult. Would Heart hands spread out on both sides of Su Jinghan's body, eyes flat just to see her eyes. Su Jinghan found the perfect position and put her hands on Mu Xian's shoulders. Start. The first one. How dare Mu Xian resist? Leaned down. His chest was soft to the touch. It felt like aroma along the way in countless clear waves. In short, it is an experience that words cannot even express. Slowly get up. Really want to press her for the rest of her life. No, this is not standard. Su Jinghan's small mouth pouted. Where is this? How did she get up? Well, Mu Xian didn't dare to look at Su Jinghan. He couldn't say that he wimped out. Going down might never get up again. Kissed a sister before counting one. Would Heart slapdash generally fell on top of Su Jinghan's red lips will get up? A time do not know whether to be fond of the softness of the chest, or the sweetness of the red lips. Surprisingly, both have no memory. One after another. Brain gradually became blank. His eyes seemed to be only left with the soft red lips. Until the 23rd push-ups, Mu Xian felt a soreness in his arm. To say nothing of the fact that when the goddess is watching the battle from the side, will be transformed into a wild beast? In the past could only do 17 or 18, but today even did 23 without noticing it. The addition could not be said to be high. The last one did not get up after all, and landed on Su Jinghan. His hands were limp on Su Jinghan, wanting to raise his head, and he was still kissing Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan also finally found the opportunity, resting on the shoulders of the hands around the wooden heart. Tongue also finally pry open his teeth. Every slapdash stroke of Mu Xian was challenging Su Jinghan's bottom line. Su Jinghan couldn't stand it, but Mu Xian also couldn't stand it, and it didn't matter how the young man could stand this kind of teasing. Su Jinghan rolled over and pressed Mu Xian under her body. As expected, this domineering woman likes to be on top. Would Heart whole person present a big word lying on the ground, looking at sitting on his body Su Jinghan? Sister is wanting the younger brother's life? Chali cha cheese. Su Jinghan blankly glanced at him, stood up and put on her clothes. Such a tantalizing younger brother. How could sister give up? Mu Xian stood up from the floor. The woman whose mouth is not her heart clearly wants to drain me. Punish you for not being allowed to see me for an hour. Would Heart out of the gym? Now the state is obviously not very suitable for fitness. He ran to the kitchen. Do not know that it is dinner time again. It always feels like time passes quickly. Eyes close and open and the day passes. Noon ate too sumptuous. Evening want to change the taste neutralization. He opened the refrigerator. Today I learned that the villa are special people to deliver food. There is no need to go out to buy food. Damn it. The only hobby was forcibly deprived. When he heard that going out to buy groceries could take an hour or two, he wilted instantly. This dish is not to be bought. In that case, a new hobby was needed. Otherwise staying in the huge villa would be too boring. But what other hobbies are there for you? With that, how about loving sister? It was also quite good. Mu Xian was busy in the kitchen. Behind her was a ringing sound. Turning her head, she saw Su Jinghan walk in with a change of home clothes. Equally beautiful, just a little bit transparent. Hungry? Mu Xian continued to busy himself with the movements in his hands. Su Jinghan did not answer him. She just walked to him and suddenly hugged him. An hour is up. Can sister see her brother? Mu Xian blinked his eyes for a moment. So the sound just now was an alarm clock. This woman really set an alarm clock and waited. Gosh, it's also too cute. Sister wants to come when she wants to come. Before the words were finished, the ear was grabbed by Su Jinghan. Gutsy all dare to punish sister. Wrong, I am wrong. It is said that the woman's heart seabed needle. This woman change face is also too fast. The last second hot tender. The following to be their own. Admit it, the younger brother would have had to listen to the sister's words. To do a wife tube what is not happy. Not to mention that they are still a soft rice. What? You say soft rice hard to eat. Would Heart cannot beat Su Jinghan Also that kind of time hard. Su Jinghan's tone was strong, but her hands were not hard. Will you dare in the future? Dare. Su Jinghan? Today this bitch does not commit a hard time is it? She hooked Would Heart neck, gently bit Would Heart earlobe. Hands to hit the younger brother cannot afford. Can only use some other means. Say it again. Dare. Would Heart shrunk his neck. Is talking more excessive things are done. On these for him has been hairy. Not so unbearable. Think about it and then say. Su Jinghan aggravated a little force. Mu Xian sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Feeling the heat and the real touch of his teeth. This woman was going to bite her own ear off. And there was another bad idea in his heart. Suddenly wanting to take a bite of Su Jinghan's ear. Still dare. It had come to this point. Could Mu Xian wimp out? Inevitably not. Su Jinghan raised her head and frowned at him. Her younger brother has grown up after several baptisms. His wings are hardened and he dares to disobey his sister. Heart thumped. Would Heart suddenly panicked. Sister, I'm joking. This woman should not be the kind of person who can't afford to joke. And he or she is not excessive. Soft rice is not good. Sister is a little difficult to serve. Let me see if you dare or not. Su Jinghan broke Mu Xian over, ready to directly get on his hands and pickpocket his clothes. Mu Xian opened his eyes wide. What a vicious way of punishment. Clearly a good thing. But Mu Xian only wanted to run away. From yesterday to now 20 times or almost there. Right. The waist must not be able to top it. Sister. Wrong. Really wrong. Mu Xian panicked and stopped Su Jinghan. But she can't continue. I have noodles in my hand. Cook first. On the horrible life of a married man after marriage, Su Jinghan found the best way to pin down her brother. No need to beat or scold him. Let him enjoy himself if he doesn't listen. What a good sister. What are we going to eat tonight? Calculating the time has been many days have not eaten the brother's cooking. Su Jinghan very miss. Have a bowl of delicious noodles. Noodles, this kind of thing what heart cannot eat all the time. But 2 days do not eat on the craving. What I did not expect is that my sister's home actually has a noodle press. Purely handmade and sold outside is not the same. Immediately ready. Go outside and wait a while. Hands wearing gloves are all noodles. Can only use the elbow to push Su Jinghan out. The next step is very fast. And cannot stop. Dinner did not let Su Jinghan feed. Eat noodles quickly or else lumped. 5 minutes a big bowl of noodles down. Satisfied. Cooking an hour. Eating only 5 minutes. The fun of cooking is probably here. The knife hit the rhythmic sound on the board. Hot oil ringing sound. Etc. Are the last taste cannot be compared. The flavor is the final touch. Is the affirmation of all this? Looking at her sister eating contentedly, Mushin was happy. Are you full? Not enough to make something else. Is sister that much of an eater? Mu Xian silently collected her bowl. Woman, your appetite, I see it in my eyes. Why do you still have to be tough with your mouth? He even suspected that he may not even be able to eat Su Jinghan. Being suppressed head over heels everywhere. This is sister. Sis, let's go take back the things in the rental house. I don't know if the rest of the rent is refunded. There are still several months left. A few $1,000s down the drain. A little heartbreaking. Sister has already found someone to clean that side. Don't want those old clothes of yours? Sister will rebuy them for you. Su Jinghan sat on the sofa unimpressed. All of them were ground floor goods. Mu Xian froze in place. Those things are 5 years old. Said to throw away? At least and I said I went to send them. Can't give up? Su Jinghan glanced at him. Cannot afford to give up, also have to give up. In the future, sister, to send you more things. Every year to throw away a lot. No. Mu Xian touched his nose. There are new, certainly do not use the old. And beautiful who still use those stall goods. This thing is not a person. Which has so many emotions. Emotion? He suddenly remembered something. Panicked and rushed to Su Jinghan's side. I have this. Su Jinghan took out a slow goat from behind her. A bit bigger than the lazy goat she picked up. Knowing that it's important to you, how could sister throw them away? Together with the lazy goat, she returned it to Mu Xian. Mu Xian suddenly gave her a big bear hug. Sister is the best. A lazy goat created a marvelous fate. Perhaps it was Grandpa's spirit in heaven that blessed him and allowed him to meet Su Jinghan. Let's go watch a movie. Su Jinghan hugged Mu Xian as well. Mu Xian shook his head. There's nothing to see. He didn't like watching movies. It always felt like a waste of time. And buying a few books to read was already his most money-burning hobby. The vast majority of movies on the market were all the same. Seeing the first part and already guessing the end. Why not? Su Jinghan came to Mu Xian's ear. We can watch small movies with colors. Mu Xian got up and wanted to run, but was deadlocked in Su Jinghan's arms. Brother's skills are not enough. You need to learn more. If one day I get out of shape and my physical strength fails, will sister still love me? He was lying in Su Jinghan's arms in a resigned manner. This position was really comfortable. Will. Su Jinghan hugged a little tighter, but upholding the concept of sustainable development. Elder sister will replenish your body. Mu Xian? Sustainable view of development. Is this word used in this place? I read quite a bit. Don't lie to me. It seems like he himself has turned into a big charging treasure. What to do? Wait online. Urgent. A woman's mouth deceives a ghost. Woodenheart once saw a saying that a woman's promise is said when the feeling comes, and the feeling dissipates, the promise is nullified. Sister is not the same as other women, but is also a woman. Is a woman are the same. If you are serious, you will be miserable. So for the sake of a happy life in the future, or to insist on fitness, sister, don't go to the movies, okay? I'm tired today. Mu Xian also found Su Jinghan's weakness. He could not resist the tough attitude. Su Jinghan is not unable to resist the soft and hard. A little pampering and tonight's robbery was dodged. You say what heart is a man. Boy. He is mixed into a younger brother. Eats soft rice to sister to pamper how. I did not expect the domineering president also watched soap operas. Su Jinghan still took the wooden heart to the home theater. Did not watch a small movie. Looking for a TV series. Wooden heart lying in his sister's arms. Looking at the projection screen soap opera some skepticism. Like her such level is still interested in this kind of interest? Open is. Su Jinghan pinched Mu Xian's cheeks. Daring to dislike her sister. Mu Xian rolled over and looked at her face up. As your younger brother, I want to interview you. Su Jinghan nodded. What fun did her brother think of again? May I ask my sister? As the domineering president, how does she feel when she sees this kind of the domineering president falls in love with me drama? Feeling childish? Or normal? It is said that the identity is not the same sense is not the same. Female losers look at envy. Male losers look at disdain. What is the view of the overbearing president Mu Xian really do not know. Su Jinghan thought for a moment. Childish. The vast majority of rich second generation is to listen to the arrangements of the family, such as Zhao Feng, because they do not have enough strength to deter the family. Of course there are exceptions, such as Sister Me. I can bring you home despite everyone's opinions. Mu Xian blinked her eyes. This angle to see her sister's eyes just now is super good. Those on TV are weak, completely did not perform the essence. Actors are not overbearing presidents. Overbearing presidents don't have time to act. Sister, since she did it, why do you still think that the drama inside the play is childish? Mu Xian clutched her hand in a death grip. Her face was about to be kneaded into dough. Isn't your chest more comfortable to pinch than my face? Because you're different from them. The only similarity is that they all bring a different feeling to the dominant president. But they're all too ordinary compared to you in other aspects. First of all, the face value is not as stunning as yours. Secondly, they can't cook. Not to mention they don't have the same fortune as you. Would heart he straight smile. So he is so powerful in the heart of his sister? He thought that what he can take out of his hand is only $10 million. But he did not expect that there are so many advantages. Some words other people say nothing. But from Su Jinghan's mouth out would heart feel very happy. Cannot help but happy. Su Jinghan looked at his brother and giggled. Cupped his head and kissed him deeply. His brother was too cute. Mu Xian found a problem. Almost every kiss after the end of a bit of saliva fell into their mouths. Although the kiss was tongue kissing. A long time ago did not care about that bit of saliva. Why is it me every time? Is it just because I'm a little bit shorter than my sister? It seems to be the case. Every time the wooden heart is in a weak position, water flows to the lower place. Not fall in his mouth and where can fall to it. Next time must be tough. Forget it. It's a gift. What do you want to see? Sister will give you a different one. Mu Xian shook his head and lay back on Su Jinghan's lap. He hadn't watched TV since he was a child. And even less after he grew up and had a cell phone. Su Jinghan suddenly thought of something. She picked up her cell phone and drummed for a while. Music rang out on the projection screen. Pleasant goat. Beautiful goat. Lazy goat. Mu Xian looked up at her incredulously. Like it? Su Jinghan asked. Looking at her sister's smile, Mu Xian could only nod her head with tears in her eyes. Like it? I really like it too much. How could I not like the cartoon that my sister put on? Liked it so much that Mu Xian was about to fall asleep. Sister's embrace is so warm. Sleeping giant comfortable. Suddenly do not know who shouted in his ear, gay. Sitting up violently. Who cursed me? You come out. Believe it or not, I'll let my sister beat you up. What's wrong? Having a nightmare? Su Jinghan was playing with her cell phone. Mu Xian suddenly popped up to scare her. Someone bullied her younger brother in her nightmare. Come out. No matter what kind of cow ghosts and snakes you are. I'll split you. Mu Xian patted his face. Does it really look like gay? No. Must be male. He sat on the sofa while put his arm around Su Jinghan's head against his solid chest. I'm the man in this relationship. Just leaned back and watched Su Jinghan brush short videos. Sister, are you looking at handsome men? Suddenly, I wanted to check the post. There was no special reason to do so. Su Jinghan raised her eyes and smiled at him. Sister's cell phone is full of well-built men. Do you want to take a look? No. Mu Xian didn't care with a smile. I trust my sister. But why wasn't he happy? It must be the wrong posture. He reclined back into his sister's embrace. Don't talk to me about men. I'm just a younger brother. You're just jealous that I have my sister's embrace. Sure enough, this posture is much more comfortable. Su Jinghan put down her cell phone and buried her brother in her chest. This is one of the 10 major tortures that Mu Xian suffers on a daily basis, face wash burial. That kind of pain you can't imagine. Angry? Mu Xian reached out and wrapped her arms around Su Jinghan, letting herself catch her breath. No, how could I be angry over this matter? I just feel most comfortable in my sister's embrace. Let's go to sleep. Su Jinghan licked her red lips. Just once. Seeing that Mu Xian was about to resist, Su Jinghan quickly gagged him. Adaba Mu Xin didn't say anything no matter what. On the bed, Mu Xin asked Su Jinghan, "Sis, what do our parents like? That's a change of heart already?" Su Jinghan greedily inhaled the flavor of Mu Xin's body, and this mom and dad shouted without any discomfort. Mu Xin did not say anything. The red envelopes had all been received, and had also been completely inseparable from her sister. It could not be done, but also had to be done. In fact, you don't need to buy anything, just go directly. No way. Would Hart forcefully refused her? That is our mom and dad. Can go back empty-handed. Quickly tell me. I buy some gifts to go back. Mom and dad may not care. Etiquette to be in. Usually by their own, and the aunt's first visit to send the significance of the different. Although the final treatment of things are similar. At least in that period of time I went to feel different. Su Jinghan looked up. Indeed, it was herself who was abrupt. No, she just took her brother as her own family. Where does a family need this? The elders of the family do not lack anything. In fact, her brother has not yet passed through the door. Tomorrow I will go and buy it for you. No way. Would Hart also refuse to do? We are not married yet. You buy is your money. I want to use my own money to buy. I'll tell you tomorrow. Su Jinghan shrugged his shoulders. Arrogant younger brother will rely on him, but unfortunately the money in his pocket, antiques and paintings and what not to touch. These things are too deep water. He has never been in contact with. The end is sure to be cheated, exhausted. Just recommend some cigarettes, alcohol, jewelry and so on. Or, also can think of some other ways. The next morning, Su Jinghan woke up when the wooden heart is no longer in bed. Sitting on the bed froze for a few moments, before slowly and leisurely wear clothes out of bed. Mu Xian realized that Su Jinghan's usually thunderous style was only the most adorable in the morning when she wasn't awake. Confused, with a wonderful sense of contrast. There was a moment just now when Su Jinghan almost thought that his brother had run away again. It was only when she got up that she realized her brother was doing morning exercises in the courtyard, playing the Taijiquan method she had learned from somewhere. With one hand propped up on her chin, she leaned against the window and quietly watched. Her brother really got more and more handsome the more she looked at him, and she couldn't get enough of him. Last night 11 o'clock for what Hart has been considered early to sleep. 7 o'clock in the morning naturally woke up. Did not have the heart to disturb Su Jinghan quietly get up by himself. Originally, I wanted to do breakfast directly, but I'm not sure what time Su Jinghan woke up. It's not good when it's cold. So he jogged around the villa a few laps. Really run up to realize that this villa is really big. Just not a single person. He was a little afraid. The result is running faster and faster. Thinking of yesterday to fitness. In the yard to play the college physical education class taught Taijiquan. This thing you say it spirit as if there is not too much change. If you say it is not spirit for a long time will also be some different feeling. The perfect interpretation of the letter is spiritual. Do not believe it is not spiritual. Collecting the palm to stand still will see Su Jinghan by the window. Her curly hair is fluffy, her fingers tapping on the window sill, exuding an intellectual beauty that is hard to ignore. Waving her hand, she flew into the villa. Hugging Su Jinghan, Mu Xian felt that his romantic brain probably also surfaced. Only a few minutes did not see his sister as if a few centuries had passed. The impulse to see her as reason is difficult to suppress down. What do you want to eat? Sister body rubbed. Wooden heart asked. Want to? Su Jinghan's eyes dripped. Eat you. The corner of Mu Xian's raised mouth instantly pressed down. What is this woman thinking about all day and all night? It is said that men are prone to erections in the morning. So women also have a reaction? Beginning to wonder in the first 25 years without meeting herself, how did she survive alone? It's hard not to be alone every day. Too wasteful. Big morning fasting Woodheart didn't want to have one. In fact not all day today. Indulged a little too much yesterday and the loins were already protesting. I'll eat whatever you make. Su Jinghan did not continue to tease his brother. The body is important. Life should be moderated. Come the day? Just like this. Good to feed. Mu Xian patted her back to loosen his hand to go to the kitchen. Who knew that Su Jinghan suddenly tugged on the collar to pull him back? Seeing this woman staring at herself with a serious face, Mu Xian suddenly panicked. He made a mistake. As if there is no I don't think I have made a mistake. Before he could open his mouth, Su Jinghan said, in the future, you must give your sister a good morning kiss every morning, and a good night kiss before you go to sleep at night. After half a day it turns out to be this kind of thing. I didn't expect you to be such a sister. Mu Xian gave a bad smile. 1. Enough? Oops. The younger brother is bold. Then let's try who's more bold. Of course it's enough. 1 a day. How about 1 a day? Would heart converge smile. Mouth still want it. Swollen than sausage are bigger it. Sister you win. Gamely. Really still you are more perverted. The younger brother is after all the younger brother. Mu Xian tapped on Su Jinghan's lips. Good morning, sister. Letting go. He ran away. Good morning, brother. Su Jinghan smiled gently, although this kiss was very short, but the previous days were all that kind of passionate kiss. This moment suddenly felt a little different. It's true that tastes should be changed. Did not catch Mu Xin back to kiss enough? There is plenty of time to clean him up in a while. In the morning, what Heart's favorite food is bun rice or soybean milk donuts? Bread with milk he did not feel at all. Always feel that it is perfunctory. A day's plan is in the morning. Of course, breakfast should be meticulous. Pay attention to the number of categories of small, balanced nutritional taste. Yesterday's dinner time to do the noodle has thought about what to eat this morning. Come on, show. Do you want sister to feed you? Su Jinghan scooped a spoonful of thin rice in her mouth without swallowing it. The kiss just now was too short. Let's take this opportunity to make up for it. Mu Xin blinked. He admitted that he didn't read what she really meant in the first moment, but when the red lips came over, where did he not understand? Could it really be played like this? The brain has not yet reacted. The hand has already lifted his own porridge to drink. Instantly regretted. All this time wimp what directly up. This meal must be the most fragrant. He smiled awkwardly. Next time for sure. Missed opportunity Su Jinghan was originally a little angry. His brother even rebelled against himself. Seeing his brother's chagrined expression suddenly did not want to continue. Now want, but unfortunately no more. Today Sunday, do we have any plans? The big weekend can't be nested in the house. Although Mushin is a person who doesn't like to go out, but it's too dangerous to be at home. Plans? Su Jinghan looked over wistfully. Of course it's to play at home. Mu Xin's entire body trembled. I admit that there are many entertainment facilities in the villa. Nay, this woman doesn't even like the look. Only herself in her eyes. The weather is so nice. Let's go out and play. Okay? Mu Xin sat beside her and used his own best trick, pampering. Too undignified. His mouth nodded above Su Jinghan's red lips one after another. For the sake of her waist, she sacrificed her mouth. Su Jinghan really can't resist only a set of combination punches, holding him down on the ground and kissing him enough before getting up and saying, "Let's go." Su Jinghan walked towards the check room. The check room was in the innermost part of the bedroom. Pulling open the curtains could be seen. Inside there was a dresser, a mirror that could accommodate the whole person, and finally the huge closet. It was almost entirely filled with Su Jinghan's beautiful clothes, ranging from homeware to regal gowns. Mu Xin only had a tiny bit, occupying a pitiful corner of the closet, but he was already very contented, having only been here for 2 days. His sister had given him so many clothes. Su Jinghan casually picked up a set and gave it to Mu Xin. Sister helped you choose it. Go change into it. It's so good to have his sister. He doesn't even have to choose himself. The gospel for people with dyslexia. Mu Xin took the clothes. A slightly mature set of style. Something he had never tried before. Handsome. Su Jinghan straightened his collar and couldn't help but praise. Mu Xin looked at himself in the mirror, suddenly realizing that he had grown up. 18 was 4 years ago, and the university had already graduated. His life had nothing to do with growing up or not. Life had long forced him to grow up. Just having money in his pocket suddenly made him not want to grow up. I can't help but laugh bitterly. Su Jinghan, who was sizing him up, raised his head and looked into his eyes. What's wrong? Would Heart hugged Su Jinghan and kissed him? Sister, I love you so much. Don't leave me alone in the future. Okay? At this moment, I suddenly realized that a beam of light shining into the darkness is a sin. The light makes a person suffer, but that beam of light is so beautiful. Deep in the darkness of the people, how to hold back the temptation. Who wouldn't fall in love with a brother? He didn't dare to imagine the future without Su Jinghan by his side. Just a second of nightmare was enough to suffocate him. Such a sense of security in love would undoubtedly suffocate the other half. And how could a person who liked love easily give up a little bit of love? Perhaps the only thing Mu Xin could do was to try to restrain himself. What's wrong? Suddenly so sad? Su Jinghan asked with a smile as he gently hugged Mu Xin. Could it be that the younger brother also had those days? Mu Xin lifted his head and smiled heatedly. Sister is so beautiful. Su Jinghan pinched his cheeks. Only now do you think sister is pretty? The word pretty was never to be said in front of a girl. It seemed that many strange loopholes could always be found, turning a compliment into a death question. How could it be? The first day I saw elder sister I thought you were pretty. No kidding. The first time I saw Su Jinghan, I was marveled by her face value, but I just didn't dare to look at her because of her aura. Then you were still avoiding elder sister at that time. Su Jinghan feigned anger. Mu Xin laughed. This was a bit awkward. Su Jinghan didn't make things difficult for him and dragged him to the closet, pointing to her own closet of clothes. Help sister pick a set. Mu Xin? Looking at the closet of clothes, the whole person was stunned. I thought you were an angel sent from heaven to save me. but in the end you gave me an even more difficult problem as a demon. A few pieces of clothes I cannot choose over. Dozens of pieces kill me have to. This one is a bit leaky. It must be cold in this day. This one is too short to wear out safely. This one. A person muttered half a day. Clothes one after another take out and hang back. Never choose a set of preferred clothing, or closet our preferred clothes. Just simply do not want to let outsiders see. This damned possessiveness. Su Jinghan stood back and couldn't hold back her laughter. Finally seeing Mu Xian take out a set of down jacket. This day was a bit cold but not too much. Just this set. Su Jinghan randomly took a set of clothes that matched well with Mu Xian's body. In fact, she had already chosen it, just to see what her brother thought. Nay, her brother was a bit greedy. Preparing to change clothes, Su Jinghan received a phone call. You send it to the door. Mu Xian looked at her suspiciously. Sister is doing something behind my back again. Sister will change clothes first. You go to the door to get a delivery. Woodheart in the courtyard door waiting. Not a few minutes to see a person get off the car with a cart pushed a bunch of express over the corner of the mouth. Is to go to the wholesale market to buy goods? Forced curiosity to move the courier home. All are bag packaging. Touch like. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on your own. Check room. Su Jinghan has changed clothes. What are so many of them? Mu Xian hugged the express back to the check room, couldn't help but ask. Open it and you'll know. Su Jinghan stood to the side and watched. She was kind of looking forward to what her brother's expression would be when he saw it later. Mu Xian unwrapped the first package, and it turned out to really be clothes. Tugging on a corner to take it out, his whole person thundered in place, like he didn't see to unfold the clothes, but it was actually a set of rabbit girl suit. This. Mu Xian's hands were trembling. Just looking up at Su Jinghan, he fantasized what she would look like dressed as a rabbit girl, and his nosebleed almost gushed out. Buy this for what? He blushed in panic as he put the bunny girl suit into the closet, as if it was a sin to even hold it. Even though he'd already been honest about it, Mushin really wasn't like that. Don't you want your sister to wear it? Of course not. Mu Xian has been incoherent up. How can I not like it? I really like it. Just weirdly embarrassed. Su Jinghan picked up the rabbit girl suit. In the middle of the wooden heart clothes and her clothes to find an empty space to hang up. There is also, do not continue to see? Mu Xian waved her hand. God knows what strange things would come next. Floating around was already making Kitsune hot and bothered. She couldn't just take off the clothes she had just changed into again. Please wear it straight up to my face. Don't engage in this uselessness. Su Jinghan picked up the courier and put it in his hands, making it clear that if you don't finish opening it today, you don't want to leave. Would heart tear open express? You all see. Not my voluntary. I am also forced. If not, the corner of the mouth cannot suppress the smile, really believe it. A set of gymnastics uniforms. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I think it's a good idea. A set of cat lady. I've seen the rabbit girl. It's not bad. A maid outfit. Misty grass. Let the domineering female president wear a maid's outfit. Who would believe it when you say it? This is good. This is the best. This. Would heart surprised to look at the Fifth Express? The world actually have such a dress. Is that I am lonely not? He looked at the same bag on the price. On this a few straps also dare to buy dozens of dollars? Adulterer now dare to sue him for consumer fraud. It's not clothes at all. A few straps can't cover any place. But instead, it sets off certain parts even more. A vain glance at Su Jinghan. This is better. Come on. Change it now. Continue to dismantle. The next one is better. In the future. All of them will be placed here. You can take whichever one you want your sister to wear. Su Jinghan planned out an area, and it was obvious that she had reserved a large place. It was best to tease her younger brother about this kind of thing. He was now blushing to the point of dripping blood. Think of the way he would come to him later with the clothes in front of him wanting to say something. When the time came, he had to say it himself. There's no problem. I'll be able to do it, said Mushin. There's one last set. Su Jinghan gave the last express to Mushin. He remembered that the biggest packet and the first express that should have been opened ended up being hidden behind Su Jinghan until the end. Could it be that? Can stay to the end of the inevitable is the king of bomb. What heart cannot wait to open? Have looked at a dozen sets, but also pretend what reserved. Until he touched a hard thing. Pull out a look is actually a whip. Gulping. Suddenly he wanted to stuff it back. Carefully raised his eyes. Su Jinghan was looking at himself. Not the slightest doubt that he dared to stuff it back, and she dared to use this whip to whip herself. It turned out that the previous ones were nothing but sugar-coated shells. This was her real purpose. Remaining at the end was a black queen costume, paired with Su Jinghan's cold as frost temperament. Mu Xian felt that with just one glance she could kneel down. Sister. This There was a new skin under the queen's suit. Muexien suddenly had a cold heart. It couldn't be what he thought it was. No need to doubt. It's what you think. Su Jinghan took the queen's suit. What about this set as sisters? The ones on your hands are all yours. In Muexian's hands were leather handcuffs, shackles and collars with chains, as well as some props that bound him to other parts of his body. His body was trembling. I'm a little puppy, not a real dog. Su Jinghan walked over and hugged Muexian. You have to listen to your sister obediently in the future. Or else. She twitched the leather whip in her hand. The sound of breaking air sounded. Muexian shrunk his neck. He probably couldn't take a hit himself. Please, is it too late for me to get off the boat now? Obey. Absolutely listen to sister. Would heart sticking to Su Jinghan? This time may only sticking a bit useful. In the future. Sister said 1. Brother does not say 2. Sister to the east. Brother does not go to the west. Muexian received this whole set into the innermost part of the closet, never wanting to see them in this life. Su Jinghan was putting on makeup, and Muexian was sitting at the back looking at his cell phone. He received a task to help his sister tie her hair. It was too difficult for him, a young man with an inch head, and he could only learn little by little on his cell phone. Originally wanted to learn a simple high ponytail, but also felt too perfunctory. Just saw the whip where he dared to be reckless. Refound a very good-looking hairstyle to learn. Won't it hurt? Learning and practicing, watching the video around and around the action. He was afraid of hurting Su Jinghan. It won't. You be bold. Su Jinghan was drawing makeup on her hands. In fact, as long as she didn't pull her hair very hard, she wouldn't feel any pain. The pain all came from her scalp. When Muexian saw that Su Jinghan was really not reacting, she moved numbly. Only the result was at best godlike, and a lot of places were fried. Is this thing worthy of my perfect sister? Start over. How could I let my sister walk around with a hairstyle like that? The second time the technique was obviously much more skillful, quite a bit faster, and the look was better. How is it? Su Jinghan had already put on her makeup. Her face did not need too many embellishments. She had been waiting for Muexian. Good looking. She really liked it. Muexian, however, once again broke up his hairstyle. His sister said it looked good, but he felt it wasn't perfect. It could look better. Once more, looking at her brother's serious look, Su Jinghan didn't bother. One more time is one more time. It's not that bad. The third time was even faster. Muexian had completely detached himself from the video. After the first 2 times he memorized all the steps and the result was even more perfect. There. He clapped his hands in satisfaction. Only this was worthy of a perfect sister. Su Jinghan looked at herself in the mirror, amazed at her brother's ability to learn. 3 times only, a man who had never braided his hair before was able to accomplish it flawlessly. Definitely an amazing ability in the world. Su Jinghan realized that she had underestimated her younger brother. In this instant she suddenly wanted to push her brother to the front of the stage to manage the company, teaching him hand in hand for 2 years. In the future he would definitely be more powerful than herself. What's wrong? Don't like it? Mushin watched her staring into the mirror. It shouldn't. It was obviously perfect. Could it be that she doesn't like this type? Su Jinghan stood up to give Muexian a hug. How could it be? As long as it's made up by you, sister likes it. Muexian hemmed and hawed. There are no more beautiful love words in the world than this, right? Let's go out and play. Dressing up so handsomely and beautifully, of course she had to go out and show off, letting the world know that this was her man. Thinking of where to go, no matter what the event was. Woodhart wasn't an organizer. If there was an arrangement, he went, and if there was no arrangement, he went home and stayed by himself, reconciled with himself. He was well on his way. Go play at the amusement park. Su Jinghan thought for a moment. Muexian blinked his eyes. 22 years old. Would it be too childish? He shook his head. Although he hadn't been there before and didn't want to go at all now. Go to the zoo? Mushin shook his head. To the aquarium? Muexian still shook his head. Su Jinghan knows that his brother's childhood bitter, is determined to take him to find childhood, like the cinema and other places directly not in the plan. The home has a private theater. Want to see what cannot, but also can hold together. But he did not go. Su Jinghan had a little fire. Where do you want to go? Muexian didn't know. It seems that he does not have a place that he must go, and he does not have a thing that he must do. How about, we don't go, just stay home. No one knew how careful he was in saying this. It was clearly himself who first proposed to go out and play, and it was also himself who went back on his words in the end. Su Jinghan looked at him expressionlessly, turned around and took out that leather whip from the closet, not expecting to use it just after buying it. Come on, I'll have a good talk with you, and after half a day of dressing up, you say you're not going to go? Woodhart held down Su Jinghan's hand. Everything is good to discuss. There is really no need to look like this. Listen to you. Must listen to you. Sister said where to go, where to go. Knife mountain fire sea also want to go. Mouth good words lulled. Hand also did not idle. Will whip away from her hands put back into the cabinet. Pushed Su Jinghan away. Pushed Su Jinghan out of the villa. A foot throttle rushed out. The villa cannot stay. Continue to do not know what tricks this woman will play. Su Jinghan sat in the co-pilot and looked at Muxin. His younger brother is a life completely unplanned. The purpose is the only. Want to eat to buy food. Lack of money to go to work. As for the other does not matter. So what he needs is not really advice, but results. Then go to the amusement park. There is no reason why you must go. Only that you want to take your little friend for a trip. Probably because of the reason of not matching. Tens of millions of dollars of luxury car driving feel very awkward. All the way to the heart trembling. Afraid of an inattentive to give a crash. Of course, some people are more afraid than him. Not sitting in the co-pilot Su Jinghan, but on the road in the other cars. A little inattention this life will be in vain. A penny for a penny. Luxury car is not only a car label can get out. Other aspects of the configuration is also extremely comfortable. The second time in life to drive is the peak of others cannot reach. Not to say that you need a sister. Today is the weekend. The playground is very crowded. Most of them are parents with children to play. Of course there are also many couples come together. In short, very lively. This beautiful girl, Star dreamed to understand. Before the door of the playground, there was even a talent scout who approached Su Jinghan. Looking at her expressionless appearance, she should have gotten used to it long ago. Not true. For outsiders Su Jinghan seems to have always been this attitude. Would Heart suddenly a little expect Su Jinghan to become a star? But also let those who play the domineering president to see what is the real domineering president. Obviously Su Jinghan wouldn't go for it. Who would leave the company they've been fighting for so long to run off and become an actor? So the talent scout turned his attention to Muxin. Muxin frowned slightly. What do you mean? I'm the backup option. She doesn't want it before it's my turn. I'm telling you it's inevitably impossible to agree to you today. You can go. Su Jinghan tightly hold Wood Heart arm close to his own. The actor all day and night running around the notice. When it is not a month cannot see his brother. Can this be endured? Can't tolerate a little. Pulled the Wood Heart around the scout to leave. Star Scout obviously not dead heart. This kind of face value into the entertainment industry is bound to leap into the top stream. Such a baby can let them run away. Can you stop following? You're very rude, don't you know? Wood Heart is fed up with the follower behind her ass, chattering non-stop, always chattering about how good it is to be a star. If it's really that good, why don't you go yourself? There's no way he's been saying yes since Wooden Heart became his second choice. I admit that my sister is better than me in all aspects, but it is just not happy in my heart. Of course, this is just an excuse. Even want to make me and my sister separate, people with evil intentions. Damn, the Star Scout wanted to continue to say something more. You'd better take your hands off now and get lost. Su Jinghan's eyes were like sharp blades, bone-penetrating cold. Muxin didn't even hold back and shrunk his neck. What do you think you're messing with her for? He dared to put his hand on his brother's shoulder. Who gave him the guts? Star Detective trembling to withdraw his hand. He is considered to see that this woman is definitely not an ordinary person. The Star Detective is also read countless people. This kind of momentum is definitely a top mansion. Cannot afford to mess with. Look to the eyes of the Wood Heart is full of envy. How I do not have such a good life and more or less with a little bit of dislike. Young hands and feet do not do good to eat soft rice. Is not a body of stinky skin. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to do that. So humiliated me this can endure. Would Heart flying up a foot to kick him? Tell you small master pocket and 10 million. 10 million no a few zeros. You're just envious and jealous. Su Jinghan suddenly let go of his hand. Muxin, at a loss for words, turned back to look at her, and pulled her hand up again, ready to continue to kick that look down on their own talent scout. The dog's battle was interpreted to the fullest. Who said that the little puppy was not a dog? The scout shrugged his shoulders and left, and now even more despised. Cannot afford to mess with you? I go okay. Do not come to insult my sacred showbiz. Would Heart pulling Su Jinghan low head, can be regarded as no face to see sister? You say you good why to let go of it. I almost encountered danger. Although the probability that the Star Scout cannot beat him, but the fight lost pain, the fight won to lose money so much money spent for nothing, how heartbreaking. Might as well buy gifts for my sister. It was such a stingy one. Eat this or not. Do you really think I'm a child? Muxin looked at the direction of Su Jinghan's finger. It was a stall selling cotton candy. How old am I? Still eating candy? Then Muxin held a cotton candy in his hand and ate it while walking. It's not that I'm greedy, it's that my sister had to buy it for me. That said, he hasn't tasted this kind of thing before. Obviously what was put in was sugar. Why did it come out in this form? Can he do magic? Want some more? Mushin shook his head. It was sweet. The one his sister bought was even sweeter. Just a bit mushy. He wasn't a fan of candy. Buying one to taste was enough. Let's play with this. Su Jinghan pointed to the sky. Muxian looked up to the deafening screams. A long dragon turned sharply and sped past. He subconsciously shook his head. I can die up there, believe it or not. I really do not understand. The first person who had this idea is how heartless. Then is encountered what cannot think of things. Will be so cheap. In the end, it even turned into an amusement program. He couldn't say the words of refusal. He saw Su Jinghan's expectant eyes. How much he wanted to have fun for once. Sis, have you ever come to an amusement park before? Muxian suddenly asked. Came once. Muxian pursed her lips. The mansion also had no childhood. The difference was that Su Jinghan was building up her strength for the future, learning everything she could, while she herself was merely living. It is rare to see Su Jinghan have expectations of things. How can I hurt my sister's heart? Muxian gritted her teeth. Who is afraid of who? 20-something years old can still be killed by this thing alone. When the safety buckle fell on the body when he regretted, looking at Su Jinghan's excitement raw to swallow back the words. I will be able to do it. In the heart of the heart to give themselves a boost. I can do it. I'll be able to do it, he said, cheering himself up in his mind. That said, is this thing safe? He knocked on the safety catch. His life depends on it. But the roller coaster started at this time. Looking ahead of a corner, heart hanging in his throat, cannot fly directly out of it, and then his neck twisted, his head dizzy. Bad. Is the feeling of motion sickness? Coming. Woodhart watched the roller coaster struggling to climb up a steep slope. His heart was afraid and expectant, and his eyes did not know when to close. Around him was a deafening scream. No! He vaguely remembered that Su Jinghan seemed not to be screaming, more like cheering. This woman is really bold. It was only instantly covered by his own screams. He didn't dare to open his eyes from that downhill until the roller coaster stopped. He should have opened his eyes. Maybe he could have seen his grandfather. Let's go. The end. It's over. Is it? Mushin's eyelashes fluttered and his voice trembled as he dared not remember how he had spent those few minutes. In fact, there was no memory at all. Getting out of the car instantly if it wasn't for Su Jinghan supporting him. Muxian nearly knelt in front of her. Legs are weak. Just legs are weak. Definitely not wanting to kneel. Go home and say whatever you want. Take the initiative to kneel down. Give my brother some face outside. Legs are really soft. Can't even feel it anymore. Star Scout turned back to be the more he thought the more angry. By what a dogfights for people's power things also dare to ride on their own. You do not rely on the woman. Damn. Just now play is also to pull down. Endure for a while. The more you think the more angry. The more you think about it, the more you lose. No. Cannot just let it go. He bought a ticket in the amusement park to look for Woodhart and Su Jinghan. Looking up is not difficult. The face value is extremely high. The crowd cannot hide. People passing by always turned around to look at them a few more times. Quietly snapped a photo of Muxian sitting on the amusement park bench. The whole person leaning on Su Jinghan. The rich second generation may not be good to mess with. He did not recognize Su Jinghan. A gentleman does not take revenge. 10 years is not too late. First understand her identity clearly. On the bench, Muxian and Su Jinghan completely did not realize that he had been secretly photographed. His entire body leaned on Su Jinghan, dying. Sister, am I weak? How could it be? Su Jinghan touched Muxian's head. I'm already surprised that you didn't throw up. When she came down from the roller coaster, Muxian's head was dizzy. The sky was spinning, and she could fall to the ground at any time when she walked 2 steps. Yeah, I'm just a little motion sick. It's hard to understand why people get motion sickness. Obviously they are all built the same. Some people can stand smoothly and play with their cell phones, while it's hard for him to sit. I'm sorry sis, I can't seem to keep playing anymore. Muxian was a bit frustrated. His first performance at the playground with his sister was a bit of a pull down. Su Jinghan unscrewed a bottle of water. Drink some water. The water could suppress the feeling of nausea, but it was only temporary. He stood up with a long sigh of relief. How could he not even overcome this small problem? Mushin was a man who would not give up. He rarely had the qualifications to give up. Whatever he could hold on to was gritting his teeth at the top. With his sister he couldn't slack off. Even though the conditions of both parties in this relationship were unequal, he didn't want Su Jinghan to keep accommodating himself. Let's go eat something and continue this afternoon. It was almost 12 o'clock in a flash, and mornings were always a good time to mingle, especially on weekend mornings, often waking up to the morning already over. They were delayed quite a bit at home. The driving time on the road was not short, and after this delay of wooden heart, it was going to be 12 o'clock without much fun. Amusement park food is frighteningly expensive. Just a little something, Surprisingly sold 30-40. There is no one to manage on these money for Woodheart to sit. 4 dishes and a soup is more than enough. Su Jinghan not much heartache, since they have decided to come out to play. Should spend on spending. Anyway, not bad this money. It's just that the food isn't very good. It's not even close to what her brother made. What else do you want to play? Woodheart stood in front of the restaurant. Slightly eat something, feel much better. Today go out of the way. Give up his life to accompany his sister. Must be accompanied by his sister well. Sister a happy can also rise a little pocket money. Just finished eating. Be careful to spit it all out. Su Jinghan very carefully flicked off a grain of rice on his clothes. His younger brother ate wolfishly. She always felt that she didn't even chew before swallowing. Although it looked delicious, it always felt like it would be indigestible. Mushin hesitated. Aren't there any soothing items? He was still a little panicked in his mind. The thrill of that rush down was truly mesmerizing, and after it was over, every time he thought about it he would always feel unfulfilled and want to do it again. Of course it turned out to be less comfortable. How about we go there? Although it was a question, Muxian had already pulled Su Jinghan over to a bridge made of glass. Standing on the bridge was able to take in the thousands of meters of cliffs. Muxian stood on the bridge and jumped twice. Su Jinghan pulled Muxian. Aren't you afraid that it will suddenly break and the two of us will fall together? I'm not that heavy. Muxian bristled. Boys also cared about their weight. Not too skinny and not too fat. People still need to stay in a healthy weight range, most comfortable. If we fall together, does it count as martyrdom as the ancients say? Nonsense. Su Jinghan became serious and slapped him. In the future, you are not allowed to mention the word death on your lips. Muxian let out a soft "oh." The word death was an extremely taboo word from ancient times to the present day. Most people were unwilling to mention it. As if something bad would happen the next second the word death was spoken. He is also just a whim. The most difficult period have survived. There is no reason to choose to die at a happy time. The glass walkway is full of couples holding hands. In pairs, this is a net red card attraction. Every day to take pictures of the endless stream of people. The view of the mountains was not everywhere, and there seemed to be a barrier around the two of them. Muxian and Su Jinghan. Looking around they were the most empty. As if getting close to them would kill them. Close to the two will indeed die. Only social death. High face value so that the two people buy all the attention. Standing beside them will inevitably become the object of comparison. There is no absolute confidence in the appearance of the people dare not easily approach. More importantly, Woodheart and Su Jinghan, two people hand in hand. Demeanor intimate. Clear-eyed people can see as a couple. But where only one person standing there, want to WeChat people came. Muxian looked at the other couples. Most of them were boys comforting the girls not to be afraid. And a small number of them were girls comforting the boys. It turns out that this glass bridge serves this purpose. Looking at Su Jinghan beside her, she doesn't seem to be afraid. So should she show weakness? But she doesn't seem to be afraid either. How come it's different when it comes to us? Forget it. It's good to just walk around like this. Muxian was already weak. Continuing to show weakness, he was afraid that Su Jinghan would dislike himself. What do I want you to do? It's not useful at all. Standing on a glass round platform at the end. The extremely open view gave him a feeling of vertigo. It was beautiful, and at the same time, he also felt his own insignificance. Human beings are really insignificant. Subconsciously, he grabbed Su Jinghan's hand. Scared? Su Jinghan tilted her head to look at him. Muxian gently shook his head. Actually okay. I suddenly want to say a word to you. He put his hands around his mouth to make the shape of a trumpet and shouted to the sky. Su Jinghan, I love you. Suddenly, he realized that it seemed like he had never said an I love you sentence to Su Jinghan in a very formal way, always uttering an I like you when he was pampering and playing around. The word like is not the same as love. Far less thick than love. Su Jinghan light flashed, very surprised. You dare to say this in public. The impression that the younger brother is a little timid. Is a public place or afraid to speak loudly character? At the moment the bridge are all couples. Woodheart this voice down all look over. Because. Woodheart sideways looking at her. There you are He was sometimes wondering if he was sociopathic. Really had a friend to accompany him to go crazy. He had absolutely no idea of embarrassment. Su Jinghan turned around and followed his example just now. Mushin, I love you too. Love needs a response. Sometimes things just need a fuse. And Muxian set the precedent. The bridge all filled with couples. Shouting, can I take a picture of you guys? A man with a camera around his neck stood next to Muxian and Su Jinghan. Muxian and Su Jinghan posed. In the photo was Su Jinghan kissing Muxian while he had a surprised look on his face. Sneak attack. Back on the road is Su Jinghan in the car. Muxian sat in the passenger side with his eyes closed and lifeless. From the glass trestle bridge down to the two men and experience other projects. Can only say that the human dish addiction, Go up when the letter, down then the dog are miserable. Good in this situation did not last too long. Just arrived home would heart on the good. Head not dizzy, eyes not spend, able to walk smoothly. Su Jinghan looked at his appearance. I have good reason to suspect that you are pretending. Just do not want to drive. Would Heart scratched his head. He smile. Heart vainly looked at Su Jinghan. Sister, you this is in the wrong me. Can for sister's service, brother naturally will not shirk. Heart is really hard. If not in the car to sleep for a while. He designated vomit. Well is really good. Probably slept for 20 minutes. Woke up and drank some water, gradually slowed down. Would Heart so lazy people how can come down to change position. So just keep lying down. Ha! Su Jinghan obviously didn't believe him and gave him a blank look. Obviously it was on purpose. Causing sister to worry about you so much. At that time, Su Jinghan almost drove to the hospital with 1 foot of gas. But the guy's acting was so bad that he exposed himself at the back. You must be punished. Su Jinghan rested her cheeks, seemingly thinking about the way to punish. Punish you to cook. No. She looked like she had thought of something strange and was ready to change her words. Okay, I'll go cook right now. Would Heart panicked under a flurry of smoke ran away? No matter what she thought of behind. Cannot let her say it. In case it really took out the small leather whip himself will be miserable. It was supposed to be cooking by herself. What kind of punishment can this be? Lying on the bed. Muexian lying on Su Jinghan woke up in a daze. Hugging her sister to sleep is really too fragrant. Unknowingly fell asleep. Today's trip to the playground was physically and mentally exhausting. Before 10 o'clock the two went to bed. Muexian slept for about 15 minutes. Su Jinghan leaned against the pillow and was looking at the cell phone. He drilled into his sister's arm like a loach. Looking at the content on the cell phone. There's still work this late? On the phone was a project document. Actually, you can talk to me? We don't have to go out to play. Su Jinghan lowered her head and kissed him on the forehead. The document was just sent. It will be used for the meeting tomorrow morning. You actually let your employees work overtime on a weekend night? Muexian was stunned. There were still employees sending documents to the boss on weekend nights. It could only be her secretary Fu Yun. Right. The real status quo of the battering ram. Su Jinghan raised an eyebrow and put the phone down. Are you complaining about your sister? Or for an outsider? Jealousy instantly appeared. Don't you care if he means that or not? Anyway, Su Jinghan was jealous. She lifted Muexian's chin. Don't. I'm dizzy. Muexian did not finish his words and his mouth was blocked. Su Jinghan raised her head. Do you think that your sister is a fool? After saying this, she continued to block her mouth. Isn't it at work? How did it turn into attacking me to come? Muexian has a face of question marks. Dark bedroom. No lights on. Would Heart suddenly spoke. Sis, what do you think I'll buy to go home? Muexian never forgot about this matter. Both expectant and apprehensive. With a feeling of what it was like back then during the college entrance exams, Su Jinghan rubbed herself in his arms. Buy some good wine for our dad and some jewelry for our mom. Isn't there still 5 days left? I'll recommend a few stores for you tomorrow. You just go and buy it. Alright, go to sleep. Su Jinghan was really tired. Muexian slept twice, although both were very short, favoring this kind of the most relief. Can make you sleep for a long time at night? He hugged Su Jinghan tightly. It seems that hugging the person he likes to sleep can always sleep very peacefully. Do you want to wear high heels today? Going out in the morning. Su Jinghan changed into a dry formal dress with a pair of high heels on her feet. High heels were additive to a woman's charm. Muexian, however, did not like Su Jinghan wearing high heels. She was already tall enough that she even needed to look up at her at the moment. Moreover, Muexian had heard that wearing high heels was bad, and she didn't know if it was true. This is too thin. Mushin felt her feet hurt just looking at them. I need to wear them for today's meeting. I don't know why the lady's formal dress turned into a skirt. For the sake of etiquette to wear stockings and high heels. Just want to ask, in the end, is that son of a bitch formulated the etiquette? Would Heart now want to travel through the past to knife him? A day blindly formulated what? There was a little bit of unhappiness. Sister so beautiful looked to be displayed in front of other people. Wait for me. Muexian ran back to the villa and placed Su Jinghan's favorite pair of flat boots in front of her. Change them first. Wait for the upcoming meeting before wearing high heels. What's wrong? Can't I change? Muexian saw Su Jinghan standing still and looking at herself. She thought something was wrong. No, sister, you don't want me to help you change your shoes. The little milk dog is not so humble. Su Jinghan was a little touched. It is said that love is reflected in the details. She often wears, how would she not know it? There is a pair of flat shoes put in the office. She did not prepare. She did not want her brother to change his shoes for himself. She never saw her brother as a soft food. Only that the division of labor is not quite the same as in other families. The woman is in charge of the outside and the man is in charge of the inside. Since you're so proactive, Naturally my sister can't let you down. Su Jinghan sat in the co-pilot's seat. Anyway, it was all brought up. It shouldn't be a problem to try it once, right? Mu Xian opened her mouth. So what was she thinking just now? Why can't I control this mouth of mine? Carrying her shoes, she walked over. It's just a matter of time. The prince even gave Cinderella crystal shoes. Sister is worse than Cinderella. Several streets away from Cinderella. Right. Just this once. Let's change it. Half kneeling on the ground. Take off Su Jing'an's high heels. To be honest, this is the first time Mu Xian carefully observed Su Jing'an's feet. Said beauty in the feet. Her height is destined to be impossible to small. The same as a treasure. Black silk wrapped around her feet. Smooth nearly cannot hold. It doesn't stink. Maybe it sprayed something. Vaguely a little flavor. This moment suddenly understand why some people are foot fetishists. Anyone else would like it? Su Jinghan looked at his younger brother's dazed appearance. Secretly delighted. If it is not able to fascinate their beloved she will only cry. Mu Xian nodded his head dully and shook his head frantically, helping her put on her shoes. Su Jinghan stood up and grabbed Mu Xian's collar. Finished? Pissed off. I told you that this kind of fetish like foot fetish shouldn't appear. Right. The key is that one doesn't have it either. Misunderstanding. Big misunderstanding. Brother even do not like? I like. I don't like. Should I like it? This is a life-sending topic. Her tone of voice to Woodheart will not. She seems to expect themselves to like. Can not it? Play this perverted is it? Su Jinghan tightly hugged Woodheart. Tone some aggrieved. You even do not like sister. Woodheart? We are not discussing feet? How did it become I don't like her? Did I miss a certain step? Nay. He didn't dare to talk back. But whenever Su Jinghan spoke to him in an overbearing tone, he was able to defend himself. The high and cold imperial sister was pampered in her arms. How much aggrieved did she have to be? I really deserve to die. Let down such a good sister. Ma duh. It seems to be Pua. He lightly patted Su Jing'an's back. How could it be? I like my sister the most. Nonsense. You clearly said just now that you don't like it. Mu Xian held Su Jing'an's shoulders and pushed her out, staring at her eyes in a very puzzled manner. The bully's logic we commoners don't understand. Su Jinghan grabbed both of Mu Xian's hands and clasped her wrists with both hands, placing them in front of her body to have an illusion of bondage. Let's just say that this woman has long had this idea. It's impossible to give her this chance. If you like your sister, you have to like everything about your sister. Do you hear me? Su Jing'an's tone turned sharply, as if the person who had just been pampered was not her. Just to ask, is it all women who have this ability? Mu Xian desperately nodded her head. Love the house. I understand all of it. You can only like your sister. You are not allowed to show concern for others. Su Jinghan came to her ear. A woman is a vindictive creature. The matter of caring for the staff last night was brought up again. This damned possessiveness. Mu Xian felt a sense of happiness, not understanding why someone would feel suffocated by strong possessiveness. Perhaps Mu Xian was not a person who liked to go for ambiguity in the first place. Nodding his head, he responded. I'll eat soft food, but still dare to nitpick. Outrageous. Hurry up and go. It's going to be late. Mu Xian didn't forget that Su Jinghan had to go to a meeting. It wasn't good to keep so many people waiting. Loading her high heels into the trunk, Mu Xian drove towards the company with a kick of the gas. Park over there. There's my exclusive parking space over there. The company parking lot. Su Jinghan pointed in a direction. The president had the privilege. Mu Xian did as he was told. When he saw the parking space, the whole person was speechless. I suspect you're humiliating me, and I have very good evidence. Mu Xian said, gritting her teeth. How will you let me mix in the company in the future like this? How will the employees look at me? No, I am concerned about you. Care about a hammer? Parking space painted with too big. Now the whole company knows that I can't reverse into a garage. Do you know how serious the consequences are? Tomorrow the whole Rongjin will know. The day after tomorrow is the whole province. A week later the whole country. How do the people look at me? How do the people all over the world look at me? It's too much. Wooden Heart is dared to be angry. Behave yourself and park your car. Don't tell me. One hand is successful. The new parking space is really good. Su Jinghan soon went to a meeting, and Mu Xian sat alone in his office to do his own business, not coding a single word yesterday. What a sin. However, he had a stockpile of manuscripts, but there was no break in updates. It is that the number of words updated every day has dropped. Only 4,000 words, $20,000 a month pocket money. I admit that I am a little floating. Woodheart threw a deep water bomb in the group. Inside the conference room, the meeting had just begun. Su Jing'an's cell phone suddenly rang. It came again. Older viewers who had seen the last one were used to it. And newer viewers were still shocked that the always serious Sue was looking at her cell phone during the meeting. There was no lack of people in the conference room who had heard some gossip. It seemed that things were true. The sole heir of the Sue family who had rejected countless people was off the hook. There were also those who knew the situation directly, such as Zhao Feng. I can only say that the brother Kawa worked time to disturb her, only you on it. The key is that she is not angry. What Hart said I was wrong. Who knows that this woman quietly sneaked into my fanbase. Really old 6-1. Su Jinghan stared at the screen. The younger brother actually want to confess. And who confessed? And himself? But aren't we already together? Why do we still need to confess? Could it be confessing with someone else? Dog, you have an itchy skin. Right. The little whip was bought too timely. It seems that I have to keep an eye on my brother's every move in the next few days. If there's really something going on. Humph. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. Su Jinghan kept staring at the screen. The people below cautiously called out to her. This meeting has started for a while. Start early and finish early. Inside the office, Mu Xian suddenly felt a cool breeze. There is a killing aura. As if to GA. Can't be. It's just a confession to my sister. They are together too fast. To say confession is also Su Jinghan confessed to Mu Xian. Just a little informal. Mu Xian always feel that there is something missing. Suddenly, he wanted to create a little surprise for his sister. Xiao Fan, is this the reason why you've been updating less lately? Xiao Fan has now become Acid Fan. Every time I think of Wooden Heart I have an urge to beat him up. Not what makes him Fan A, no. You're for real. You even abandoned our single league. Fan B, kick him off. This cannot endure. Fucking send these messy things. Fan C, kick him off. Kick him off. Kick him off. Fan D, why haven't you kicked him off yet? Didn't I tell the administrator to kick him off? Fan Z, listen to yourself. TMD, is this what people say? Woodheart covered his stomach and laughed out a goose call. Just love to see you guys upset and can't fuck me off. It's so funny. He suddenly raised his head. No one should hear it. Only then did he react to the fact that this is an office. If it was heard, what would he think? The old boss found a psychotic husband, covered his mouth and shrunk down the chair to continue to laugh. He even saw that fan in the company. Even not work properly to touch the fish. Careful, I tell your president. Let you roll cover to leave. Forget it. It is not easy to fight workers. Wait. The company is my sister's. My sister's is mine. So the company is mine. Blanche. Must not keep him. A few people in the group gave him advice on what kind of method to confess. How to confess so as not to embarrass each other. They obviously do not know that the Wooden Heart is together before remembering to confess. Not to mention that on the face value of brother this need to consider these things. So, you still have to rely on yourself. There is no little idea. All you can think of is to buy a bouquet of flowers to go over. This set of rules are used rotten good. A little bit of heart is not there. The first thing that you can do is to get a good deal of money. Woodheart began today's coding task. Hand speed dropped. Even the concentration is difficult to focus. Writing thoughts do not know where to run. Is the impact so great? This is only 2 or 3 days, cannot be false. Right. A morning to write 2,000 words. Wooden Heart sighed a sigh. No surprise words, afternoon to work overtime. How about, do not write? No. Woodheart shook his head frantically. Although there are seen that kind of very strange way to take time off. What lottery winners? Permanently stop working. But do people still do not float? Fall down very painful. He got up and walked out of the office. Suddenly realized that groping fish still need to go to work. Simple groping fish is so boring. Only the bit of time he groped out is the most valuable and meaningful. Like him now. He can blatantly touch the fish, but instead feel tasteless. Su Jinghan's meeting today was not long. Mu Xian just opened the door. She happened to come back. The two met at the door. She didn't break down Mu Xian's intention to confess. She didn't want to expose her identity at the moment. Her brother had recently made a move, and staying in that fan group and diving was able to monitor her brother very well. It wasn't enough. Su Jinghan realized that Mu Xian as an author was not very active in the fan group, so she still needed other means. Mr. Su, the documents are put here. Fu Yun's eyes alternated between the two. At this time, don't be a light bulb. Dog food can be eaten appropriately. It's not good to eat too much. After all, it's not a thing that people eat. Mu Xian quickly caught the document. How can this thing let the president personally take? Took a step back to let Su Jinghan come in. Su Jinghan closed the door, stepped forward and stared straight at Mu Xian. Where is the younger brother preparing to go? Suspicious. Too suspicious. It can't be that he's preparing to go confess. Dog, you're really tired of living. Mu Xian shrunk his shoulders. He felt that Su Jinghan should be angry. What was the reason? Could it be that something unpleasant happened at the meeting today? So why take it out on me for this kind of thing? I feel that my sister is coming back. Open the door for you. Let's just say you can't wear high heels. Woodheart now needs to look up to see her eyes, and her aura instantly dissipates. That's an excuse that a different relationship brain would really believe. But unfortunately Su Jinghan was a relationship brain yesterday, and today she found out her brother's secret. And her IQ is frighteningly high until things are resolved. That good? Without breaking him down directly. Muxin didn't know what to say for a while. This excuse was indeed a bit far-fetched, but he really just wanted to open the door and go out to have a look at that time. Who knew that he could just happen to meet Su Jinghan? Doesn't this just prove the destiny between the two? Coughing lightly, well, I was just a bit bored alone in the office and wanted to open the door to see when my sister would be back. Boredom is really boring. Today's coding is not smooth. After writing 2,000 words and then cannot raise interest, somehow suddenly wants Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan walked to the office seat to sit down. The whole person leaned on the office chair, eyes adrift next to the computer. Is indeed the Woodheart code interface. You can dog. Hidden well enough Once suspicion arises, what you do is wrong. Sis, your file. Muxin carefully placed the documents on the table and then sat down next to her. His mind already thinking through the sky but also not able to figure out where he had messed with Su Jinghan. Wasn't he fine when he came in the morning? He took out his cell phone and found the chat interface. Was the meeting unpleasant just now? What did you say? Zhao Feng quickly returned the message. It could be seen that the end of a long meeting who was to touch the fish for a while. Muxin glanced at Su Jinghan next to him. How do I feel she is angry Shivering. JPG, I can't. The meeting went well just now. Did you piss her off? Did I piss her off? Muxin froze in place. When did this happen? Why don't I remember? Did I lose another important step? Su Jinghan leaned back in her chair and looked at Muxin. Her expression getting colder and colder. There really is a situation You'd rather chat with someone else on your cell phone than talk to your sister, right? Xiao Mu, what are you doing? No, didn't do anything Woodheart panicked and closed the cell phone. Since there is no problem with the meeting, the situation is appearing on their own. Sis, carefully moved over. Su Jinghan leaned on the chair, did not open his eyes. Queen model, well, did I make you angry? You tell me about it. I will definitely change. Su Jinghan did not say anything. Can be bitter Woodheart? This situation is definitely their own to provoke her. But in the end which link out of the problem I did not even leave the office. Could it be? Muxin quickly got up and brought Su Jinghan's shoes over. It shouldn't be this kind of small problem. His sister never used to get angry with herself because of this kind of small thing, but he really couldn't think of a reason. He could only try them all. The shoes were put down. Su Jinghan did not move. Woodheart apprehensively stood in place. Cannot be to help me change your shoes? Lean. How is this kind of thing still addicted? Not all said just once. He returned to the position and sat down. Absolutely cannot promote this kind of crookedness. I am a small milk dog is not false. I also have dignity. Not my fault, why should I recognize? Suddenly, I feel that I have to reorganize the family style, and I absolutely cannot promote such a crooked style. You will be angry. I do not lack of money in my pocket. The big deal is that we will get together in part ways. The eyes fluttered to Su Jinghan. Still not moving. Right. Okay, let's just spend today. Su Jinghan looked at him, suddenly realized that his brother does not seem to think that he did something wrong, but since he chose to split up, it is impossible to think that he is wrong. The heart asks itself, if the brother really cheating, how to do? Break up? No. Su Jinghan cannot afford to give up. She will definitely keep Muxin in the villa, forbidding him to meet with anyone, so should he not be caught in the act, otherwise the younger brother is not convinced. Woodheart is looking at the cell phone. Suddenly two long legs lifted to his body. He looked at Su Jinghan with a surprised face. What do you mean? Test me with this thing? Which cadre? Well, I really can't stand it. He felt that he was about to become a foot fetishist. Believe me, it really is not a pervert. Not only are the feet good looking, the legs are even more beautiful, long and straight. Sister was just thinking about something. I didn't mean to leave my brother out in the cold. Forgive sister, okay? Sister's feet hurt a bit. Help sister rub it, okay? The steps are placed here. It's not good not to go down, right? Just this once. You can talk to me in the future, but you can't ignore me. To what bicycle? When have you ever seen a woman first admit fault? Poorly. The phone was placed on the table and rubbed his hands together. I definitely wasn't looking forward to it. I couldn't possibly be looking forward to this kind of thing. No way. Absolutely no way. A hand held down her feet. Come all the way here, how do you still want to run? Su Jinghan looked at Muxin's appearance, forcibly endured the itch to put her feet back, leaned back in the chair to enjoy her brother's massage at ease. Sister, let me ask you something? Mu Xian asked as he pressed. What do you like? Su Jinghan answered without even thinking. Sister likes you. Mu Xian. I admit that your answer without any thinking touched me, but you're making me. Let me. Forget it. It's all like this, don't get too carried away. I'm not asking about people. I'm asking what kind of things do you like? Gift giving all have to throw in their favor. When confessing to send sister's favorite. It can't be wrong, right? Suddenly I realized that I was really too witty. You want to give your sister a gift? Su Jinghan opened her eyes to look at him. Not knowing why she thought of what her brother said in the group about going to confession. It couldn't be asking herself and then confessing to someone else. If that was the case, the small leather whip should not be enough. As long as it's from you. Sister likes it. Su Jinghan thought carefully for a moment. She seemed to be lacking in nothing, and the gifts she usually received were almost all lost except for those sent by her family and Zhaoya. If it was from her brother, it had to be treasured. Mu Xian was choked for a moment. What kind of answer was this? What was the difference between it and the universal answer random? So what should be sent? This year's holiday is not a gift. Gift also send brain platinum. Sister will not hit wash me. All blame the advertising is too on the head. Sure enough, it's still up to you to figure it out. Sister, I will ask you another question. This time you have to answer me seriously. Mu Xian hugged her feet and looked at her very seriously. Su Jinghan also opened her eyes. You ask, when is your birthday? Mu Xian found out that he didn't know a lot of things about Su Jinghan, such as her birthday, such as her favorite color and so on. Not a qualified boyfriend. In fact, it had only been a week since the relationship was really established. Sister me. Ah, it's the first day of the first month of the year for birth people. How about it? It's a good day. Woodheart nodded. In fact, he did not feel any significance. The birthday just hit, the holiday is not less to receive a gift. Feel the loss of several hundred million. Aren't you going to tell your sister about your birthday? Su Jinghan put her foot down. My birthday is the day I went to the orphanage. February 29th. No one knew exactly what day Mu Xian was born. Grandpa met him at the entrance of the orphanage when he was less than a year old. Even the time on his ID card was the day he went to the orphanage. Mushin had always felt that it was a very bad day, and that he only reincarnated once every 4 years, so he used to have birthdays according to the lunar calendar. And of course he was in without a birthday after his grandfather passed away. His memories of birthdays were deep and fuzzy. He was very young when his grandfather passed away, and went to another orphanage, where he didn't meet anyone as kind as his grandfather, but instead met a sister Rong, who didn't stab him with needles, and treated him badly, so he ran away by himself when he went to high school. Already passed? Su Jinghan met Mu Xian when it was the beginning of March, almost met his brother's birthday, as if there was no February 29th this year. One word, miserable. In fact, she went a few days earlier and couldn't see it. Mu Xian has no impression of the festival. Anyway, it's all alone, over or not. It's all the same. We can only wait for next year. The days are still long. There is no need to be bound to the day of the birthday. Every day can be cheerful. Su Jinghan put on her shoes. Let's go. Let's go eat. It was time to be in the limelight again. Mu Xian ate very quickly. Hurry to eat and hurry to go. The eyes of the surrounding people are about to nail themselves. It is not the first day to come. Why there are many people in the company who have only heard of this character. Can take down the iceberg female president of the Ruthless who is not curious coupled with the company's lunch is free. Who damn still in the office spacepoint takeout Su Jinghan, however, was not in a hurry, and ate what was called a chewing and slow swallowing. Finally returned to the office. Mu Xian collapsed on the sofa. Someone was born not suitable to stand in plain sight. It was too difficult. How about my sister arranging a position for you in the company? Su Jinghan sat beside him. Mu Xian? Do you have to work even when you're eating soft food now? Isn't it true that you are responsible for earning money to support your family and I am responsible for looking beautiful? Of course he wouldn't agree. He was already prepared to spend his life in swinging. How could he go back to being a humble laborer? It's not good. I don't know anything. Truth be told, that stuff in college was long forgotten. In fact, the little bit of stuff taught in college was as good as nothing. Putting it on the job was not enough at all. With Mu Xian's education and ability there was absolutely no way he could pass the interview and enter Su Jinghan's company. Resume delivery has already brushed him down. Being able to come in would inevitably require other means, such as handling the company's boss like now. Since sister arranged it means that I've examined your abilities, and this position is only something you're capable of. Mu Xian blinked his eyes for a moment. Such a big company. Only I can handle the job. How come I didn't know I'm that good? He shook his head. No back door. In the future, how do my colleagues look at me in the company? Won't they have to point at my back and mutter in a low voice, just this kid, Come in through the back door. Definitely not convinced. At that time, all the cats and dogs come to target him. How tired. Since my sister said that only I am competent, I can fight for the position myself, doing it himself to get enough food. Muxian was a self-improving and self-reliant person, and eating soft food couldn't wear down his spine. This position is internalized. It will not be recruited externally, and only sister knows about it in the whole company. Muxian was alerted. There are quite a few internalized jobs. Many good positions will not appear in the job market, almost just released in no more. It was just that Su Jinghan had brought it up more or less with ill intent. Tell me what it is first, and I'll think about it. No, this position has never been able to recruit anyone. It's hard to come across a suitable one. Su Jinghan identified Muxian. It has to be you. There was a problem. There was indeed a problem. This position was afraid of not being able to see the light of day. Muxian shook her head frantically. Sister still lacks a secretary. Su Jinghan said a position that Muxian could not think of. Isn't there more? He was aware that Fu Yun had been watching the company for many years, entering the company at the same time as Su Jinghan, and had been following Su Jinghan around for so many years, and was extremely excellent in all aspects. Muxian wasn't belittling himself. He didn't deserve to be compared to Fu Yun. She is also a secretary. You are also a secretary. What do you need so many secretaries for? It couldn't be for the sake of opening a back door. Woodhart didn't necessarily need a job. He could keep writing novels. There are some things she can't do. Woodhart nodded. Also right, and not Superman. Some physical work to find a man to do is not impossible. Sip a mouthful of tea. The original is to do physical strength. Also fine, as a favor to his sister. Something secretary dry. Nothing. Woodhart a mouthful of tea sprayed out? Really damn is physical labor. Really can not see the light. Legendary office subterfuge. I was surprised to hear it. I am not clean anymore. I am dirty. Think about the future of their own hiding under the desk, outside someone to report on the work. Fog grass. This is too exciting. Not allowed. Not allowed. Rongjin First Jewelry Store? A variety of jade jewelry is said to be the best of the best. According to who? Of course, Su Jinghan. Muxian stood at the door. The high-grade luxury goods store looked really grand, and a glance could dissuade a lot of poor people. Although Muxian looked a bit of a loser with his sneaky appearance, no one came to stop him. The clothes he was wearing were bought by Su Jinghan. They couldn't be cheap goods. Muxian circled the store several times, looking around without picking one. These things were exactly the same in his eyes. At most there were a few that appealed to him in terms of styling. It wasn't like he was using it himself. So what if he liked it? Hello? Is there any recommendation for gifting elders? Muxian asked a shopping guide lady. The shopping guide lady had already paid attention to him for a long time. Not because he looked like a thief, but the opportunity to see such a face was rare in this life, and she wanted to go up and ask for a contact. The shopping guide lady had some regrets. The good-looking ones were usually snatched up early. Elderly high life? Muxian froze for a moment, as if she did not know. This question was not asked to Su Jinghan. Without parents he didn't even have a reference, so he roughly estimated an age. 40 or 50 years old. Su Jinghan was only 25. Using her as a reference to roughly calculate. Getting married at 25. Having a child at 26. 25 years later would be 51. Undercounting by 1 year was not a big problem. You can take a look at this one. The shopping guide lady brought him to a counter that was full of bracelets. Emerald green in color. Looking good. No way. Muxian shook her head. It's too cheap. He scanned the price. It was only a few $1,000s. Such a price in an ordinary family is indeed good. But Su Jinghan's family is the richest. Can look at this few $1,000s bracelet. Look at this one. Muxian first glanced at the price. More than 100,000 yuan. In fact, do not have to be so far apart at once. Long so big has not been a one-time consumption of so much. A little bit of heartache, and a little bit of anticipation. Brother, buy jewelry to send his wife. Suddenly someone from behind patted Woodhart's shoulder. He turned his head to see an obese face. It's you, old star. Leaving a sentence behind, he continued to look at the jewelry that the guide recommended to him. Old star? The corner of the Star Scout's mouth twitched. Star Scout is my profession, not my name. Don't talk nonsense. Forget it, let him be. Star Detective also know a lot of rich second generation. He will that day in the playground photographed photos to others. A look instantly blew up. Iceberg female president unexpectedly fell in love. Look at the photo. Very loving. The rich second generation is scared silly. Star Scout also scared silly. You say this woman is the only grandson of the richest family Su Jinghan. He has not seen, but Su Jinghan big name is a thunderclap. Suddenly there is a moment to feel refused to be a star. How? What is the entertainment industry? The faith of the Holy Spirit collapsed. This kind of big brother cannot afford to mess with. Looking for a place where no one will destroy the photos. Cannot let the big brother know that he secretly photographed her. Or certainly no more. Did you come to buy a gift for your girlfriend? Gentlemen do not have overnight hatred. The last time the old star ignored his own thing has long been forgotten. Anyway, will not go to be a star. Woodheart even cannot even think of facing the camera himself will shake into what kind of appearance. Nope. Woodheart glanced back at him. Do you have a girlfriend? The old star was probably less than 1.7 meters, with a beer belly that showed his wealth. Don't talk nonsense. I got married a long time ago. Already bald age. Sons and daughters are the oldest. In other people dare to say so early to whip him. This person cannot afford to mess with. The soft rice man who relies on his wife. Yuck. Spit only dare in the heart. He went up. You this cannot. Only 1,100,000. Not worthy of the identity of Mr. Sue. Let's go. Brother will pick one for you. Woodheart shrugged. Do not spend your money. You do not hurt yourself. Follow behind the pass to see. One more person more a share of the opinion. Not as good as listening to a first. Leaning on the counter. Muxin squinted at Old Star. Are you kidding? The counter in the very center. Placed is a shining necklace. Looks noble and gorgeous. The name is also very loud. Is the Titanic heroine's necklace Ocean Star. The price made the wooden heart through the heart. $20 million. Buy yourself cannot afford. Look at what you said. This ocean heart is only worthy of Mr. Sue. The old star's expression was exaggerated. He actually felt that his wife was not worthy of it. He would sue tomorrow. His words. Muxin admitted that if he had the money, he would definitely buy one for Su Jinghan. The point is money. Old Star also saw it. You don't have no money, do you? Muxin coughed. Rich, of course rich. Who would buy something without money? Is there a possibility that I am not going to give it to her? What? The old star did not react for a moment. Not to give to. He stared at the wooden heart with wide eyes. Line bold enough. Would heart quickly cover his mouth? Eat soft rice. This kind of thing there is no need to make it known to everyone. You and the yelling. Careful, I beat you. It's for my mother-in-law. Wiped on the old star. Saliva to make his own hand. Disgusting. Old star frowned slightly. Giving it to mother-in-law? Wooden heart slapped him on the head. What the hell are you thinking? How can your thoughts be so sordid? Watch less unhealthy little movies. In public. Making yourself as perverted as you. Old star hemmed and hawed. He admitted that he was the one who thought wrongly just now. This kind of thing was simply impossible. The old husband would be the first to split him. And it was even more unlikely that Su Jinghan would agree. She doesn't lack these things either. I'll just pick one that passes muster. See those expensive prices. Woodheart wilted. Would like to buy a shiny to meet the mother-in-law's vanity, only to find that the mother-in-law, if there is really vanity, only fear has been high to their own, cannot see. I'll buy one at random. I hope that when the time comes not to go wrong. The relationship was different, and it was even more tangled than giving Su Jinghan a gift. Then take a look at this one. The shopping guide lady listened for half a day and roughly understood the cause and effect. This one is mostly sent by door-to-door meeting parents. In fact, ordinary people will not send such expensive things. To buy some fruit, at most some cigarettes and wine. The old star can directly bring wooden heart to see the heart of the ocean. The guide heart identified him as a rich second generation. Can go to the step of meeting the parents of the rich second generation of both families are familiar with. Go through the motions only. She has worked here for so many years and has seen a lot. Brother, if I say you just buy some fruits to go. These things are not as practical as fruits in the eyes of the second generation. It was inappropriate to say these words in front of the guide, but Old Star couldn't help it. Something at this price point. Bring it out to disgrace the richest man's face. The richest family still depends on whether the second old man recognizes you or not. Otherwise whatever you give away will be in vain. Of course, Muxin knew that he just couldn't feel the rich people's temperament. Afraid that Su Jinghan's parents disliked him because he was poor. For a while he was out of ideas. Would sending this thing be considered as pretending to be a big-tail wolf? The first time to meet the parents are nervous. He was just by Su Jinghan's family's most significant advantage, scared subconsciously toward the money above clothes. So annoying. Anxiety attack. The shopping guide sister glared at the old star. She could see that the wooden heart was shaken, and the commission in hand was going to fly away. But she didn't dare to speak. Who knows how the temper of this rich second generation in front of her. Do we have any gifts for girlfriends here? Gifts for mother-in-law? Woodheart decided to go back and discuss with his sister again. The face of elders is not generally nervous. It is difficult to imagine that by that day he cannot walk to the destination. He added, not the heart of the ocean. Don't want to run to GA drop a waist in order to buy a necklace. Not to mention whether a waist is worth $10 million. Without the waist sister's happy life in the future, how to do? Suddenly feel so poor. It is true that money in this world can only solve 99% of the things. The remaining 1% of the things to wait until you have money to see. Since we all decided to make a formal confession, naturally a ring is indispensable. The eyes of the shopping guide lady lit up again. She recommended a diamond ring to manhwa, saying that what one person can only order one ring in a lifetime. Which is a little bit of bullshit. I'll add money, okay? To be honest, the late straight male Cancer wooden heart froze did not see where to look good. All in the mouth of the shopping guide can only order one. Marketing tactics still have a hand. Wooden heart indeed moved. Heart point is that there is a moral in that he does not have to continue to pick. The old star looked at the picture of the diamond ring skimmed. How many years of the set is still in use? Can only deceive these young people? Like their own people who have been tortured by life. All buy gold. Change other people. Old star may remind a little. Wooden heart, even if it, his wife's so rich, or still care about this point of diamond depreciation or not. What do you think? Wooden heart turned back to ask the old star. Since there is a reference person, do not use for nothing. Old star froze. This thing you ask me? Buddy, is your confession. Not my confession. When the time comes, she does not like to blame it on my head. Shrugged his shoulders, meaning you look at yourself. The things of more than 100,000 you just did not frown. Tens of thousands of dollars of things how to hesitate up. Buddy, a little subjective. Women don't like twisted men. Don't care how much it's worth. She wants to really like you. You send her like. The old star patted the wooden heart shoulder. This kid looks like the first time to fall in love. How can this first time to find a rich woman still rely on a face? This face. Old star is really envious. You send me all like. This Su Jinghan just yesterday and he said, okay, on this. Manhwa immediately shot to buy. Not as much as his own pocket money for a month. That is to say, with the pocket money given by his sister to his sister to buy a gift, it should not be a problem. If she knew that she might want to hold $20,000 is for herself to buy snacks to eat. Used to buy this is not listening to her sister. You can tell me her name. It will be engraved inside the diamond ring at that time. Manhwa wrote down Su Jinghan's name. The old star looked at his heart trembled. It was really her. Fortunately at that time there was no impulse. Otherwise the dog's life should not be saved. Did not buy a gift for the mother-in-law. The matter of confession is resolved a little. Only send a diamond ring will not be too monotonous. Is it necessary to set up a scene? Meal time, and the old star simply ate a casual meal. Brother, it's inappropriate not to give me a ride. The old star looked at Woodhart's luxury car to say that it is not moved is false. This thing is their own life cannot touch the existence. The result of a 20-something years old young man already have. People than people. Face how important. Manhwa decisively refused. No, you take a taxi back yourself. The old star carefully touched the luxury car. Which man does not love cars? Don't. Just this once. No, not even once. Manhwa was resolute. You do not have your own feet? You will not walk back by yourself? You have to send me. You are not a child. You youngster, why are you so insensitive? My passenger seat is reserved for my wife. No one but her is allowed to sit. There are just 2 seats in the luxury car. That's where my sister used to sit. Can you let a fat pig sit on it? No way. Won't allow you to defile my sister. Old star was silent for a long time, and only said one word. Okay. Just deserve to follow. Eat a mouthful of dog food. Bitchy or not. In the afternoon, Manhwa did not go to the company. Just became Mr. Su's secretary on the first day of absenteeism. He returned to the villa to step on the spot in advance, to see how to set up. This is a rare time to be alone. Sister is a sticky person, not willing to part for a second. Must seize the opportunity today. Su Jinghan in the office can be difficult. Her brother went to buy things so half a day and did not come back. Could it be that he was being made difficult? Can't be. She was greeted in advance. It can't be that he went to confess his love. Dogs, you are finished. Just about to go to arrest someone. The phone rang. It was the jewelry store manager's call, telling her what happened in the store. Are you sure he bought a ring for confession? And it was my name that was left? Su Jinghan didn't remember at all that Mushin didn't buy a gift for his mom, and originally didn't want Mushin to buy it. Her sister was jealous of her boss, even of her own mom. Although she knew that her brother didn't mean it that way. She just had a hard time. Yes, it is yours. Okay, I know. Hanging up the phone, Su Jinghan was a little happy, all about to become an old married couple. Her brother even wanted to confess. Should he pretend he doesn't know? Otherwise his brother's plan is going to go down the drain. Buying a ring is recommended by the shopper. The brother's brain makes Su Jinghan cannot let go. He will not know how to do. Should I remind him? How to remind so as not to scare the snake? Sister for the younger brother really worry. I've got it. Su Jinghan suddenly thought of a wonderful way to open her cell phone to find out about muxian's fan group. This kind of time shows the importance of the vest. Sister's baby yet little baby. Confession successful yet wants sister to teach you? Fan A, caught a female fan. Fan B, a day have not moved. It is estimated to have been buried thick. Fan C, sister will not be looking at the dog author. Dog author really damn unlike me, will only heart sister. Fan D, fork out upstairs. Fan Z, fork out +1. Fan 10086, fork out plus 10,086. Su Jinghan looked at the words of Fan C, suddenly wanted to rush over and beat him up. What the hell was released? Which mental hospital is so unreliable? Want to give him a kick out. He is not an administrator. In the future, he will have to ask his brother for an administrator status. As a sister there is a reason to check his brother's fan group. Some of the people who brought down the younger brother, remove them all. The group was active because of Su Jinghan's words, all discussing how muxian confessed. Only muxian did not see any bubbles. He was driving, playing car music. Wooden heart galloped on the road, driving only 0 and countless times, especially for people who get carsick. After driving a car never want to sit in a car again. Took out his cell phone to see. How suddenly someone at me. It's the most annoying time. Nervous as hell. As if I've done something wrong. How can it be my fault and my fan base? Opened to look instantly dumbfounded. What is the situation? How these guys in the group began to discuss the results of his confession. He tried to look up. When he clicked on the next someone at me a few words. The screen scrolling dazzling. He could not see how many people's information in the middle omitted. Were all these people so heavy-handed in their melon-eating mentality? Until finally stopping at a message sent by his sister's baby. The only female fan in the group actually cared about herself. Would family little baby let everyone down? The little author is not ready yet. Still have to wait a few more days. Fan A, goon. Fan B, goon. Fan 10086, goon plus 10,086. Woody's little baby, I don't call this a wimp. I'm waiting for the perfect opportunity. And when the stuff I bought arrives, the confession will surely be successful. Angry. JPG. It's not that he has absolute confidence in the things he bought. It's that he doesn't believe his sister will let him lose. If he really loses, he can only seal his heart and lock his love in this life and no longer believe in love. Fan A, don't believe. Fan B, don't believe +1. Fans 10086, do not believe plus 10,086. Sister's baby, what did you buy? I'm not sure if you want me to help you with the reference. It has to be a female fan. The others cannot be relied on. Especially Fan A. Every time it is he who starts to make noise first. What's going on? Fan A said I also do not know. This you have to ask the dog author. Would family little baby, so far only bought a diamond ring. Sweating. JPG. Fan A, that's it. Fan B, that's it. Fan C, that's it. Suddenly I want to kill all of these guys. Woody's little baby at sister's baby. Do you have any suggestions? As a girl idea should not be too much different. Wood Heart thought, unaware that Su Jinghan in the office has been happy. This you can ask the right person. By the time the younger brother, if he knows that his sister taught him how to confess his sister, will not be directly embarrassed to the original place of death. Sister's baby, where are you going to confess your love? The group is quiet. They are all learning from the experience of the sister's baby. Once I did not care. Now I study verbatim. Woody's tiny baby, in his own villa. Fan A? Fan B? This wave is loaded for him. Sister's baby at Wood family tiny baby. You can start with this. Then like this. And then finally like this. The group was suddenly quiet. Followed by a frenzy of AIT muxian. Come and see if this is appropriate. I'm afraid these two are not living together. No. Living together need to chat in the fan group. Wood Heart holding a cell phone in the villa. According to Su Jinghan said bit by bit to see. Found that every place can be matched. The more you look at the more alarmed. The home to attract thieves cannot. I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm sure it's a good idea. Sending a message to Su Jinghan. He carried a kitchen knife and carefully searched in the villa. Kung Fu no matter how high is afraid of kitchen knives. Must be killed before his sister came back. For the first time, I find such a big villa so annoying. Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian's message and frowned. High-grade villa area. The anti-theft system is first class. How can it attract thieves? Don't panic. What happened? Would Heart sent a voice? Just now in the group there is a person to the villa layout of the exact same thing to tell Su Jinghan. This is not a general thief. Is bound to be a recidivist. Came more than once. He was afraid. In case his sister was alone at home when he came. His sister is not in danger. Sister, why don't we call the police? Su Jinghan listened to the voice of the mouth corner of a draw. The stupid brother did not think about is their own. Can so understand the villa must be only Su Jinghan a person law. This is really an idiot. It's okay, the layout of the villa is the same. He probably lives in the neighborhood. The villa area is very large. The younger brother has not seen the whole picture. Naturally he will not doubt Su Jinghan's words. In fact, her villa is unique. The important thing was not to expose himself yet. Like this? Muxian checked 2 laps without finding anyone. After thinking about it for a while it was really possible. Where did the developers get so many ideas to build different villas? I didn't realize that I had such Big Brother fans. Begin their own coding work. Would Hart to lock the door of the study. He is actually a very timid person. Although Su Jinghan said that there is no burglar. But he has never seen the person is afraid. Feel all over the body wherever uncomfortable. Just like there is a big spider in the house. It's not scary when you look at it. What's scary is that it's gone. Gradually immersed in yards. Unconsciously arrived at 5 o'clock. Muxian took out his cell phone to send a message to Su Jinghan. Sister, when will you come back? What's wrong? Su Jinghan was packing up her things. Today her brother did not come with her in the morning. She needed to drive back by herself. I miss you. How much? Muxian thought for a moment and sent a picture over. It was a moving picture of a repair dog lying on a big white leg with its tongue licking. How much do you think? That's how much I want it. Su Jinghan slightly raised her eyebrows. Okay, don't run away when sister comes back. Listening to Su Jinghan's voice, Muxian inexplicably shrunk his neck. In terms of driving, Su Jinghan was not his match. He alone could single-handedly take on 3 of Su Jinghan. But Su Jinghan is the practice school. Would Hart driving the car she can give realize Mino. So every time is Would Hart defeat. Su Jinghan drove back and stretched out a long leg from the car. Come on, don't be shy. Here, there's really no need to be in such a hurry. Even though it's in the garage the outside can't be seen. But what if? Hurry up. Su Jinghan sat in the driver's seat. Both legs stretched out. Lick whichever one you want. Both together is fine. Muxian shook her head and flew into the villa. Running up to the 2nd floor. There was no need to let go so openly. Can you run away? The villa is your cage. Su Jinghan closed the car door and slowly walked up. Today you must lick. Su Jinghan went upstairs and found that Muxian had disappeared. The younger brother and sister to play hide and seek to come. Su Jinghan will be Wooden Heart to lead the nose to go. Certainly cannot. She did not care about the Wooden Heart. Go to the bedroom to change a set of nightgowns. Legs crossed lying on the bed to take out a flatbed. The excellent hunter will often set a good trap waiting for the prey to throw themselves into the net. Su Jinghan more and more no movement. Wood Heart is more anxious. What is going on? Is it too good to hide yourself? Sister cannot find? Cannot just in the study. Open the door can see. So he carefully probed out. The villa is too large, simply do not know where Su Jinghan is now. Just now clearly heard footsteps upstairs. Half a day no movement. Su Jinghan's afterglow saw a head popping out of the bedroom doorway, pretending not to see it, and continued to take care of business. Deliberate. Absolutely deliberate. Where does Muxian still not know? She is using her patience to wait for herself to jump out. Consumption is victory. Still don't believe that in a while you don't come down to eat. So Wooden Heart neck threw out and stood up straight and walked into the bedroom. I admit that it is the sister who won. What did you do? Su Jinghan didn't even raise her eyes. Muxian is like a student who made a mistake. Lowered her head and stood obediently next to her. Do you want to say that she ran to hide? Forget it. The end may be a little miserable. Going to the toilet. Can't tell the truth, can't lie. Men, either in the toilet or on the way to the toilet. People have 3 urgency. On a toilet how? Su Jinghan was too lazy to break him down. Put the tablet on one side. The 2 long legs alternated a bit to change a posture lying on the bed. What are you waiting for? Muxian looked at the snow-white thighs in front of him, saying that it is impossible not to crave. This is also too shameful. What Su Jinghan decided was something that had to be realized. And Muxian knew that there was no way back from the time he sent the picture out. Forget it, there were no outsiders to see it anyway. Instead, she realized that Su Jinghan was wearing a nightgown, with a vacuum inside. This tongue as if it does not listen to the call, have their own ideas, licking lick crooked. Would Heart only feel tongue has been numb? Never thought that one day the tongue will also feel tired. Lying down next to Su Jinghan, he rested. Sis, do you read novels? Muxian was thinking more and more wrong. To say that the household type was the same, he admitted it. Could the decoration of the 2 villas be the same as well? Su Jinghan's villa is the king of the building here, the largest one. He also drove through a few other villas. The neighborhood rarely see a new Chinese decoration style. There must be a demon when things go wrong. He began to wonder if the female fan in the group could be Su Jinghan. The more he looked, the more he looked like her. He didn't need to ask Su Jinghan where she found the fan group for such a boring topic. She could even find out her own address. A fan group only. What's wrong? Want sister to go and reward you with gifts? Su Jinghan rolled over and hugged him. Muxin shook his head. The reward gift platform has to take a percentage. You might as well just give it to me directly. He was a little unsure of how to ask the question. Things without evidence were too pale. He needs to find an opportunity to test. Must not let a time bomb remain in the fan group, as if it cannot be kicked out of the sister. Alas, let the brothers and the group restrain themselves a bit. The little author is afraid of being implicated. Eat. Muxin got up. Changing the topic is always the easiest way to escape. Long hungry. Get up. The next morning, Muxin nudged Su Jinghan, who was still asleep, but she held Muxin down again and rolled over in bed to continue sleeping. Muxin was happy and poked her face. If you don't get up you'll be late for work. I didn't expect his sister to stay in bed. Today was not a weekend, but he knew that the company had a punch card system, and being late was subject to deductions. As the president of the company, he had to set an example. If you're tired, sleep a little longer. I'll go make you breakfast first. Managing such a big company, as long as a person with a brain can think of it being very tiring. Exactly how tiring, probably only Su Jinghan herself knows. A career couldn't be without, nor could it be too big. There's nothing going on today. It's fine if I don't go. Su Jinghan muttered a sentence and gathered Muxin into her arms. How could she want to get up when her brother was in her arms? Not going? Muxin peeled away Su Jinghan's hand, revealing his nose. Do not go. Do not go. What grade you are also worthy of my wife to set an example. Anyway, it is their own company. No one dares to deduct money. So, already woke up. Muxin slept back to sleep. When I woke up again it was already 11 o'clock, and there was no one around me anymore. Which was good. The laziest person somehow became himself. Why didn't you call me? Going downstairs, Su Jinghan was scrutinizing a painting. What's the point of calling you? You're not working. Muxin paused on the stairs. So reasonable. I don't work. 20,000 pocket money a month. Get up and do what? He walked over to Su Jinghan. What are you doing? The painting is a landscape painting. It looks a bit old, but unfortunately he doesn't know how to paint. He can only see that it looks good. We'll give this painting to Grandpa when we go to see him. Su Jinghan found a place to hang the painting temporarily. Give the painting away? This level of calligraphy in painting was not at all something that Muxin could touch. He had once accompanied a boss who would participate in a charity auction. At that time, there was a calligraphy master who wrote a few brush strokes on the spot, and surprisingly, he sold more than $100,000. At that time to the wooden heart stunned. He knew for the first time to make money so easy, that a few words are not as good as their own writing it. Did not sprout the idea of entering the profession? After this, how much water in it can be imagined? Is this painting famous? The painting Su Jinghan could send out was bound to not be a stall product bought anywhere. The big families were obsessed with poetry and songs, antiques and paintings, these state-owned luxuries, and these things were definitely not something ordinary people could touch. This is one of Huang Gongwang's authentic paintings. Su Jinghan hung up her words and turned around, pulling Muxin away. Muxin had never heard of this name. Su Jinghan let out a light laugh, saying that you don't know his name. You should know Dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Right. It is from Huang Gongwang's hand. Dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Muxin had heard of it. There was a period of time when it was noisy. He had not seen what it looked like. He turned back to look at the painting hanging on the wall. He did not know if it was the effect of celebrity. Suddenly he felt that the painting was better than just a moment ago. Don't look. It's not this one. The Dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains painting was hidden in the museum. It couldn't be gotten. Muxin shrugged his shoulders. He had no feeling for this thing. Whatever masters, he only cared about how much money he could get from selling it. Sis, didn't buy a gift for mom and dad. Yesterday, he went to the jewelry store and returned empty-handed. Don't worry about them, just buy some back at random when the time comes. Su Jinghan was also speechless. Going back to his own home still need to buy things. Not just go if you want to, but won't mom and dad be jealous? Buying for grandpa and not for mom and dad. When the time comes, they will still think that they have a problem with them. I just happened to get this painting. Otherwise it would be empty-handed to go back. Got it. It's just that it's better not to give anything special. That's it. Muxin was also too lazy to think about it. He received a phone call. It was from the jewelry store. The ring he ordered yesterday had been made and could be picked up at any time. It is not 3 days to pick up the goods. This is only a day not to notify himself. Cannot perfunctory work to get a defective product out of it. After eating he was going to take a look. Sister, I'm going out. Gave Su Jinghan a greeting. Took the car keys and left. Sister will accompany you. Can this work? Of course not. Su Jinghan personally went not to reveal it. Today Su Jinghan at home. He did not have the opportunity to set up the villa. The ring cannot be known in advance by her. Otherwise, where does the surprise come from? No need. It's rare for you to rest at home. I'll be fine alone. I'll be back soon. Where to go? Su Jinghan stood in front of him with her chest clasped. Has her brother already started to be impatient with himself? He doesn't even want to go out with himself. What kind of reason should Muexin use? It would have been unusual for a geek to go out. I'm going to prepare a surprise for my sister. Su Jinghan stood by the window and watched as Muexin drove away. What was the surprise she was talking about? Was she going to confess to herself? But there was no arrangement with the ones he said. Inside the jewelry store, Muexin carefully examined the ring, which did have Su Jinghan's name in it, and there were no flaws in all places. Didn't you say 3 days? How come it's ready in 1 day? You can't ask me to add money. He hated cheating consumers the most. As long as he has been cheated once, he will never go to that store to buy something again. So he has not eaten chestnuts for years. The boss who buys chestnuts will always give him a little more weighing. To half a caddy to give 9 or 2. The key is not the price of half a caddy. He couldn't eat them all at once. And they didn't taste good after sitting for a long time. Bitter. Of course not. The shopping guide lady had a good attitude. Because you are our lucky customer. The production is finished for you in advance. You still have one more chance to draw. May I ask if you want to draw now? The shopping guide young lady took out a flat plate. On the flat plate was a disc that was divided into 8 equal parts, all of which were covered up, not being able to see the prizes behind them. When did this kind of activity even come out? Old Star came from outside. Mushin looked up at him. Why are you here again? You're not following me, are you? Seeing it yesterday and again today. Suspicious. Too deliberate. I told you I won't agree to be a star. That path is not destined to belong to me. If he knew what Muexin was thinking, the old star would have disliked him a few times. A soft rice man should eat soft rice. Nothing else is suitable for you. I came to buy jewelry for my wife yesterday, and was interrupted by you and forgot about it, causing me to go home and almost get beaten up. The old star looked at Muexin's back and gritted his teeth. Yesterday he was so focused on giving him advice that he only remembered when he went home that he hadn't bought anything. Fortunately, today is only the anniversary of the wedding. Otherwise it will become the anniversary of the divorce. Old star, you can't do this family status. Well, you can. The old star did not bother to take care of him. You a soft rice man and I talk about family status. May go home how to play it. I guess privately have to call his wife Lord. Old star asked the guide. What is this activity? Sir, it is like this. Buy our products to win a lucky draw. Mr. Wood bought a diamond ring from us yesterday and was lucky to win a lucky draw. The shopping guide lady patiently explained. Muexin hadn't heard about the event when he came yesterday, and it came out of nowhere today. I'll buy a necklace. I can also draw a prize, right? A cheap bastard doesn't take advantage. Although Old Star didn't know what the prizes were, it didn't stop him from moving his fingers. I'm sorry, sir. There's only one spot in this raffle. Old Star froze. Without anyone knowing about the event, somehow someone won the prize. Brother, the one in the family you bought the diamond ring doesn't know, right? Wooden Heart shook his head. Are you sure? If he didn't know Wooden Heart's identity, Old Star would sue the jewelry store for shady practices. Draw it. Patting Wooden Heart on the back, he wanted to see what good treasures he could draw. Wooden Heart's small hand a little. The turntable began to turn up. The drawn area revealed a line of words, buy one get one free. Old Star was stunned. This prize was too generous. If Wooden Heart had bought the Ocean Star yesterday, this store would probably lose money until it closed down. Really? Wood Heart looked at the guide. He just wanted to know if the prize could be redeemed. The guide bent down and took out a larger box. The box opened to 2 new couples' diamond rings, a bit bigger and better looking than the ones Muexin had bought himself. You call this a buy one get one free? Old Star came over to take a look. The male model had Muexin's name engraved inside and the female model had Su Jinghan's name engraved. Brother, this is too obvious. You're only afraid that you've been exposed a long time ago. Muexin scratched his head. He would be a fool if he couldn't see it. That said, how did Su Jinghan know about it? The matter was only known to himself, the Old Star and the jewelry store. Muexin glanced at Old Star next to him. It would be a hell of a thing for him to be able to contact Su Jinghan like this, so that left only the jewelry store. Right. This store was recommended to him by Su Jinghan. She was afraid that she would have already greeted him to give him the biggest discount, or she would secretly make up the money. Oh my god. Having such a sister. I'm going to cry to death. So, Su Jinghan has already known that she wants to confess. Then the one in the group LD. Muexin felt like she had found a blind spot. Buy one get one free. This is a pair. Do I have to make up the money? Muexin did fancy the couple set. As long as the price wasn't too outrageous it was acceptable. Buy one get one free. A pair is also one. The shopping guide lady no longer wanted to explain anything. Listening to their talk and the manager's instructions to herself, she had already guessed everything. This world is so malicious to me. Why does such a handsome person have such a love object for him? Why let me a single dog to bear such pain? The old star also wants to ask why. Why is the gap between people so big? Don't you just have a face? You soft rice man, what virtue and what ability, ah. Can't wait to take over the body to become him. Take it, brother. Don't ask anymore. Your wife must be secretly out of it. The old star already did not want to look at. No matter how would Heart and how to explain he will not believe. Would Heart also not prepared to explain? By sister so favored very happy well. He put away the diamond ring. Did not continue to linger. Back to the car he was thinking. Sister's baby is not Su Jinghan. This is related to the group's method cannot be used. If it is really her, confession would be too embarrassing. In case the details are not done properly, maybe it will also be disliked by the sister. Would family little baby now go to confession? Successful called happy lazy goat. Failed called licking dog boiling goat. Determination. JPG. Fan A, squat. Fan B, squat. Fan C, kick me with results. Woodheart didn't care about the people in the group who seemed to be idle every day. Every time he sent a message, it was as if he didn't have a serious job. He drove all the way back to the villa. It was also considered a leave of absence to come out, procrastinate for too long, and come home to possibly see his sister who was waiting for him with a small whip. Looking at the villa from afar, Mu Xian glanced sideways at the ring placed on the passenger side, quite curious to know what Su Jinghan's current state is, and whether she has seen the information she sent in the group. I should have known that the group is banned. The screen is too fast to necessarily see, but Mushin sent it at all members. Whistling and parking the car, Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan sitting on the sofa boredly playing with her cell phone. It's true that people still have to go to work. Vacation at home are boring. Back. Su Jinghan, who was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone, glanced at him. That lazy look makes people can't help but hug in pity. Only Mu Xian knows that his sister's body is indeed soft. The imperial sister is also soft. Aha. Mu Xian unharmonious went upstairs. Su Jinghan put down her cell phone and raised her head to look at Mu Xian's back suspiciously. Not to say that she wants to confess. How to come back empty-handed. Did. As if she thought of something terrible. She got up quickly and followed her brother. Mu Xian accelerated his pace, returned to the bedroom and closed the door, and changed the ring hidden inside the clothes to hide it in a different place. Su Jinghan's fists clenched. Good. Don't wait for your sister even if it's not, but also dare to speed up and run away. Dog. The small leather whip must be smoked on the body today. Mu Xian leaned against the wall. He was waiting for Su Jinghan to come in, and was afraid of Su Jinghan coming in. Why do you dare to have this test move? Is it really because Su Jinghan dives into the fan base? No. It is his sister's recent favoring of him that made him lose himself and forget his sister's tactics. Can't just come in and beat himself up. The door was slowly opened. Mu Xian quickly dodged to act as if she didn't know anything. Things had come to this. If she couldn't swindle out her identity in the group, it would be too much of a loss. Brother, do you not love your sister anymore? Su Jinghan approached Mu Xian step by step until she pressed him against the wall. Mu Xian gulped, probably really pissed off his sister. Even once when he escaped he had never seen such a sense of oppression on Su Jinghan. He felt that he would die here in the next second. Lowering his head, he didn't dare to look at Su Jinghan's eyes. One more second and he would have directly knelt down. This was the aura of a superior. No wonder Su Jinghan was able to lead such a large company and suppress those who had bad intentions in the company. How could it be? I will always love my sister alone. Su Jinghan scoffed. Men's words lie ghost. Your words and demeanor are very different. Can sister believe you? Mu Xian suddenly stepped forward and hugged Su Jinghan. Sister, you know me. I am not good at socializing. You are the only one of my opposite sex friends. And I don't have many same-sex friends. I only love you one. Truly. And same-sex friends? Su Jinghan smiled lightly. Deleted. Very beautiful smile makes Woodheart creepy. Same-sex friends also deleted. You still not reasonable. In case one day I disappeared, kidnappers look at the empty various lists. How embarrassing. No. There is also Su Jinghan. A person against those crooked melons and jujubes. Zhao Feng, who are you saying is a crooked melon and crack dates? Sister is for your own good. In case you meet a same-sex pervert who is plotting against your younger brother, what should I do? When it comes to teaching your younger brother, it will be troublesome. You say right? Su Jinghan stroked Mu Xian's face. Right, you a big head of hell. Mu Xian growled in his heart. Having a few friends of the same sex is gay. Almost all girls have girlfriends. Wouldn't all girls be lilies? Where did that crooked reasoning come from? How can sister's reasoning be crooked? Sister's reasoning is the truth. It's not necessary. My sexual orientation is normal. Other people don't care. Can't let his sister misunderstand himself. In fact, even if he doesn't say it, if there is a homosexual in his best friend Muxin will also cut off relations with him. Muxin doesn't discriminate against homosexuality. The premise is that you don't come to me. Why did you ignore your sister and go upstairs alone? Su Jinghan took half a step back and looked at Muxin with her hands on her chest. Are you serious with your half-step backward movement? At this moment, Muxin did not have the slightest doubt that one day when he and his sister said I don't love you anymore, she would instantly change her attitude and finish herself off. Maybe this is the legendary love to let go. This is not to make it difficult for me. Woodheart cannot tell the truth. Yes, are a family. Why can't we tell the truth? Why not ask her directly? Pampered sisters should not refuse themselves. But no one bitch life is really boring, alas. Appropriate bitch can add to the communication between husband and wife, is not it? Men, there are always so many days in a bad mood. A person to slow down on it. Lying eyes did not blink. Bad mood. Why not come to find sister? Su Jinghan did not suspect. All called brother. Naturally vulnerable. Needs sister comfort. Muxin pursed her lips. I really deserve to die. Deceiving such a good sister. Tonight I guess I cannot sleep. Dreaming I really deserve to die. I'm not afraid that the bad mood interferes with my sister. I'll regulate it alone for at most half an hour. Woodheart used to be sad at most half an hour. Half an hour later. I do not know what boring things to find. Stupidly happy. A bitter life requires self-indulgence. Are you in a better mood now? Woodheart nodded. Sister are so concerned. Do not get an inch. Isn't there anything you want to do to your sister? Su Jinghan looked at Muxin with some anticipation. Hurry up. Sister is ready. Muxin was more and more certain that Su Jinghan was in the group. Even if it wasn't that LDE, there were definitely other accounts diving in. She would have to be a little more skillful in chatting in the group in the future. Also have to let that group of family members to restrain a little bit. Cartwheel press over, not afraid. Just afraid to be heard by Su Jinghan. Cartwheel may really press on oneself. No, it's not appropriate in this broad daylight. I don't know why. The backbone rose in this instant. Okay. Su Jinghan nodded, turned around and surprisingly left directly. Then wait for the night. At that time, younger brother, don't run away. Muxin? Just leave like that? Am I playing a little too much? Sister, you come back. Listen to my explanation. It's not like that. I'm joking with you. He chased out of the bedroom. Sister, do not be angry. In fact, do not have to wait until the evening. Now is not impossible. The trick of wanting to capture the heart is really not suitable for Muxin. On composure he is far from Su Jinghan's opponent. Sister, what are you looking at? Su Jinghan was lying on the sofa playing with her cell phone. Muxin habitually went over to hug her. This time Su Jinghan unexpectedly pushed him away. Aggrieved, he looked at Su Jinghan. This is not love, is it? The cell phone vibration came. He sat on the other side of the sofa and looked at the message in the group. Sister's baby, did the confession succeed? At Mu family tiny baby. Muxin raised his eyes and looked at Su Jinghan on the opposite side. No wonder he didn't dare to let himself look at her cell phone. So he came to the group to eat melons. At a certain moment he wanted to directly rush over to grab Su Jinghan's cell phone and ask loudly, this is you, right? However, those people in the group made him gnash his teeth. Fan A, look at his wimpy face. Surely he didn't. Fan B, that's right. Maybe wandering around downstairs not even daring to send a message. Woodheart gnashing teeth. Backhand to Fan A and Fan B, banned 10 minutes. Although you usually love me, but now the face makes me feel heartbroken. You have a lot of people, I cannot win you. I cannot let you speak. Listen to me on the line. Would family little baby at sister's baby, why do you feel that you care so much about my confession? Do you have thoughts about me? Fan C, eat melon. JPG. Fan D, eat melon. JPG. Muxin looks at Su Jinghan on the opposite side of the table. You're so composed. Your younger brother is going to be snatched away. Sister's baby, I just saw the confession for the first time. Don't talk nonsense at Mu family little baby. How can sister be interested in you? Fan C, don't believe it. Fan D, don't believe it. Would family tiny baby, I've never seen the confession. And you dare to give me advice. At sister baby, the theory says it all. If you haven't experienced a few confessions, Woodheart doesn't believe it. Fan C, I've been exposed. Fan D, I'm so sorry. Woodenheart suddenly felt that there should not be many real fans in the group. All of them are repeating chickens. Fork out. The nature of human beings is a repeater. Wood's little baby, say, are you an undercover agent lurking in here? At sister baby, don't say kick out ow. Fan C, sweating. JPG. Fan D, don't know you. JPG. What kind of a middle-aged sicko have we powdered? Worthy of being an author who can write explosive brainless cool articles. The brain circuit and regular people just aren't on the same baseline. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth twitched. Undercover. Really let him guess right. She still wants to kick herself out. Good tired of living is it? Sister's baby at Murak tiny baby. Sister admits that I am just plotting against you. So have you confessed or not? Mu Xian rubbed up and jumped up, waiting for you to say this. He flew to Su Jinghan behind. Scared, Su Jinghan panicked and buckled his cell phone. Looking at him worriedly. What's wrong? It wasn't that there were unseen messages in the phone that couldn't be shown to her brother. It was her brother's actions that made her think something big had happened. Sister, what are you doing? Withholding your phone in such a hurry? Sadness was written on her face. So you are such a sister. Silently retrieve the phone and walk away. No more love. I'm leaving. Alas. No. Su Jinghan got up. Mu Xian suddenly turned back and put her cell phone in front of her. Sister, look. Someone is hitting on me. Can you stand this? The sudden shift caused Su Jinghan to freeze. What exactly is the topic we are discussing? Su Jinghan took a look at it. It was exactly what she had posted in the group. Can you tolerate it? I can't fight with myself. What kind of expression do you have? It's so blatantly robbing people. Why aren't you angry at all? Mu Xian continued to fan the flames. Alright, sister, check who she is. The big deal is to create another small number to enter the group and quarrel with yourself. The best is much better to do things. It is a bit troublesome to switch the account back and forth. And you need to buy another cell phone. Still need to check? Mu Xian snatched Su Jinghan's cell phone. Isn't this person a sister? Fingerprints unlocked. Immediately knowing everything, Su Jinghan grabbed Mu Xian's wrist, her eyes staring at her brother in death. At this moment, how could she not know that she had been exposed? He was completely swindling himself. Okay, younger brother has grown up. Dare to play this kind of small scheme with elder sister. She pushed Mu Xian down onto the sofa and took a step across to sit on top of him. Obviously you were the one who hid it from me first. Woodheart was unconvinced. Having begun to use such underhanded means to spy on everything about herself. What do you mean by concealing? Su Jinghan grabbed his collar. You didn't ask me. Of course I don't have to tell you. You. Woodheart found in action than Su Jinghan. Speech logic is equally than Su Jinghan. Love in love with a woman which is logical. Sister did not directly say that it is your fault to be satisfied. You teach me to confess to you. Not afraid that when the time comes there is no sense of surprise? Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian with slight disdain. Who told you to be so stupid? You can't even confess. Talking to a steel-straight man in love as this is not good. There are no small surprises in life. In exchange for the peace of mind that it is impossible to derail. If this character of the younger brother can derail, the pig will get on the tree. I've never seen a confession either. How would I know? Woodheart voice is very small. He is not the character of the hilarious. Even if the downstairs confession uproar sound again, he will not go to look at a glance. He hates crowded and noisy occasions. Out of the factory settings, Woodheart's attribute points probably all points in the face value and luck 2 plate. As for love, is not at all. Even though he had read a few romance novels, the love words were only one sentence of I love you, and it was as if those oaths of the sea hadn't passed through his brain, going in the left ear and out the right ear, and he hadn't memorized them at all. Sister has already taught you. Why don't you come yet? Su Jinghan leaned down. She didn't mind that her brother was a blank sheet of paper in this aspect. Details could be cultivated. Her brother was a smart person. Of course, Su Jinghan didn't like the fact that those who planted the trees in front of her multiplied the coolness after her. You get up first. No. Su Jinghan directly plopped down on top of Mu Xian. You're the one who just said it's okay during the day. Mu Xian. Aren't we discussing the confession? The ring has to be put upstairs. Mu Xian didn't take the ring down. Or else it would have been a perfect occasion when she sat on herself just now. Su Jinghan stood downstairs and waited. Watching as Mu Xian walked down with the 2 rings and stood in front of herself to open the box. Don't you need to get down on one knee? Ceremony this thing more or less still need to have. Remember that he has already told what to do when confessing. He even did not listen to his sister's words. Woodheart expressed injustice? Sister's words how can not remember it? Is to put on the ring after hugging her kiss. He remembered can be clear. Men's knees have gold. Kneeling is not allowed. It will break the wealth. Su Jinghan gasped and laughed. Wealthy brother. How much is there? Sister will give you. Overbearing to the extreme. A little bit of money is just a little bit of money. It doesn't matter. Mu Xian froze for a moment. Flopped down on the ground. Not to mention one knee down. Both knees down to kowtow. Don't mention dignity to me. My dignity is withdrawing. I confess you buy a ring. Which have you like this? 2 rings on the hand. Woodheart looked at the extra ring that he bought, feeling a little redundant. You guessed it all? Su Jinghan stretched out her other hand, letting Mu Xian put the ring on her. Bought it all. Put it all on. The corner of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. I'm not a fool. Suddenly some wanted to know. In her eyes, what exactly is her image? Stupid white sweet? How can you buy a ring and sell only one? We are two people. Su Jinghan looked at him with a sly grudge. A couple's ring is of course a pair to show identity. She almost didn't die of anger when she heard the jewelry store talk to her at that time, and hurriedly ordered another pair of rings. Mu Xian scratched his head. Buying a ring for himself? He really didn't have such free time. The reason why he sent Su Jinghan a ring was because of the relationship between the two of them. Focusing more on the significance of it. What significance could there be in buying one for himself? Shouldn't we proceed to the next step? None of it matters. It's easy to be killed when you get a bargain. Fan A, how come there's no movement? Is it a failure? I knew it. At Mu family tiny baby. Fan B, that goes without saying. The result is obvious. At Mu Jia little baby. Fan A and Fan B's ban lifted immediately in the group screen. Just 10 minutes was almost suffocated. The small author grew up. Even dare to smack us these food and clothing parents. Must give him some color to see. So would Heart's cell phone crazy ringing non-stop. All are at his people. Looking at the screen full of slightly mocking words. Even though he knew that this group of brothers of their urine, they do not have malicious intent. Just mouth flirting a few words. The heart is inclined to want to fight. He pulled over Su Jinghan's hand. Interlocked his fingers. The two rings glittered, and took a picture. Would family little baby, who envied me not to say. Picture. JPG. Would family tiny baby, disappointed brothers. From now on I will quit our single dog alliance. As a proof. At all members. The group fell into a few seconds of silence. Wouldn't Heart know that all go to enlarge the picture to observe carefully? After all, this kind of thing always need to identify the authenticity of the online casually stolen picture. Do not want to deceive the brothers. Fan A, I did not expect that you really abandoned me and so on and go. The alliance has me in. All good, don't come back. Crying. JPG. The corners of Mu Xian's mouth twitched. How to have a kind of old father's sense of immediacy. This guy's really good at adding drama to himself. Fan B, congratulations. Congratulations. Bring the red envelope. At Mu family little baby. Fan C, give me the red packet. At Mojiojiayabi. Fan D, give me the red packet. At Mojiojiayaji. Fan Z, give me the red envelope. At Mojiojiayabi. This, would Heart blinking eyes. I thought you guys are sincere blessing me. I did not think it is thinking of the poor assets in the pocket of the brother. You guys good vicious heart. Would family tiny baby, brother is happy today. Give the brothers some benefits. Would family little baby, red packet. Just a moment was snatched up. Exploded out of the unknown number of fish diving in the group. Fan A, this is gone? How many years have you guys been single with the same hand speed? At Mu Jia Xiao Bao Bao. One more. Fan A only felt that the phone was stuck. And when it recovered, it was already gone. Fan B at. If you don't want to send it, don't send it. Send it to the caller. Screenshot. JPG. Can see in the screenshot, there are only 20 red envelopes. The biggest one is the 5 cents that Fan B grabbed. The rest are not even more than 2 cents. Fan A, worthy of a dog author. You're a real dog. Comforted. JPG. If this is the only money, might as well not grab it. It's too diabolical. Fan B, taken off, chopper. Fan C turned off, chopper. Fans D, shut down, chopper. Oh, exempt. The gold master fathers left me. Mu Xian glanced at Su Jinghan who was at his side. But I have a more powerful gold master sister, alas. Fan ABCD, Sheena. Would family little baby, what kind of words are you guys talking about? Shouldn't you be the ones to give me money for my share? At all members. Moji AOE, it doesn't have to be much. Just 200 per person. Since when is there no birthday gift for birthdays? Instead, the person who has a birthday needs to treat other people to dinner to celebrate his or her birthday. Luckily, Wooden Heart doesn't celebrate birthdays, or else, it's not a loss. Fan A, gone brothers. The little author grew up. Rebellious. Do not love the old fathers. Heartache. JPG. Fan B, it would family little baby. Give you 5 minutes time. Red envelope handed out. Or really go. Packing up. JPG. Would Heart crying and laughing. Just no so long or have feelings in. Then generous wants it. Hesitate to put a $30,000 red envelope out. The group is still a lot of family members. In order for each person to have a passable red packet, it is so much money. $30,000 may still be less. The first time to send such a large red envelope. A little heartache. There should be some zombies in the group, and then they can still recover a little bit. As a result, only a second red envelope left one. That is to say, only one person did not claim their own red envelopes. This group of livestock. Usually do not say a word. Grab red envelopes so positive. Why is there still one? He looked sideways at Su Jinghan. Quickly go to the group and claim the red packet. It was acceptable for the red packet to be grabbed by Su Jinghan alone, but not the other way around. Looking at the red packet opening interface, Mu Xin frowned. How did you only grab this much? Su Jinghan didn't even grab 30. He was sent $30,000. Ah, I should have known to set it up as an even split. Not thinking that my sister can grab a maximum. The result. Suddenly wanted to take back the red packet and resend it. Fan 10086 at sister's baby. Sister, you have no chance. Don't be discouraged. Look at me. Ah. Would heart face instantly gloomy? I take you as family. You guys even miss my wife. Cannot endure a little. Kill you all. I'll kill you all. Su Jinghan of course also saw that the group had begun to brush the screen, and more than one person was hitting his sister. Mu Xian gritted her teeth and backhanded an all ban. Would family tiny baby, sister is mine. Don't even think about it. Then unbanned. Just to clear the screen to send a sentence for this group of unsuspecting people to see. Fan A, I advise you to behave yourself. Little author. Fan B at Mujia Xiao Xiao Bao. This kind of thing we do not want to do this kind of thing. Fan C, believe me? You can't hold on to it. This can endure. This cannot endure a little. Today must declare sovereignty. Otherwise these guys in the group to mouth to what extent? But how to do it? Pull Su Jinghan again to take a picture? What can be proved by sending it again? The incompetent rage of the wooden heart. This kind of thing needs Su Jinghan to personally appear. He has not yet opened his mouth, but Su Jinghan suddenly pulls his hand, and clicks a photo from a different angle. Sister's baby, he's already mine. Picture as proof. JPG. Fan A? Fan B? Fan C? The group was quiet. For a while surprisingly no one understood what was going on. Looking at the two photos that were merely at different angles, everyone was confused. Fan A at Mujia Xiao Xiao baby, you didn't listen to its sister's baby and switch, did you? Fan B, you're even such a person. Misread you. JPG, the group is full of voices denouncing the wooden heart. Wooden heart think these brothers in the group quality is quite good. No wonder cannot find a girlfriend. Maybe because too positive. The first time I felt the difficulty of proving it. I'll be able to do it later. The first time I felt the difficulty of proving. In the future or less to send something. Life is still to be quiet. Would family little baby, there is a possibility. I want to confess to the person has been her. Fans A, no way. Who can prove it? Fan B, who can prove it? Sister's baby, I can prove it. The queue was disrupted. Everyone was completely messed up. This can't be fucking true. Fan A at sister's baby, you taught him how to confess yourself? Mushin could even imagine his horror when he posted this sentence. What kind of sci-fi movie is this? Wandering Earth is no better. Sister's baby, there's no way. He's too stupid. He can only be taught by hand. Mu Xian felt the smile shift to Su Jinghan's face. What do you mean I'm too stupid? In front of outsiders give me some face. Ah hey. Forget it. I'm on a soft diet. I don't need any more face. As long as I'm not embarrassed. The ones who are embarrassed are the others. Envy you all to death. Fans A. Fan B. Fan C. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Tricking a dog in to kill it like this. Please download the National Anti-Fraud app immediately. This is something that can happen in the world. What kind of pillow can do such a beautiful dream? The authors send a pillow link. Thank you. Would family tiny baby, now you guys believe it. Cool. Fan A at sister's baby, does he know who you are in the group? Fan B, bullshit. Surely no. Otherwise how dare you admit in front of us? Not looking for death. Sister's baby, he didn't know at the time. He guessed today. Fan B. Fan C. What's wrong with the world? Has sci-fi evolved to such a degree? The three-body man attacked the earth? Fan A, I won't tell you who is sour. Fan B, I won't say who drooled with envy. Fan C, congratulations. Fan D, congratulations. The formation is extremely neat. Things have come to this. The old fathers can only offer sincere blessings. Don't forget the old fathers when you eat the wedding wine. Would family little baby, don't just say, come a little practical. The share of money it. Would heart still thinking about the brother's share of money? Long heard of someone married and divorced and married, just to cheat the share of money. He was curious about how much it can be. It is worth doing so. Fan A, down. Fan B, down. Fan C, not yet licensed. What's the hurry? Fan D, down. Talk about money more hurt feelings. A mention of money instantly no one shadow. Of course, Wood Heart will not really want the brother's money. Really sent him will not receive. See the novel when all to their own gifts to come. More than the portion of the money are cherished. Su Jinghan's sight but fell on the different message that was covered. Ding dong. Exiting from the group, Mu Xian's WeChat received a transfer notification from Su Jinghan. A full $50,000. What do you mean? Giving money again for no reason? Could it be a breakup fee? Su Jinghan sent down the phone. You just sent 30,000 red envelopes. Pocket money are used over. Sister is giving you some. Take a look. What a good sister. Mu Xian was touched and wanted to hug her and cry bitterly. Actually, it's not necessary. I have money to send red envelopes. Quickly accept it. Su Jinghan didn't listen to his explanation. There was no reason to ask for the money given out back. This money is not taken for nothing. Elbow. Go swimming with sister. After lying at home all day today, her body was uncomfortable and she needed to exercise. There is a swimming pool on the first floor of the villa. It is not very big, more than 20 meters long. 2 people swimming is more than enough. Would heart receiving transfer hand trembles a little. Go swimming? He shook his head frantically. Don't go. Beat him to death. Do not listen to sister's words? Listen. Mu Xian nodded. Su Jinghan tugged on his clothes. Quick elbow. Accompany sister to swim. Mu Xian still shook his head. Are you afraid of water? Su Jinghan asked. There were only 2 possibilities for being afraid of water. One was having drowning experience. The other was rabies. But his brother looked healthy. Not afraid. A timid good boy like Mu Xian, who couldn't afford to go to the swimming pool when he was a child and didn't dare to go to Wild Wing, couldn't possibly have had a drowning experience. As for rabies, it was even more unlikely. Wooden Heart was a little afraid of dogs, especially big dogs. Every time he passed by them his nerves were tense, just for fear of jumping up and suddenly biting himself. Therefore every time he saw a dog he avoided it. Why don't you go? Su Jinghan stood in front of him, a little angry that his brother had begun to swear against himself. It wasn't really that serious. I don't know how to swim. Mu Xian scratched his head a little embarrassed. Having him swim in a crowded pool in his swim trunks. Geez, how much a full set of abs attracts the eye. Kill me. Could imagine that even if he went to the pool, he would only dare to take a dip by the side of the pool. He's afraid of bumping into people when he swims. Plus, I hear people always pee at the pool. Cleanliness fetish committed. Su Jinghan thought how serious it was. Who was born knowing how to swim? Elbow. Sister teach you. Wouldn't it be better? The brother in the water was at his mercy. Pulling up Mu Xian, he headed for the indoor pool. Ugh. Haven't changed into a swimsuit yet. Mu Xian hadn't bought a swimsuit and didn't know if there were any in the villa that suited him. Su Jinghan pulled him. What do you need a swimsuit for? That's all for outside. There's no need for it at home. Mu Xian? What kind of tiger and wolf words is this? Are you sure we are going swimming? In the end it will ironically develop into something inappropriate for children. Is it too late for me to return the money now? Would Heartfoot Thumb point the swimming pool water? Surprisingly warm water. Really come to swim. Sure it is not a bubble bath? Jumped into the pool with a leap, startling the water splash. If you go diving, it's definitely a 0. Su Jinghan wiped the water off her face. Mu Xian shrugged. I'm not a diver. What we're comparing is who has more and bigger splashes. Although the less the water splash the higher the technical content. But the more the water splash the more the effect is more explosive, is not it? The power of the deep water bomb shocked the whole scene. The water is very deep. To heart chest position. He tried to flutter a few times in the pool. In addition to the beginning of the stump a swim out a couple of meters. This force over, he sank into the water, fluttering a good half a day before getting up. In the end who said swimming is very simple. In the water haphazardly flopping a few times will be. To him here is not the same. If it is in the flopping a few times people will be gone. Talent point did not point in swimming above. There is no need to learn. Drowning or will water. Would Heart will not go down to the river to swim. More will not go down to save people. At most throw a rope on the bank. Come up. Su Jinghan came over. What for? Really my talent is too low, not ready to teach. Okay, go back to sleep. Mu Xian walked up the stairs by the pool. Warm up before you swim in the future. My sister doesn't want to not see you again. Woodheart nodded. Maybe some people think it doesn't matter if you warm up or not. It's a matter of life. Right. You can only miss once anyway. So it's better not to go into the water. But right. Warming up is warming up. Isn't your hand gripping the place not quite right? Such a warm-up is not necessary. Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian with slightly puzzled eyes. So, there are things you can't learn. Sister, am I stupid? Mu Xian leaned against the side of the pool panting. The talent points must not have been added above swimming. After learning for 2 hours froze with no results at all. Sister likes you this kind of stupid. Su Jinghan swam over and hugged Mu Xian, blocking him in the corner of the pool and slowly bowing her head. Just when Mu Xian thought she was going to do something else, she suddenly got up. Go on, take a shower then go to bed. You have something important to do early tomorrow. Looking at Su Jinghan's back as she left. Somehow his heart was a little lost. He ran over and hugged Su Jinghan from behind. It used to be his sister who took the initiative. Probably she was tired. No. In order to this mouth-soft rice. Give up. It's not that you have to have a sister. It's just that your sister's rice is a little more flavorful. Su Jinghan turned around. Recently became so active. Wasn't she shy before? Would Heart puffed up and glared at her? Shrimp Peg Heart all this is still not forget to molest himself. But he is not the first time the little friend. Come on. Who is afraid of who? Su Jinghan held down Mu Xian's hand that was groping around carelessly. Alright, let's go out first. Since her brother was so proactive, of course she wouldn't refuse. Little lazy pig. Get up. Su Jinghan shook Mu Xian who was lying in her arms. Mu Xian sat up and muttered twice to stretch. Why did he get up so late today? The biological clock woke up at 7 o'clock sharp. Could it be that he consumed too much recently? Young people, moderation Pick up the cell phone, blinking incredulously looking at the time. Sister, less than 7 o'clock. Get up so early to do what? Do you know that waking up early is bad for your life? You forgot. Sister said yesterday that there are important things. Su Jinghan kissed him on the cheek and dressed to get out of bed. Right Mu Xian remembered. I think she said that yesterday. What is it? Just go with sister. Mu Xian looked at Su Jinghan putting on a very light, yet delicate makeup. To make a girl take it so seriously, he felt that he probably still underestimated this matter. Should he put on a makeup himself? Thinking about the things he put on his face that he couldn't name, he couldn't help but get a jolt. Can't hold back a bit. Might as well just kill me. Seriously, washing his face was the biggest importance he placed on this, and he even washed it twice, looking left and right in the mirror to make sure there wasn't a single blemish before he felt relieved. There is no way. Natural beauty, without any makeup. As soon as he came out, Mu Xian saw Su Jinghan rummaging through the cabinet and putting something into her bag, waving at him. Let's go. Sneaky, didn't see clearly. Wait a while, I'll go to the institute to do something. Turning around, he went back into the restroom. Su Jinghan opened her mouth and did not know what to say. Just go to the toilet. Need to make it so strange. Also thought that something big happened. After all, in her impression only one place. There is no way. Now society's public restrooms are few and far between. Would Heart out of the door do not dare to drink water. For fear of suffocating unbearable. The important thing you said is to come here? Mu Xian sat in the car and looked at the Civil Affairs Bureau next to her. Su Jinghan nodded. Yes, isn't it important? Important. Very important. Well, it was indeed quite important. Mu Xian couldn't even say it wasn't important. The word no could be slapped to death just as soon as it appeared. He was just a bit surprised that he seemed to have overlooked this matter. Su Jinghan himself had overlooked this matter, and if he hadn't seen a person mention it in the group yesterday, he wouldn't have come here today. There is just one problem. Mu Xian looked at the closed door of the Civil Affairs Bureau through the window. Why? We have to come so early? It's only 8:30. The Civil Affairs Bureau still has half an hour to go to work. Which people get married so aggressively? Early? Su Jinghan's finger against her lower forehead. I think it's because they work too late. Mu Xian, you are the boss. What you say is right. Mu Xian is silent. It is really the evil capitalist. Going to work at 9 o'clock is still too late. He himself will give her a secretary in the future. In fact, it is not miserable. But she gave $50,000 this month. Waiting time is very long. The two silent. The first time to get married. Immediately there is a small red book. I cannot say is excited or fear. As if there is no expectation and no rejection. Civil Affairs Bureau. Just as soon as the door opened, Su Jinghan pulled Mu Xian walked in. For divorce is it? Really think clearly? The staff yawned and asked without lifting their heads. No, we are getting married. Su Jinghan said. The staff looked up and seemed to see something incredible. She has been 2 or 3 months have not seen someone to get a license. Today it is not easy to have or early in the morning. This should be how much love each other For a long time without words. Shocked because of the marriage. Dumbfounded is completely because of the face value of Su Jinghan and Mu Xian both. Working for nearly 10 years. Never seen the face value or so high couples. For a certain moment, she felt that she saw love. Just this face value as long as they were not too poor can be accepted. But unfortunately she could not imagine how rich the two were. What's the problem? Mu Xian walked out from behind Su Jinghan. He remembered that his age should be enough. No. The staff came back. Give me the account book. Flipping over the account book. The staff did not hold back to look up at Mu Xian again. There was only one person on his account book. Such a big kid unexpectedly had no family. But soon there would be. The staff didn't ask too many questions. She also hoped that the two people with super high face value in front of her could be married. It was hard to imagine how good looking the baby born in the future would be. It must be an amazing little angel. Gotta hurry home to have yellow hair. Just in case there's a daughter. Muexayan said, Shinai. Su Jinghan's family how can let the daughter meet yellow hair? If there is not the daughter's fault, all rely on yellow hair. Let him disappear. A series of operations quickly. When the staff handed over the red book to himself, Muexayan still could not help but tremble a little. The beauty of the red book made him feel very unreal. Turned his head to look at Su Jinghan in a daze. I really married my sister. It's too late to back out now. Su Jinghan collected the red book from his hands and put it in her bag. Muexayan shook his head. Back out. Such a beautiful sister. How could she back out? Pulling Su Jinghan away. I can't regret it. And neither can you. Standing on the side of the car, Su Jinghan asked Muexayan. Tomorrow we'll go to meet the parents. Nervous? Muexayan coughed dryly. Which pot is not mentioning which pot? Originally he had already faded into oblivion about this matter. At least now is not remembered. Pushing her into the co-pilot, Muexayan rushed towards the company with a kick of the gas. He was late again today. In the office, Wooden Heart holding a red book. Looking at the photo above he giggle. Collaterals did not feel when. After is the more you look at the more surprise. Just so happy? Su Jinghan's seat down office chair turned around. Looking at Wood Heart smile. Her lips also hooked up a smile. Muexayan closed the marriage license and hugged Su Jinghan's arm. Do I have a family now? This feeling was surreal. Even more surreal than when he was certain that he and Su Jinghan had become boyfriend and girlfriend. As if the small red certificate was not proving to the world, to the law that he was married to her, but rather in his heart. Su Jinghan gently stroked his head. Of course. Muexayan hugged Su Jinghan tightly. It was an impulse that came from his heart. The feeling of family had been felt at his grandfather's place, and his grandfather's passing had instantly drained that feeling. The sense of falling away almost suffocated the still young Muexayan. He used loneliness and self-imposed isolation to politely refuse the possibility of reoccurring hurt, and Su Jinghan forced open the space where he was. Don't we have to have a wedding? Mushin looked up at Su Jinghan. He'd heard that no one but the women cared about this wedding, including the man who was getting married, and the 1001 routines made this special moment uninspiring. But as long as Su Jinghan cared, wouldn't it be fine? As long as his sister cared, Muexayan looked forward to it. He couldn't wait to see his sister in her wedding clothes. Of course I will. For once in my life. Su Jinghan pinched Muexayan's cheeks. After a while in the wedding. Weddings are not one size fits all. The money paid determines the final outcome. Her younger brother's elm brain is definitely not going to be able to do these things. She still needs to prepare herself properly. Wood Heart nodded. Standing up and putting the marriage license away. It was something that should never be lost. Hurry up and work. Looking at Su Jinghan staring at herself with her chin in a pestle, Muexayan frowned and pretended to be angry. What kind of high and cold female president? Every day she doesn't work seriously. Where will the pocket money come from in the future? Sister is tired. How about? Su Jinghan leaned against the office chair. Her eyes flicked towards the hole in the table. You help sister relax. Muexayan hurriedly averted her eyes. She should not mean the kind of meaning she thought. It's my own thoughts that are not pure. Didn't hold back another glance, or try. Crazy shaking head. No, absolutely not. In case someone comes in. All finished. Stop it. Hurry up and work. I'm going to start writing a novel too. Sending away Su Jinghan. Absolutely can't start this precedent in the office. Otherwise it will definitely not stop in the future. Today went by quickly. There were happy things. The day went by slowly too. Especially the slower it got, the later it got into the evening. Muexayan began to panic and fidget. Even when she exercised at night, she was not passionate about it. Scared for tomorrow? Su Jinghan hugged Mushin. Muexayan nodded. In fact, it was not afraid, just a little apprehensive. Meeting the parents is a serious matter. No one is not afraid. Not afraid can only be because they do not love each other enough. Fear that Su Jinghan's parents do not accept themselves. That moment, if it really comes, would Heart really do not know what to do. Cannot be married for a day on the divorce it. Today to give them a license to the staff will be how the expression of horror. Now the young really will play. Sleep. It's okay. Su Jinghan gently patted Muexayan's back, like coaxing a child. She had already greeted her family. Her younger brother was timid. Don't scare him. Knowing that mom and dad will not make things difficult for Muexayan. They are afraid of being too enthusiastic. After all, in their hearts they are finally wanted. Not to say, sister's embrace is really good. Would Heart not a moment to fall asleep. If you sleep alone today, you will definitely have 2 dark circles under your eyes when you meet your parents tomorrow. No need to think. Directly not through. Sitting in the car, Muexayan looked around, hoping to get to Su Jinghan's parents' home faster, and hoping to never get there, but unfortunately the facts do not shift with his will. The distance is slowly shortening, and it seems to be arriving. He exhaled deeply, hands clenched into fists and placed them on his thighs, the knot in his throat trembling uncontrollably. Su Jinghan finally didn't hold back her laughter. Her brother's current appearance was really too cute. I don't know why. I really liked it. Just so scared? Nonsense. Meeting the parents. It's you, aren't you scared? Mu Xian didn't have the good sense to give her a blank look. Su Jinghan shook her head. In fact, she did not know if she would be afraid. Maybe, after all, the face of the in-laws, not the company employees, the position is not the same. But in front of her brother, majesty has to be established. Woodheart bristled. Do not believe it. Anyway, he has no parents. There is no way to verify. Let sister slightly pretend. Looking at the villa not far away, his heart thumped, his emotions peaked in this instant. Wait a minute. Stopping Su Jinghan, who wanted to get off the car. What will I call mom and dad when I see them in a while? He felt that he should address his uncles and aunts, but they had already received a license yesterday. They were a legal couple. It was only right that they should address mom and dad. Wouldn't it really be too abrupt? I told them yesterday. You call mom and dad too. Su Jinghan got out of the car. The license had all been collected, and from now on, this would be the new home of the lonely younger brother. Mu Xian opened the car door and went down. One foot stepped on the ground and nearly sat on the ground. It wasn't that he didn't step on the ground steadily, it was that his feet were soft. Mu Xian was carrying something in one hand and holding Su Jinghan's arm in the other. The whole person was almost dragged there by Su Jinghan. Alright, it's all at the door already. No matter what, we have to meet. Su Jinghan patted his hand. Mu Xian also finally let out a deep breath and stood up straight. The image of the first meeting still had to be there. Su Jinghan's parents' villa was a little smaller than hers, plain and simple style. Standing at the door, before Su Jinghan knocked on the door was opened from the inside. The one who opened the door was a woman whose brows and eyes were a little similar to Su Jinghan's. Despite her age, her temperament was very human, and she could only say that the genes of Su Jinghan's family were indeed powerful. The one who opened the door was Su's mother. Xiao Mu is here. Quickly come in. Auntie. See Su's mother so enthusiastic. Woodheart some overwhelmed. Thought will be difficult. Thought will be a kind of superior face to meet the disadvantaged scene. Only did not expect so enthusiastic. Call auntie much out of place. Just call mom. Mu Xian's situation. Su's mother no. A son-in-law half a son. Su's mother just a daughter. Mu Xian and no father and no mother. Might as well treat him as his own son. Mom. Mu Xian hesitated for a moment and said, this is a good opportunity. He slightly bent down and said to the man standing behind Su's mother, Dad. Since he had called out mom, this dad couldn't be ignored. The second old man smiled and nodded, taking the things in Mu Xian's hand. Come in and sit down. Just treat it like your own home. No one cared about Su Jinghan, who stood in the doorway. Mu Xian looked back at her, apologizing for robbing what should have been her sister's care. Su Jinghan rolled her eyes. She had long since gotten used to it. Have some fruit. Mother Su placed a very large peach in Mu Xian's hand. He swore he had only seen peaches bigger than it in Journey to the West in his life. It was so big that Mu Xian couldn't even take a bite. Originally he was too nervous to eat too roughly when facing his mom and dad. He could only bite bit by bit from the tip of the peach. It was a bit hard and different from what he had imagined. Su Jinghan sat beside him, a little jealous, not allowing her brother to be good to other people, much less other people to be good to her brother. Her brother can only be her own, but she couldn't be angry with her own parents. Bitter. Mu Xian tried to break the peach in half, exerting all her strength without success. Su Jinghan snatched it over, and in less than 3 seconds the peach became 2 halves. Looking at the half-drawn peaches in her 2 hands, Mu Xian was a little embarrassed for a moment, not daring to look at his parents who were sitting on the side. Would they dislike him for being weak? But he really couldn't break it. That half is for you. Mu Xian took the smaller half. This peach was too big. He felt like he couldn't finish it. Su Jinghan was not pretentious. She glanced provocatively at her mom and dad. If you don't give it to me, her brother will. This peach. Mu Xian had already taken a bite. There was no way Su Jinghan would give it up to someone else, regardless of whether or not others disliked it. Eating what her brother had eaten. You deserve it. Su's father and Su's mother were dumbfounded. They knew this precious daughter of theirs too well. Being able to be so protective of her shortcomings, she was definitely loved miserably. Didn't see it. Learn to eat young grass with an old cow. Su's father choked her with a smile. Or such handsome tender grass. It could be seen that the old couple was still very satisfied with Mu Xian's face value. They had only seen photos before, but now they realized that they were a few points more handsome than the photos. It seemed that men were always not photogenic. Mu Xian's old face blushed. Su Jinghan wrapped one arm around Mu Xian and raised her head proudly. This is my skill. It could be seen that she did not feel ashamed, but was a little proud. Mu Xian took a bite of peach. He was not proud at all, showing off his soft food in front of his mother-in-law. Stop it. Can't afford to lose that person. Okay. Su mother nodded repeatedly. How many people give you a lead? In the end became your ability. The big thing in life is solved. Mom is also relieved. Su mother today looked at the wood heart also finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her daughter is 25 years old. The blind date does not go. Confession is not accepted. Finally can be married off. Mom is waiting to hold her grandson and granddaughter. This word made Mu Xian a little embarrassed. Yesterday only received a license today involved in this topic. It seems that every parent is the same. Single when urging to fall in love. After falling in love urging to get married immediately urging the baby. A moment does not stop. He quietly glanced at Su Jinghan. He also looked down at her stomach. Bed movement quite a number of times. Will not really have a reaction to it. Next time is not to do some protective measures. It's not that he doesn't want to have a love child with his sister. It's that he feels that there should be a period of two people's world after marriage. This is actually not in a hurry. How is it not urgent? Maybe there will be one right away. Su Jinghan pinched Mu Xian. Once a day just don't believe the hit can't be made. Mu Xian twisted her waist a bit and lowered her head. This move is as lethal as ever. Next time can you not retort yourself in a crowded occasion? It is very humiliating. You can go home and quietly say to him. It will not be refused. Su mother gently patted Su Jinghan. No bullying little wood. Just when Mu Xian was happy, the mother-in-law's words changed. Xiaomua. This is still to grasp. Give birth to mom and dad to help you bring. Do not delay your two-person world. Su Jinghan's age is not small. October pregnancy are already 26 years old. Just such a baby daughter. Do not want to have an accident. Anyway, the old couple is also idle. Just to help with the baby. Even Su's father nodded repeatedly. Daughter and son-in-law have such a high face value. The baby born must also be very beautiful. Not envious of the old friends. Mu Xian, hoping that he was the only one who wasn't in a hurry. He could only nod his head in this situation. We'll try our best. This issue was embarrassing. He was about to be drained by Su Jinghan. Still need moderation. He doesn't want to take kidney treasure tablets for back pain at a young age. He'll still have to do it when he's old. Half of the peach is finally finished. Almost propped up his. Let's say that in addition to the return point is not suitable for food. Looking at the front and a bunch of small snacks. Want snow cakes. Want fairy shells. Want chai milk. Cannot be so prosperous. Why would two old people like to eat this kind of thing? He looked at Su Jinghan for help. If you don't want to eat it, don't eat it. Just put it there. Su Jinghan also knew that Mu Xian didn't like it, and his brother seemed to dislike everything but staple foods. It was mainly because he didn't have money in the past and didn't develop this habit. Besides, there aren't many men who still like small snacks when they are adults, right? It always feels weird to purposely sit down and eat snacks. How can a young man's day be so free? Don't like it? These are yesterday no would hard to come to the second old man deliberately go to buy. As to why buy these? Because Su Jinghan childhood liked to eat. She got up and brought a bottle of milk. Drink a bottle of milk. Mom, there's no need for this. I want to drink, I'll get it myself. Mu Xian was suddenly made nervous by his mother-in-law. This look was the same as if there was an honored guest in the house. He really didn't deserve it. Sister, why is your room different from other women's? Mu Xian surveyed Su Jinghan's room. White walls and wooden floors. A very ordinary bedroom that looked no different from his own. Women's rooms aren't all pink. Before he could finish his words, he was pressed against the door by Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan eyes with a dangerous flavor. The sister is angry. In fact, it is not angry. This is a kind of emotion that belongs exclusively to the woodheart, jealousy. In short, once it appears, the woodheart knows that he is again upset with the sister. To suffer. But he didn't. Wasn't he fine just now? Sister, I was wrong. Su Jinghan hooked her lips into a smile and kissed Mu Xian's lips until he almost suffocated. Brother has also been to other women's rooms? Torture finished. Would heart also finally know why to make sister angry? He opened his mouth. Cannot say. Not, which means Why do women always focus on strange points? No, I really haven't been there. He shook his head desperately. I just seen on TV that girls' rooms are pink. It seems that pink always reminds of women, but fierce men are the only ones who are pink. Su Jinghan didn't listen to his explanation, and directly stripped his clothes. This is a unique punishment for his younger brother. And how can he easily let it go if he makes his sister unhappy? Mu Xian tugged on the clothes. Don't. Sister can't. Su Jinghan's eyes became more and more unfavorable. Her brother even rejected herself again. Unforgivable. Sister. Mu Xian panicked and stabilized Su Jinghan. It will be heard by mom and dad. If he was in his own home, he would have gone along with it. It was useless to even resist. But mom and dad were still outside. Although the room couldn't see the picture. What was the difference between listening to the sound and a live broadcast? He couldn't accept it. What are you afraid of? Stay here tonight. Su Jinghan threw Mu Xin on the bed. Talking about this, Mu Xin had a bitter look on his face. He thought that he was just coming to stay for a while, and at most he would go home after dinner at night. Who knew that he would be left to sleep for the night? Sinza. Su Jinghan sat on him. You can't let your sister sleep. Excuses. There is someone who must do this kind of thing before going to sleep. Suffering my waist. Mu Xin gritted her teeth. I don't care. If you have the ability, don't scream. Dealing with this woman should be a little more casual. Anyway, this family has no right to decide. If she really wants to do something to herself tonight, she can't stop it. It is even more impossible to mention sleeping in separate rooms in front of the mother-in-law. The marriage license has been received, but also to make babies. Su Jinghan glanced at the closed door of the room, turned her head and smiled at him. It's okay, I don't care. Shameless to such a point, what heart and what can be done? Spread on such a sister. Do not know whether it is a great fortune or misfortune in life. Okay. Mu Xin gritted her teeth and agreed. Come on. Since he couldn't resist, he might as well lie down and enjoy it. How did you leave? Mu Xin looked up and watched Su Jinghan go down from herself. Already? You can't back out. Let's talk at night. Su Jinghan walked to the balcony. She didn't care if people heard. She cared if someone disturbed her in the middle of the night or waited until it was late at night. The balcony of Su Jinghan's room was large, and a chaise longue made of bamboo was placed right under the warm sun. What will I do if you lie down? Looking at the recliner that only had a place for one person, Mu Xin stood next to her and got a little angry. Couldn't you design a larger recliner? Su Jinghan thought for a while. Indeed, he couldn't let his brother stand, but the quality of this recliner should not be able to withstand two people. How to do? Go to move a big one. Her home is not only a recliner. So in order to lie together with her sister, Mu Xin also did not care about the old husband and mother-in-law's eyes. Hard downstairs to do a new recliner back. I'm cultivating feelings for you guys to hold your grandchildren. Hey, shouldn't I be the one holding you? The position of the two of them, from time to time, gave Mu Xin the illusion that Su Jinghan was the man in the relationship, and he had in turn become a little woman. What kind of name is this? You don't even call your sister anymore. Su Jinghan wrapped her arms around Mu Xin with force, burying herself in her chest. Not called. Mu Xin could be hardened. Ha! Su Jinghan began to tickle Mu Xin, and the recliner swayed, the two nearly falling. Mu Xin could only reach out and stabilize the recliner, which made it even more convenient for Su Jinghan to do bad things. Call or not call, sister? No. Call or not? Su Jinghan's hand movements increased. She knew every weakness of her brother. Mu Xin clenched his teeth and insisted. No screaming. Su Jinghan's hand movements suddenly stopped, eyes lowered staring at her brother lying on his own body. She was a little angry. Her sister dared not call, afraid that there is no sister in her heart. Mu Xin looked up at Su Jinghan, who did not move. He propped up his body. Su Jinghan skimmed her head, not wanting to ignore her brother. Mu Xin smiled awkwardly yet politely. His sister had two pieces of reverse scales that he could not touch. One piece was being with other women, not even together, let alone saying a word. She would usually punish herself in the form of what she just did. The other piece was that Mu Xin was repulsed by his sister. For example, now he even called her only by hello, the consequences of which Mu Xin was a bit overwhelmed by. His sister would always show a very disappointed look, making Mu Xin's heart tighten. He leaned over to Su Jinghan's ear and whispered, "Wife, this title has not even appeared since the license." He wanted to say it out loud yesterday, but the words could not be said. It probably needed a transition to whisper it a few times first. Mu Xin obviously felt Su Jinghan's body tremble. Obviously she also did not expect that she would call her this way. You, call me what? Su Jinghan turned her head to look at Mu Xin. Having already said it once, the shyness inside was in no more, and Mu Xin even wanted to keep shouting, "Wife." Su Jinghan's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon. It could be seen that she was very happy. Forgive you. She gently hugged Mu Xin. What about mine? Mu Xin looked at her expectantly. I've called. It's not right for you not to respond. Husband. Su Jinghan did not hesitate to say these two words. Instantly Mu Xin felt as if he had flown to the heavens, finally realizing why Su Jinghan was so happy. He had been so blissfully happy that just thinking about it could make him happy for half a day. Unable to help himself, he shouted again, "Wife." Thus, the two of them shouted one sentence at a time, and did not know how many times, as if they never heard enough. By the way, Mom was just about to say something. What did she want to say? Muxian suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Jinghan. Before going back to the room, Su mother seemed to have something she wanted to say to him. She wants to. Su Jinghan looked at Muxian. She was also a little unsure of what to say to her brother. Muxian also guessed that it should be significantly related to him. It's fine. I won't be angry. She might want our future children to have my last name. Su Jinghan thought about it and perhaps felt it was a bit too much, adding actually, one can have your surname and one with mine. Just this? Muxian blinked his eyes. No problem. He hadn't even considered such a thing. Born alone, had been alone for more than 10 years, and had it not been for Su Jinghan forcing her way into his world, he would still be alone. Almost no concept of family, very vague about family names. The name was more just a title. Even though he was now married, he had not considered being a father. Seeing Su Jinghan looking at himself, Muxian continued, I'm on a soft diet. What do I care about this? Muxian's behavior now belongs to the family. You have seen which flunky can have him now this treatment. Do people cannot get an inch? Both want and also want to end up easy to people and money too empty. Sister can ask their own opinions. And even for their own sake, Woodheart has been very contented. How many babies does sister want in the future? Woodheart suddenly asked. One with the father's name, one with the mother's name, at least two. Born more really. It seems that there is no such thing as not being able to afford to feed them. I heard that giving birth is quite painful. It is said to be the most painful thing in the world. Woodheart also do not know. This life did not have the opportunity to feel, much less talk about this topic with people. But I have heard that some people give birth to a child like nothing out of the maternity ward. I hope that my sister can be the same. This is starting to feel sorry for your sister? Su Jinghan wrapped her arms around Muxian's neck. How about my sister giving you a soccer team? The corner of Muxian's mouth twitched. The smile on her face collapsed. Why don't you say give birth to an 18 Luohan out? It could be unnecessary. Thinking of a group of little cubs around in the future chirping and screaming all the time. It feels like a headache. Not a heartache. Not a bit of heartache. Muxian shook her head. The expression was firm. Not only should we have a soccer team, the substitutes should be there as well. Brothers of one heart will definitely win the championship. Su Jinghan hugged Muxian tightly, biting his ear. His voice was a little slurred. Stinky brother, fat with guts. Dare you say it again? Muxian's neck shrank. What, don't you dare? I don't have a heartache for my sister. Su Jinghan let go of her mouth and changed places, biting his lips and sucking madly. Muxian struggled in the chaise longue. His sister began to suck her own young chi again, and immediately turned into a skin and bone dry corpse. Don't! Chaise longue. The recliner will collapse. Only said two words were blocked by Su Jinghan. A very short sentence, intermittent before saying clearly, the chaise longue is already stormy to withstand. At any time may fall apart. Fear of hurting Su Jinghan. Would heart forcefully support her body? Fall pain. It's not that he won't give Su Jinghan the ability to absorb young chi. Anyway, it is able to recover. Sister wants to give it to her, but sister is below him, and he doesn't even dare to imagine how much it will hurt to fall and sit on the ground. Sister. Su Jinghan got up and pulled Muxian, throwing him on the bed. Haven't kissed enough yet. It was hard to push Su Jinghan away. Muxian pursed his sausage lips. You haven't answered my question. How many babies do you want in the future? 1. Su Jinghan sat on top of Muxian, her finger gestured to 1. Sister only wants one baby in this life. Would heart small mouth a little aggrieved. The woman's mouth cheating ghost. Just now also said that one with the mother's surname and one with the husband's surname. And now changed his mind. The original is to coax their own happy sister even because of this kind of thing to deceive themselves. Su Jinghan leaned down. In this life, I want my husband to have a baby. Muxian was suddenly stunned. So she was a baby? Su Jinghan pinched his cheeks with both hands. Satisfied. My little crybaby brother. I only want my wife to be a baby in this life. Who is not a baby? Woodheart completely ignored Su Jinghan to obtain a new nickname for himself. Close to the tantalizing red lips, he became more and more infatuated. How to kiss is not enough. The sound of knocking on the door broke the ambiguous atmosphere in the room. Come out to eat. It was Mom's voice. But Su Jinghan frowned. It seemed that things were a bit uncomplicated. She was hesitating to go down for dinner. Go. Muxian stood up to straighten her somewhat wrinkled clothes. Have already returned home. This kind of thing cannot be postponed. Mom and Dad still think we look down on them. Opening the door, he stood in the doorway and waved to Su Jinghan. Su Jinghan sighed softly. The younger brother is still small. Not ever suffered from the family's beating. Immediately he cannot be so calm and relaxed. Mom, today's dishes are. You fried? Su Jinghan gently bit her chopsticks, looking at the 6 dishes on the table. For a moment she didn't know which one to eat. No one at the table dared to move their chopsticks, and Mu Xian didn't dare to eat either. The color and flavor were all good, so it should be delicious. This, and this. Su mother pointed to 4 dishes, which were scrambled eggs with leeks, stir-fried pork with fungus, shredded potatoes with green peppers and cabbage oil soup. They were all the simplest of home-cooked dishes, and shouldn't be too difficult to eat. Su Jinghan obviously froze for a moment. 4 of the 6 dishes are fried by mom. 4 people eat the remaining 2 dishes. She knows that today this meal is not enough to eat. Xiao Mu quickly tasted mom's handiwork. Su mother gave Mu Xian a chopstick of scrambled eggs with leeks. Thanks mom. Stretching her bowl to catch it, looking at the dishes in the bowl, Mu Xian was a bit puzzled. Leeks in almost April. Are they really good? All grown into leeks. Right. He realized that Su Jinghan's eyes looked at him with some sympathy. More so some intolerance. And some heartache. For a while, he was puzzled. Home cooking is just. The quality is here. It shouldn't be too difficult to eat. You guys also eat All looking at themselves. Would Hart really dare not eat? Okay. Su father clamped a chopstick of his own fried dishes. It could be seen that he was scornful of his wife's fried dishes. Mu Xian looked at his mother-in-law. Not to eat too much to give face. So he took a shallow taste. So he clamped a chopstick and put it in his mouth. Instantly, he chucked a large piece of rice into his mouth and almost choked himself, giving a thumbs up and praising. Not bad. Very good. Really? Su Jinghan looked at him doubtfully. For the first time, Mu Xian didn't want to ignore his sister. Aren't you clear about your mom's level yourself? Su Jinghan apprehensively clamped a small leek and put it in his mouth. Well, it is a familiar flavor. Mom, although our family is not bad, but you cannot be so wasteful of salt. Mom's fried food is still the same problem. Salty. Salty again? Su mother was a bit lost. It shouldn't be. After learning for such a long time there should be progress. When you cook, don't you taste it first? Su Jinghan forehead. His own mother life obsessed with cooking, but the talent point did not point right. Proper human dish addiction. Su mother shook her head. She knew that she made it difficult to eat, so she easily did not dare to try. Are served on the table for others to give evaluation. Very good. There is self-awareness, but not much. Don't do it next time. Would Hart Tun drank a few mouthfuls of water, leaked scrambled eggs in the mouth instantly. He felt his kidneys pumping. Good news. My mom is the king of salt. Bad news. The salt of the salt bar. Gulped, and then continue to eat their own kidneys may not be able to withstand. The sister after the sex life is gone. Want to say, in the end how to say to mom, do not eat bad body. Su Jinghan pushed the food in front of Mu Xian, pinching a piece of cassoulet in his bowl. Try it. This is our dad's specialty. Sure enough, it's still the sister who is the best. Without a sister in this family, the younger brother might die. He looked at the cassoulet in the bowl and was slightly surprised. Does anyone really make cassoulet at home? Don't they all usually order takeout? Thumbs up. It is indeed good. Not ashamed to be a good dish. 4 people eat 2 dishes. Is really a little less. Can see that the mother-in-law is a little guilty, but she does not change. Next time she also do. It's okay mom. I'll cook tonight, so you can taste my handiwork. It is reasonable to say that the first time you come to the house is not supposed to cook, but Mu Xian wants to leave alive. Come when it is good. Cannot go back. Anyway, already married. Do not care about those things. Really can't let sister come back less often in the future. This blessing let the old father-in-law himself alone to enjoy it alone. How can that be? Su mother quit. Not to mention your first time here. Cooking is mom's hobby. Mu Xian opened her mouth. Listen to my advice. This hobby you cannot hold. In the future let our father to come. It is hard to imagine. Sister in such destruction in the life how did not get high blood pressure. Is not to go to the hospital to check. It's okay mom. Let him do it. He's good at it. Su Jinghan on the sidelines to help. According to reason is not like to have other people to eat the younger brother's cooking. But mom can't eat what she does. Dad doesn't do as good as the younger brother does. So bitter in the future to come back less. Must hide the younger brother in the house. Wooden Heart did not eat enough, and not too good to say. In fact, he ate in a few people is considered to be more. Sister has been giving him food, afraid that his brother cannot grab mom and dad. Even she herself did not eat much. So, she hugged a bunch of snacks and brought Mu Xian back to her room. Actually, you don't need to be too distressed about our mom. Don't look at her feeling quite sad. In 5 minutes she'll forget. Su Jinghan was lying on the balcony railing. The afternoon sun was a bit comfortable. In the matter of cooking mom's skin is already very thick. Tonight I guess you can't argue with our mom. Su Jinghan understood too well. She had even argued with her mom over a meal before. and the few times she had argued was because of her mom's cooking. Muxin hugged Su Jinghan from behind. Sister, you've suffered. I'll make you delicious food in the future. Suddenly so heartbroken sister. In the end, how did she grow so tall? Could it be that mother-in-law has researched some kind of mysterious formula that is not tasty but can grow taller? If that was the case, it wasn't impossible to eat. Tonight the two of us need to unite dad to keep mom out of the kitchen. Everything relies on younger brother. Su Jinghan looked at Muxin with a slight prayer. Noon because you first came. Mom did the dishes are still moderate. Just salty billion points. Wait until the evening. Would heart for the first time from his sister's face to see helpless and fearful expression. Has to be how much torture to be so afraid. He patted his sister's shoulder. Okay, look at me. Suddenly, he was a little curious about what amazing things our mom could make at night. In the future, you should not enter the kitchen either. I am afraid that you will inherit our mom's talent. Inexplicably recalling Su Jinghan's sudden desire to cook a few dishes for herself a few days ago, upholding the idea that if you eat soft rice, you can't let your wife's lord enter the kitchen. Muxin refused. Now it seemed how wise it was to refuse. It wasn't love. It was murder. He could have become the second person to be poisoned by his wife after Wudelang. The difference being that Pan Jinlian didn't love Wudelang, and Su Jinghan loved Mushin. Wouldn't it be more stifling? You dislike sister. Su Jinghan grabbed his collar and glared at him. Muxin lowered his eyes and did not dare to meet his sister's eyes. How can this be smacking? I just want to live. What is wrong with me? Su Jinghan held Muxin's chin and lifted his head. Brother, look at your sister's eyes and answer your sister. The tone was full of charm and threat. It was this kind of voice that made Muxin unable to stop, so he wanted to kneel down for his sister and wanted to drill into her arms again. No, there's no such thing. How could I dislike my sister? She's the best in the world. Flawless. Muxin's brain went blank when she spoke, completely subconsciously. Sister's face value is no matter at any moment. From any angle cannot pick faults of the existence. The light shines on the sister side face. This moment sister is so shining. He actually unconsciously looked at the infatuation. Su Jinghan pursed her lips and smiled. She liked that her brother was so infatuated with herself. Our father's skills are also very good. Why can't my sister inherit him? Su Jinghan refused to admit that her cooking was unpalatable. And the fact that she hadn't cooked before meant that it wouldn't be unpalatable. Perfect logic. Muxin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Is there a possibility that our father's craftsmanship can't fill the huge pit left by our mother? It was a defect that was impossible to make up for at the genetic level. Su Jinghan finally couldn't hold back her laughter. Suddenly not knowing how to refute her brother. As if it was indeed the case. There was no problem at all. Muxin held Su Jinghan's hand. So promise me, you must not enter the kitchen in the future. Afraid that sister will poison you? I am afraid that you will blow up the kitchen and hurt yourself. Cooking for novices was just like fighting a war. Even more exciting than fighting a war? And a little inattention could earn you a handicap license. Okay. Su Jinghan rubbed the wood heart hair. The short shreds felt a bit solid and comfortable. She liked this feeling very much. Wouldn't cooking by herself mean that she wouldn't be able to eat the food made by her brother? She would really be sad all day. Can only make up for her brother in other ways? Like, Muxin shook his head and looked at her with extreme reluctance. Wanting to shake off the hand placed on his head, he found that this woman in front of him was getting more and more aggressive. How can a man's head be touched casually? He would grow taller in the future. Nay, he could not argue with Su Jinghan. The more he refused, Su Jinghan was getting the better of him, and finally could only compromise. Sister said that the younger brother has to be obedient, or else a small whip will be served. Sooner or later, he will find a time to throw away those things at home. Absolutely cannot leave any opportunity for his sister to take advantage of. The villa is leaning against the mountain and looking at the lake. The scenery is first class, and Muxin is lying on the parapet like this, looking at the distant scenery. The spring sunshine is just right, and his sister is very beautiful. Su Jinghan continued to rub his dog head. Wooden heart has given up. Even he found himself slowly enjoying. Said out of shame. If he could sit, he would never stand. If he could lie down, he would never sit down. This was Muxin's rule of life. And when he had almost finished eating, he reclined back to the chair and also took the opportunity to get rid of his sister's salty hands. What are you thinking about? How do I feel you're not happy? Su Jinghan lay beside him. The relationship finally normalized in this position. Seemed slightly strange or twisted again. Mushin shook his head and smiled at his sister. Suddenly, he kind of wanted to go home. Although mom and dad were good to him, he always felt a little constrained. Not as relaxed as in his sister's house. The place where his sister was home. Everything else was just a cold house. How can you not be happy with your sister? He tore open a cookie package and placed it by Su Jinghan's mouth. With the amount of food her sister had, she definitely hadn't eaten enough. Su Jinghan pointed to the want Shinbei next to her. Sister prefers to eat those salty ones. Mu Xian placed the snow cake in her own mouth and re-gave Su Jinghan a piece. Say, why did our mom buy this kind of stuff? We're all grown up now. Wouldn't it be better to buy some pastries or something? Mu Xian was puzzled. The cookies were as if they were prepared by a relative's child coming to play. They didn't match their age group at all. Although Kitsune kinda liked them too. It's probably because. Su Jinghan raised her eyes and looked at Mu Xian. With a heart in her eyes, fleetingly, dotingly looking at him, sister said to mom yesterday that you're a little kid. Mu Xian, should I be happy or sad? Which person introduces his boyfriend like this? 9 out of 10 will be yellow after meeting, and 1 is already yellow without meeting. She's the only one who dares to do this, and the key is that her mother-in-law really doesn't mind her. Pretend to eat the cookies as if nothing happened. The heart a little bit of joy, cannot help but laugh out loud. What is this thing? 22 years old instead of being treated as a child. 1,000 words could not be said in his mouth. It seems that there are no words that can express his dependence on his sister. Just hugging his sister tightly and not wanting to let go. Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian eating with relish, as if a piece of snow cake was a delicacy on earth. Hesitated for 2 seconds. Got up and took a bite of the snow cake that was exposed beyond the corner of Mu Xian's mouth. Mu Xian? Someone grabbed my little cookie. Wide-eyed, he watched Su Jinghan swallow the imported cookie. He frowned and pointed to the side, like a little puppy protecting its food. There's more there. Why did he grab his own? The one in your mouth is sweeter. Su Jinghan licked her red lips and placed a new cookie near Mu Xian's mouth. It was obvious that she was ready to do it again. Mu Xian inclined her head. I thought you didn't like sweet things? Then change a piece. Su Jinghan held up a piece of want fairy shell. The imported one tastes better. It didn't matter if it was salty or sweet. The main thing was that her brother imported it. Mu Xian looked at her speechlessly. What's so good about imported? The tariffs are so heavy. The price is much higher. Extremely reluctant to bite off a piece. As an obedient brother, sister's request is naturally to meet. The guys have seen. Not my initiative. I am also forced to. Eyes flicked to the side, holding the cookie in his mouth, waiting for his sister. Sister, however, was slow to move. What's the matter? Don't want to eat? The cookie was melting in the part of my mouth. People are like this. How reluctant they were just now, how regretful they are now. The law of true fragrance applies everywhere. Su Jinghan was waiting. Mu Xian, whose mouth was getting a little sore, shrunk the cookie inside. Su Jinghan saw the opportunity to milk the dog's mouth and snatch the food. Swift as the wind, surprisingly fast, Mu Xian didn't even react. By the time he felt it, not only was the cookie that hadn't even been imported taken away by his sister, but there was also a tongue stirring in his mouth, rolling away part of the imported portion. In this way, a whole cookie was all he had eaten with just a single edge. Smacking his lips. A little sweet, you ask. Salted cookies are eaten out of the sweet flavor. In exchange for sweet cookies would not be sweet and cloying. Sister is right. What you have in your mouth is even sweeter. But he didn't eat it. Pick up only half of the want snow cake in Su Jinghan's mouth. Imported cookies would heart also ready to taste. Before he acted, Su Jinghan's tongue moved to collect the cookies into his mouth, and looked at him with provocative eyes. Brother, you are too slow. Slow is not good. Slow can also satisfy, sister is not. Mu Xian glared at her, lying on the chair and tilting his head to look at the scenery outside the window. His sister is not good at all. She knows how to bully herself. Su Jinghan leaned down and opened her mouth. Mu Xian's eyes glanced at the already crumbled cookies. Her saliva unconsciously secreted out, wanting to taste what was going on. How could she want to eat such a disgusting thing? But how could her sister be disgusting? In Su Jinghan's teasing gaze, Mu Xian clenched her teeth and tasted the fully imported cookies for once. It was indeed sweet. It's just that it's a bit of a struggle to eat. The tongue is blocked, and a fight to the death is waged to grab the imported cookies, lasting for 6 or 7 minutes. Luckily, Wooden Heart had already learned how to breathe through his nose. If it was his first time, he would have suffocated. Opened a can of wanted milk. After exercising to replenish water, Su Jinghan came over again. What are you doing? You don't still want to taste the imported milk? Da ba yo, it's already in your stomach. You can't eat it. Stop. This sister can't drink it. Mu Xian answered Su Jinghan very solemnly. Su Jinghan stared blankly. What's the saying? I haven't heard that there are contraindications for wanted milk, because it's called Wongkai milk. If you drink it, you'll forget about the baby. So sister can't drink it. If you drink it, you'll forget about me. It was you yourself who said that I am your baby. Forget about me, can you really do that? Su Jinghan laughed, Let's just say that the younger brother is a little kid. And such a childish joke. But if the younger brother drinks it, is he going to forget about the older sister? Baby, is not you alone. Mu Xian's eyes tilted around. This sister. Who are you? Why are you pressing me? Drinking it all. It's too late to say anything else. Su Jinghan raised an eyebrow, pretending to be really like if not she had read the book would have to take the wangzai milk as manhwa soup. Since the younger brother wants to play, let's play with him. She stood up and pulled the collar of Mu Xian's coat, grabbing him up. Her tone changed. Sister is your master. Quickly call master. Woodheart, taking advantage of yourself? Sister looked at herself condescendingly. Her voice was so unquestionable that those two words naturally reached his mouth and were swallowed alive by him. Mu Xian could even imagine that as long as he had called once, the next time would be when he willingly called her master. Holding up the wangzai milk. Why don't sister also take a sip and forget about me? Forget it. Forget it all. Let's start over. No. Hurry up and scream. Su Jinghan's eyes carried a few degrees of coldness. Forget about her brother. This phrase she disliked. The hand had cupped Mu Xian's chin. Brother, you'd better listen. Master, master, lord wife. Woodheart knew that if she didn't call out now, she would also use some means to make herself call out. This exchange is again brother I lost. This master called the wooden heart of the whole person is not good. Strange. I am a person if it is not to see after shouting can lie in the sister's arms. He high and low to rebel against the uprising, which is so insulting people. Sister, this kind of slap to give a sweet sugar segment is too high. Woodheart completely unable to resist, embracing his fragrant sister. If this kind of reward was always given in the future, he could call himself master every day. Sister, are you sleepy? Sunny afternoon. Although the food is not very full, but didn't prevent him from hugging his sister and taking a nap. Mushin was different from the others, not eating enough, instead he liked to sleep. He could save his energy. Do you like sleeping a lot? Su Jinghan realized that when Mu Xian was alone, he always had something to sleep, as if he had no other hobbies. Not really like it either. Mu Xian pondered for a moment. Just this hobby saves the most money. You're not too bad with money now, are you? Su Jinghan looked at him with some heartache. In the past there was no money sleeping and eating just one meal a day. Old saving money. Mu Xian hemmed and hawed. The poshness of that time was quite comfortable to think about now. Sleeping is the easiest entertainment. Sleep until 11 or 12 o'clock in the morning. Get up and eat a lunch. Then continue to go back to lie down. No matter whether it's reading novels or brushing the video. Anyway, just lie down. Lie down until the night sleepy and hungry. Then just go to sleep. It really saves a lot of money. Su Jinghan rubbed Mu Xian's head with complicated eyes. It was hard to imagine what kind of life her baby brother used to live. Needing to rely on sleep to alleviate hunger. One can only say that the orphanage water is also very deep. Human nature is very complicated in this world, and it is really helpless to encounter people with evil hearts when they are absolutely vulnerable. Baby, do you need your sister to help you find your biological parents? Mu Xian was slightly stunned. Biological parents? With Su Jinghan's financial power it was really possible to find them. Hesitating for a moment, he gently shook his head and hugged Su Jinghan tightly. It's better not to. I don't want to see them. Having elder sister is enough. There was once a period of time when he missed his parents, but they were not by his side during the toughest times, and now whether or not Mu Xian had met his sister, he no longer needed them. Su Jinghan's appearance even filled the gap in his heart. Regardless of the reason why he became an orphan in the first place, he didn't want to see his parents at the moment. For some reason Su Jinghan breathed a sigh of relief. She was apprehensive when she asked this question. She was even jealous of her own mother, let alone Mu Xian's parents. Just thinking about the scene of both sides embracing and crying after they met, she couldn't stand it. Who allowed you to be so close to your brother? Your brother can only be hugged by himself. The hand holding her brother was a little harder. Su Jinghan never had the habit of taking a nap. Mu Xian did not want to sleep alone, took out his cell phone and prepared to play a game. A small game of basketball. The game is very simple. Just two people. Grab the ball and then shoot. Nothing technical, small game. Just feel the more you play the more on the head. Do you like playing basketball? Su Jinghan was surprised. According to her understanding, her brother had never played basketball. Can't say I like it. Just occasionally find some small games like this to play. Mu Xian said while operating. I don't know why the other side always jumped the ball a shot earlier. The ball fell into the hands of Mu Xian for no reason. He just walked slowly to the basket under the small hand a hook. 6 times in a row. Easily winning the game and beating the other team by a widow. Don't you play basketball in real life? Su Jinghan asked. There aren't many boys with height online who don't play basketball, probably with bad skills. More or less have played a few games. Mu Xian shook his head. I was short when I was a kid. I didn't like crowded activities when I grew up. And of course I didn't have time to play basketball because I had to earn living expenses. After getting out of the orphanage in high school, he desperately looked for a place to make money in order to never go back. Being short and underage, many places wouldn't take him. The places that took him paid pitifully low wages. In the end, it was the school that found him a work-study opportunity, where there was time to play basketball. Su Jinghan listened to his words and unconsciously hugged him hard, causing him to be widowed by the other team in the second game, not scoring a single ball. Breaking away from his sister's hand, the small temper belonging to a man instantly came up, and he was bound to win the opponent today. Initiate the second challenge. The second game is the other party initiated the challenge. The other party seems to be the same idea as the wooden heart. Instantly meet the battle. He found that the other party is a fried fish master. He was once again beaten a widow. The other party only with 3 points show him, he is not cover the cap, but also cannot grab the ball. The loss is extremely stifled. Mu Xian awkwardly looked at Su Jinghan. Discovered Su Jinghan is smiling at himself. Probably read his sister's smile. This hand is not to blame sister Ah. Again, how could he lose face in front of his sister? He couldn't endure a little. Would Heart had iron in the other side than the test 3-point shot. This hand is grabbed the right to the ball, but he found the other side hit rate of 100%. He froze it did not shoot into. The 3-point shot is so difficult to throw? Why is the ball in the hands of the other side is so obedient? The same ball to their own hands as if rebellious. In the basket smashed several times and jumped out. Broken game. It's impossible to play it once in this life. Looking at the other side to send another game. The corners of Mu Xian's mouth rose slightly. Am I the kind of person who will be led by the nose by emotions? But still fight. Is not asking for trouble. The so-called 36 plans to walk for the top. The cell phone was snatched by Su Jinghan. Sister will help you win it back. She looked at half a day. Watching her brother from the beginning of the spirited to become downcast. She was angry. Her brother can lose, but only in their own hands. The rest of the people. Humph. Looking for death. Mu Xian does not know whether Su Jinghan will play basketball. Anyway, the ability to adapt is very strong. The first time to shoot a 3-point shot is empty, and going forward seems to be to find the feel of this game. One more than one accurate. Get the ball to think about not even think about it and then directly throw it out. There is no need to doubt. Stable into. Mu Xian looked at the two eyes with stars, a face of worship. Decided. Sister is the eternal idol. One more game. One more game. Watching her sister tie the score, Mu Xian also hardened up. Just now was not very crazy. Hurry up. A moment he ran away. Sister helped you win. Is there a reward? Su Jinghan looked at Mu Xian and was slow to move. Mu Xian was in a hurry. One game. Just one game ah. He got up and nudged his sister's face. First a kiss, and then whatever you do when you win. Su Jinghan couldn't wait to start another game. I don't know if it was the kiss just now that gave him motivation, or if Mu Xian's words were even more tantalizing. But in the 7th game, his sister was extra courageous and didn't let the other team touch the ball from start to finish. Too brutal. Not a bit of heartache for the opponent. Who told you not to have a sister? Looking at the final victory picture, Mu Xian silently mocked. Give you the opportunity you do not hit ah. Opponent, please open the microphone to communicate. Angry gnashing of teeth. Have the ability to stand out? Hiding behind a woman counts for something. Mu Xian, anxious. He is just jealous that I have a sister. Su Jinghan closed her cell phone. It was time to cash in the reward. It's just a game of basketball. How dare you ask me to reward you like this? Mu Xian felt a loss of blood. Her children and grandchildren were lost. Are you going to refuse, sister? Su Jinghan's red tongue licked Mu Xian's face, and his entire body shuddered. No. Nope. He found that his sister is more and more perverted. Every time to give him a completely different sense of experience. What heart cannot say in good conscience is not good. Just feel more and more cannot invoke the sister's offensive. The beginning can barely refuse a little bit, and now the sister hook hand. He obediently went over. Sure enough, love cannot talk about pure love. Really not afraid of mom and dad to hear? What heart is a little afraid? The baby daughter was arched by the pig. The old man will not rush up to kill himself. No, it's himself who was arched. What are you afraid of? We're all married. Su Jinghan was completely indifferent. We are working hard for their desire to bring up grandchildren. They should support it. Mu Xian sweated. What kind of rogue sister had she found? Alright, since his sister wasn't embarrassed, what was there to be embarrassed about himself? Seeing that this woman still wanted to continue, he shielded his hands in front of his body. Get up. Have to get ready to cook. If you don't have enough to eat at night, you won't be able to sleep. Not having enough for 2 meals a day was tantamount to doom for a foodie like Mu Xian. He would really storm out. Nothing could be said today to allow mother-in-law to enter the kitchen. Su Jinghan pursed her lips. The matter of eating seemed to be a little more important, and could be continued in the evening. She got up from Mu Xin. Alright, hurry up and stop our mom. Also fed up with mom's cooking. Let's just get up tomorrow morning and go straight away. Su Jinghan stood up and put on her clothes. Mu Xin nodded indifferently. A day without yards. Tomorrow the probability is that you cannot rest. Otherwise the dear fans will have to send razor blades. Su Jinghan also has to work on Monday. Tomorrow must go back. Mom, stand still and don't move. Before Mu Xin could walk out, he heard Su Jinghan standing in the doorway and yelling. It seems that mother-in-law has already started to move. The old husband is also. Why didn't he stop her? His own wife did not care. Or sister obedient. Said not allowed to enter the kitchen. Mom is going to cook. Mother-in-law rushed into the kitchen in a hurry, completely ignoring the shouts of the people behind her, probably knowing that her sister's temper follows whoever is a strong woman. Why would a strong woman want to cook herself? Couldn't figure it out. It didn't stop Mu Xin from rushing out from her room. Mom, let me show you my hand, so you all can taste my handiwork as well. In fact, Mu Xin was a very lazy person. If there was someone else who could cook, he would never show this, knowing that people who cook well have to cook for the rest of their lives. Little life is the most important. Su mother frowned. That's not good. How can there be an auntie who cooks on her first day here? Mu Xin smiled bitterly. You even know why not order takeout. We are saying that it is not necessary to personally do a meal in the counting understanding. Can treat himself as a family member to see he has been very grateful. He looked at Su Jinghan for help. Mother-in-law is not mom after all. A time a lot of words blocked in the mouth cannot speak. Aya, you haven't cooked in a few months, so don't go to the kitchen to add to the mess. If you really don't want Xiaomu to cook, let me go. Su father looks like he can't stand it anymore. Every time he eats his own wife's cooking, he feels like he will live a few years less. Nonsense. Mother Su expressed her dissatisfaction with Father Su's questioning. I secretly practiced for a long time, just waiting to show my hand today. Mu Xin was tempted to say that level didn't need to be practiced, and it wasn't true. It wasn't easy for the dishes to be so exquisite. Practicing for months just waiting for today. It's over. He's being used as a guinea pig. He was shivering. Is there anyone who can help me? I would like to ask my sister if our mom has a problem with me. Why she wants to poison me so much. In fact, if you have a problem, you can say it. You don't have to use such an extreme way. Mom, do you think this is okay? Woodhart walks downstairs. He is trying his best to get enough to eat tonight. You have a few less dishes tonight. Let me also show my hand. Filial piety to you too old Okay, I see okay. Su father agreed in seconds. He is also an old foodie. He has long heard his daughter flaunt more than once in his ears how delicious Mu Xion's cooking is, and he is too embarrassed to command his aunt to cook, and now he finally waits for the opportunity. This, okay? Su mother asked tentatively. Okay, of course. Su father would not let this opportunity go yellow. Xiaomu can also instruct you a bit, so that you don't have to drum up blindly by yourself. Mu Xian also meant the same thing. He was eager to see what his mother-in-law looked like when she cooked. Good. Su mother nodded her head in agreement, thinking that I was in the shopping mall when I was young for half a lifetime. How could I not learn how to cook a tiny bit? I'm bound to find out what the problem is today. Mu Xin. A lifetime of strong mother-in-law. Perhaps everyone has a shortboard that can't be made up. To learn to give up appropriately. Mu Xian gently patted her sister. My possessive sister was doubly jealous again. Xiaomu, there are also the dumplings that were wrapped a few days ago. Let's cook and eat them tonight as well. Su mother pointed to the dumplings in the refrigerator. Mu Xian nodded. There wasn't much left. It shouldn't be too outrageous. The sound of the knife falling on the chopping board stomped loudly. Each slice of potato was sliced the same thickness. A gentle stroke of the palm of the hand was a perfect fan shape. Su Jinghan liked to stand in the kitchen doorway and watch Mu Xian. His every step of the operation was handsome. Handsome in person, even more so in movement. Mom, enough salt. Mu Xian finally knew why mother-in-law cooking was so salty. Turned around to see Su mother holding a small spoon to scoop the salt bar, adding salt little by little. Always feel almost. Have a feeling is not almost. Shaking and shaking more. Is it enough? Su mother looked at him uncertainly. To not add more. Makes a gesture to sprinkle salt in the pot again. Don't. It's fine. Mu Xian sweated. Salt can't be used as a meal. Su father covered his forehead and turned his back. No eyes to see, really no eyes to see. Previously, Su mother alone in the kitchen drumming did not feel anything. An aunt standing together simply and in the practice of the same. Full of joy. He is also sure that his daughter did not lie to herself. And is not elbowing out. Just look at the wooden heart knife work and methodical steps. No. is definitely a connoisseur. Do not see a young age can be practiced so skillful. It's true that my daughter has a good eye. No, it should be the old man's good eyesight. As a businessman, Sue's father is not as snobbish as he is. He has seen too many people, and those who can work to the limit in their line of work are not bad. This meal had a mouthful. Mom, didn't you put the salt on just now? Turning his head, Muxin unexpectedly had seen Sue mother putting salt. Why can't you get along with salt? Sue father, I take back what I said just now. This meal is still hiding bombs. Be careful when eating. The mother of Sue cooking in a hurry. Or still remember to put their own salt or not. Fortunately, Sue mother under the direction of Woodheart only 2 dishes. Woodheart made 5. This dinner can finally eat. Muxin probed and looked at his parents who had already gone to the dining room. Only he and his sister were serving food in the kitchen. And like a thief, he pinched out a piece of golden-colored food from the pot and stuffed it into his sister's mouth. Shoo! Comparing a silencing gesture, he winked and whispered, just this piece. Quietly, Su Jinghan subconsciously chewed it. Crispy, potato texture, with the flavor of eggs. It tasted very fragrant. The light spicy flavor stimulated the tongue. The appetite instantly rose, and wanted to eat another piece. Really only 1 piece? Su Jinghan inclined her head to look. She just didn't even pay attention to where her brother had changed from. Muxin scratched his head. Hasty. Sister didn't eat enough. Spreading his hands, there was really only 1 piece. It's a trinket he secretly made while he was cooking just now. He glanced at mom and dad who were already sitting down, and came to Su Jinghan's ear. Only sister has it. Not jealous, right? How could there be a sister as jealous as you? Muxin shook his head. Even his own parents' jealousy. It was also fortunate that he was an orphan, or else the biggest dispute in the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship started because of him. Su Jinghan rubbed Muxin's head out of habit. You dislike your sister? Don't look at her smiling when she asked the question. But whenever Muxin answered a little bit wrongly, the hand on his head could directly break his neck. It might not be that exaggerated. The end might be more humiliating than death. No, how could I dislike sister? Muxin smiled and shook her head. Sister was a very petty person. Her things were hardly allowed to be touched by anyone, and a very generous person. All her things were also Muxin's. It was said that being too full of possessiveness would give the other person a feeling of suffocation. Wooden Heart can only say that the body and the blessed do not know the blessing. Do not find excuses for not love. This feeling really happiness burst good. Maybe it's because Mushin is a geek. There was no such thing as meaningless socializing. Let's go. Eat. Giving 2 bowls of rice to his sister. Wooden Heart carried 2 bowls on his own to the dining room. Because it was mom and dad. His sister was trying her best to suppress herself from exploding, and needed a little trinket to soothe his sister's heart. Between 2 people who really love each other, an inconspicuous comforting effect will be very big. A lot of just the beginning of the smallest emotions are instantly extinguished. It was probably the so-called details. What are the 2 doing in the kitchen? Muttering? Su mother saw Su Jinghan sitting down, opened her mouth to snicker. Should not let these 2 people back. Serving dinner this time are in the kitchen to get bored. Su Jinghan shrugged her shoulders. I and my husband's business you do not care. Muxin did not speak and sat down. Although he should not be scolded, but let him show love in front of mom and dad is still a little awkward. Always feel that it will be flayed alive by the old husband. Eat, eat. The old father-in-law can't wait. Just smell the flavor has been drooling. Daughter and auntie but we're in the putty for a while. He is going to go in to seize people. Not waiting for the crowd to clip a piece of wood heart made of potatoes. Potatoes this kind of thing is very strange. Eat everywhere. Eat every day. Almost every cafeteria. Every day you see cannot help but spit. Cannot see and miss. The old man gave a thumbs up. Simple potatoes can be made so delicious. The craftsmanship can be seen. The daughter will be blessed in the future. Unlike himself, alas. Muxin was embarrassed and lowered her head. Whether as a chef or a junior, it was very happy to receive praise from her elders. Such praise only existed in Muxin's memory. He suddenly missed his grandfather. How good it would be if he was there. This was not a suitable occasion for crying. Eat more if you like it. Muxin spoke softly. In the past, when he couldn't eat enough, he hated people who wasted food. And as a chef, he hated it even more when someone wasted the food he made. Mom's cooking is also good. Mother-in-law's good nature rose up again, pinching a dumpling in Muxin's bowl. With just one action, the sister and the old husband instantly lifted their own bowls. As for that, it's just a dumpling. How bad can it be? Wooden Heart clamped dumplings in the inner apprehension. Although the mouth is hard and the heart is beating the drum, dabbing some chili water to cover the flavor. Muxin took a bite and stuffed it into his mouth. How is it? In the mother-in-law's expectant gaze, Wooden Heart mouth to move a little stopped. unconsciously wrinkled eyebrows. His first feeling is not difficult to eat, but it was weird. That's right, it was weird. He tried to chew a little bit. A dumpling froze and couldn't figure out what kind of filling it was. Anyway, it was not meat. Wasn't it an expensive ingredient bought by a rich family? Mom, what kind of filling material did you use to make the dumplings? Mu Xian asked apprehensively. He was afraid of hearing something strange and weird, and genuinely couldn't accept those worm-like ingredients. Apples. Mu Xian? The whole person froze in place, incredulously looking at his sister. I didn't hear it wrong. Our mom just said apple filling? This thing can make dumpling filling? He subconsciously chewed it again. It was getting weirder and weirder. How is it? Delicious, right? Mu Xian swallowed the dumplings. After boiling, the apples were not as hard as usual. It was a bit like apple puree, but not so rotten and mushy. Such a strange texture. The most devastating thing was that Kasumi had dipped it in chili water. Literally, the spice mixed with the sweetness and saltiness in her mouth. And honestly, I could allow them to meld in my stomach, never in my mouth. It was weird. It's okay. Mushin reluctantly nodded his head. To be honest, he did feel it was okay. It wasn't as bad as he thought it would be. The look of regret from his sister and his old husband made him a little scared if he had said the wrong thing. Then eat more. Mother-in-law put a lot of dumplings on the plate in front of him. He looked at his mother-in-law's gaze, his chopsticks picking at the dumplings. In fact, it's okay is an amazing word. Not good can be okay. Sinning This time, Mu Xian learned to be sharp, did not dip the chili water, and did not eat it in one bite, only bit half. No taste, no flavor at all. Not sweet, not even salty, definitely not apple-filled. It's amazing that there are two different fillings on one plate of dumplings. Attitude to be sure. Despite the lack of craftsmanship, my mother-in-law's attitude is still quite good. Master salt wrapping dumplings without salt is too rare. Pointing at the white solid filling in the dumplings, Mu Xian had a bad feeling. What kind of filling is this again? Steamed bread filling. Wood heart. Sure enough, I should have guessed it was dumplings wrapped to the end when there weren't enough apples. So I used the extra noodles for the filling. Nice and witty. The fact that DD was able to cook it is something that Mushin didn't expect. Take back that comment about attitude. Don't ever let my mother-in-law cook again. Every bite is a shock. Our mom's cooking talent. In the bedroom, Mu Xian put up a thumbs up. Although the cooking is not delicious, but want to decree that he tsk praise mother-in-law to create a food he did not understand. In the end, how to come up with those strange and bizarre combinations. Su Jinghan shrugged her shoulders. She did not know how her own mother came up with those strange things. She only knew to eat more than the whole person will be bad. In the future, you must not say that our mom's cooking is delicious, or you'll be miserable. Su Jinghan hugged her brother from behind. Mu Xian nodded, saying that it was too late. He had already experienced it firsthand. Just now that plate of dumplings ate to the back of the whole person is not good. If all a steamed bread filling can also be accepted, at least cooked dipped in a little chili water can also be eaten. But every dumpling is like opening a blind box. Apple stuffed, banana stuffed. The most annoying is the mother-in-law even wrapped the cat ears in the dumplings. The kind of small snacks bought in the supermarket, cat ears. Mother-in-law's ability to develop dark cuisine is comparable to the school cafeteria. Shaking his head to shake those strange things out of his head. He couldn't let them take over his brain, or he was afraid that he would make something like that in the future that he couldn't look at straight. Giving his sister a kiss on the side of her face. Seriously, no sister in the kitchen from now on. We don't need that kind of good sense. Woodheart is very uneasy, just afraid of sister. Even mother-in-law's winning heart are inherited. He does not want to live the same bitter life as the old man. Life in the world for a few hobbies. Mercy, don't worry, my sister will definitely not rob with you. Su Jinghan would not be so stupid as to give up delicious food to do some unwatchable things out on her own. There are many ways to spoil her younger brother. It's not always about making a meal. Sister, do you know how to play guzheng? Mu Xian had long seen Su Jinghan's room put a very good-looking guzheng. The pattern on the guzheng was a pair of golden phoenixes. I don't know why. More than this pair of phoenixes, Mu Xian felt so expensive. Look. Of course, sister is good at all kinds of zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. Su Jinghan proudly raised her chin. She didn't just have business acumen, she was skilled in all areas. This was the upbringing that belonged to the top rich second generation. By no means could those dilettantes be compared, and it was precisely for this reason that Su Jinghan couldn't look at anyone, and as a result, it was cheap for Mu Xian. Mu Xian applauded. So powerful. How could one be stingy in praising his sister? He really thinks it's awesome. In the past days, when he saw a guitar-playing singer on the side of the road, he would be envious, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a few bucks in his pocket. He would have to give dozens of dollars high and low. I can't do anything, Mu Xin muttered. The only skill he would know was cooking, or he had learned it when he used to work in a restaurant, and he had never seen any of these things, such as zither, chess, calligraphy and painting. It's okay, sister will teach you. Su Jinghan stroked Mu Xin's head. He should only be skeptical if he knew how. These things are extremely money-burning. The vast majority of families can't get in touch with them, even if they can afford to buy a musical instrument. In many areas they can't even find a teacher. Self-learning is almost impossible. If her brother wanted to learn, Su Jinghan would naturally teach. Sister, play it for you. Su Jinghan opened her closet and changed into a set of hanfu. Han clothes and guzheng were a perfect match. Mu Xin only felt that her sister had so many clothes, and this side of the closet was full. The amount could open a clothing store. Looking at the closed closet door, Mu Xin suddenly felt that he had forgotten something. His sister had already sat in front of the guzheng and started to tie her nails. He could only interrupt his thoughts to sit next to his sister. Playing the koto requires tying long nails. Mu Xin suddenly trembled. Su Jinghan suddenly raised her eyes and smiled at him. Don't worry, sister won't scratch you with it. Then of course, elder sister is the best. It's only fair that younger brother should be obedient as well. Halfway through his sister's words, Mu Xin felt a cold chill on his back, thinking about the 5 red marks on his body. In fact, the small leather whip was not unacceptable. Ah, yuck, none of it was unacceptable. The sound of the zither rose leisurely. Mu Xin knew that it was the theme song of The Legend of the White Snake. The sound of the guzheng was played beautifully. Without realizing it, he actually followed and whistled, attaching himself to his sister to finish playing a song. Su Jinghan applauded. Awesome! Su Jinghan had seen a lot of people who could play musical instruments, but this was the first time she had seen someone who could whistle for such a long time. Mu Xin didn't know any instruments, and there weren't many people who whistled as well as him, and he was able to perform a 5-minute pop song with his whistle. Getting praise from his sister made Woodheart feel like his whole body was flying. I can also blow leaves. Grandpa taught him when he was little, just like playing the flute. A tiny leaf could also play a song. Su Jinghan's eyes glowed. This was even more rare. It was obvious that she was ready to start looking for leaves. If it was outdoors, she was bound to let her brother give himself a show. Mu Xin sat next to his sister, nails tied to his hands, as she held his hands and taught him guzheng techniques bit by bit. There was reason to suspect that his sister was taking advantage, but he didn't dare to resist. That's it. Mu Xin stretched his back. His guzheng talent wasn't as bad as swimming. The 2 tigers had at least learned it. He was a man who didn't like to cause trouble for others. It's getting late. Can't be a nuisance. In a moment the neighbors were going to come and curse. This is an upscale villa area. How can it disturb the people? Su Jinghan pinched his cheeks. The distance between the 2 villas was at least 500 meters. It was impossible to hear. Mu Xin was momentarily speechless. Hadn't he adapted to the life of a rich man after so many days? Su Jinghan changed out of her hanbok. Mu Xin held the closet door and looked inside, seemingly looking for something. What? Want to see if sister has any shy clothes? Mu Xin lightly coughed. Please put on the clothes. It's already very shy now. There are no pajamas for me? There are pajamas in the cabinet. All of them are Su Jinghan's. He can't wear a set of ladies' robe to bed. Inexplicably, he remembered the scene of wearing a skirt in a shared room once, and the evidence is still in his sister's cell phone. When did you have to wear pajamas? Su Jinghan peeled off the clothes on her brother. It had been a long time since he had worn pajamas, and even if Mushin stubbornly wore them, they were eventually taken off and tossed aside by his sister. So Mushin compromised. But, no buts. Let's go take a bath and sleep. Su Jinghan pulled her brother into the bathroom. Mu Xin retracted his hand in horror. If he remembered correctly that he had only gone through a few rounds of battle in the afternoon. Moderation. Be moderate. He said nothing to go into the bathroom for fear that he wouldn't be able to walk out. That's enough for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Mu Xin looked at his sister in fear. Su Jinghan held him down on the closet door. You think you can resist your sister? Mu Xin skimmed his head, his attitude resolute. The word color was a knife. There was nothing a manly man couldn't resist. No, Mu Xin's attitude was strong. Today, I will vow to disobey whatever I say. I am also going to fight for the right to speak in this family. Su Jinghan bit her lip and was silent for a moment. Okay, unexpectedly compromised. Turned around and entered the bathroom alone. For a moment Mu Xin panicked. What is this situation? According to your persona, shouldn't you use strong-arm tactics to pull me into the bathroom and then ruthlessly punish me? Angry? Sister won't really be angry. Would heart want to rush up to stop sister to admit a mistake? Sister, so favor me. Of course will forgive me, right? No. Shaking his head frantically, said today to be hardened up. Cannot be a little puppy? This family I also have the right to speak. So he turned around and went to the balcony to blow the wind. At this moment, only the evening breeze can calm him down. His sister should ask him to go in, as long as she asked to go in immediately, without hesitation. He began to become anxious. His sister did not call him from the beginning to the end. More and more realize the feelings of those who do not know how to cherish the regret of the people. It is true that people only lose the most sad. No way. If this goes on, the sister who loves herself so much is going to disappear. Would Hart turn to go to the bathroom? She did not call himself. He went in should not be a problem. Don't say anything about being a hooligan. I'm the sheep in the tiger's mouth. However, Su Jinghan happened to come out at this time. Mu Xian's hand froze in place. Sister, are you bathing so quickly today? Something wasn't right. This woman used to start bathing for half an hour. She always had to soak enough in the bathtub before she started washing. And to be honest, if it wasn't for her hands not being honest, Mu Xian might have fallen asleep in there. Su Jinghan didn't want to her brother wasn't there. Bathing alone wasn't interesting at all. This king is tired today. Mu Xian. What the hell is this persona? This voice made him want to kneel on the ground and shout chirp. Sister, are you angry? It is said that the final departure must be silent. Possessive sister suddenly after being rejected by their own not crying. Would Hart really panicked? What kind of hardness must one pretend to have? What does one need that little bit of face for? He couldn't even find the right words for a while. He should just be thinking about his waist. Sister understands. Su Jinghan stroked Mu Xian's head. Her tone gentle. Unbeknownst to him, the more gentle his sister was, the more Mu Xian felt that he was not a thing. How could I dare to reject my sister's At this moment even he himself felt that he was somewhat unaware of his own goodness. Quickly go and take a bath. Then serve this king to bed. Su Jinghan ravaged his head a bit. Mu Xian swallowed his saliva. It's over. His waist might still not be saved. Can't refuse anymore. He gritted his teeth and walked into the bathroom, shampooed his hair, brushed his teeth, hit the shower gel for 5 minutes and walked out of the bathroom. He couldn't let his sister wait in a hurry. Opened the door. Aromatic scene the whole person froze in place. Just see Su Jinghan one hand propped up the head lying on the side. Vacuum wearing a small translucent suspenders. Short extreme. Even the buttocks are not completely wrapped. The neckline is low with heart dizziness. 2 snow-white long legs alternating. Mu Xian slightly tilted his head. Nosebleed. Su Jinghan lightly bit her lips, hooking her hand to her brother. Come here. Seeing that Mu Xian was slow to move. Still want to reject your sister? Mu Xian, where is the refusal? Completely is already stunned by the beauty in front of him. Flew over. Such a sister, how to resist? Cannot resist a little. Waste brother. You just suffer a little aggression. Do not refuse. Will not refuse sister. Would Hart pounced on her. Cannot resist, always have to find on the other hand to show their position. Today I have to be on top. Help sister blow dry her hair first. Su Jinghan stops motion. Mu Xian wanted to cry without tears. I fucking pants are off. You just show me this? That evil fire comes up all over his body. Cut that damn hair. It's okay not to have it at this time. Standing behind him to blow dry his sister's hair. Smooth with a faint fragrance of hair in his hands. No. Sister's hair he also likes. Cannot cut it. Anxious, Su Jinghan looked at his brother in the mirror, watching her brother constantly swallowing his saliva. His eyes were nowhere to be found. She was secretly happy in her heart. She was going to punish her brother like this, to see if he would dare to reject himself in the future. Having found the perfect means to pin down her brother. Mu Xian admitted softly. He didn't want to have any pretense in front of his sister. It was a torment inside. At the moment, his sister's skin was white with red, seducing him all the time. Alas, it was all his own making. Then, just don't blow it. Su Jinghan also did not want to really punish her brother. Suffocating her would be heartbreaking. Looking at her brother's naked upper body through the mirror, her hard abs were equally mesmerizing to her. Her brother craved her body. She likewise craved her brother's body. Mushin held her sister down. If you don't blow dry your hair and go to bed, your head will hurt. Sleeping without blow drying the hair is prone to headaches, although it is a probability event. But he can't gamble with his sister's life. Just this little bit of time, what can't be endured? He had blown his hair slowly and methodically, striving for perfection. Su Jinghan realized that in the end it was her who was being taken by her brother. She couldn't endure it anymore. She could only force herself not to look at her brother's abs, staring at his face slowly calming down. The next morning, Mu Xian was playing Tai Chi downstairs as per usual. Xiao Mu you're starting your old age regimen at such a young age? The old father-in-law was a bit surprised. He thought that playing Tai Chi at his age was already outrageous enough, but he didn't expect that there were even more outrageous ones than him. Dad, Good morning. It was only then that Muxian sought his old father-in-law. This thing, right, after practicing for a long time, it really has some subtle effects. Nowadays, young people did not believe in these things. The biggest reason was that the effectiveness of these things was too slow. It would take a year or two, or even 10 years to see obvious changes, and many people did not have the patience. Woodhart didn't care. He liked that kind of step-by-step life, and he had gotten used to it since he decided to play Tai Chi in the beginning. Hasn't that girl Xiaohan gotten up yet? Mother-in-law also came out. Looking at the costumes, the two were going for a morning walk. Sure enough, there are a lot of things that only suddenly sink in at a certain age. It's fine. Let her sleep a little longer. Muxian didn't have much of an opinion. Sleeping is just sleeping. It's a big weekend. Not working, what's the point of getting up? It wasn't until 10 o'clock that Su Jinghan woke up. Come out to be mother-in-law or reprimand. The sun is sunny ass. Smallwood are waiting for you for half a day. A whole lot of words. Listen to the Woodhart big head. Let's go. Go home. Su Jinghan waved her hand, wrapped her arm around her brother and went out the door. This home couldn't stay a bit. Wait a moment. Mother-in-law pointed to a pile of things by the door, which they had bought back in the morning, when Muxian had even helped move it. It's not bought for you. It's all for Xiaomu. The old husband may have known that Su Jinghan would not accept it, and used Muxian to pressure. Once he heard that it was for his younger brother, Su Jinghan was naturally nonchalant. Muxian wanted to ask what it was, but then he heard his mother-in-law mutter, "Young people need to be moderate." So it was still heard, wasn't it? Embarrassed, he wanted to find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Are we just going to leave? Sitting in the car, Muxian was puzzled and asked his sister. He thought that he would have to eat lunch before going home, or not leave until the evening. He didn't realize that his sister had just gotten up in the morning and was ready to go. The drive back wasn't that far. There was no need to be in such a hurry. Su Jinghan couldn't possibly tell her brother that she was the one who wanted to drag him home and hide him. She couldn't let her mom torture her brother with those dark dishes anymore. Her brother would be broken. From now on, the younger brother could only cook for himself alone. Stay a little longer. Our mom is going to start disliking me. Su Jinghan spread her hands helplessly, not even going home for more than 2 days after becoming an adult. How come? Muxian was puzzled. Would there be a mother who hates her own daughter? Sister is so outstanding. There's no reason to hate. Su Jinghan smiled gently. It is precisely because she is my mother that she hates me. According to the usual practice, the first day home is her happiest day. The second day the degree of happiness will diminish. The third day may have to start looking at me unfavorably. As for the fourth day I don't leave, she will even have to whisk me away. Patiently, he explained for his uncomprehending brother. The younger brother had never experienced it before, and it might be a little difficult to understand. It was more than difficult. Muxian was completely unable to understand, but they very much hoped that sister can come back to see them. Although on the surface it appeared that their relationship with Su Jinghan was not good, but Muxian could still feel the happiness of the two of them when they saw Su Jinghan. They do hope, but only for one day. Going home was nothing but sleeping and eating. Who could not be annoyed? Although Muxian nodded, looking at her expression, she should not have understood. It's not right. Grandpa wouldn't have been like this before. He never hated himself. All right, hurry up. Su Jinghan gently kissed him. For his younger brother, this matter was not something that needed to be looked into deeply. Perhaps he would understand when he had a child in the future. Perhaps by that time Su Jinghan herself would understand why this was the case. All the way listening to the car music. And sister have a sentence chat day. Soon to home. Not bad. There was no traffic jam at this hour. Brother, wait for sister for a moment. Su Jinghan suddenly ran out of the garage. Muxian followed out. Is it something that he forgot to bring back? But this is already at home. What else can be the use of running out? Just went out and saw his sister jumping up and picking a leaf. Well, so my sister still remembers. This kind of leaf doesn't sound good when blown out. Mushin walked over to her sister. Theoretically any leaf could be blown. And there were just some leaves that sounded bad when blown. It has to be a slender leaf like this one that sounds good when you blow it. Wood jumped up and picked a leaf. Luckily, there were some not so tall trees around the villa. Put it to his mouth. Perhaps it was because it hadn't been blown for a long time. It was a bit strange at first, and slowly found the feeling. Luckily, he didn't lose face in front of his sister. He did not dare to imagine in case of blowing no sister will be more sad. Looking forward to the results of the day on this. Outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road, the grass is blue. A song of farewell was blown out through the leaves. It was strange. Obviously the leaves shouldn't have a scale, but on the contrary, it could be heard as a piece of music. One could even hum along with it. After the song was finished, Muxian took a long breath. Her voice trembled as she lowered her head. Sister. I'm sorry. Su Jinghan, who was trying to applaud, froze. What does it mean? Why did he suddenly apologize? Not right. The younger brother has been by his side. There is no reason and no opportunity to derail. Should not blow a farewell. This song is blown to the sister to listen to is indeed a bit out of place. Su Jinghan didn't feel anything wrong. In her mind she never thought her brother would leave. Not that he was dependent enough on her, but it was impossible for her to allow him to leave. She just thought it was music played on a whim. Instead, tears glistened in her brother's eyes. What's wrong? Su Jinghan held her brother's hand. Music could best express emotions, and her brother was probably thinking of the sadness he once felt. I miss Grandpa. Mu Xian hugged his sister tightly. Having met Su Jinghan's parents, having seen their lovey-dovey mode of getting along with each other, it was very cozy, but Mu Xian always felt like an outsider. No matter how good his in-laws were to him, there was a gap in his heart after all. He missed his grandfather. If Grandpa was still around, would they be so happy with each other? He has never been a strong person, and can't do a man's tears. After certain emotions come up he is really going to cry. Hiding in the dark night hugging the quilt and crying alone is his last stubbornness. With his sister by his side, his emotions seemed to have a window to vent, and he couldn't hold back his tears. Next Friday is the anniversary of Grandpa's death. Elder sister will accompany me. Okay. Mu Xian looked at his sister, his eyes slightly red. He wanted to take his sister along to see Grandpa, tell Grandpa that he now had a sister who loved him, tell Grandpa that he was married and had a family of his own. Good. Su Jinghan gently wiped the teardrops from the corner of his eyes. Mu Xian hemmed and hawed. Am I not ashamed that I'm still crying at such a big age? How could it be? The grief of a death in the family can't be held back. The first time Su Jinghan felt this way was when her grandmother died. At that time, she was very small and didn't understand. She didn't cry, and even thought it was shameful that a man of Dad's age was still sniveling. Only when she grew up did she realize that Dad didn't have a mom at that time. Don't look at her, and Mom and Dad dislike each other fiercely. She can't dare to imagine how sad she would be one day when her own mom and dad also passed away. Probably the reason why Mom and Dad urged her to get married. At least then she could have her brother by her side. Just like now, she could stay by her brother's side and comfort him. Okay, we'll go together then. Pulling her brother along, she walked home. Woodheart put the leaves in her mouth and whistled a cheerful love song as she walked. People can't always live in the moment when their loved ones pass away. The living have to move on. The dead can rest in peace. There is still life waiting for them. For Mu Xian, the most regrettable thing is probably that he didn't ever properly honor his grandfather. But he couldn't be blamed for that. At that time, he did not even understand what death was. Always thought it was that his grandfather had fallen asleep and would soon wake up. Life. There were always regrets. Don't you need a meeting today? In the office, Mu Xian looked at her sister who was sitting in her seat and playing with her cell phone. Today was Monday. She was actually sitting in the office. Su Jinghan put down her cell phone. Isn't it good to accompany you in the office? Although, but right. How should Mu Xian answer? It feels like a giveaway. Can't say it's not good. Work is still very important. Afraid that your sister won't have the money to support you in the future? As a secretary urging his boss to work, he was the first and probably the last. Su Jinghan really couldn't do anything about it. Mu Xian scratched his head. By no means did he mean that. Although it was true that he still had to rely on his sister for his pocket money, his sister couldn't not work. Blanche. Suddenly, he felt so not a thing. Soft rice eating so shamelessly. But what face do you need when you're all eating soft rice? Actually, I can also support my sister. Mu Xian muttered in a small voice. Although borrowing his money in the eyes of his sister is pitifully small, but lowering the quality of life a little bit is also possible to live a good life, but also can raise his sister white and fat. The prerequisite was not to lose too much. In case the company went bankrupt and lost all his money, he could only open a small restaurant to support his sister. The restaurant was his career plan from the very beginning, and he believed that with his cooking skills, the daily turnover would not be small. This dream of yours might be difficult to realize. Su Jinghan spread her hands to express helplessness. Bankruptcy probability is not to see that day. As the president of such a large company, she is not only a good vision, but also is not head iron. When it is time to stop, the loss will never procrastinate. She touched her brother's head. But if you can think like this, sister is already happy. The younger brother is not a flamboyant person. Not even a person who is good at words, or else he wouldn't have waited until Su Jinghan appeared to abduct his younger brother. And as far as she knows, Mu Xian has been carrying $10 million in his pocket for a long time. And surprisingly, he didn't think of going over to talk about a relationship. In fact, Wooden Heart is not thin-skinned. He just do not know how to start a topic. So the first sentence blocked and the mouth delayed out. And then there is no then. Mu Shin shrugged. who stipulated that only bankruptcy could support his sister. Now as usual, he could also take good care of her. So, no work today, right? Su Jinghan nodded. I understand the project process. I can't have a meeting without anything. The employees are annoyed. My sister is also annoyed. Who likes meetings? Doesn't it smell good to hug your brother in the office? It so happened that Fu Yun came in and saw the scene. She felt that she had gotten used to it. In fact, it was not. The once high and cold female president hugged a man and pampered him. She always felt very magical. For a moment, she froze in place and turned around to go out again. Getting used to it. In the past when Su Jinghan was the only one there, she usually pushed the door straight in after knocking. In the future she might have to pause for a while. Mu Xian was also embarrassed. Finally still being bumped into. He poked his sister who was hugging her face. Sister, someone is coming. It was only then that Su Jinghan shook her head and straightened up. Her hair swept across the tip of Mu Xian's nose, the faint scent making her fond of it. Is there really no need to sit over there? Come in. Su Jinghan and Mu Xian were still sitting in an office chair. She had one arm around her brother, just like the ancient emperor who still had his arm around his beloved consort when he went to court. Fate ruler, a proper fainting king. Did any minister come to speak to her? Mu Xian kept his head down the whole time, not daring to look at Fu Yun. Honestly, it was not as good as the position his sister held herself in just now. At least that way he could still show a little bit of his few manly qualities in front of outsiders. There was no need to pretend in front of Fu Yun. She and Zhao Feng were the ones who knew the most about Mu Xian's condition. It was good that Fu Yun just put a few documents on her desk and turned around to go out. She didn't have a boyfriend yet and didn't want to stay here to eat dog food. Suddenly, she thought about how Su Jinghan once swore to herself that the two sisters would be single together until old age, only to turn her head and have such a handsome little puppy without even realizing it. Bah, scum girl, it's true that whoever takes it seriously is a clown, and it turns out that only he or she takes it seriously. Woo, wanted to fall in love sweetly. Probably only this moment wants to fall in love the most. Su Jinghan nibbled on his brother's face. Shy. Mu Xian shook his head. Since that night's stiff upper lip, it was impossible for him to care about that little bit of pathetic face, and in the end the one who suffered would only be himself. I'm already used to it. Mu Xian raised his head and did not look at his sister. That's it. You can do whatever you want. I won't resist. Su Jinghan looked at her brother's arrogant appearance, inexplicably wanting to laugh. When you don't have enough strength, being angry is considered cute. Perhaps this is the real reason why Mu Xian poses as a badass. Su Jinghan leaned down and kissed her brother's sexy throat knot. Although it wasn't the first time, this part was quite sensitive every time, and Mu Xian would always be unable to resist, trembling a little. Mu Xian closed his eyes and looked like he was letting the king take him. Come on. No problem. I won't resist. I won't resist. I won't resist. If resisting was useful, it wouldn't be like this. When it is true that he understands what his sister said to himself at that time, there is something secretary to do, nothing to do. He suddenly hugged his sister, and early in the morning, he got him on fire. A penny for a penny. Sister bought supplements. Effect is obvious. The waste is not sour back pain. Can give sister steady happiness. Taking a breath. His feet were slow to move. How much he wanted to take his sister into that closed restroom, but the woman was too crazy. He was really afraid that the whole company knew about it. Su Jinghan wrapped her arms around her brother's neck, looking at his hesitant footsteps, gently exhaling in his ear, her voice extremely seductive. Go. What crushed the camel was the last straw. What crushed the wooden heart was the last breath of aroma. He even wondered if his sister had drugged herself. How could he be so hot and restless? Taking a long breath. Cannot be in the company to corrupt the sister's reputation. Cannot let those people in the back to chew the tongue. Go back at night and clean up this woman. Su Jinghan felt her brother's suddenly calming breath. This can be tolerated. Cannot be suffocated. Right. Come down. You don't work, I still have to work. Mu Xian put his sister down. He didn't update the novel the day before yesterday. He had planned to update it yesterday, but the plan couldn't catch up with the change. If he didn't update it today, someone might want to send him razor blades. He didn't even dare to look at the fan base, absolutely again accusing himself of laziness and forgetting about a group of clotheshorse. Sister backing him up was just so hardcore. In the beginning, I should not have listened to the words of the old fan to build a fan group, so there is no space at all, and the mystery of being an author has all disappeared. Su Jinghan surprisingly did not disturb her brother. She was surprised to find that her younger brother was actually a very career-oriented rotten boy, although she did not understand how these two words were paired together. Really to work when her younger brother was surprisingly serious. There was also the fact that her brother's hands were so fast, and she didn't know what she was thinking of at the moment, but she was actually fidgeting. Done. Muxin stretched a lazy waist. Just good 4,000 words. Do not know why there is no initial power to code words. Looking at the 4,000 word barrier too. More than one word he did not want to write. The day more 10,000 words of the day is gone. Su Jinghan immediately leaned on her brother, and it was obvious that she had already endured for a long time. I spicy big imperial sister it. Just met one obviously imperial sister. Now this sticky essence in the end who is? The goods are not the right board. Return. In my heart, I thought of returning the goods. But in my hands, I honestly hugged my sister. Returns. Forget it. Cannot afford to give up. Su Jinghan is looking at the documents that Fuyan sent just now. A thick pile, as if the company is recently following up the project. Muxin stared for a while. Can sister read them all? Every word he recognized, linked together but felt very strange. Especially the various diagrams again. Completely heavenly books. I really am a school dregs. Su Jinghan shook her head. Can't read it. Then you're still looking at it with great interest. Muxin felt that her sister was fooling herself, so she was already impatient with her younger brother. Su Jinghan almost got up and slapped him to death. All day long he read some poisonous chicken soup. Sooner or later he gave you Yang Luo. I only need to read this last point to summarize the content. Su Jinghan flipped to the end and pointed to an area. As for the other parts, they are for engineers and technicians. As the president of the company, naturally she didn't need to know everything. She recruited so many people to solve problems. If everything still needed her to learn and then do it herself, this company would be finished. Sister is just bored looking at it for fun, tossing the report aside. Her brother had finally finished writing, and she was really bored staying alone. Muxin had an illusion that the president of a large company is also easy to be competent. Look at this little bit of work. Are fast asleep. No wonder it needs a secretary. I can do it. Of course, just think about it. In his place it would only take a week for the company to go out of business. Let's play a game. Su Jinghan suddenly sat up. Play games? Muxin froze. He didn't remember his sister having a game addiction. Used the company's computer to play. Zoons okay? Enough of this unprofessional sister. Was it like this before? Can't be because she lost the company after getting married. She really needs to raise her by herself. It's not like there's anything to do now. Just play for a while. See out. Sister is also a person who combines labor and leisure. Simply play directly when bored. I wonder if it's the same for the employees. They touch the fish also turn a blind eye? No way. Uncle can tolerate and cannot tolerate. Sister can tolerate brother cannot tolerate. Woodhart decided to go down to catch them and then deduct money. I'm really good at saving my sister's money. Please call me a good thrifty brother. What are we playing? In order to retain talent for his sister's company, Muxin didn't act. In his heart, the 10,000 evil capitalists are not capable of being thugs after all. Wooden Heart did not have a game addiction. 43.99 Ice Fireman? It was also all a few good older children in the dormitory who brought him to play. The corner of Su Jinghan's mouth twitched. What kind of games are you playing for little kids? It was also true that his younger brother was a little kid. Not playing? The double-player game Muxin only knew this one. Used to treat it as a single-player game. Manipulating one with one hand. It was also quite silky. It was probably also a little too childish. Not much of a challenge. Sister just saw a fun game. Now download. Engaged in half a day is just brushing the jitterbug game addiction committed. Also do not know what game actually can get the sister's favor. No matter. Jealous. Vinegar bag sister of course have a vinegar bag brother. Don't care what the other side is. Anyway is jealous. I've played this game before. Didn't it just come out? It came out 3 years ago. When I played it for a while at school. Woodhart looked at the game name Mastodon Party, distantly remembering that it was still called Animal Party back then. It's true that the stupid drawing style is most able to attract women. I knew the Imperial sister looked away back then. That's even better. Get started. Su Jinghan's cell phone scanned the code and bought 2 copies. Muxin remembers that year seems to be free. He looked at a burst of meat pain. What kind of broken game even sells 147? This is not robbing money. $9.9 cannot be more. Sister and messy money. 147 can buy several pounds of ribs. The loser sister needs a thrifty younger brother. Muxin watched his sister kick the others out and directly disable the extra seats. Suddenly having a bad feeling. Are the two of us going one-on-one? Could it be that he had pissed off his sister and she wanted to make an example of him in the game? Let's just say that he was angry the night before last. Non-denial. Of course a younger brother can only play games with his sister. Su Jinghan ordered to start. Well, can. Anyway, skill dish a batch. And who play is in the beatings? A bunch of animals. Woodhart on the favorite dog with a bucket hat. I do not know why there is a sense of Yasuo's immediate sense. When the broken legs are to float in the canyon. Today the cold river lone shadow, the river and lake, the old man, meet each other. Very handsome. Just never look up. Then look at what Su Jinghan chose. Hong Lei brother. Muxian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This melon should not be familiar. Didn't you play before? Why are you such a vegetable? Su Jinghan looked at his brother who had been beaten by himself again and again. His record was already 0-7. Muxian scratched his head, having said that he played Ice Fireman. Back then, he did play it, but unfortunately, he didn't even pass the newbie tutorial. It was hard to skip the newbie tutorial, and he didn't win every game. Not only could he not beat the opposite side, but his teammates were not as powerful as the enemy. He was very bad at this type of game. Again, Woodheart gritted his teeth. His competitive spirit suddenly appeared. I am also. How can 0-7 stop him? I will win this hand. It was under the invincible. Just finished, he was empty with a flying kick, and was caught by his sister. Hey, what are you doing? Muxian watched his sister carry a toilet pump wobbling close to the fallen dog, listening to his sister's unintentional laughter. The dog is I'm sorry for you. Woodheart felt like storming out. Where are you pumping? Sister then used a toilet pump to pull the dog that the bucket has been left behind all over the place. The dog's injured part so that the wooden heart cannot help but clench his legs. Big time. Outside the game the sister is strong, and inside the game the brother can't break free. Where to buy a toilet pump of such good quality? Dead again. Woodheart hand trembling? Really super ghosts. Sister hand is also too heavy. Really have long looked at the younger brother is not good. Through the game to clean up his it. Well, let's not play. Su Jinghan probably saw that her brother's mind exploded from being beaten. 8 consecutive innings. No fight. She didn't say that Muxian didn't want to be playing anymore. Wasting $147. Loser sister. No wasting money in the future. Muxian looked at her sister reproachfully. This ghost game may also be played this once. Wasting 300 oceans for nothing. Su Jinghan shrugged her shoulders. $300 is only how much? A trip to a high-end restaurant a meal is not enough. But who can refuse a brother who saves money for himself? Buy and will not disappear. Just put it first. Maybe which want to beat up his brother. Come to the game to bully him. It doesn't hurt to get beaten up in the game anyway. Sure enough, this woman does not have good intentions. This game Woodheart cannot play a little. No game really hands to beat themselves how to do. Forget it, or accompany her to play. Woodheart got up to pour water. These games play more he always has a feeling of nausea. Like sitting on the bus wandering around all afternoon. At any time may spit out. In the afternoon again into the office Fu Yunlong memory. Deliberately waited a little. In fact, she also knew that it was not much use. If Su Jinghan did not want to avoid people, how long to wait is useless. Unfortunately, this time she did not see the picture of the last time. Suddenly there was a little disappointment. People are just guilty of not eating dog food and still miss it. Sister was called out by Fu Yun. It looks like there is something important. Muxian sat alone in front of the desk. Suddenly wanted to follow her sister to see, but was afraid that she was in the way. Couldn't keep up with her sister's pace. Cannot say so. The two people's careers are not the same. The office door closed. Woodheart retracted his gaze. Sister are working hard. He cannot swing. Sister hard a hammer. All morning is idle. Organize the outline. Woodheart continue to update the novel? Of course, tomorrow to send. Everything is difficult to start. The difficult thing is to find that feeling. To be quiet and think for 5 to 10 minutes, so that you can re-immerse yourself in what you have to do. So is the best way to cure procrastination. That's why most of the time when he writes a novel, he turns off his cell phone, disconnects from the internet and cuts off traffic, and doesn't let the outside world bother him as much as possible. It was different since his sister appeared. He didn't want to miss her messages. After updating 2 chapters in a row, his sister still hadn't returned, and hadn't even sent him a single message. Even though he knew that his sister was busy, he still couldn't help but think wildly. It was true that when one person was busy and the other was idle, conflicts would arise between husband and wife, and the one who had nothing to do all day would always be unreasonable. Summarize one word: idle. Woodheart walked out of the office. He had yet to take a good look at his sister's company. Even though his appearance was not for a day or two, it was just that when he walked in the company he still attracted attention, partly because of Su Jinghan and partly because of Muxian's high face value. The company was huge and he couldn't find where his sister was. What are you doing out here if you're not in the office drinking tea? Zhao Feng looked at Muxian who was sitting beside him. This guy's life was quite good. Unlike himself, he had to work hard. Zhao Feng's place was a separate office, and Muxian's social phobia finally got better, and the whole person relaxed. It's just me. It's weirdly boring. Take a look at this. Is this human talk? Zhao Feng was so busy working continuously that he was about to go up and smoke. and he actually said to himself that he was bored. It's true that when a person pursues a different quality of life the perception is different. He believes that even if Muxin did not meet Su Jinghan, life is as boring. No extravagant desire to consume and major responsibilities on the shoulders. Life is really easy. Some red-eyed people couldn't see others being so easy and called them posers. Doesn't your family have a company? Why are you here? What? Eating your family's rice? Wooden heart. What's wrong with this person? Catching someone and biting them? Nuts. Si Zhaofeng is very do not want to come. Lying at home as a second generation is not good. Anyway, their family's money in this life cannot lose all. Besides, there is not the old sister it. People Su Jinghan can hold up a large company. Why cannot she? My wife did not give you a salary? Zhaofeng. Bad. Like really eat his family rice. With this attitude of yours, I'll go back and tell my wife to dock your paycheck. Muxin had his hands resting on his head in a leisurely manner. Finally, he knew why some people liked to take the chicken feather as an arrow. Whoever did it knew it was comfortable. Zhaofeng glared at him. Dog fights with people. I work so hard for you. You do not thank me even if, but also want to stimulate me so. Believe it or not, small master lifted the table quit, so that you cannot change the luxury car. So what have you been up to lately? Muxin remembered that Su Jinghan and Zhao family business has a big cooperation. Zhaofeng only appeared here, so sister went out should be for this matter. Zhaofeng got up to pour water. Are you going to help me? The work is not done. There are an infinite number of tomorrows. Since Muxin came, he simply accompanied his old classmate for a while. How can accompanying the company boss be called touching the fish? Cut. Woodheart took the water cup. Help, you might as well go back and help my wife. Can't see the tea leaves or hole on. Sister's office also has tea. There is even a set of equipment specializing in making tea. Woodheart experienced once, and then smacked too much trouble. Why not just grab a handful of tea leaves and put them in a cup with water? It's not like it's undrinkable. I'm sorry to trouble you, old cutter. I'm also a rich second generation. Never saw that the 4-year roommate still had the potential to sit on the Joe pickpocket. A little bit of tea leaves to be catty. Woodheart laughed. This is your wrong. The whole company, so many people. A person shun a little to lose a lot of money it. I'm saving money for my wife. Tea this thing it, also depends on the quality. The good tea old expensive. Anyway, Woodheart cannot drink out. He feels all the same. Okay. You really know how to live. Zhaofeng very much wanted to throw Muxin out at the moment. You've got a wife on the left and a wife on the right here. Is the relationship between you two progressing so fast? Muxin put down her teacup, her eyes carrying a murderous aura. You kid was close to stripping me naked and sending me to Su Jinghan in front of her in the first place. And now you're questioning me about progressing so fast. I had no choice in the beginning. Zhaofeng was vain. It was also true that he had stood his brother up. If I didn't do that, your wife would have killed me. He also had bitter words to say. Isn't a brother used to sell at a critical time? Anyway, Woodheart doesn't suffer. Right. Why don't I treat you to a jerk? There is no problem between brothers that can't be solved by a small barbecue. And if there is, there will be another one. Muxin refused without even thinking. No, I have to go home to accompany my wife. Zhaofeng, you do not have to feed yourself a mouthful of dog food at this moment. Come together. I will call my old sister also. Together? Ask her. Your wife, you let me ask? Where would Zhaofeng dare to meet Su Jinghan? That woman didn't have a good face for the rest of the people except when facing Muxin. She definitely let me decide. Knowing too well how his sister would answer such unimportant things, Muxin himself didn't know if he wanted to go. So don't throw this kind of dilemma at him. Zhaofeng, Sheena. Dog food again. How could Zhaofeng go to Su Jinghan? Do you know how badly the last person who asked her out to dinner was rejected? And he himself asked her out for a barbecue. Come on. I won't have to come to the office tomorrow. Hey, please eat, no one to go. Mixed, too bad. When to get married? Please brother, I went to drink a cup of wedding wine. Already tied the knot. Woodheart language is not shocking. Get up to take the phone to sit down again. Zhaofeng directly sat on the ground. I heard what? Has been married? Not it. Married are not invited me. Really angry with the brother? Zhaofeng grabbed Woodheart's arm. Can't on that little thing? Not to hurt the feelings of you and me brothers. Businessmen seek profit. Even though he didn't want the relationship with Muxin to be laced with profit, his family was thrilled when they heard that Muxin was his roommate. Zhaofeng knew what they were thinking, and it was nothing more than using this as a bridge to communicate with Su Jinghan. Preparation is left to chance. Maybe it can really be used in the future. As a result, it would no longer matter. It's just a license. There's no wedding yet. Muxin shook off his hand. Am I that petty? Zhaofeng breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. When the time comes, you'll be in the middle of your wife's lawsuit against me. and I'll be in trouble. According to Su Jingyan's degree of protecting the calf, one word from Mu Xian Xiaofeng was bound to be targeted. Mu Xian looked at him with disdain. Look at your wimpy behavior. What's the big deal about being afraid of your wife? You're afraid of a woman who has absolutely nothing to do with you. How humiliating is it to say that? Xiaofeng, 50 steps to 100. Don't get carried away. You've been resting for half an hour. Mu Xian looked at her cell phone. He pinched the time. Not a second off. It's time to work. Don't think about touching the fish, or your wages will be deducted. Getting up, he straightened his clothes and waved his hand elegantly. I'm off. Bye. Behind him was Xiaofeng, who was looking for something. See if I can smash you to death or not, you're done. He felt that compared to Mu Xian in the future he would definitely be a benevolent boss. Should he learn from old wood? Zhao's employees suddenly felt a cool breeze at their backs and shivered. It feels good to catch up with old friends. Going out of the door, Mu Xian organized his expression. And there were so many people outside. He looked down at his toes and left in big steps. The way to avoid embarrassment in social terrorism is to act high and mighty. I can't see you the whole time and you don't see me. Grabbing the last second of the elevator door closing. The result was still a step slow. The up button was pressed and lit. But unfortunately the elevator did not wait for himself. This is a special elevator for Su Jingyan's office. And very few people use it. The one who went up just now couldn't be sister. Mu Xian suddenly panicked. Rather like the scene when he sneaked out to play when he was a child and was caught by his grandfather. If she returns to the office and finds that he is not there, will she beat me up? At this moment, Mu Xian wanted to run up the stairs. Floor difference of 3 floors. Running up is not tired. Just see the elevator has stopped at the sister's office that floor. Forget it, it's already late. Honestly, wait for the elevator. Straight to the elevator. In any case, it is too late. Push open the door of the office. Woodheart in turn did not fear, and is not sold to the sister. Go out to have fun, cannot? When did you come back? Su Jinghan was indeed sitting in front of the desk. Where did you go? Met. His wife checked on him. How should he answer so that he won't be served with the family law? I went to inspect the employee's work situation. Su Jingyan's hand movement was a beat. The new officer took off his 3 fires. This went to inspect the company. But she did not seem to give her brother the right to awe. Leaning against the office chair. How is the situation? Woodheart sitting next to his sister? How also really inquire about it? So big company, how can not have a few touching fish? Lost the work, how bad? In this way, can only aggrieve you. Xiaofeng, that kid. As soon as I went in to find me chatting. The old lazy. Deduct his money. Xiaofeng, old 6. Mu Xian, I'm just being honest. Fine. Go ahead and deduct it. Take what you deduct as your pocket money. Choosing Xiaofeng was an argument. The sister wouldn't really deduct Xiaofeng's money. There was a Zhao family relationship in place. And it wasn't so bad that she would be directly kicked out of the company. And most importantly, she knew about Mu Xian's relationship with Xiaofeng. Doesn't the action make sense? I just hope that when my sister calls to check on her, Lao Zhao won't say anything. Xiaofeng, do you think it's possible? All ready to deduct my money. Su Jinghan is not interested in Xiaofeng. The scene of brothers loving each other can be seen. And then there will be a reason to deal with Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng, misty grass. An old 6. Mu Xinshin moved. How Xiaofeng is also an executive. The salary cannot be low. Right. Pocket money can be much more. And do not have to ask my sister for pocket money. It has the effect of saving money. Ness. Office. Xiaofeng right eyelid jumped straight. May want to fold money. Die. All die. Busy today? Mu Xian looked at his sister's computer and couldn't understand a thing. Can I help? Although he has his own business. But watching his sister busy also always want to be a little involved. Also counted as husband and wife to suffer together. A little. May have to go home later. You can help your sister review these. Su Jinghan looked for some documents from the computer and sent them to Mu Xian. Can I do that? Mu Xian had intended to engage in some work that was not technical and did not require a brain. This type of work required a lot of energy and was most suitable for helping her sister share. There's no problem. It's all simple work. Just be meticulous. What Su Jinghan gave him was indeed some simple and tedious work as well. Mu Xian roughly swept a glance. Densely packed with words. The good thing is that it is a simple calibration work. It is just a little bit costly to the eyes. Enough until 6:30 in the evening to complete the work. Woodheart stretched a lazy waist, got up and went out of the office. He finally saw why it was said that his sister was a workaholic. Up to this point did not drink a drop of water. Too dedicated. Deserved her to have such a large company. Half an hour later, Mu Xian came back with a dinner plate in her hand. Let's eat something first. There was no dinner in the company. Su Jingyan's company did not promote overtime work. And the only ones who often worked overtime were Su Jinghan and Fu Yun. Only now Fu Yun had turned into Mu Xian. Sister should still be quite a long time before the end. Just now downstairs most people have finished. Many floors are already dark. Would Heart suddenly a little heartbroken. Sister used to be alone here so late? Su Jinghan turned her head to take a bite of the food that Mu Xian had fed her. Her hands moved. Slightly surprised. Looking at the food on the plate. You made this? The perception of flavor was strange. She always felt that her brother's cooking was different from other people's tastes. Mu Xian nodded. The cafeteria employees were off duty. He could only take the spare key and do it himself, pulling his sister aside. Which one of you is such a company boss working overtime? It's normal for a boss to work overtime. Su Jinghan did not think. Some things are either dealt with in the company or go home to deal with. The same is also overtime. Understand. The company is the boss's. There is definitely motivation to work for yourself. Su Jinghan finished her meal in 3 or 2. And Mu Xian finally met the thunderous female president they talked about today. Sister finished things in advance. Tomorrow the people below can start working quickly. It will be hard to touch the fish during office hours. Mu Xian. Worthy of being you. Capitalist sister. Counting the employees to death. This is good. Work well during office hours and stay wherever it's cool after work. Employees working overtime may be late tomorrow. Sister who can't get up tomorrow can work later or even not work. Ness. Actually there is no need to be in such a hurry. We don't have to go home today. We can also sleep inside. Approaching 8 o'clock Mushin saw her sister's speed picking up with the naked eye. And it was true that even bosses working overtime could be annoying. Let those employees who are getting paid come back to work overtime. Can't let her sister get tired. There are simple washing utensils in the restroom. Su Jinghan shook her head. No. Sleeping here tomorrow won't I have to get up early to work? Whoever said she was a workaholic? Stand out. Come on. 9 o'clock. Su Jinghan's work finally ended. WeChat sent to Fu Yun to notify her of tomorrow's work matters. It can be seen that the sister does not want to come to the company at all tomorrow. Being a secretary is also tiring. So late but also to receive the boss's tasks. Would Heart replaced Pei Cloud some of the original task? She did not accompany Su Jinghan overtime today to go home early. Overtime pay is certainly not. But she is not bad money. Can some of their own life. Would Heart is miserable. He has no overtime pay. But he has pocket money higher than overtime pay. Looking at his sister who stretched. He put down the study materials in his hands and swallowed his saliva. His sister's body is not enough to see how. Learning materials are serious learning materials. Sister gave him to find a lot of management company aspects of the books and materials. To be honest, when going to school are not now so serious. Su Jinghan pounced on her brother at once and rubbed herself against him. Looking at his sister like a kitten. Mu Xian held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Is the way a high and cold sister relieves stress so contrasting? What could not be denied was that a loving hug could really relieve so much stress. Let's go home. Kissing her sister on the forehead. Su Jinghan hugged her brother and kissed him. Hug your sister down. Mu Xian is refused. The sister is too high. The princess hug does not have that small and lovely feeling. On the contrary, it is a little twisted. It seems that the high and cold imperial sister and the princess hug are not suitable. Carry sister down. Okay? Mu Xian asked tentatively. Su Jinghan did not refuse. It is really inconvenient to hold, to press the elevator, open the door and so on. Look at the sister's appearance. It is impossible to reach out. Carrying his sister's bag, he carried his sister into the office. Sister leaned on his shoulder, breathing steadily, as if asleep. Let's see if you still play games at the company later. You're so busy that you can't go home until now. Brother, this sentence of yours seems like something our mom said. Su Jinghan muttered. Is it? Mu Xian wasn't sure. No one had said anything about him when he was a child. Who cares about you in the orphanage as long as you don't die? Dead memories suddenly attacked her. After school is to play. Write homework until now deserved. God. Too much like. Remember that is sleepy and tired. There's nothing to do in the morning. There's nothing my sister can do. Only in the afternoon began to get busy. In the morning even if she does not play games do not know what to do. You do not comfort sister even if. But also fierce sister. Mu Xian. Heaven and earth is kind ah. Where did I mean to be mean to my sister? I didn't even dare to speak out loud. I was wrong. The attitude of admitting fault is quite Shinken. Not always said that the essence of falling in love is admitting fault. No matter what fault it is. Anyway, it's me who's wrong. Didn't I stay to keep my sister company? Not enough. Su Jinghan's hold on her sister tightened. Then what do you want me to do? Finish all your work like sister did today. Then sister sit next to you and play. Mu Xian sweated. Finished. Already beginning to resent her own low ability. It was true that seeing a person posing as a loser next to her was extremely unbalanced in her heart. The pace of learning needed to be accelerated. Let me do all the work. You're not afraid that the company will be run away by me. The trust of his sister Muxin was grateful. But the love brain can't be so stupid. Right. In case he is a bad guy, won't his sister be cheated of her money in color? Fortunately, he was not a bad person. Su Jinghan raised her head slightly and narrowed a pair of eyes like a rattlesnake poised to strike. A serpentine beauty. So, younger brother has grown up and has ambitions? Muxin gulped. Bad. His sister was angry, but he was no longer afraid. If I have ambition, how could I say it? There is that suspect will be stupid to tell the crime plan in advance. Heaven and earth. I just want to remind my sister. Silly brother being sold is helping to count the money. Su Jinghan scared twice. The money you earn from your work goes directly into your sister's pocket. Standing in the elevator, Muxin froze for a moment. This would be a bit awkward. He didn't even have a salary. Just that little bit of pocket money. Blanche. It seemed like he was really being sold. And you don't think that your sister can't discover your small movements? Su Jinghan twisted one hand over her brother's head. Her eyes had a few dangerous moments. How could it be? I'm very well behaved. Muxin even self-doubted for a moment if there were really small movements. That's good. Su Jinghan tapped on her brother's lips. Muxin laughed bitterly in his heart. He seemed to be completely taken by his sister. He would actually be afraid that this kind of woman would be cheated out of her money. How could it be possible? The one who was cheated out of her money was himself, right? Really being sold and still helping her count the money. The elevator is here. Muxin panicked and carried her sister out. Still thought that her sister was simple. The drapery has been made out. Standing at the side of the car, Woodhart suddenly thought of a paragraph, the kind of paragraph that poisoned the contemporary view of love. But surprisingly, they are all married. They can try it once or twice, commonly known as the flirtation in life. Princess, please get in the car. Sister sat in the co-pilot. Even the seatbelt was buckled for her by Muxin. It could be seen that working overtime was really tiring. This little thing did not want to move. How did one go back before? Do not understand. Su Jinghan tugged on his brother's collar when he was about to leave. Princess, this name sister doesn't like. Next time you can call the queen. Muxin. There is no next time. Want to have a late night snack? Woodhart asked. After working overtime for so long, don't you need a little bit of food to treat yourself? Muxin felt that food could soothe a person's heart the most, especially desserts. Just a little bit could sweep away the fatigue of the day. Su Jinghan hesitated for a moment and shook her head. It will grow fat. Women who didn't care about their figure were those who didn't have a figure. A great beauty like her sister also had anxiety about growing fat. Muxin did not ask again. Keep asking will give a feeling that you want her to eat. It is better to bring it to her directly. Of course he didn't act. The best way to lose weight is not to diet, but to keep your mouth shut. In the case of not being hungry, Muxin had no desire for food. His sister was similar to him. Muxin stood behind Su Jinghan, two hands holding her white neck. At this moment only need to gently force. Sister's family property is his own. See if you dare to say that I was sold and still helped count the money. Hands moved to the shoulders and kneaded them. Of course, he would not choose such a poor killing method. It is a pig that can suspect his head. Sedentary will have a kind of occupational disease. As a novel writer, Woodhart knows best. When the cervical vertebrae and shoulders began to pain, everything is too late. Not the kind of heartbreaking pain. The slightest movement on the hidden pain really will be a person tortured crazy. Nice technique. Su Jinghan closed her eyes and gave a praise, even though it wasn't very tiring. But who could refuse a massage from her brother? Su Jinghan suddenly tilted her head and looked at her brother. So skillful. On whom have you experimented? Muxin. Hands stopped. What is this cold words? I work hard to give you a massage. You repay me like this? Suddenly understand those girlfriends are very made big brothers why they broke up. Good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, who can stand it? Gambling on the sofa sitting. Explanation is impossible to explain. Wronged you more than you know how wronged, but also impossible to tolerate. Angry. Must be angry. Even my sister sat over with her head tilted the other way not to look at her. Getting up and leaving was not an option. Still waiting for my sister to coax. Angry? Su Jinghan said in her brother's ear. Muxin slightly tilted her head. Yes, angry, but it was impossible to be coaxed just like that. Su Jinghan directly pulled up her brother's hands and sat her entire body on her brother. Sister is joking with you. She just wanted to flirt with her younger brother. Maybe this way is a little too much. Sister, and you apologize. Don't be angry. Barked a kiss on her brother's mouth. Woodhart sometimes really think that men angry really too easy to be coaxed. Well, sister just need this one action. Woodhart instantly broken. Probably because there was no real anger. Waiting for a man to be really angry. There is no room for redemption. Woodhart hugged his sister's neck. In the future, You are not allowed to say in this way. Good. Su Jinghan nudged her brother's mouth again. But your technique is so good. Where in the world did you practice? This question won't get through today, will it? Is this the bitterness of love? The possessiveness of a high and cold imperial sister in love is one and the same. I don't know. It felt like it should be that way when I put my hand on it. Looking at his sister's disbelieving eyes. You don't think I used to work in that kind of place? Right. Just brothers kind of face value. Go and still come out alive? That kind of place is like wolves and tigers. Such a handsome and beautiful man might have just gone in and been taken home by someone's eyes. Although Mu Xian was young, it didn't mean that she was simple. And when she encountered that kind of place, she would go around it. Also right. Su Jinghan knew too well what kind of virtues those fat rich women with a little bit of money were. Even she herself hadn't been able to resist, not to mention them, and there was absolutely no way they would let go of such a handsome little puppy. But there's one thing you're wrong about. Su Jinghan pulled her brother up from the sofa. You're not a brother. You're a younger brother. Hey, this violent temper of mine. It really can't be tolerated. Forget it, brother is brother. It's been called for so many days. It's good that sister is happy. Do you hear me? Yes. Younger brother obeys the holy decree of the Queen Sama. Mu Xian blankly glanced at her sister. As long as her sister was happy. On the bed, Mu Xian looked at his sister's jade back and sucked in his saliva. Just looking at it was so delicious that he couldn't help but want to stick his tongue out and lick it. Blanche knew that there are some things that can't set a precedent. Since the last time I licked it, the whole person even has no bottom line anymore. But my sister washed. A fist smashed on the sister's jade back. Nishanai. Another punch after another. Su Jinghan lay on her back, slightly inclining her head. Brother, why do I feel that you want to plot against your sister? Ha, Mu Xian was startled. More strength? Shouldn't be he just had a little bit more chi. In no way could he hurt his sister. That's not true. It's just that it feels like you have a grudge against your sister in your heart? Su Jinghan frowned, feeling that things were not simple. Could it be that he was not convinced by calling his younger brother just now? Good the younger brother has really grown up. Needs to be properly tempered. Wife is the sky. Wife is the earth. Our family's wife is the biggest. How can I dare to have a complaint against your wife? Mu Xian felt that he probably drifted. Having complaints against such a beautiful and flowery wife who earns money to support the family. Not knowing the blessings when he is in the midst of the blessings. When did you become oily? I can hear my sister's voice is very happy. There is that woman does not like these sweet words. Or say that the scum is loved by women. Sister have tasted, how can I not know? Slutty words in this regard. Mu Xian did not lose anyone. Action in this regard. Su Jinghan also did not lose anyone. Is it? Sister taste again. Massage? Let's talk about it later. Would heart to sister pressed back. What to serve people things little master dare not, words less said. Sister slippery skin, do not mention how comfortable. Su Jinghan did not want to tear down her brother. Where is your massage? And at the expense of me just now also felt that you have a good hand. Okay. Mu Xian got off his sister. Su Jinghan rolled over. Sure, turning sideways to look at her brother. Sister seems to remember ordering a full body massage. Full body? Massage? Mu Xian glanced at his sister's proud figure. After such a long time, how come there was still no resistance at all? You remembered wrongly. Surely not. He shook his head. What kind of person did he take himself for? Did he really think he was in that kind of a modest place? Bah! Little master. I'm dying today, but I won't submit to this kind of unreasonable request. Experienced over long ago, not heartfelt. Su Jinghan frowned. Her jade hand gently stroked his cheeks. Brother has grown up. He dares to dislike sister. Hold down his head and fall down. Sister changed her mind. Hand more meaningless. Misty grass. Let's just say that some things can't be started. Right. The back can't be collected. Friday. Both did not work. Sister said she was not busy today. Would heart also see? In addition to the day of Monday overtime until 9 o'clock, the remaining days feel more idle than him as a novel writer. In my sister's words, I recruited so many employees, I can't do everything myself. No problem. That's why she is more active than her employees in getting off work. Running on the dot. Not dragging her feet at all. As the boss, can wait until the off-duty time is already not easy. Would heart even, and she said, why don't you just don't go? Just at home. Sister said no. The company's general direction should be controlled. Doesn't it feel like Grandpa's grave is far away? Mu Xian drove the car all the way to the suburbs. Grandpa belonged to the native Rongjin people, and his family had a piece of land where he was buried after his death. In the past, when there was no car, a round trip would cost so much in fares. It was the only thing Woodheart was not willing to save money on. The more he grew up, the more he missed his grandfather. Ever thought of moving Grandpa's grave? Su Jinghan looked at the scattered graves that could be vaguely seen in the surrounding area. all of which were old graves from more than 10 years ago. Nowadays, it had long since been disallowed to be buried this way, and most of them bought a cemetery plot in the garden mausoleum, or bought an urn house. Muxin did not answer his sister. He never thought about this problem. It is said that this cemetery was chosen by Grandpa himself. The land is supposed to be his own. Don't want money, also want to be closer to home. In the future, all the graves here are going to be moved, just for these 2 years, and this type of burial is not allowed. As the owner of a large company, she naturally knew some of the policy wins, even though she wouldn't run to these places to enjoy the scenery. There were people who said it was so indecent. We'll see then. Move away. Move away. Grandfather is a widowed old man. It is said that his old partner died in childbirth decades ago. A corpse, even the child was not saved. He then never married again. Always a person, but is a person of love. As he grew older, he felt more and more lonely. So he sold his house and became the director of an orphanage. And then he met Xiao Muxin. What will happen if you don't move the graves? Just dig out the ashes and throw them away. Wooden Heart won't be so stupid as to think that there will be people who will take good care of Grandpa's ashes. And most of the strangers will be indifferent, even bad. Woodheart didn't want these people to disturb his grandfather's long sleep. He didn't lack money. A cemetery plot was affordable. Grandpa lived inside the orphanage most of the time. This is where he and Grandma lived together after they got married. So he couldn't afford to part with it. Muxian pointed to a very dilapidated old house in the distance. It looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time. That's right. This place is too remote and shabby. Not many people look at it. Even Woodheart only used to come back together when Grandpa was around. And he wouldn't live in it when he came to visit the graves. He was afraid of the wilderness. The mountain roads weren't very walkable. He had thought that a rich kid like his sister would not be able to stand it. And once again he underestimated his sister. Her physical strength was better than even his. The scenery is not bad. This season many tree branches have already grown young leaves. Some even grow flowers. Another half a month like will bloom. It should be even more beautiful by then. Grandpa, Grandma, Dad, I've come to see you. There was a noticeable pause between Dad and Grandma. Dad, Su Jinghan froze. How did she not know that her brother had found his father? Placing the things in front of the tombstone. This is a joint grave. Besides Grandpa, there is also Grandma and their child who died due to a difficult labor. This was why Grandpa had to be buried here. Muxian suddenly smiled. When I was little, Grandpa brought me to sweep the grave, and Grandpa said that inside was Grandma and his child. So I subconsciously asked, isn't that Dad? So as a child, I thought of this person I had never met as my father. Grew up a little bit in turn called not exported, because he knew in fact is not the father. In came here would heart no longer have sadness. More silence. He did not know if everyone is like this. Time will eventually wash away everything. The past gradually become blurred. Still miss Grandpa. Miss as if become implicit. Grandpa, I'm married and have a family. Muxian raised the marriage license in front of her. Voice with a sobbing tone, you can rest easy down there. When I was young, I didn't understand and wondered why Grandpa was always looking forward to growing up. Saying something about having his own family when he grew up. Hart muttered grandfather is not his own family. In fact, Grandpa had known that he could not always accompany Muxian, and would even leave him very early, and probably understood why the elders were always urging for marriage, and living alone in this world. It was a feeling of being forgotten by the world. Now Grandpa was also considered to have a wish fulfilled. Grandpa, don't worry. Su Jinghan stepped forward and held her brother's shoulders from behind. I will take care of this stupid brother. Muxian, are you polite? Who are you calling a fool? I am a college student no matter what. Is it really good for you to denigrate me in front of Grandpa like this? Beware of Grandpa coming to find you at night. No, old man, you watch out. This is your granddaughter-in-law. Don't really come at night. Su Jinghan didn't care about his brother's protesting expression. What happened to the college students? His eyes revealed clear stupidity. Being cheated and still helping to count the money. Solid. Nakedly insulting. Old man, how about I change your residence? If you don't agree you can dream at night and tell me. If you agree, you don't have to come. Muxian adhered to the principle of democracy and spoke to the old man. He also didn't want to run so far every year. Su Jinghan did not hold back her laughter. You still believe in this kind of thing? Muxian compared to a silent gesture. Believing is spiritual. Not believing is not spiritual. In fact, he is not very believe. If you say he will be rich and good luck or very believe. If you want to say he is unlucky. Sorry, feudal superstition cannot be believed. Su Jinghan shrugged his shoulders. More than 10 years. Should have been reincarnated. How can still dream? Go. Muxian beckoned. Just like that and it's over? Aha. Muxian nodded. Where there are so many cumbersome links. today came to actually give Grandpa a happy report. Sister, put this on. It definitely looks good. Muxin put a flower garland on his sister's head. Su Jinghan felt that her younger brother's hands were so clever. She didn't even look at the process of picking down the flowers to become a garland. Reasonably should not be interested in this kind of trinket. Why a little bit happy? Probably because the younger brother sent it. This isn't the way home, is it? When her sister said that she would drive the road back, Mushin had realized that it was definitely not home. And as expected, it wasn't the same road that she came on. Sister accompanied you to see Grandpa. Of course you have to accompany me back to see Grandpa. Su Jinghan was going to go back and tell that old man. Even if you don't tell me, I can still abduct my brother home. Young people are indeed full of gas. Ha ha. Elder Su alternated the chess pieces in his hands and placed them on the board. He could sort of see the way Muxin played chess. One word. Reckless. Abandoning rooks for several games in a row was a common occurrence. Muxin scratched his head. Having had the experience of meeting Su Jinghan's parents once, he was not overly nervous about meeting his grandfather this time, even though he was constrained. The old man gave him a very similar feeling to his grandfather. Ignoring the mansion he lived in, Muxin even felt that he was the old man at the entrance of the village, and he couldn't feel any sense of oppression from him at all. When are you two planning to hold the wedding? Elder Su looked at his granddaughter who was sitting next to him. Su Jinghan had been sitting next to her watching. She also knew how to play chess. When she was a child, her grandfather often dragged himself to play chess with him. She didn't expect her younger brother to be so good. For hobbies that didn't cost a fortune, he seemed to be very good at all of them. Coincidentally, Muxin's chess was also taught by her grandfather, and the old man would be good to have a game with someone after dinner. Muxin was also a grandmaster on the internet. Su Jinghan thought for a moment. Next month, there's a nice day. The parents had all met, so they could put this matter on the agenda. Elder Su's gaze turned to Muxin. He could see that this result was set by his granddaughter alone. Knowing his granddaughter too well, Muxin nodded. Listen to sister. Didn't feel anything. Muxin only felt that it was good to give himself a decision. After all, he really didn't have any good ideas either. He was actually a person with very low desires, and if he was given a choice was happy to participate in it. Hanin in the future you should discuss things with Xiaomu, and temper your character at home. He was truly afraid that his granddaughter's personality would scare off Muxin. It had been so many years, it was hard to find one. No, elder sister usually cares about my feelings. Muxin waved his hand in a hurry. He realized that his sister's family was ostensibly looking towards him. This was an ingenious way of dealing with the family. Mother-in-law ostensibly stood by her son-in-law. Mother-in-law ostensibly stood by her daughter-in-law. And as for the husband and wife, the two of them put each other first. If she bullies you, come tell Grandpa. Elder Su got up and left. Muxin shrugged his shoulders. You guys really don't care about your own life or death. Back at home, but only he and his sister are the two people. They still have to use a small whip to whip themselves to death. Implicitly a smile. Wife, don't worry. Our family, you say. It is better to make a statement first. Sister can manage a large company. In the direction of the family can certainly see more clearly. Anyway, Mushin would just be an enforcer. Playing with his head really wasn't for him. Of course a family didn't have that many big events. Life was more about firewood, rice, oil and salt and the occasional romance. Don't with so many people backing up your brother, you can be a bit more tough. Su Jinghan smiled mysteriously. I'll believe the hell out of you. Don't I know how dark-minded my sister is? She's just digging a hole for herself, and in the end, she'll definitely be killed by her sister in return. No. Heart weak, look at sister. I said I'm not a brother, just a younger brother. A woman's heart under the sea needle. Ghosts know how long she can remember the casual joke at this moment. Maybe in the next moment to burst out. Then they will be miserable. Su Jinghan skimmed her mouth. Meaningless. In fact, you can really be a bit more tough. Muxin silence. Sister, this sentence in the end has a few points of truth. It is difficult not to like a small milk dog, like a small wolf dog. Before he could think about it, he heard his sister's words. That way, my sister can bully you in name only. Muxin? Are you being polite? Want me to make the first move and then you're bullying me in turn? Shit, you're really insulting like that. Hey, I'll try my best. He is really do not know what else he can say, or find an opportunity to let his sister vent. So humble. Crying. JPG. Alright, sister is joking with you. Su Jinghan got up and hugged her younger brother, all but making him cry. Joke? But Muxin took it seriously. Elder Su came down from upstairs, holding 2 boxes in his hands. You two guys, spreading dog food for me as an old man here. Muxin was embarrassed. This old man was quite fashionable. Wanting to push his sister away, he suddenly felt if it was inappropriate. A simple action could hurt deeply, and he didn't dare to put his arm around his sister for fear of being directly thrown out by his grandfather. So the whole person could only freeze in place. Missing grandma? Su Jinghan walked up to help her grandfather downstairs. When she was a child she always saw her grandfather and grandmother love scenes. Very warm and comfortable. Unfortunately, grandma left too early. She could show her love in front of her parents, using her love to provoke the old couple to once show their love in front of themselves, telling them that they also have someone to love. But not in front of grandpa, who would miss grandma. Ha ha. Elder Su wasn't hurt. This is for you. 2 boxes. One given to Mu Xin. One given to Su Dinghan. The 2 boxes were identical in appearance, and it looked like the contents should be a pair. Grandpa is already approved? Su Jinghan was a bit surprised. There were not many things that could make an overbearing female president surprised. Mu Xin felt that he probably guessed that it should be a token or something like that. You're all married. Does it matter if I recognize it or not? Elder Su laughed. The license had been collected before bringing it home. Only his own granddaughter could do it. It's useless for him, an old man, to say anything else. This granddaughter of his own family, dead stubborn. Brother is still excellent. But old man, I helped you find someone. Can I not know? Elder Su put the hands of the 2 together, said goodbye to showing love in front of the old man. This has all been protected on. Su family has only one granddaughter. He dared to push his granddaughter to Mu Xin. Surely will Mu Xin bottom pants all know clearly. You 2 should be good in the future. Elder Su patted the hands of the 2, sort of ending a wish. Mu Xin felt like just giving him a downward spiral in an invisible way. People could be disguised, and people could become. Elder Su was definitely a ruthless person as well, and he did not doubt for a second that the old man's way of dealing with things was going to be the same as his sister's, locking himself up once anything went wrong. Alas, a slight sigh in his heart. It really is an unequal marriage. Can't escape, can't hold on to it, can only go with the flow. Open it. Inside was a yin and yang fish jade pendant. Mu Xion's was white, and her sister's was black. Just the right pair. This Taiji bracelet is an antique, passed down from my grandfather's time. The significance of bringing it on should be understood. Master Su's tone suddenly became serious. Mu Xian looked at the pendant. Following her sister's movements, she put them on her hands, one on her right hand and one on her left. The jade pendant seemed too heavy. Sitting in the car, Mu Xian was in no hurry to leave. Sister, should I keep it on all the time? Heavy, more valuable. It is a family's inheritance. Mu Xian was really afraid that she could not afford to pay for it if she knocked it to pieces. No need. Just bring it on your wedding day. Do you think it's not good for me to sit here? Mu Xian sat paralyzed on the upholstered seat and said breathlessly to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng shoved him a little. Knowing that you still don't hurry over. The tone was equally breathless. But I really can't walk anymore. The 2 sat on the upholstered seats leaning against each other like a mess. Mushin realized that her sister was the most perfect person in the world. Let's use the word perfect to describe her. But what could be improved through acquired effort? Whether it was something boys were good at or something women were good at. She was good at. It was hard to imagine how she was born with so many talent points. It was hard to play a different game. Or did she have a physical plug-in engine? Physical quality crushed Mushin even if shopping was even several galaxies away from her. I shouldn't have. Forget it. I can't seem to stay away. A sentence as if draining his whole body strength. Sister proposed shopping. He dared not from it. There is no room for him to reserve the choice. You are accompanying your wife. I accompanied my sister to come. What did I say? Zhao Feng is the real bidder. Although both called sister. But this sister is not his sister. Zhao Feng, this girl let you come to accompany me shopping aggrieved you, right? From afar, Zhao Ya's voice came. This was the first time Mu Xian had seen Zhao Ya. The last time he was in the hotel, he had a cup down and didn't see Zhao Ya, who came in from outside. The height was not as tall as his sister's, and the personality was different. Sister was a bit more high and cold. Zhao Ya was more fiery and did things with a breeze. No. Zhao Feng sat up straight with tense nerves, his voice getting smaller and smaller. You heard wrong. It was obvious that he was quite afraid of his sister. Mu Xian was also embarrassed to laugh. He was also afraid. The 2 were half a catty. I really think my old sister's ears are too sensitive sometimes. As long as one says something bad about her, how far away can be heard by her? Zhao Feng straightened his thumb and pretended to gesture the distance. Then why don't you keep your voice down? You'll be miserable if she hears you. Che, really think I'm afraid of her? I'm just a good man who doesn't fight with women. Zhao Feng's weak look betrayed her. If not for the fact that his voice was getting smaller and smaller, Mu Xian really believed it. Baby, come here. No need to think to know who is shouting. Also heard who was shouting. Would Zhao Ya shout Zhao Feng like this? Forget it. Zhao Feng was afraid that his old sister would be taken over. The first time I saw him in the back of my head, and I was so happy to see him. Really do not know the old sister out shopping massacre. Is it possible to bring yourself to resist the dog food of the two of them? Although I am your brother, but the pro-brother. Would Heart raised eyebrows to show off, long ago not shy. You envy me? We come to the sister is different. Older sister, why don't you find a boyfriend? Don't scourge me. Zhao Feng leaned on the shoulders of the wood heart, a rise in the calf's stomach in pain. Think about the future of love to accompany the girlfriend shopping. Another day of fear. Brothers have stepped into the grave of love. He decided to wave the flag of singleness high. The main thing is still cannot find. These years the family are letting him pursue Su Jinghan. Even by the brother stooped to blanch. Su Jinghan turned around with a slight stare, looking at Zhao Feng with a murderous aura. Zhao Feng is sensible to let go of his hand. I am a man. Will I grab a husband with you? I am just tired of leaning. As long as he is in front of Su Jinghan, Zhao Feng should at least keep a fist distance from Mu Xin, which is a good brother who used to hook up and go to class together. And we even slept in the same bed. He didn't dare to say this. He was afraid that Su Jinghan would beat himself to death. Of course it's not what she thinks. Just Zhao Feng's bed is wet. As for why the remaining 3 people in the dormitory chose Mu Xin, because he is handsome. You still have the nerve to say this. Not all blame you? Speaking of boyfriends, Zhao Ye is angry. Said together single, the results turned their own good girlfriends married. She even did not find a boyfriend. So she spread this bad anger on her own brother. Got a story? Tart, please tell your story. Mu Xin stood next to her sister, tilting her head to survey the two. This kind of big melons of emotional disputes had been seen year after year, and she couldn't get tired of it. Mu Xin brainstormed that her sister was getting married, and her brother-in-law was holding onto the account book just to avenge that WeChat chat, not realizing that her sister's marriage didn't work out. TSK. Wonderful indeed. Go, take away those novel plots of yours. Zhao Feng wiped him a glance. Novel writers' thinking is heavenly. What oddball plot all think out? Life, rely on point. Hey, don't spit blood. I never stopped you from finding a boyfriend. Zhao Feng's face was horrified. Anxious. His old sister did not call. Direct. Hey, you can bully me, but you can't throw dirty water on me. If these words were to reach his old man's ears, he would be designated to take off layers of skin down. How not to blame you? There is such a handsome roommate not earlier introduced to your old sister. Fat water flow outsiders feel no. Zhao Ye looked at her younger brother with hatred and anger. The loser such an excellent resource wasted for nothing. The old cow ate young grass. She Zhao Ye can on the financial strength may be worse than Su Jinghan, but also not so bad as to not be able to afford to raise a small milk dog. Every time she thought of passing by with this kind of good thing, she would like to beat up Zhao Feng. That doll on the bed had already been beaten up many times by her as Zhao Feng. Now that she has seen the face value of the wooden heart, let her where to go to find a boyfriend again. Led to their girlfriends in front of the face is lost. To be alone in the end of the old man. Zhao Feng opened his mouth and did not know what to say. This kind of thing also rely on me? Seems like it does rely on me. Well, not right, and I have something to do. Oh no, it's the feeling of being Pua. What kind of strange feeling is it for a sister to like her own brother? Su Jinghan hugged her brother tightly. She seemed to hear that someone wanted to rob her brother, and this person was also her best girlfriend. Fire prevention and theft prevention of girlfriends. Elbow. Brother, let's go home. Which set looks better? Su Jinghan pointed to the 2 sets of wedding dresses in front of her. Both sets she likes. But marriage is only once. Just wear the one that her brother likes. Mu Xin, however, felt as if this was a giveaway. Answering that one looks good. Does that mean the other doesn't look good? Is it the dress that doesn't look good, or is it the sister that doesn't look good? Shaking her head frantically. How can sister not look good? Sister wears surely all good looking. But I heard that white wedding dresses show old age. Why don't you take this set of red ones? I heard. Really heard. After all, he had never seen a woman in a wedding dress either. 2 sets of wedding dresses were 2 different styles. One Chinese and one Western. Corresponding to 2 completely different styles of weddings naturally. Doesn't sister like the Chinese style? Just pick the red set. It looks good. Whether it's the villa style, or the unusual dress is on the side of the Chinese style. Of course sister where it does have that kind of flavor in her body. This set of wedding dress is definitely more beautiful. See, I told you that you look better in this set. You non-believe. Zhao Ye looked at Mu Xion's choice. It was really the same as her own. Even the aesthetics are the same. How did you become someone else's husband? Hey! Thinking of the sadness and glaring fiercely at her younger brother Zhao Feng. Loser! Zhao Feng winced. He understood that because of this matter sister may not give himself a good face for a period of time. To no longer pick one from the other brothers to sister. Pick one with the same face value as Xin. Zhao Feng stole a glance at Xin. Forget it, you'd better kill me. Even men recognize the handsome face value. After living for more than 20 years he has only seen this one. Right? How come he did not think of introducing it to his old sister? TSK. Slow to react. It's not for nothing that he was able to go 4 years in college without falling in love. His thoughts just weren't in this area. What you said is different from what he said. Su Jinghan touched the fabric of the wedding dress. She did prefer this set. Just like her brother said, the white color shows old age. Zhao Ye shook her head in disgust. People who are bigots. This is only just married and she forgot about her best friend. Sheena, don't want to get involved in your business. Turning back to look at his own brother. You two Zinniai. Su Jinghan and the professionals agreed on the steps to get married. For the time being a general direction. There will be a professional team to go down to refine things related to himself. Xin was listening very carefully on the side. Once again, she saw the power of money. Just by roughly talking about it, one could feel the tedious steps of the wedding day. Tedious and quite detailed. As a fiction writer he couldn't even imagine what that day would be like. Poverty limited the imagination. So many steps, won't we forget them by then? He was really afraid that his negligence would make this perfect wedding flawed, and he would really feel guilty for the rest of his life. Sir, this you can rest assured. When the time comes there will be a professional to guide the two of you. Xin nodded. Indeed, there will definitely be an officiant at the wedding. Otherwise where would anyone get married every day knowing these steps? Why does it feel like you are more anxious than us? When everything was over, Xin looked at Zhao Feng who was hiding behind himself. Zhao Feng just dryly smiled and didn't say anything. His old sister was about to put her hands on him and strangle him to death. It's not just missing a handsome husband. It does seem to be quite serious. Hey, old sister, you have a destiny. There are many people up. Zhao Ye's eyes do not fall on her own brother. She is not a person who loves to drill the bull's eye. This point will be digested in a while. Can't really go and steal her best friend's husband. Say it to lose the face of the family. Just like what her brother said. It's fate, right? I have to properly slaughter you two today. Zhao Ye decided to take it all out on food. As a newlywed congratulatory gift. It's okay for her bestie to ask for a meal, right? Well, this can be had. Zhao Feng was in a rare situation where he didn't go against his sister. As blood siblings, the two of them had the same opinion on the matter of food. He certainly wouldn't refuse if he could slaughter a big family. Again, we get married and you congratulate us. But why did it turn out to be us buying dinner? It's just a matter of money. It's not that bad. Looking at the familiar Rongjin Hotel in front of him, Xin suddenly glared at Zhao Feng next to him. When it was here that you counted me. This thing I cannot forget a little. Zhao Feng whistled and pretended not to see. There is no such thing. You must remember wrong. That was all things that Zhao Feng did once. And what does it have to do with Zhao Feng now? I wish the two of you a happy married life. Zhao Ye raised her cup. Say, can you drink? Zhao Feng looked at the wooden heart that lifted the glass together. The last time a cup of downed vegetable chicken looked vivid in his mind. Really did not expect the brother's capacity for alcohol can be so poor. Really afraid that he fell to the ground without saying anything. Today does not need that kind of drama. Can't drink, can actually drink soda. No problem. Mushin nodded. Last time was the first time I drank. And I drank a little too hard. So there's no way I can do that today. He deliberately practiced at home for a period of time to drink. There are always occasions in life that need to drink. Such as next month's wedding. Guests full of people, he cannot not drink a drop of wine. Although he couldn't do 1,000 cups without getting drunk. 3 or 4 cups was still no problem. That's fine. Anyway, your wife can't do anything. I won't be polite with you guys. This table of food is not cheap. Except for the commercial drinking game, it is impossible to eat elsewhere. The commercial drinking game is not as comfortable as today. Of course he wants to eat with an open stomach without caring about his image. Zhao Ye hated the iron and looked at his brother. Eat. Just know to eat. You look at the wooden heart will give his wife to clip food. Hey, probably know why the handsome husband to the mouth will run away. The pro-brother office is not reliable at all. Will grief for appetite? Song blade trigger fierce eat 3 big mouth. Looked at the wooden heart straight cold sweat. Or their own sister gentle. Fortunately old Zhao did not introduce himself to his sister. Zhao Ye did not expect to invariably reduce points in the heart of wood heart again. When it is really a fate. No points. It doesn't matter. He is already a bosom friend husband. Might as well have a few more bites of food. Sure enough. What kind of brother has what kind of sister? Not a family does not enter a family. Xin does not like to eat steak. Especially not cooked steak. With blood he is disgusting. And even less accustomed to using a knife and fork. Tearing half a day cannot bite down a piece of beef. Su Jinghan always helped his brother get it in advance. The feeling of being flattered. he naturally will not let his sister be busy alone, and will prepare the rest for her. Anyway, it fell in the eyes of Xiaoya Zhaofeng. Two siblings hated their teeth, and their mouths didn't even need a knife to bite off the steak with their teeth alone. Wooden Heart, two sisters with good teeth. Zhaofeng, Xiaoya, shouldn't have come to this meal. Old Zhao, which people do you think I'll invite on the wedding day? Mu Xian didn't have a single family member. Not even a single person to support the scene with him. The Su family's wedding. The day guests are naturally all prestigious figures. To the wedding day will be how to talk about him? The family does not agree. He does not matter. Always feel that will cause a lot of gossip to the sister's family. Are you afraid that people will say that you eat soft rice? Zhao Feng understood Mu Xian's worries. There would definitely be people who would say that. Those who were rejected by Su Jinghan. Those who coveted Mu Xian's looks. Put your mind at ease, old Mu. Your wife doesn't care. What are you afraid of? The Su family still needed outsiders' consent to recruit an aunt, didn't they? He's right. You don't need to be surprised at what people say. The people who come have eyes to see and won't blatantly say it. Su Jinghan stuffed a piece of meat in her brother's mouth. The younger brother would still get stage fright in crowded occasions. Well, that's not what I meant. Mu Xian froze. How did you guys brainstorm this? Since he chose to get a license with his sister, he had already thought about facing the mockery of these people. Woodheart couldn't even imagine what a grand scene the wedding would be that day. Just hearing the description just now gave him a giddy feeling. If he wasn't the groom, he probably wouldn't even dare to show up at an occasion like that. Just invite our classmates, and your friends who used to play well in high school. Zhao Feng shrugged his shoulders. This age to get married can only invite these people. Anyway, the share of money is not to want to take back or less. Are not yet graduated, on the body can have a few money. Woodheart slightly stunned. He in his mind desperately looking for former friends. As if, there is not a single one. He is completely a small transparent in the class. If not still a little achievement, may not have anyone noticed him. Spare a thought. Woodheart hadn't even said a few words to the vast majority of people. This kind of socialization continued until college. Now that he had to send out a message inviting people to his wedding, he really wasn't sure how many people would show up. How about, I help you notify the group? Zhao Feng picked up Mu Xian's cell phone. This brother of ours didn't dare to speak a few times in the group. You let him send such a message purely difficult for him. Zhao Feng pinched Mu Xian's finger to unlock the fingerprint lock. So, Wooden Heart will see him silly to the group sent a sentence. Next month the 8th Wooden Heart marriage. All to ha. Woodheart felt like there were crows flying over his head. Big brother, do you want to see what you are talking about? You are now sending messages to my cell phone. More and more like Truth or Dare Lost. Or the kind with a bad brain. What a little genius. He quickly grabbed his cell phone and withdrew the sentence he had just sent. Look at Zhao Feng like a fool. I can hardly take you as my classmate with an IQ like yours. I'll really be thankful if someone like you can get into the same university as me. Accident. Zhao Feng scratched his head. He didn't think that much just now. He sent the message completely according to his own perspective. Xiaoya took a sip of juice. Older brother, your IQ is really worrying. No wonder your old sister can't get off the hook. Miserable. Their old Zhao family might be going extinct. The younger brother's IQ shouldn't be able to find a girlfriend either. No wonder Su Jinghan couldn't see him. Su Jinghan froze, still hitting her husband, mouth to mouth stuffed a piece of shrimp to her brother. Mu Xian. Xiaoya? Zhao Feng? Sure enough this meal shouldn't have come. Xiaoya slapped his forehead. This sister. I'm really not stealing your husband. Breathless. JPG, you don't even trust your own BFF? Fireproofing against girlfriends. Under the lights is the easiest place to be ignored. Su Jinghan knows how she tricked her brother into getting her hands on her. If she can use it, so can Xiaoya. For something like saving the society from death, Mu Xian was extremely fast, and the message was sent out not even 5 seconds. Luckily, it didn't press the wrong button. This kind of time is the most nervous Woodheart. The heart is hanging. The last time in a panic pressed to delete. They are invisible. The rest of the people can see. What a good trick to cover up the ears. Hopefully, no one will see it. It was not to be. Now is the lunchtime. Contemporary young people have a few meals, do not play the phone. Close to graduation has been calm for some time. The group is a stone into a deep pool. The water waves so emerge. Zhang San, what just appeared and disappeared with a whoosh? At Mu Xian. He just roughly scanned. The content led him shocked, and then want to confirm when the message was withdrawn. True or false for a time it is difficult to figure out. Li Si, no way bro. You're getting married before graduation. Really using a marriage license to get credits At Mu Xian. Wang Wu at Mu Xian. Xiaohong at Mu Xian. The power of a sentence is comparable to a red envelope, blowing up a lot of people diving in the group. Generally speaking, more than 1/3 of the class knows. It means that the whole class pretty much knows. Only a few isolated from the world do not know yet. Coincidentally, that isolated person in their class was Woodheart himself. How he wanted to stand up and violently beat Zhao Feng at this moment. Now well, there was no need to inform him. They all knew. Zhao Feng heatedly smiled. The effect was achieved, wasn't it? Woodheart, just now it was Zhao Feng who took my cell phone and sent it. So don't get excited. Zhang-san, I told you. The world is not so easy to find true love. Li Si, where to play truth or dare? See if it's close. Take me one. At Zhao Feng. There are always a few people in the class who love to join in the fun. They are good at organizing games and often bring a bunch of students together for group building. And the result is that he himself does not participate in any activities. Don't ask. Ask is introverted. Zhao Feng, it is true that I posted. Clarifying a sentence and then no longer pay attention. He found bad things. You guys, this is two. Zhao Ye looked up at him. How about two? Too great. Zhao Feng was crying in his heart. It seemed that he couldn't afford to mess with any of the three people on the table. When he came back to his senses, this table of food was pretty much wiped out by his oldest sister and Su Jinghan. He and Mu Xian had messed around for half a day, and there was nothing left. Not right. Zhao Feng looked at the plate in front of the Woodheart. A lot of food. Unkind. In the brother did not notice when secretly will be so many dishes for themselves. As a righteous father, it is not too much to taste a piece. Su Jinghan coughed gently. Zhao Feng chopsticks froze in place. It can't be what he thought. It can't be. It can't be. Older brother, if you want to eat you might have to find a wife to help you clip the food. Zhao Ye covered his stomach. Eating a little, propped up, laughing up a stomachache. Although just now the dog food was only eaten by himself, but his own brother was worse off than himself. The psychological balance is much more. Zhao Feng smiled and withdrew his chopsticks, and could only watch Mu Xian eat alone. He is a sheep herder. I am a wood chopper. His sheep are full. My firewood is still unavailable. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? I can't cry. I can only pick up some leftovers from my plate. At this moment, the idea of wanting to fall in love is stronger than ever. Older brother, did not have enough to eat can be in the point? They do not lack that little money. Our family also does not lack that little money. Zhao Ye really cannot stand to see, no matter how to say, is also a brother, mixed with the same as the beggar. No need. Zhao Feng casually picked a few pieces and stopped his chopsticks. I've also eaten a lot. It's a waste to order more. He picked up his cell phone and banged on the screen. Mu Xian, who was eating, suddenly felt that things were not right. What are you doing? I asked. What are you doing? Picking up his cell phone. As expected, Zhao Feng sent a message in the group. Zhao Feng, seriously, Woodheart next month on the 8th wedding? The share of money does not matter. All come to support. After sending it, he put down his cell phone and looked at Mu Xian provocatively. Woodheart nodded. Good. So play it right. The class should know that he fell in love. After all, the circle of friends has been officially announced. Then there are a few good friends such as dormitory body under 2 asked him. He naturally recognized generously. Now there is no need to hide. Sister is not out of hand. Time and place is sent. Is to invite all to participate. As to how many can come, he does not care. To be honest, after sending a kind of relaxed feeling, inner apprehension also appeared at the same time. What will the class think of themselves? He did not dare to open his cell phone to see the news in the group. Eat slowly. No one is robbing with you. Looking at his brother's wolfish appearance, Su Jinghan softly said. The remaining 3 people on the table had already put their chopsticks down, and there was indeed no one to grab with him. This was because only Mu Xian still had dishes on the plate in front of him. Zhao Feng lowered his head. Are you sure it's no one who grabbed it? It's no one who dared to grab it. But today, whenever Su Jinghan wasn't there, at least half of Mu Xian's plate was his own. Hey, aggrieved, he looked at his old sister. You look at other people's sister. You are looking at my sister. How can the gap be so big? Zhao Ye is also depressed. You look at other people's brother, how handsome he looks. His own brother, how? Hey, it's hard to say. Zhao Feng does not know what his sister thinks in her heart, or high and low up an old sister. A fierce debate. Just, 501 dormitory has reached a consensus. In front of the wooden heart, do not talk about face value. Zhao Feng is actually not ugly. In the crowd is also a handsome man that can be captured at a glance. But unfortunately in the side of the wooden heart is a little bit not enough to see. Let's go. Mu Xian finished eating and was a little propped up. Sister had left him a little too much. Zhao Feng, I advise you not to be ungrateful. More you don't share me a little bit. Okay, let's continue shopping. Zhao Ye stood up. Full of food and drink, she was once again excited. Su Jinghan also did not spoil her fun and nodded in agreement. It was when Mu Xian and Zhao Feng heard this that their bodies shuddered at the same time. What the hell? Didn't hear it wrong? Still coming. This is not coincidental. Zhao Feng's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and his old sister's eyes were looking at him with murderous intent. Would heart is also admire this warrior. He is a word are afraid to say coincident what coincidence. You can have what broken things a day. Sister can not know it. Get up and hold your sister's arm. Not caring in the slightest about Zhao Feng's contemptuous eyes. I accompanied my wife shopping. How is it? Zhao Feng drooped his head and followed. I accompanied my sister shopping. What happened? God come to a man to take her. Zhao Feng roared in his heart. The body obediently followed. In the morning, a few people did not do much shopping, came late, and mainly dealt with the wedding. Weekdays a few people are very busy. It just so happens that today is the weekend, and it also happens that there are two people carrying bags behind them. Cannot miss this opportunity, especially Zhaoya. In other times, this pro-brother will not be out shopping with her. Today must be utilized. The two women who weren't bad with money started a crazy buying mode. Is there a difference between these two things? Zhao Feng and Mu Xian got together and looked at the lipsticks that the two sisters had just bought. Two very strange colors, not a strange shade, but a strange name. Forgive this famous university's high achiever for his poor eyesight. He really couldn't tell the difference. Put it in a fault-finding game, he wouldn't be able to pass the first level. The flavor is different. Zhao Feng, are you serious? You can tell even if it tastes different? Have you tasted it? It doesn't say. Mu Xian pointed to the flavor written on the lipstick and suddenly nodded. I've tasted it. You eat this? It's hard to imagine that someone would take this thing action food. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something, glanced at Su Jinghan who was still in the middle of shopping. Suddenly he wanted to slap Mu Xian and show love again. Zhao Feng also did not know what to say. Good luck. He didn't dare to imagine this thing in his mouth, but at the same time, he was a little curious. What exactly does it feel like? Doubt from a virgin. For the first time, this male gentleman had a curiosity about love, which then spawned into a curiosity about some shy things, and one thought became Buddha and the other became the devil. But he lived a little longer. This thing is all chemical products. Carcinogenic, right? His family is so rich, there is no need to die so early. Said like you can find true love. Hey, look. Mu Xian suddenly disliked Zhao Feng with her elbow, and they fell a few minutes before a man in a suit walked toward Zhaoya, looking about the same age as Zhaoya. So you blocked your old sister's love. The fire of love was about to appear. Are you sure? Zhao Feng asked. Mu Xian nodded. Of course, a man's intuition tells me that this move is not a mere pickup, specifying a micro-signal. No. Zhao Feng also saw that the situation was just a bit off. You're looking at who he's going for. The man even directly bypassed Zhaoya and walked towards Su Jinghan. Mu Xian stood up with a miso sound. This can be tolerated. This fucking can be tolerated. I just didn't pay attention for a few minutes and someone came to rob my sister. You also don't look in the mirror. Do you deserve it? Mu Xian walked up and wrapped his arm around his sister's arm to swear sovereignty, and the moment the two rings appeared, the man, as if he had set up a program, turned in place to look at Zhaoya. I didn't expect it's so hard to see an extremely beautiful woman, but she got married. Hasty. Fortunately he reacted quickly. Zhao Feng compared a cheering gesture to his old sister in the back, his mouth chanting about getting off the hook for a few days. The opportunity is right in front of him. Take advantage of it. The corner of Zhaoya's mouth twitched. Scram. Voice with anger. You passed by me and then turned back. Really think that my old lady is good at bullying? It's just that I won't want trash like you even if I end up alone. Sure enough, to be a person should be from the beginning. Should just pry that married. Woodhart watched him turn his head. Good guy. Still not dead. Woodhart at the moment do not need to do anything. The man in the suit has already lost. You want to step on a few boats to avoid some people in front of the face of two women step on two boats, but also want to have the next step. Brother jealous? Su Jinghan whispered in her brother's ear, not bothering to look at the man in the suit. Mu Xian shook his head. Sister's charm I know well. This kind of thing is normal. If you can be hooked casually, it's not my turn. The man in the suit was dressed like a man. His face value was still poor, wanting to impress his sister. One roadside pickup wasn't enough. No. What do you think, old sister? Zhao Feng walked to Zhaoya's side, seeing love coming, and closed the door with a direct roll. This can't see. So many suitors agree to forget it. Zhaoya and Su Jinghan are the same as the circle is famous beauty. Chasing her people are not less than Su Jinghan. Just do not know why these two people refused all the pursuit. At that time, it was even rumored that Su Jinghan and Zhaoya were gay. It could have scared both families, especially the Su family, who could only have Su Jinghan in their generation. It's up to you. Zhaoya viciously disliked her brother and turned to leave. Her mood to buy things was gone. In the past, she didn't accept the confession because she was busy with the family business. and she really didn't have any feelings for those people. Now she doesn't accept it all because of Su Jinghan. She can find such a handsome husband after rejecting it for so long. And what about her own loser brother? It is all your fault. Zhao Feng was puzzled. I messed with her again. The budding love that just started because of the wooden heart was strangled raw. Are women so troublesome? All the Buddhas and devils dispersed. He looked at Mu Xian and Su Jinghan and felt very blanched. Dog food again and left angrily. It is impossible to come out with these two people in the future. Also do not know to avoid the occasion. Back home would heart with a whale lying on the bed, accompanied by a woman shopping. Is too hot cannot bear the pain of injury? As a human being and how can bear it? At that time, I felt fortunate that they ate dinner and came back. And even stood up cannot stand up would heart to save the pain of cooking. Now think about how painful decision. How can a woman shopping idle? Despite booking a hotel box in advance. Not until the last moment how can stop. If there is a next time. It is impossible to have the next time. As if they said not count. Su Jinghan is organizing the crazy shopping to buy back the loot. There are younger brothers, but also their own. Most of them are their own. Go out to shop a trip. The younger brother do not want anything. A little bit of bitterness. Would heart is really feel nothing to buy. He is now nothing short of. In the past shopping is something fast use up before. Spelling Xiao randomly find a look at the eye. Order. Like this so much effort to buy an item. Would heart feel it does not deserve. This is a lack of exercise on your part. Su Jinghan stood in front of her brother. Her arms crossed as she looked at her brother who was paralyzed on the bed. Mu Xian sat up with her back up and wrapped her arms around her sister, leaning her head against her. I can kind of use up all my exercise for this month today. It was no exaggeration to say that Mu Xian's WeChat step count today had broken at least 20,000, which was more than the number of steps he had taken in a month before he met his sister. The belly of his calf only felt something throbbing one after another, and it was estimated that he shouldn't be able to slow down without 10 minutes. And you didn't react at all? Mu Xian pushed her sister back 2 steps and surveyed her, with no sign of exertion at all. Su Jinghan pinched Mu Xian's cheeks. Do you think sister is as weak as you? Again, he was underestimated by his sister, but he was really hardened by this matter. On shopping, which man can compare to a woman? A bitter laugh. Do you want your sister to help you massage? Su Jinghan leaned over and pressed her brother underneath her. Mu Xian was tempted to get up and ask, is this massage proper for you? Who needs this position for massage? High and cold female president to give people a massage. Just think about it is magic. This world can have a few people to get this honor. I'm afraid that in addition to his parents and grandfather, it should only be Woodheart. He gently shook his head. Something that the poor people could not enjoy. I'll just go take a hot bath. Soaking in a bath had a soothing effect, and was the simplest yet most effective relief for this kind of fatigue. It was just a pity that there was no hope for Mu Xian to have a peaceful bath. Thinking of the last time he refused his sister. Forget it, letting nature take its course and also following his own heart. Mu Xian allowed his sister to follow him in. Another day without words, broken more and more irregular. Every month full attendance he has long been not extravagant. The loss of a few $100s. Feel heartbroken. In order to make up for the dear readers, the next day Woodheart got up very early, washed up and sat in front of the computer to code. Even breakfast did not have time to eat. In today's society, there are not many hard-working authors like him. Fans said please take a good look at yourself in the mirror, and helped him at a 20,000 words a day big brother. This is the real big brother. Even if not in love before the Woodheart cannot roll him, concede defeat and surrender. Su Jinghan's hair was fluffy, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she walked into the study. Brother, why did you get up so early? Just now. After closing his eyes and touching the bed for half a day and not being able to find his younger brother, he thought that his younger brother had run away from home. The sudden appearance of the voice. Woodheart was startled, raised his eyes to look at his sister. Long breath. People scare people to death? He is writing to the wonderful part. Can only personally immersed in it? At this moment even if there is only text flying past his ears will be startled. Su Jinghan frowned. There is a situation. Stinky brother, you will not be doing something bad. Letting go of the beautiful sister on the bed, running to the study to watch a small movie alone, only a few days after the marriage. You dislike your sister. Right. It seems that you need to increase the number of times per day, or else your brother will not be good. I'm writing a novel. Woodheart helplessly spread his hands. In the eyes of his sister's image is a lecherous man. Just sister alone will toss him enough, where there is still energy to pay attention to a small movie inside the teachers. Writing a novel needs to be so early? Su Jinghan lifted one of her brother's hands and sat sideways on her brother's lap, grabbing the mouse with one hand. Let me see what the hell you're doing? Sister's controlling nature is such that a minute of not seeing anyone is required to see what her brother is doing. Commonly known as reporting. clingy little kids get thrown away. So Woodheart hadn't dared to be overly clingy to his sister for fear that she would dislike her. And as it turned out, she was even more clingy than she was. See, I'd say it's just writing a novel. Once suspicion arose, the charge was instantly established. It is good that although the sister is checking, but not unreasonable, will not engage in this set of mistrust. That sentence "are you looking at me to shut down the words" did not say. Otherwise Woodheart is really a headache. Su Jinghan leaned against her brother and closed her eyes. Why did you get up so early to write a novel? Mu Xian glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes before 8 o'clock. It was indeed too early. There are studies that show that getting up before 8 o'clock is easy to lose life. I don't know if the study is going to be right or not. Anyway, waking up at 6 o'clock has already depleted his life expectancy by almost 2 hours. Isn't this the time chosen to write a novel in order to be able to spend more time with my sister? Thinking about why he didn't code yesterday. Because he planned to code in the afternoon. He didn't expect his sister to get up and say she was going to go finalize the wedding thing to go shopping in the meantime. I thought that I could come back in the afternoon to code, but the result was that I didn't even make time in the evening. So, he could only sacrifice the morning sleep time. The main thing is that he was too tired to sleep yesterday shopping and woke up too early. Go to bed. I still have 1,000 words to write. Mu Xian wrapped one arm around his sister and ruffled her loose hair. He had always felt that the sister who had just woken up and emanated from sleep was the most fascinating. Her lazy breath flavorful. Su Jinghan lightly grunted. Don't. I want my brother to sleep in my arms. The high and cold imperial sister began to be pampered again. And Mu Xian said that he couldn't resist a little bit. How can I write? Might as well kill me. He looked at the last 1,000 words. The plot that just came to his mind was swept away. What was he going to do? Oh yes. Ready to stop writing. How about talking to the readers? Today's chapter first half more. The rest find a chance to make up. Reader. Never seen such a brazen person. The last 1,000 words Woodheart wrote more than half an hour. Intermittent. Always unconsciously staring at the sister in the arms. She can be good. Fell asleep. Hey. Finally finished. Woodheart picked up his sister and ran back to the bedroom. Looking at his sister sleeping so well, he felt sleepy again. Time flies. Closer and closer to the wedding. Woodheart suddenly nervous. Standing on the stage murmured softly. The first time I get married I don't have any experience at all. I can't mess it up. Today is the first rehearsal of the wedding. That day in the wedding company heard the process felt so complicated. The actual operation to realize that the process is really cumbersome. For Mu Xian, can really use the word complicated to describe. If you make a list, maybe longer than his month's expenses flow. If he were to make a list, it would probably be longer than his monthly expenses. He couldn't say this to his sister's face. She would not be happy. Mu Xian could see that his sister was very happy, very satisfied with the wedding. He was also very satisfied with the wedding. If he did not need him to be so troublesome would be even more satisfied. There was a soft laugh from behind him. It was Su Jinghan's voice. She happened to be walking up onto the stage from behind her, listening to her brother's concern just now. It's hard not to want to tie the knot a few more times? Mu Xian shook his head frantically. Saying this kind of thing in front of his wife. Don't want to die. A person who was lazy to the point of being lazy. Removing the necessities of life. All that could be omitted. One more time. He would go crazy. This is really the first time for me too. With both hands spread out, he looked at the hall in front of him, where the banquet was held. How many people are going to come here? He got nervous when there were more people, and he couldn't even speak clearly when he was nervous. Never in his life had he been gazed at by so many eyes, or by a group of bigwigs. Actually there aren't many people. Su Jinghan hugged her brother from behind. She also didn't want her wedding to get all over the city. Sitting in her position, she understood that acting too ostentatiously, there would always be unexpected problems. The guests were all friends from both sides. Go home. There's a second rehearsal tomorrow. Su Jinghan folded back and pulled her frozen brother home. There was a second time, like a lightning strike falling on his heart. Remembering when he was still in school, every time there was a class-based chorus program, it would grind for a long time. That was a painful memory. Dropping his head, he let his sister pull him into the car and didn't come back to his senses until he gripped the steering wheel. Safety first. Humming a little tune. Home. Bad moods are like that. Only in that moment. Turn your head and forget it all. Maybe it's the legendary remembering, but it's really cool to have this ability. Mushin hardly ever emos. Only to the rehearsal time the mood is bad again. At this moment to understand why to get married to find their favorite person. And a person who does not like this toss. Woodheart has long been put down to go away. Change into their favorite person. Woodheart found himself surprisingly not a little impatient feeling. Sure enough, there will be companionship only if there is love. Rehearsal only twice. Finally, the second rehearsal 2 days after the wedding officially began. The day before the wedding began, Woodheart took the time to meet the other 3 righteous sons in the dormitory. Can old 4? Bored to do great things The eldest John Lei came up and whacked Woodheart on the shoulder. That's not true. The oldest 3 Wang Hao also came down from Zhao Feng's car. Our oldest 4 look like I see all the heart. Right. Directly on a shortcut in life. Think they are still in the bitter exams and public examinations. For the down payment running around. The old 4 directly another way to take the richest. There is no girlfriends introduced to brother I know to know. The oldest 3 hooked Woodheart shoulder. Before is no channel. Now the opportunity does not come. The rich woman's friend is always a rich woman. Right. Although it is a little slower than the wooden heart, the shortcut is still coming. Girlfriends? What are you thinking about all day long? Do you think that soft rice is so delicious? That said, girlfriends do seem to have one. Did not wait for Mu Xin to look at Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng has already got off the car to hold down Wang Hao's head. You kid don't want to. Your looks rich woman can't see. Want to bubble his sister. If Mu Xin asked this question he would go to give the 2 a handful. The rest of the 2 even if it. I take you as brothers. But you want to be my brother-in-law. Nish and I. That being said, why didn't you think of it earlier? Handsome men are also a resource. Not afraid of what Heart character is not good. Su Jinghan can do. His old sister can also do. Anyway, would Heart lonely lindying a person? There is his brother in the also impossible to bully. Oi, loss. I do not know if Su Jinghan that woman is good for the brother. Remembering that once she was. Zhao Feng gulped. The flower language of the wire ball is patience. The old wood unknown life. Can't think a little. What's wrong with my looks? Where is the problem? Wang Hao is very unconvinced. How can a man say that he cannot? Besides, you cannot just look at the looks. That aspect. Zhang Lei held down Wang Hao from behind, stopping his tiger and wolf words. Okay, on the face value you are not 1.5 points worse. You say it is the old 4. Wood Heart, don't you have some B number in your heart? He nodded his head. Yes, you are the most handsome in the world. Wang Hao looked at Mu Xian's face and threw his head away. Fuck you. This word in front of the wooden heart to say on the contrary. That face in front of who dares to say that the world's first handsome. Reincarnation in the selection of the skin. Play is not a game. Life shortcut is no more. Wang Hao was not sad. Originally did not want to go that way. Otherwise it would have been long ago to let Zhao Feng introduce himself to one. I'd better go back and hold on to my iron rice bowl. Still not working? Mu Xian asked. Aside from the first day of school, he hadn't been back to school in, and even Zhao Feng, who had already started working, had driven back a few times for fun. It felt like he was too not something, having a wife and forgetting his brothers. But what is there to see in a bunch of brown men? Wait until graduation to report. Wang Hao examined the selection. The competition is much less than the civil service. The examination has restrictions, like the wooden heart of the Rongjin account is not eligible to test. The number of people then also less. There are gains and losses. To return to their old home to work, there will be fewer days to meet in the future. Zhang Lei's graduate school interview also passed, so the entire 501 dormitory Zhao Feng became the busiest person. There's no way. Who told people to have a big family? Say, how does a dead geek like you know a rich woman? Zhang Lei was puzzled. The door doesn't go out and the rich woman can't fall from the sky. Mu Xian smiled bitterly. It was really a rich woman who fell from the sky. Briefly talked to them. Of course, covered up about their own black history. Set out no face to see people. Love at first sight. Zhang Lei began to worry about the future of the wooden heart. And the wooden heart was the same as the wooden heart of the first scruples. But the arm cannot argue with the thigh. The wooden heart has no trick. Wang Hao did not think. You don't understand it. This is called physiological like. The 5 senses are long in the aesthetic point. There will be the most long-lasting love. If you can't even look at the other person's face, how can there be a follow-up? What he said was not unreasonable. Anyway, Mu Xian couldn't run away anymore. Zhao Feng bristled. This face of Lao Si grows above everyone's aesthetic point alright. The 3 looked at Mu Xian and sighed heavily. The world has been suffering Qin for a long time, and the 3 were jealous of Mu Xian's face value for even longer. Wood Heart shrugged. God reward food. I cannot help. Wedding date as promised. What should come will always come. Wood Heart lying in bed, looking at the bright cell phone screen. Less than 6 o'clock in the morning. In the look at the sister sitting in front of the dresser. Yawned. Sister, on our face value, there is really no need to get up at this hour to put on makeup. The first 2 rehearsals Su Dinghan attended with a plain face. She didn't understand why she had to put on makeup today. Obviously she was already so good looking. Any makeup would just be a counterproductive result. Be good and sleep. I'll call you when you're ready. Su Jinghan had also did not return. Hand movement does not reduce. Makeup is not important. Hairstyle is the most important. If not, seriously, get a hairstyler. Sorry for that set of phoenix crown. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. She must be beautiful. Woodheart lying on the bed to think about their own to get out of bed to make a cannot be in the face value of the sister compared to it. Just support the body and fell down. Bother that effort to do what? Not to mention, on the body of this face, those messy powder smeared on the face are spoiled. And then look at the hair. Short even hair gel cannot work. I'm going to lie down and go back to sleep. I can't get to sleep. Sleep seemed to fade away at some point, and he could only look at his sister sideways. Get up. Ready to go to make a delicious breakfast. Despite the current time is very early, but today's process is complicated. Do not eat breakfast is difficult. Woodheart most annoying, stomach empty. Attention cannot focus. Today's wedding absolutely can't have any mistakes. Around 7 o'clock, the knock on the door sounded. Muxin opened the door, only to see a whoosh. As if something flew past his eyes, he froze in place, looking at Zhao Feng outside the door. Zhao went straight to Su Jinghan in the house. Sister, you're so beautiful today. She is such a best friend, and has not gone to be a bridesmaid for anyone. How can she miss such a rare opportunity to hit the first line of the wedding? Pulling her own brother early in the morning, rushing this way. When she saw Su Jinghan, she was stunned by her headdress. Just a simple version of the headdress is beautiful. If you wear a complete will not blind eyes. When I get married, I also want one of these. And instantly thought that I do not have a boyfriend. Turned back to glare. Walked into the Woodheart just bumped into the line of sight, making him confused. Girlfriends will really compare each other whose boyfriend is more stupid? Behind him, Zhao Feng shrunk his neck. He suddenly felt that he shouldn't be in the house. He should be outside the house. Probably every time he saw Su Jinghan and Muxin in the future, his old sister would give herself a complaining look. Isn't it just that I didn't introduce her to a boyfriend? Where did I go wrong? Pitifully hiding behind Muxin, let my presence be minimized. Get out. Zhao waved her hand and said to the two, how can it be so simple to meet face to face? Woodheart, isn't it a bit late to block the door now? And in terms of our relationship, shouldn't the person blocking the door be me? Regardless of Zhao walked over to sit next to the sister. My wife's sister did not say anything. Which has you talking? Just with you also want to block in the middle. The Su Jinghan also did not pay attention to the words of Zhao. With a husband, girlfriends and so on can say bye-bye. She was not easy to catch up with the younger brother. Blocking the door to block the run how to do. Moreover, as far as the relationship between the two of them is concerned, who exactly is the person who is blocking the door? Zhao skimmed her lips. It's over. The sister is a relationship brain. Zhao Feng nodded in agreement. Brother is also a love brain. Sisters and brothers look at each other are from the eyes of both sides to see each other's thoughts. Should not have come. Su Jinghan and Muxin went out the door. Zhao Feng and Zhao did not follow behind. This kind of thing is not suitable for them to participate in ancestor worship. Think about the grandfather, that lonely grave. Worship is the Su family ancestral tomb. Woodheart is the first time to see the existence of a real ancestral tomb genealogy. He cannot even get together 2 pages of the household book. This wedding, sitting in the sedan chair, is still Su Jinghan. Woodheart breathe a sigh of relief, although it can be seen that he is into the family, but from the sedan chair down instantly, or feel strange. When the door opened, the entire hall was filled with the sound of amazement. Everyone was stunned by Su Jinghan's appearance, and Muxin could not hear any other voices at the moment, and the only thought in his mind was that his sister was really beautiful. The first 2 rehearsals, Su Jinghan did not wear a wedding dress. This is also the first time Woodheart to see her sister cape appearance. Red dress set off her nobility. At the moment, not to mention the wedding. Even if the Woodheart and said that really ascend to the throne he can. Woodheart has always felt that he is a person without heart. Even their own wedding are not on the show. Although in the rehearsal when the action is not perfunctory, the heart of the enthusiasm is really not high. Waiting for all this dust has settled. In the wedding hall, looking at the Cape Fall sister. At this moment he really realized that he got married. Is to be more excited than to see the marriage certificate was stamped on the steel seal. What only the bride herself cares about this wedding. Bullshit. Love to the depths of the two stood here. How can the heart not surge?